This cave is not a place for living people to enter. Luli froze in place, almost unable to breathe. He took a deep breath like a dead fish, and his eyes went dark. Saniu, what did you see? Luya asked in a low voice from behind. Luli did not answer, but pressed his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying out loud, and his body trembled. His eyes were fixed on the front. It was a huge cave with a rock top as sharp as fangs, and the walls were damp, covered with green moss, emitting cold phosphorescence. But the first thing that caught his eyes was the densely packed corpses and the monsters lying on them. Hundreds of green-skinned monsters, short and twisted, with exposed fangs and eyes as black as ink. They were lying on their backs, resting on the ground with their legs spread out, holding bone knives wrapped in animal skins in their hands, and the blades were shining with a sticky black light. The ground was covered with human remains, white bones, broken limbs, and some bones were still covered with minced meat and black blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of rot and blood, as if the dead bodies had soaked and rotted the entire mountain belly. Luli's throat was churning, and he almost vomited on the spot. He covered his mouth tightly, and tears silently slid down from the corners of his eyes. And at this moment, he saw the woman hanging on the wall. It was a woman in a white robe, her limbs nailed to the rock wall by thick animal bones, and her whole body was hanging in a big letter shape. Her clothes had been torn long ago, and a horrible wound on her abdomen exposed her internal organs. Her intestines were hanging in the air like loaches, still wriggling slightly. But she was still alive. Her body trembled slightly, and under her loose hair, a pair of blood-red eyes stared, her teeth clenched, as if she was holding back the severe pain. Luli saw a skinny goblin staggering forward, holding a bone knife, and slowly cutting a piece of flesh from her thigh like cutting meat, and then stuffing it in his mouth full of fangs, chewing, and the juice splashed. Luli felt his throat churning and almost vomited, but he didn't dare. He didn't even dare to blink. Luya's voice came from behind, but it seemed to come from another world. He wanted to cry, but he held himself tightly. He couldn't make a sound. He knew they shouldn't come. They should have left long ago. But they had already come in. This mountain is called Demon Mountain. The old people in the village said that the mountain fog is so thick that you can't see your hand in front of you in November every year, but it is lighter this month, and it is only lighter for a few days. Some people have seen ghosts in white clothes walking out of the fog, and some people said that they saw fire wandering in the deep forest with their own eyes, like foxfire and like underworld lights. Some people also said that this mountain is the base camp of the mountain monsters. Some people say that 10 years ago, a hunter found a purple leaf fairy grass in the mountains and exchanged it for money for a coffin. But after that, he went crazy, howled at the entrance of the village for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally hanged himself on a locust tree. I don't know if the thing in the fog is a fairy or a ghost, but no one can tell because no one has ever come back alive from the depths of the Devil's Head Mountain. Lu Yuan, Luya, and Luli are the 3 cow kids that the villagers are used to calling. The eldest Lu Yuan was sensible at an early age. He was the tallest and the strongest, so he was called Big Cow. Luya was the second oldest, quick-talking and timid, so he was called Second Cow. The youngest Luli was only 11 years old, and his bones were as light as a chicken. Everyone who saw him shook their heads and said that the child would not survive this winter. The grandfather of the 3 brothers was sick. He was so sick that he couldn't even go out. He coughed up blood and had chills all day long, and there was only a skeleton left on his body. The villagers said that it was the old wound that choked the soul, and some said it was the earth's energy penetrated into the bones. Anyway, he would not live long. If the old man did not find the magic grass, he would die. They took advantage of the thin fog in the past few days and secretly climbed up the Demon Mountain. Do you think there is really magic grass on this mountain? Luli asked that day. Lu Yuan did not look back, but whispered, I don't know, but we must go up. The night was too cold. The mountain was too high. The clothes were tattered, and the knuckles were frozen. They climbed up little by little like 3 skinny worms, until they found the entrance to the cave. The cave was in the concave part of the cliff, dark and cold. The wind blew out of the cave with an indescribable fishy smell, like rotten meat, and like the smell of mold under wet mud. What's even stranger is that the wind brought some kind of tiny whistles like people laughing in the middle of the night, and like something gritting its teeth. Take a break, go in first to avoid the wind. Lu Yuan panted, and was the first to hold the edge of the cave. After looking inside for a few times, he went in. The entrance of the cave became narrower and narrower, and only one child could crawl in. The three people adjusted their order at the entrance of the cave. Luli was the youngest and was in the front. Luya followed, and Lu Yuan was the last. Their small bodies were squeezed in the cave, and they could only crawl forward along the wet and cold stone walls, with their limbs bent like earthworms. Their breathing was soon swallowed by the echo, leaving only the sound of cloth scraping against rocks, making a faint sound in the darkness. There is wind in here, which means it is not a dead cave. Lu Yuan whispered, and his voice echoed a little in front. Maybe there's really a way inside. Luya's face was already pressed against Lu Li's heel, and his eyes were black, unable to move. He tried not to think about the fishy smell and wetness that hit him, and only heard his heartbeat, like hitting a stone. The mountain wind whistled into the cave entrance from behind. There seemed to be some sound in the wind, quietly mixed in. It was not a human voice, but it was not the wind either. It seemed that something was waiting for them in the cave for a long time. The three of them crawled all the way, their palms pressed against the cold stone wall. Their fingertips had long been worn out, and blood and mud were tangled. There was no light in the cave, only their heavy breathing echoed. There is light. In front, Luli suddenly whispered, his voice trembling a little. I don't know how long I climbed, but a ray of light appeared in front of me. It was not sunlight, but kind of dead white fluorescence, faintly penetrating from the gap, like the glimmer in the eyes of a dead person. There's hope. Luli shouted in a low voice. There must be another world inside. He sped up, using his hands and feet to drill forward until he stuck his head out of the crack and almost rolled out of the cave. He was stuck on the edge of the cave and froze. Then, Luli saw the scene in front of him. It was not the legendary fairy grass, nor was it an opportunity, but a dead and bloody hell. At that moment, he understood. It was not a hole. It was a well leading to the deep belly of the mountain. At the bottom of the well, there was no fairy, no grass, but hell. Chapter 2. The king of the earth spirits. Lu Li's voice trembled in the darkness, seeping out like a whisper of wind through tattered curtains. So many. Dead, and a woman, nailed to the wall. He pressed himself against the crevice of the stone, shaking uncontrollably, his face ashen. Eyes filled with an indescribable terror. Just then, whoosh. A bone-chilling wraith-like aura surged in from the entrance of the cave, sweeping in like a dark wave so thick it seemed almost tangible. Before he could react, a half-asleep green-skinned goblin was ensnared by the ghostly energy. Bang! It exploded in the air, flesh and blood scattering, bones splintering. The cave erupted into chaos. Creak! Ah! The goblins emitted eerie, piercing cries, baring their teeth as they frantically lunged toward the entrance. From the depths of that shadowy corner emerged a stooped old man, clad in tattered gray robes. His sunken eyes and skin stretched taut over bone gave him the appearance of a half-decayed corpse. His long hair hung disheveled, and he was surrounded by a swirling mass of dark apparitions, which hissed and writhed at his feet like wolves and serpents. He seemed to have crawled out from the very depths of hell. The goblins surged toward him like a tide, yet he merely waved his hand. Wisps of gray shadows dispersed, slipping into the goblins' mouths, noses, and ears. In an instant, pop, pop, pop. The goblins swelled, contorted, and burst, blood raining down within the cave. In less than 10 breaths, the ground was littered with severed limbs and shattered bones, enveloped in a profound silence. The old man dragged his weary feet, slowly approaching the rock wall, standing before the woman who had been impaled. He extended a withered hand, its fingertips lined with dark fissures, gently lifting her chin. Her face was extraordinarily pale, devoid of color, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Even in her current disheveled and filthy state, exposed and bleeding, her ethereal beauty could not be concealed. The old man gazed for a moment, a strange mixture of pity and mockery flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "TSK, TSK." Who would have thought that the former first beauty of the feathered immortal sect, Fairy Chiyoyu, would fall to such depths, secretly practicing forbidden arts, nourishing the earth's spirits with flesh and blood, seeking to attain enlightenment through the shadowy realm, and yet she was backfired, gravely injured, and fell into the mountains. To think she has been trapped here by a group of goblins devoid of intellect, enduring 10 years of flesh and blood consumption without succumbing. The woman on the wall moved her lips, producing only indistinct sounds. The old man frowned, pried open her mouth, and paused. Her tongue has been severed. Ha! It seems they have gnawed through her from top to bottom. He released her, his sigh laced with a hint of derision. The people of the feathered immortal sect must have long forgotten you. Once you shone with brilliance. Yet now you have become a blood vessel for these mountain phantoms. However, you still live, and your face remains. You can still be considered the most beautiful fairy. I will save you, but it will not be without cost. His gaze turned cold, his tone gradually chilling. From now on, obediently serve as my cauldron. Your body, repurposed for alchemy, soul nurturing, and feeding the spirits, would not be a disgrace to your visage. A tear of blood trickled from the corner of the woman's eye, her body trembling violently yet unable to emit a sound. Luli, Luya. And Lu Yuan crouched behind a crevice in the rock, drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to even weep. The elder approached the wall, turning his palm over, his fingers transforming into ghostly black threads that swiftly extracted the bone nails embedded in the woman's limbs. As the nails slipped from her flesh, her body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, hanging against the wall, a trickle of blood frothing at her lips. The elder caught her gently and laid her on the ground, his gaze growing heavy. He picked up a bone nail, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it. This was no ordinary method. It bore the sinister art of sealing souls and binding spirits, locking the essence within the bones, severing the divine pathways. He raised his eyes to the rocky wall, a grave concern dawning in his expression. This was not something a mere goblin could conjure. Could it be that this place once? Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the mountain's belly had exploded, resonating from the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, a massive creature, entirely emerald green and towering over two zhang, burst forth from the mist, stepping out of the shadows. Its muscles coiled like rock, its eyes blood-red like lanterns, fangs bared, gnawing on something indiscernible. Unlike the other gaunt goblins, this one wore tattered beast hides, adorned with a necklace of bones draped over its shoulders, and a vertical eye split open on its forehead, dark mist seeping out, a truly terrifying sight. The elder's complexion changed dramatically, his voice shifting in tone. The king of the earth spirits, at the golden core level. This monstrous entity has truly come to life. He loosened his grip, allowing the woman to slump into the pool of blood, and with a swift motion of his foot, he turned to flee. Yet, the king of the earth spirits had already sealed the cave's entrance, letting out a series of grotesque howls, its fists pounding forth, unleashing a wave of potent, deathly energy that swept through the cavern. The ghostly aura surged, thick fog dissipating, as the air within the cave crackled with thunder. The elder let out a furious roar, the ghostly shadows swirling as he engaged in a fierce battle with the king. Shadows of palms intertwined, bone blades clashed, flesh and blood flying, and spiritual energy resounding like thunder. Amidst the chaos, a wave of dispersed, ghostly energy crashed against the cave's upper entrance. Boom! The trio, Luli, Luya, and Lu Yuan, who had been concealed in the crevice, were caught off guard, swept away by the force, tumbling down like discarded rags from the rocky path. They barely had time to scream as their bodies rolled down the stone steps amid a heap of bones, suffering grievous injuries, eventually landing heavily among a pile of corpses. Blood mingled with mud with bones, and the three soon fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the battle within the cavern raged on, ghostly figures surging, blood mist boiling. Time passed unmeasured, until the elder bellowed, "I shall remember this grudge today. King of the earth spirits, the day I return shall be your day of utter annihilation." In the next moment, he transformed into a wisp of gray mist, fleeing in haste, vanishing into the abyss of darkness. In the cave, only the king's furious roars echoed, the stench of death growing denser. The woman, suspended against the rocky wall, had lost the strength to struggle. Her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the unconscious trio, a faint glimmer of divine light quietly rising in her blood-red eyes. The aftermath of the battle within the mountain's belly lay in silence, as still as a grave. Blood and severed limbs lay strewn across the ground, the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay. The towering Earth King stood within the cavern, its chest heaving, blood oozing from its shoulders. Though victorious in the recent battle, it bore terrifying scars. Amidst the crimson-stained remains, it cast its gaze upon the scattered corpses of goblins, and for a fleeting moment, a semblance of sorrow flickered in its dark, ghostly eyes. Then it turned slowly and beheld a woman clad in white, sprawled in a pool of blood. Its massive form trembled slightly before it limped forward, dragging its battered leg. It crouched down, gently lifting the blood-stained, alabaster body with its massive hands. The tenderness of its actions was almost delicate, akin to cradling a beloved doll, as it assisted her into a sitting position. Its hands, marred with cracks and filth, gently caressed her cheek, its expression frozen in a disquieting semblance of tenderness. The Earth King's eyes glimmered, as if awaiting her to awaken, longing for a flicker of response. Its lips curled back, revealing a set of menacing fangs, yet devoid of malice. Rather, it appeared to smile, a smile reminiscent of a beast towards its beloved. Unbeknownst to it, the woman was no longer the same flesh for sustenance. The soul-binding nail had long been extracted by an ancient sorcerer. At that moment, her lashes fluttered slightly, revealing a glint of malice, icy and near madness, that emerged from her blood-red eyes. Her fingers twitched. Unbeknownst to her, she clutched a broken bone dagger, a remnant of the fallen goblins, stained with venom and rust. Just as the Earth King reached out to stroke her hair, thud, the bone dagger, imbued with a subtle black glimmer, plunged violently into its throat. The Earth King's eyes widened in shock, its body stiffening, momentarily caught off guard. Slowly, it lowered its gaze to the blade embedded in its own throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The woman looked up, fixing her gaze upon its face, a twisted smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the next instant, the Earth King roared in fury, flinging her away. Her body crashed against the rock wall like a rag doll, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air, blood streaming down her back as her chest heaved violently, nearly suffocating. The Earth King threw back its head and howled, black blood pouring from its throat. That fury lasted but a few breaths, before the vitality within its eyes ebbed away like receding tides. With a thunderous crash, the once mighty Earth King fell, blood splattering the cavern, its eyes forever unclosed. Meanwhile, in the distance, the woman leaned against the rock wall, her hair obscuring her face, her body smeared with blood. Yet a strange curve lingered at the corners of her lips. She tilted her head back, and suddenly emitted a sound of ah, 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 ha ha ha. It was neither laughter nor pain, but rather the sound of a voiceless being expending every ounce of strength to mimic human laughter. Her face was as pale as a ghost, yet her eyes brimmed with a rapturous glee. There was no mocking silence, no euphoric words, only that twisted laughter echoing amidst the corpses. Eerie, insane, frenzied. Chapter 3, Possession, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. The damp and frigid air surged into Lu Li's nostrils as he abruptly opened his eyes, a searing pain radiating through his limbs, as if his bones had been shattered and reassembled. He lay amidst a pile of shattered bones, his body drenched in blood. In that fleeting moment of awareness, his gaze fell upon a severed arm hanging from the stone wall, its fingers still twitching ever so slightly. Stunned, his mind became a blank slate. Elder brother? Lu Li's voice emerged hoarsely, as if scraped from his throat. Struggling to rise, he staggered through the remains in search of that familiar figure. Suddenly, his steps halted. Not far ahead, a protruding massive bone pierced through a crevice in the rock, and upon it was nailed a person. Luya, his second brother. That once familiar and youthful face now appeared pale and rigid, a sharp bone piercing through his chest, his body suspended, eyes wide open, as if he had called out to them in his final moments. No. Lu Li gazed blankly at the corpse, his lips parted, yet no sound emerged. In a sudden frenzy, he lunged forward, cradling the already cold body, weeping uncontrollably. Second brother, awaken. Did we not promise to return together? You said you would help me catch loaches. You promised, ah. His cry shredded the air, fingers clinging desperately to the lifeless form, burying his face as if to entomb himself within it. Time became a blur as he wept, until suddenly he recalled another presence. Elder brother. Lu Li jerked his head up, scanning the scene amidst the toppled corpses, finally spotting a figure lying prone, covered in cuts, arms twisted, face marred with blood. Yet his chest still faintly heaved. Lu Yuan. Lu Li stumbled over, kneeling before him, shaking him fervently. Elder brother, please wake up. Second brother is dead. He has been pierced through, he is gone. It is just the two of us now. Brother. Lu Yuan did not stir. Lu Li's voice trembled as he leaned over his brother, repeatedly crying out. In that moment, the cave was enveloped in silence, leaving only the two of them. The stench of decaying flesh, the foul odor of the grotesque, and the metallic scent of mingled blood and ghostly essence became increasingly pungent in the stillness. Lu Li's cries, fierce as a wild beast, seemed to beckon the very cave to awaken. Yet, no one responded but the corpses. At that moment, a faint rustling sound echoed from not far away. Scrape, scrape. Lu Li paused, lifting his head to gaze in the direction of the sound. A woman in white. She had, unbeknownst to him, slowly risen from her position, kneeling on the ground, her hands propped against the earth, inching closer. Blood flowed freely from her body, which appeared nearly severed in two, her intestines trailing on the ground, her garment clinging to her skin as if soaked in blood. Her mouth gaped open, striving to produce sound, yet only fragmented. Low groans emerged, ah. Her hands waved frantically, pointing towards Lu Li. Her movements urgent, imbued with a desperate plea. She resembled a voiceless madwoman, grasping at the final straw of survival in her dying moments. Yet, Lu Li stood frozen, unmoving. He did not respond to the woman's calls, merely fixating on her with a gaze that was cold, hesitant, and tinged with an innate sense of aversion and dread. "Do not come any closer," he murmured, instinctively retreating slightly. He did not comprehend who she was, nor did he trust the reason behind her plea. All he knew was that he had relatives yet to awaken. Thus, he turned his head and bent down once more. At that very moment, Lu Yuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and a low, hoarse cough escaped his throat. Lu Li was instantly overjoyed, grasping him tightly. "Brother, you have finally awakened. Second brother, he is gone." As Lu Yuan's consciousness gradually returned, his body trembled at these words, and with great effort, he propped himself up to see the distant corpse that had been pierced through. His mouth opened in shock, yet no words emerged. After a few breaths, Lu Yuan forcibly embraced Lu Li, holding him close with clenched teeth, tears streaming down his face. "I failed to protect you. I could not safeguard him." The two brothers wept together amidst the bones, trembling in a desolate cave that accentuated their profound loneliness and insignificance. Lu Li buried his face in Lu Yuan's shoulder, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Yet Lu Yuan only tightened his hold on his brother, suppressing his sorrow, though an unusual calmness began to surface in his eyes. He was the elder brother. In this moment, only he could bear the weight. "Do not be afraid," he whispered. "I am here." Just then, a faint sound of blood crawling echoed once more. The two looked up to see the woman in white still laboriously inching toward them. Her knees and palms were already raw, dragging her intestines as she writhed through the pile of corpses, leaving a trail of blood with each movement. Her face was ashen, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Her eyes fixated on Lu Li with a fiery, frenzied intensity. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yuan's voice shifted, becoming low and steely, as if confronting an enemy. He shielded Lu Li behind him, placing a hand on his brother's head to prevent him from looking, while his other hand trembled as it reached for a bone knife on the ground. It was a fragmented, sinister blade, smeared with dark crimson gore. Its edge already dulled, yet still radiating a chilling sharpness. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuan brandished the knife before him, aimed at the woman. "Do not come any closer," he bellowed. "What do you truly want?" The woman did not reply. She continued to crawl, her gaze unwavering from Lu Yuan. Her lips moved as if attempting to speak, yet blood surged from her throat, leaving only muffled responses. Her eyes conveyed a mixture of pleading and a thirst for vengeance. "I warn you for the last time." The knife in Lu Yuan's hand began to tremble, whether from fear or anger he could not discern. "Come any closer, and I shall strike." The woman still did not halt. Her fingers, smeared with blood, protruded at the joints, slowly yet resolutely reaching out toward them. The bone knife quivered slightly in Lu Yuan's grasp, while Lu Li clutched his brother's garment tightly, his entire body tense. Death, the uncanny, the unknown coalesced into an oppressive weight that filled the bloody cavern. In that moment, the very air felt as if it had perished. The woman in white drew nearer and nearer. Her face, shrouded in blood and strands of hair, faintly revealed an exquisite beauty, delicate as a painted scroll, with skin as white as snow and eyes like ice, as if she were inherently destined for a celestial palace. Yet her movements were reminiscent of a beast's crawl, with protruding bones and intestines dragging upon the ground, each motion accompanied by the grotesque sound of flesh scraping against stone, akin to a spider with a severed spine. This extreme juxtaposition of beauty and horror instilled a sense of dread. Bloodshot veins erupted in Lu Yuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Get away!" He swung the blade violently, the bone edge trembling with coldness as it plunged fiercely into the woman's shoulder. A spray of blood erupted. She shuddered violently yet did not retreat, instead tilting her head slightly back, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. Was she laughing? Lu Yuan, consumed by rage, his eyes aflame, swung the knife again. The second strike tore through her chest. The third sliced into her side, one blow after another, as if he sought to cleave away all fear, guilt, and sorrow. He seemed nearly mad, his hands rising and falling with such ferocity that he aimed to reduce the figure before him to mere pulp. Yet the woman offered no resistance, no struggle. Instead, with each blade that fell, she emitted a low, eerie moan. Ugh. The sound bore no semblance of pain, but rather resembled ecstasy. Finally, Lu Yuan ceased his assault, panting heavily, his hands drenched in blood, resembling a demon emerging from a pool of crimson. The woman bowed her head, her body gradually ceasing its tremors. Suddenly, a wispy tendril of white mist began to rise slowly from her brow. This mist carried strands of blood, writhing like serpents, and then, swish, it shot forth, hurtling straight towards Lu Yuan's forehead. Before Lu Yuan could react, the white mist surged into his brow. His entire being jolted, the bone knife clattering to the ground, his eyes rolling back, his body stiffening, and in the next moment, he collapsed, convulsing violently. "Brother!" Lu Li cried out, scrambling forward. He beheld Lu Yuan's face contorted, lips trembling, alternating between groans of agony and a dazed expression. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lu Li, his voice quaking. "Lu Li, don't be afraid. Brother is here. Brother is." Before he could finish, his expression shifted abruptly, his face transforming into a sinister and ferocious visage, a strange cold smile curling at his lips. "Earth Demon King, how dare you retaliate against me? After a decade of refining you, you actually..." Ah! Lu Yuan began to writhe madly, clutching his head and screaming, as if two souls were battling within his body. Lu Li stood frozen, pale-faced, eyes trembling, utterly at a loss. The brother who had just protected him now seemed to have transformed into another person. Chapter 4. The enigmatic bone. Lu Li sat on the ground, his face streaked with tears, hands and feet cold as ice, nearly paralyzed with fear. At merely 11 years of age, he had never ventured beyond his village. And now he was confronted with a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Relatives, heaps of corpses, monstrous entities, cries of despair, eerie laughter, all of it suffocated him, rendering him breathless. At that moment, he watched in horror as his brother, Lu Yuan, who had just been holding him and crying out for him, suddenly ceased his struggles and tremors. He rose to his feet, his gaze transformed into something utterly foreign, cold, indifferent, as though observing mere stones and foliage. Without casting a glance at Lu Li, he strode directly toward the corpse of a woman in white, already cleaved open by a blade. "Brother." Lu Li's voice emerged as a faint whisper, trembling with uncertainty. Lu Yuan offered no response. He crouched down, peering intently at the lifeless body. Suddenly, his small hand reached forth, plunging directly into the gaping wound in the woman's abdomen, his fingers burrowing into flesh and blood, stirring the viscera. With a swift motion, he seized a bone knife from the ground, and with a decisive crack, he tore open the already shattered belly once more, the blade extracting intestines and liver. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering his face. Lu Li began to retch, the world around him fading to darkness. Yet he dared not blink, his gaze fixated in horror. Abruptly, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a grotesque smile of unhinged joy. "I found it." From amidst the gore, he slowly withdrew a black, curved bone, resembling a beast's claw, inscribed with strange symbols, emanating a chilling, sinister luminescence under the sanguine light. "The enigmatic bone still resides. Ha 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 ha. I can still cultivate. I can still cultivate." He threw his head back in maniacal laughter, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of iron scraped against stone, a cacophony akin to the ramblings of a reanimated corpse. Yet, in an instant, he fell silent, his gaze shifting downward to the bone in his grasp, revealing a twisted loneliness and rage in his eyes. "What a pity, my originally exquisite form. 10 years ago, how radiant was I, the celestial maiden of autumn moon. Yet now, within this cavern, I am devoured by the very creation of my own cultivation, imprisoned like a blood pouch by a pack of beasts, enduring daily flesh rendings. I am finally free." His grip tightened around the bone, his knuckles turning white, and tears glimmered in his eyes. "Father, will you come to rescue me? Did you not say that I would become the brightest star of the feathered immortal sect? I do not wish to sink." Then, a cold smile crept across his face. "The blood refinement sect, that old devil of the demon cliff dares to attempt to make me a furnace? Umph. Once my cultivation is complete, I shall slaughter your entire sect." This string of soliloquy, uttered from the lips of a mere 12-year-old child, sounded utterly alien and maddening to Lu Li. He realized, with a shudder, that this was no longer his brother. The Lu Yuan he had known was gone. Lu Li stood frozen, his vision clouded with the image of his brother drenched in blood, his ears filled with the echoes of that deranged laughter and venomous whispers. He began to retreat slowly, step by step, inching toward the cave's mouth, his small hand pressed firmly against his mouth, stifling any sound. All he knew was that he must escape. "If I do not flee now, even this brother, whom I no longer recognize, will be the one to take my life. The cave entrance lies ahead." Lu Li staggered backward, his small face pale, teeth chattering, and his eyes bloodshot. Yet, before he could take a single step, a cold, mocking voice echoed from behind. "Thinking of escaping?" The voice emerged from a familiar throat, yet it was laced with an icy malice, piercing his heart like a knife. Lu Li spun around abruptly to find Lu Yuan. No, he could no longer tell who this was, advancing with a bone knife in hand. There was no trace of humanity left in his eyes, only a profound intent to kill. Brother. Lu Li's voice caught in his throat as he trembled to utter the word, his legs growing weak beneath him. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's figure flickered, and the bone knife came crashing down. Bang! Lu Li was thrown to the ground, colliding heavily with the rock wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Before he could react, the bone knife was raised high, its cold gleam like a hook, plunging directly toward his heart. Lu Li's eyes widened, and instinctively, he shut them, believing he was destined to die. However, the knife did not descend. Instead, a trembling whisper emerged. Lu Li, please kill me. In my life. Quickly, brother. Lu Li opened his eyes to see Lu Yuan, the bone knife raised, his body shaking violently as if stricken by a stroke, his lips twitching, his expression contorting. Two consciousnesses were fiercely tearing at each other within him. His gaze oscillated between a ruthless crimson and the familiar tenderness of his brother. In that fleeting moment of softness, tears slipped from his eyes. His voice hoarse and subdued. Brother, I can no longer protect you. You must walk this path alone. Lu Li's lips turned pale, his pupils constricting, tears mingling with blood as they cascaded down. He understood. This was neither a dream nor an illusion. He raised his trembling hand and seized the bone knife from Lu Yuan's grasp. The knife was heavy, almost dragging down his frail arm. Yet, he closed his eyes. Summoning every ounce of strength, he plunged it down. Thud. The bone knife pierced through his heart. Lu Yuan quaked violently, collapsing to his knees, blood gushing from his chest. His lips parted to reveal a weary yet gentle smile. Do not cry, Lu Li. Brother has taken the darkest step for you. In his eyes, Lu Li's face was reflected, a visage of an 11-year-old child, fraught with despair and sorrow. Life was ebbing away, but it was not over yet. In the next moment, Lu Yuan's smile vanished, his face contorting into a fierce snarl. Unwilling. I will not accept this. The voice was no longer Lu Yuan's, but the vengeful curse of the autumn moon's demonic spirit. He threw back his head and let out a beastly roar, his gaze frigid, frenzied, obstinate, though his flesh was shattered. His heart broken, his consciousness still struggled. The autumn moon fairy, shall not perish at the hands of mere mortals. I refuse. I refuse. But this time, heaven did not respond, and the earth offered no answer. The black mist faded from his eyes, his head tilted askew, ultimately succumbing to silence. The corpse fell, and the dust settled. Lu Li knelt on the ground, clutching the bloodied bone dagger, his lips quivering as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. His brother's blood still stained his hands, and his gentle smile lingered in his mind. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Lu Li remained on his knees, drenched in crimson. His tears long since dried. The corpse lay before him, his brother's face still bearing a trace of the love it held before death. Yet that smile felt like a reminder. This world has never been a merciful place. He was gone, and so was the second brother. Only he remained, alive amidst the desolation. A dull rumble echoed from his stomach. Hunger, cold, and the sin of blood intertwined into a piercing agony. Lu Li embraced his frail form, struggling to rise from beside his brother's lifeless body. He dared not cry again. He feared that if he did, he too might perish in this place. His gaze inadvertently caught the sight of Lu Yuan's stiff fingers, still tightly grasping something. It was an eerie bone, pitch black, serpentine in shape, with purple runes pulsating across its surface as if it were alive. With hesitation, Lu Li reached out, and as his fingertips brushed against the bone, a chilling sensation surged through his skin, penetrating deep into his very marrow, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively tried to withdraw his hand. Yet in the next moment, he noticed Lu Yuan's hand, even in death, clutched the bone as if it were a precious treasure. Gently, he pried open his brother's rigid fingers. A wave of sorrow washing over him, moistening his eyes once more. Gazing at the blood-stained artifact, Lu Li suppressed his revulsion and grasped it firmly in his hand. He lowered his gaze to the peculiar bone in his palm, murmuring to himself, that woman clung to this object with desperation before her demise. It must be something extraordinary. I did not find the celestial herb today, but I cannot return empty-handed, regardless of what this is. Even if it can save grandfather just a little, that would suffice. With that thought, he wrapped the eerie bone in a tattered cloth and tucked it into his bosom. As he turned to leave, he cast one last glance at his brother's lifeless forms. He wished to bury them, yet he lacked the strength. He yearned to weep, but his tears had run dry. Chapter 5. The chill of flames as night deepened. The dense fog of Demon Head Mountain seemed to take on a life of its own, thickening and darkening as if to engulf every living soul within its icy embrace. Lu Li cautiously descended the mountainside, his fingers raw and his feet caked in blood-soaked mud, his tattered garments unfit even for a beggar, leaning against the cliff. His legs weakened, he nearly plummeted into the abyss. Pebbles tumbled into the depths, their landing soundless in the vast void. Clinging desperately to a crevice, Lu Li's heart raced, teetering on the brink of surrender. At that moment, a low hum. The peculiar bone nestled in his bosom began to radiate a gentle warmth. A wave of comforting heat spread from his chest, reminiscent of a droplet of flame falling into icy waters, instantly vaporizing. The warmth coursed through his veins, enveloping his entire being in an extraordinary embrace. His mind cleared slightly, as if a flicker of strength had returned. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Li grasped the bone tightly, a renewed light igniting in his eyes. This bone, indeed, was extraordinary. It could save me, and it could save grandfather. With no time to lose, he gritted his teeth. And bolstered by the bone's gentle warmth, he resumed his arduous descent. Each step felt as precarious as walking a tightrope, every breath akin to swallowing shards of glass. At last, he stumbled out of the fog, the distant village shrouded in darkness, its rooftops devoid of smoke. He dared not linger, even as exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He pressed onward towards his humble cottage. Grandfather, I have returned. I have brought back. The moment he pushed open the door, he froze in place. The room was eerily silent. The hearth lay cold, the ashes long extinguished. The figure on the bed lay on its side, appearing to be asleep. Lu Li rushed forward, reaching out to touch. Cold. His fingertips grazed his grandfather's face, feeling as though he had encountered stone. A desperate search for breath revealed there was none. No. Lu Li's voice emerged from his throat, trembling uncontrollably. He shook his grandfather's body, calling out, choking back tears, as if striving to awaken a dream just fallen asleep. Grandfather, please wake up. I am back. I found something, truly. I discovered the celestial bone that can save you. He retrieved the peculiar bone from his bosom, presenting it before his grandfather as if offering a treasured gift. Weeping as he implored, look, please, look. Was it not said that celestial herbs could restore life? I could not find the herb, but I found this. It radiates warmth. It saved me. It must surely save you too. Yet he waited in vain, and the figure remained still, eyes closed and unmoving. Only the mountain wind at the door whispered through the cracks in the dilapidated walls, stirring the old man's hair as if bidding farewell to the last remnants of warmth. The room grew colder and quieter. The strange bone in his hand pulsed softly, mocking his tardiness. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Li cradled his grandfather in his arms, his head bowing lower and lower. He no longer wept. His tears had long since dried. Only his soft voice echoed in the darkness, fragmented. All are gone. Brother is gone. Grandfather has departed. I have nothing left. Lu Li spent the entire night without closing his eyes. He sat in the corner of the room, grasping his grandfather's icy hand, his gaze vacant. The only sounds that filled the space were the whispering wind and the faint beat of his own heart. Dawn had arrived. Sunlight streamed through the mottled wooden window, illuminating the frail and rigid body. The metallic scent of blood had long been consumed by the chill, leaving only a heavy silence in the air. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was the voice of Mrs. Wang, the neighbor. Sharp and tinged with concern. Uncle Lu, are you feeling any better? Our fence has fallen again. Could you possibly come and help us fix it? Lu Li stood up, numb, and walked over to open the door. The moment it swung open, Mrs. Wang was about to speak, but she paused, her expression shifting dramatically as she caught sight of the corpse inside. She gasped in horror and quickly covered Lu Li's eyes, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, your grandfather. He is dead." Her shocked cry attracted a gathering of onlookers. Soon, a circle of people surrounded the entrance, men and women, along with a few curious children. Uncle Lu has passed away. I heard just a few days ago that he was too ill to get out of bed, and now. How did this child return alone? Where are Daniel and Ernyo? At the mention of his brothers, Lu Li seemed to awaken from his stupor. He lifted his head, his voice hoarse and low. Brother, they are dead. A hush fell over the crowd. What? Where did they die? At Demon Head Mountain. The atmosphere, which had held a modicum of sympathy, chilled instantly. You three children actually went to Demon Head Mountain? Have you lost your senses? That place is so perilous that even adults dare not venture there. Didn't you say that there was celestial herb atop that cursed mountain? A woman whirled around, angrily stepping on her husband's foot. He lowered his head, too ashamed to speak. Among the crowd, some began to quietly retreat. Others shook their heads in disappointment, while some furrowed their brows and cursed. This child, he is so unlucky, returning alone with 3 dead. His grandfather has just passed, and now both brothers are gone. Is this some kind of curse? Don't go near him. He tainted. Women hurriedly pulled their children away. Men frowned and stepped back toward the yard, while a few bowed repeatedly, murmuring, "Forgive us, we must take our leave." Luli remained silent, staring intently at the dwindling crowd. Suddenly, he fell to his knees with a thud. He bowed his head at the threshold, his forehead striking the cold stone floor. "Please, everyone. My 2 brothers' bodies are still on the mountain, unburied. Who will accompany me to bring them back? I beg you." At 11 years old, he could not even cry, his voice a shattered whisper. "I cannot go alone. I implore you." But the only response he received was the fading sound of retreating footsteps. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some shook their heads. Others glanced back at him only to quickly avert their gaze, and a few quickened their pace, unwilling to spare even a final look. That is Demon Head Mountain. Who would dare return? For the sake of the dead? Who would gamble their life on a mere act of kindness? At the village entrance, he remained the sole figure, kneeling upon the ground, bowing in reverence to the familiar yet indifferent silhouettes. Blood seeped from his forehead, yet he persisted unceasingly. The sun cast its warmth upon him, penetrating his skin, yet it could not thaw the chill that enveloped his heart. As the crowd dispersed and twilight descended, all that lingered before the courtyard were the shattered door and crimson stains. In the midst of this profound silence, a tender voice shattered the stillness. "Grandfather, grandfather. He is so pitiful. Please help him." Luli lifted his gaze to find, at the threshold, an elderly man and a young girl whose presence he could not recall. The elder, clad in a gray-white Taoist robe and leaning on a whisk, bore the marks of time upon his serene visage. Beside him, the little girl appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll, her eyes clear and untainted, her attire pristine and unblemished, an incongruous sight amidst the dilapidated village. A tremor coursed through Luli's heart. He had never encountered this pair in the mountains before. They seemed to have traversed from another realm, yet they bore no resemblance to ordinary mortals. The old Taoist emanated an aura devoid of worldly concerns, exuding a natural authority that suggested he might indeed be the legendary Immortal spoken of by the village elders. The Taoist regarded Luli with a deep sigh, softly inquiring, "Alas, did your 2 brothers perish upon the Devil's Mountain?" At this, a flicker of desperate hope ignited in Luli's eyes. Instinctively, he reached into his bosom. There lay the enigmatic bone, wrapped in tattered cloth, pressed against his chest, emanating a gentle warmth. He nearly withdrew it without hesitation. If only the old Taoist would ascend the mountain, even if it meant exchanging the bone, it would be worth it. Yet, as his hand grazed the fabric of his clothing, he abruptly halted. In that cavern, the ethereal beauty of the woman had clung fiercely to the bone before her demise. Imprisoned for a decade, she had resisted with all her might, even at the cost of her own tongue and belly. This object was no ordinary relic. Whether the elder was a celestial being or a demon, Luli could not discern. If he were to covet this artifact, would he not risk being silenced? Unable to retrieve his brother's remains? Slowly, Luli retracted his fingers from his garment, bowing his head, his gaze dimming momentarily, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, his forehead striking the earth heavily. "I beseech you. My brother's bodies still lie upon Devil's Mountain. No one dares to venture there, and I alone cannot bring them back." His voice was soft, yet imbued with sincerity. Sorrow, fear, caution, and desperation intertwined within the frail form of the 11-year-old, manifesting as fervent knocks against the earth. The azure stone beneath him was stained crimson, and the corpse house behind him lay in desolate silence. Chapter 6. Re-entering the Demon Mountain. Come forth. The old priest finally spoke, his tone as calm as still water, as if casually arranging an insignificant matter long since detached from importance. Luli scrambled over, tears glimmering in his eyes. As if he had grasped the last straw of hope, the old priest extended a withered, pallid hand, seizing Luli's wrist. The palm was icy, constricting like an iron hoop. He closed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly attuned to something. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes slightly and spoke softly. "Indeed, you possess a spiritual bone. Though it belongs to the most mediocre category, your filial piety is commendable, and your will is relatively steadfast." He nodded slightly and added, "If you wish to accompany me to the Immortal Gate for cultivation, I shall guide you to find the remains of your 2 elder brothers." Without a moment's hesitation, Luli nodded vigorously. "I am willing. I am willing." At that instant, all he desired was to grant his brothers a peaceful resting place. The old priest spoke no further, cradling the delicate girl beside him, who resembled a porcelain doll. With one hand, while grasping Luli's wrist with the other, he softly uttered an incantation, "Wind sword, arise." With a faint humming sound, A 3-foot-long sword materialized out of thin air, shimmering like silver, its patterns flowing as if it were a living entity. The old priest stepped onto the sword, lifting both individuals into the air. Boom! The sword light soared skyward, and the roaring wind assailed them like 1,000 blades. Luli felt as though he were being torn apart by the fierce gusts, akin to countless ants gnawing at his skin, burrowing into his bones, his insides seeming to churn violently. At that moment, he forced his eyes open, enduring the excruciating pain, only to behold the old priest and the girl enveloped in a warmth golden light shield, akin to divine protection, impervious to the winds and untouched by dust. The two appeared serene. One was meditating with closed eyes, while the other gazed quietly at the sky, as if gliding through the winds in a celestial realm. Meanwhile, he was utterly exposed, at the mercy of the merciless wind blades. Do not succumb to slumber. A cold voice from the old priest suddenly pierced through, devoid of warmth. And he didn't even glance back. If you fall asleep, you shall perish. Luli trembled violently, his lips turning pale, his heart tightening. Yet he gritted his teeth and forced his eyes to remain wide open. He dared not utter a sound, nor could he voice his pain. In that moment, he comprehended. The so-called immortals were not all compassionate beings. Caught in the wind, he felt like a tattered cloth dangling beneath a razor's edge, while the porcelain-like girl remained steadfast, her clothing undisturbed by the tempest. The old priest did not spare him a single glance, as if Luli were merely a stone he had casually picked up in his scheme, of no consequence whether he survived the fall or not. Yet, Luli clutched the cloth bundle tightly in his arms, consumed by one singular thought. Bro, wait for me. I am coming. I will surely bring you home. The flying sword pierced through the air, the cold wind howling. Time passed indistinctly as they soared. The sky gradually darkened, and the chill deepened. The old priest suddenly spoke, his voice devoid of any warmth. Do you still recall from which path you entered the mountain? Luli promptly responded, pointing towards the undulating mountains below. From that cliff over there. We ascend along that rocky ridge until we reach that point. His finger shifted, resting upon a concave stone wall at the mountainside, the very location where he and his brothers had once ventured into a childhood cave. Is it through that small opening? Indeed. The passage is quite narrow, only allowing us children to slip through. However, I recall there were other entrances nearby previously. Goblins and other creatures had come and gone, so it cannot be the sole one. The old Taoist's gaze flickered at his words, after a moment of silence. He maneuvered his flying sword to spiral down around that mountainside. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dispelled the underbrush and creeping vines, and soon enough, he indeed discovered another, more spacious cave entrance concealed amidst a tangle of weeds not far away. Though modest in size, the entrance was carefully obscured by scattered stones and dry branches, making it exceedingly difficult to detect without thorough investigation. Observing the deliberately hidden entrance, the old Taoist's lips curled into a faint smirk. Interesting. He scoffed lightly, and, without waiting for Luli's response, abruptly flung him into the cave. Taken by surprise, Luli stumbled, crashing heavily against the damp cave wall, the impact causing him to gasp in pain, though he dared not utter a sound. Behind him, a gentle breeze swept through. The old Taoist, cradling the young girl, followed suit, and the flying sword silently dissipated into the air. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, oppressive and suffocating. Only the distant cold winds from the cave's depths whispered ominously, as if someone were silently grinding their teeth within. Standing in the shadows, the old Taoist gazed down at Luli, his voice coldly issuing a single command: lead the way. The tone left no room for dissent. Akin to giving orders to a beast, Luli cast his eyes downward in acquiescence. Though fear gripped his heart, he could not afford to hesitate. He clenched his teeth and trembled as he trudged towards the direction etched in his memory. The cavern of darkness yawned wide once more, swallowing them deeper into its maw. Time became an indistinct blur as they traversed the damp cave until it suddenly turned, revealing a vast, open expanse ahead. A colossal cavern appeared before them, its ceiling adorned with crystalline formations resembling ghostly lanterns, casting a dim, yellowish light that illuminated the interior. Remnants of corpses lay scattered, blood long dried, the air thick with a lingering stench of decay. Upon entering, the old Taoist's eyes gleamed with a predatory brightness, akin to a hound catching the scent of blood. Indeed, there is something here. This miasma of death suggests more than mere mortals have perished. With that, he abruptly glanced back at the young girl, furrowing his brow. Xiang'er, you shall remain here, grandfather, and this boy will venture further in and return swiftly. Xiang'er pouted, expressing her discontent. But I want to go too. Grandfather is deceiving. The old Taoist softened his tone, coaxing her for some time until she finally agreed to stay at the cave's entrance. As he turned his back, his expression instantly reverted to one of cold resolve. Let us proceed. He seized Lu Li's wrist, striding deeper into the pile of corpses. Soon, he arrived at the side of a colossal green-skinned cadaver, the formidable Goblin King. The old Taoist crouched down, his gaze icy, as he reached out to touch the withered cheek of the Goblin King. A being with a century's worth of cultivation, this is no trivial matter. A sly smile crept across his face as his right hand, poised like a blade, struck down with ferocity. With a sudden crack, the skull of the earthly sovereign was split open, releasing a stream of black blood, from which a cluster of dark, glistening crystals tumbled into the old Taoist's palm. He cradled the precious find, examining it closely, and an unmistakable joy illuminated his features. Ha! The ghost spirit pill. A purine elixir refined by the century-old corpse king, indeed a divine treasure. Just as he reveled in his discovery, his gaze fell upon a shattered female corpse not far away. The blood had dried, the flesh cracked, her garments tattered, limbs severed, and her visage obscured. A glint of intelligence flashed in the old Taoist's eyes as he stepped forward and commanded, "Turn her over, let me see her face." Lu Li stiffened, a chill coursing through his limbs, yet he dared not defy the command and could only approach hesitantly. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to flip the lifeless body. In that moment, amidst the torn flesh, a face emerged, marred yet vaguely recognizable, a visage of beauty, with blood-red eyes long since blind, still holding a peculiar glimmer. The old Taoist gasped, taken aback. Could it be the fairy Chiyoyu? His demeanor shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, hands disregarding the blood-soaked sleeves, hastily searching the corpse's waist, sleeves, and neck. Where's her storage bag? Where's her storage bag? His voice turned icy, urgency escalating with each passing moment. Yet after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Lu Li, now imbued with a chilling intensity. Did you touch her belongings? Lu Li paused, confusion and fear evident in his eyes. I know nothing of any storage bag. Feigning ignorance? The old Taoist's voice turned frigid, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Say it again. Where is that storage bag? Speak, or I shall take your life. Rising to his full height, his presence weighed heavily upon Lu Li. In that moment, the celestial being who had promised to aid him in retrieving the corpse had cast aside all pretenses. Lu Li suddenly comprehended. This man had perhaps never intended to assist him from the outset. What appeared to be benevolence was, in truth, a meticulously laid trap. Chapter 7. Enslavement. Confronted by the piercing gaze of the old Taoist, Lu Li's heart raced like thunder. However, he compelled himself to remain composed. Bowing his head, he spoke with a steady tone. Immortal, I truly know nothing of any storage bag. When I arrived, that woman was already nailed to the wall. If she possessed the treasures you mention, they would have long since been taken by that monster. As he spoke, he gestured towards the nearby corpse of the Earth King. The old Taoist narrowed his eyes, momentarily pausing in contemplation, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. He scrutinized Lu Li for a moment before his tone softened. Be honest. What exactly did you witness that day? Lu Li felt a tightening in his chest, yet he maintained an impassive exterior, swiftly organizing his words. Speaking at a measured pace, my brothers and I crawled in through a small opening and first saw her, suspended on the wall, her limbs nailed, her abdomen torn open. I dared not make a sound, hiding in fear. Then, an old Taoist clad in black suddenly appeared, slaughtering all the goblins, approaching her and proclaiming she was some celestial being, accusing her of feeding ghosts and nurturing corpses, branding her a demonic cultivator. Consequently, just as the old Taoist finished speaking, that monster barged in, engaging the Earth King in battle, forcing him to flee. When the monster returned, injured and drew near the woman, she suddenly struck out, stabbing it in the throat. Yet, the monster did not perish. It retaliated with a single blow, slamming her against the wall, and she died instantly. As he recounted this, a perfectly measured blend of terror and sorrow adorned Lu Li's face. His tone remained unchanged, his cadence steady, and his expression sincere, omitting any mention of possession, eerie bones, or the woman's body being claimed by Lu Yuan. Later, not all the goblins perished. My second brother fell, pierced by a shard of rock. My eldest brother, in his attempt to protect me, was ambushed and stabbed through the heart by that goblin. I crawled out of the cave, bewildered as to how I survived. Throughout the entire ordeal, he spoke with remarkable speed and clarity, not a hint of hesitation. The old Taoist's expression shifted between contemplation and suspicion, his peripheral vision frequently darting to Luli's face. This boy, merely 11 years old. Yet he spoke with such composure? There must be deception. He sensed something concealed, an instinct urging him that this child harbored secrets. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to delve deeper. His attention was swiftly drawn to the potential treasure, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he began to search fervently. Luli quietly exhaled in relief but dared not move, standing still and watching the old man's back, his shoulders trembling slightly, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Moments later, a fit of maniacal laughter echoed from the depths of the cavern. Ha ha ha, indeed. It is right here. Luli turned to see the old Taoist emerging from behind a throne-like stone seat constructed of piled bones, extracting a small black bag tightly wrapped in cloth. His face radiated joy as his hands trembled while he opened the bag, a glimmer of spiritual light emanating forth, revealing shadowy glimpses of magical artifacts, spirit stones, and jade slips. The old Taoist's eyes sparkled with avarice, resembling a starving wolf encountering fresh prey after years of deprivation. The celestial maiden indeed possesses a treasure of immense value. How much more precious this is than any corpse pill. A deepening smile crept upon his lips, yet he remained oblivious to the figure of Luli standing not far away, whose gaze grew increasingly frigid and somber. Immortal, might you take my two brothers' bodies back home? Luli finally could no longer contain his voice. It emerged as softly as ashes in the wind, yet bore an urgency akin to a drowning soul clutching at a straw for salvation. The old Taoist, having just acquired his prized possession, was in high spirits, but his demeanor remained aloof. He cast a casual glance at the two small corpses, speaking with indifference. Why complicate matters? Before his words could fade, he waved his hand, and a flicker of ethereal light glimmered at his fingertips. Boom! Two fireballs materialized from thin air, akin to demonic flames soaring aloft, and descended directly upon the bodies of Lu Yuan and Lu Yo. The flames consumed swiftly, almost instantaneously igniting their tattered garments and flesh with a crackling sound. Lu Li's pupils constricted sharply, his body lunging forward half a step, only to be thwarted by an unseen force. He could only watch helplessly as the blood relatives he had just retrieved were reduced to mere ashes before his eyes. The old Taoist remained composed, as if merely tending to two pieces of ragged cloth. It was already enough trouble bringing you up. How could I possibly carry two corpses down the mountain? Burning them is for the best. A cremation is far cleaner than abandoning them in the wilderness. With that, he flicked his wrist, producing two jade vases. You can collect the ashes in these. If you wish to take them back, do so yourself. Luli bit his lip, his fingers trembling. Yet he uttered not a word. Silently, he approached, kneeling before the pyre, awaiting the last flicker of flame to extinguish. He knelt, carefully gathering the ashes into the vases, his movements meticulous, as though he were collecting shards of precious gold. His hands were coated in ash, yet his eyes betrayed no tears. Those were his brothers, his kin who had once climbed the cliffs alongside him. Now, only these two vases remained, devoid of even their burial garments. With his head bowed, no one witnessed the hatred slowly rising in his eyes, akin to the subterranean veins of fire, gradually spreading. The old Taoist observed him from a distance, his expression unyielding, offering no encouragement. Once Luli had finished, the old Taoist turned, his robes sweeping as he summoned spiritual energy, lifting them into the air. Soon, they emerged from the cavern. Not far from the entrance, the young girl Xianger stood beside a stone, idly kicking a small pebble. Upon seeing them emerge, Xianger looked up, her eyes instantly brightening. Grandfather, why did you take so long? Her words faltered as her gaze fell upon Luli, her expression freezing in shock. The child was covered in blood, her face pale, cradling two vases, her hands smeared with a mixture of ash and red mud. Xianger's smile gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of confusion and trepidation. She hesitated, wanting to inquire further, yet the words died on her lips. The old Taoist, however, did not glance back. His voice flat. We are leaving. The night had yet to dissipate, and the mountain village lay in silence. The trio swiftly returned to Lu Li's thatched cottage. Long since cooled, the old Taoist stood with his hands clasped behind him before the house, his gaze sweeping over the black-tiled earthen walls, betraying not a hint of emotion, as if whatever had transpired here was of no concern to him. He turned to Luli, his tone cold yet unyielding. I have retrieved the corpse for you. The promise has been fulfilled. He paused, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes, his voice turning frigid. Now, it is your turn to honor your commitment. Before he could finish speaking, he thrust his palm forward, fingers curling like claws, and suddenly pressed against Luli's forehead. Ah! Luli let out a cry of pain. as if something deep within his mind was being forcibly torn away. A fine thread, slender as a silk filament, yet suffused with a faint crimson glow, was drawn slowly from his brow by the old priest, coalescing into a pulsating sphere of blood that swirled and danced in the air, resembling fire and mist. Lu Li collapsed to his knees, his face as pale as parchment, cold sweat beating upon his brow, his breath quickening, as though he had been hollowed out, his very soul rendered fragile enough to disperse. The old priest paid him no heed, merely flicking the orb of his life essence towards Xiang'er's fingertips. The girl was momentarily taken aback, instinctively catching it, and gazed down at the softly glowing sphere in her palm, her expression clouded with confusion. The old priest spoke in a detached manner. From this day forth, this soul blood shall be entrusted to Xiang'er. His name is Lu Li. He is yours, and also your guardian servant. His life and death shall henceforth be under your control. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he swept it over Lu Li. You shall accompany Xiang'er into the illusory Immortal Gate for training. She is the master. You are the servant. If she says east, you cannot venture west. If she demands your life, you cannot refuse. If she requires protection, you shall use your life as a shield. Her commands are your absolute law. Do you understand? Lu Li's complexion waned. His lips quivered, a fleeting glimmer of shock and fury flickering in his eyes. He finally comprehended that the promise of leading him to seek the corpse and to cultivate immortality had merely been a transaction, a thorough exchange and enslavement. Now, he had been stripped of even the right to reconsider. He slowly lowered his head, inching his knees to the ground, his teeth clenched audibly. I understand. His voice was faint, yet carried an almost morbid tranquility. He dared not resist. In this moment, with the soul blood in hand, his fate was no longer his own. Even a fleeting thought of rebellion would lead to self-immolation. Yet, a spark ignited in his eyes, unnoticed even by the old priest. Chapter 8. The Illusory Immortal Gate Outside. The wind whispered softly, and the waning moon hung like a delicate hook in the sky. Within the confines of the room, the crackling fire cast a warm glow. Dong Xiang sat at the threshold, hugging her knees, her petite face glowing a rosy hue in the firelight. She spoke softly, her voice gentle and laced with an innocent nonchalance. My name is Dong Xiang. Lu Li, my grandfather says you will accompany me to the illusory Immortal Gate for training. She paused, tilting her head in contemplation, and added, I am a little older than you. I am 12 this year. From now on, you may call me Sister Dong Xiang. Upon finishing, she flashed a bright smile at Lu Li, revealing a milk-white little canine tooth. Resembling a young fox that had just descended from the mountains, Lu Li sat quietly beside her, and upon hearing her words, he raised his head, his expression reflecting a perfectly measured respect. Rest assured, Miss Dong Xiang. I shall forever be grateful for the Immortal's kindness in collecting the remains and guiding me into the Immortal Gate. His tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, imbued with an unsettling precocity and decorum. However, in that fleeting moment when he lowered his gaze, a flicker of faint hatred flashed in the shadow that the firelight could not reach. From beginning to end, the so-called benevolence and fateful connection spoken of by the old Taoist were merely a meticulously crafted scheme for subjugation. He brought people to the mountain for the sake of that corpse pill, the storage bag of the autumn moon fairy, and his own controllable soul blood as a convenient servant. Collecting remains was merely a pretext. Saving lives came at a cost. And now, with a soul blood contract and a declaration of master and servant, he found himself clearly ensnared. The old Taoist beside him seemed exceedingly pleased with Lu Li's response. He squinted his eyes, nodded slightly, and his tone bore a hint of satisfaction akin to that of a caged bird obediently chirping. To know gratitude is good. The illusory Immortal Gate is not a realm accessible to just anyone. Your opportunity here is a result of your past life's cultivation. Once you have settled your affairs, we shall depart tomorrow. With that, he turned away, retreating into the darkness. That night, Lu Li remained silent. At dawn the following day, before the first light of day broke, Lu Li quietly carried the ashes and the body outside the village. Although the villagers were still apprehensive, many lent a helping hand due to the old Taoist's imposing presence. Yet, their assistance did not come without a price. Lu Li offered all the remaining rice and dry provisions from his home to procure their aid in burying the dead. His brother's ashes were interred beneath an ancient locust tree behind the old house. His grandfather's body was laid to rest on a yellow earth slope halfway up the mountain, facing east to catch the morning sun. The earth was sealed, grass scattered, and without incense or candles, Lu Li bowed 3 times, saying nothing. Looking back, he realized he had no home to return to. In the thin morning mist, Lu Li trudged silently behind the old Taoist and Dong Xiang, burdened by a tattered bundle. As he gazed at the streak of dawn breaking the horizon, he softly reassured himself, "Brother, grandfather, you need not worry. I do not seek to ascend to the heavens through the immortal gate." They spoke of entering the immortal gate as a grand opportunity, a path to celestial heights. Yet having witnessed their methods, the ground beneath the immortal gate was stained with blood and bones. The old Taoist spoke incessantly of benevolence while turning around to extract my soul blood, forcing me into servitude that autumn moon fairy hardly resembled an immortal. To regard human life as inconsequential, to have caused the demise of my elder brother Lu Yuan, she is nothing short of a demon. If this is fate, then I refuse to accept it. If I am to survive, there shall come a day in the future when I will ensure that not a single one of these hypocrites remains. As the morning mist lingered, 3 figures ascended the mountain path toward the registration site of the illusory immortal sect. Xiang'er, nestled in the arms of the old Taoist, gazed eagerly about her, occasionally glancing back at Lu Li, though she dared not speak. Lu Li kept his head bowed, his step steady, his fingers tightly grasping the small cloth bag containing his brother's ashes, remaining silent. The old Taoist led the way, hands clasped behind his back, and suddenly spoke. "Though your fate may be frail, the fact that you can tread upon the immortal path is a testament to your fortune. If you seek to cultivate immortality, you must come to understand the ways of this world. Very well, today I shall enlighten you about the vast landscape of this continent." Lu Li raised his gaze to the old man's silhouette, choosing to listen in silence. The Taoist's voice, though soft, resonated through the forest like a drumbeat, striking deep within the heart. Countless cultivators inhabit this realm, with sects aplenty, yet only 6 stand atop the pinnacle. Collectively known as the 6 powers of the Tao, 3 belong to the celestial path and 3 to the demonic, each having passed down their teachings for millennia, unwavering in their existence. The 3 celestial alliances. The old Taoist extended 3 fingers slowly. First, the illusory immortal sect, one of the celestial paths, strictly adheres to its regulations, upholding a righteous doctrine. The atmosphere within is austere, pure, and frigid. Though devoid of warmth, it has thus achieved a flourishing of myriad arts, abundant resources, and an uninterrupted lineage of techniques for 1,000 years, earning its place at the zenith of the celestial path. It is said, if one wishes to cultivate techniques, one must enter the illusory immortal sect. Second, the feathered ascension sect, the most prestigious among the various states. Its ethos is refined, its teachings untainted, embodying the true essence of transcending to immortality. The disciples within exude an ethereal aura, their garments flowing as if they were celestial beings, thus appearing most divine in the eyes of mortals. Many regional governors and noble scions take pride in being associated with the feathered ascension. However, it is worth noting that most disciples hail from prominent families, with a strong emphasis on clear lineage. One must possess the right connections and timing to attain mastery. If there is any deviation, it becomes exceedingly difficult to establish oneself. While praised as a system of order and respect, it can also be perceived as a facade of indifference. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Li, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Li's expression hardened, memories of that fateful day in the cave flooding back. The woman who had been imprisoned for 10 years as blood fodder, only to seize Lu Yuan's body before being slain by Lu Li. The old demon had claimed she was the autumn moon fairy of the feathered ascension sect. Lu Li lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering with tumultuous thoughts. The old Taoist chuckled softly before continuing. Third, the boundless immortal sect, which places great emphasis on the cultivation of foundational principles, boasting the longest lineage. Yet, the outer disciples face stringent scrutiny, and without a robust background, they are deemed worthless. Now, the 3 demonic sections. The old man's tone shifted, noticeably lower. The ghostly gate, specializing in the cultivation of corpse chi and malevolent spirits, stands as an adversary to the righteous path. The blood refining sect, which venerates the crafting of treasures from flesh and blood, instills fear in the hearts of many, as its practitioners utilize the blood of the living to forge their bodies, madness and cruelty defined. And lastly, his voice trailed off, and a grave expression crossed his features. The Hall of Reincarnation. It is rumored that within its confines resides but a single individual, the master of the sect. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, a figure wanders without a fixed abode, shrouded in mystery, yet re-emerges every century to impart the true words of reincarnation. Each appearance heralds chaos. This is the essence of the 6 sects of the boundless continent. After recounting this, The old Taoist walked for a considerable time with his hands clasped behind him before turning to cast a glance at Lu Li. The rest are but mere ants, including my 6 Yuan sect, which is merely a small faction struggling to maintain its presence, hardly worthy of recognition. Lu Li remained silent. The old Taoist continued, although my 6 Yuan sect is weak, we have produced a remarkable talent in Xiang'er, which is a sign of our ancestors' favor. He affectionately patted Dong Xiang's head, his tone tinged with pride. Xiang'er possesses the rare second-grade Earth Spirit Bone, with extraordinary potential. If she had been born into a major sect, she would have already attained true transmission of knowledge. Unfortunately, my 6 Yuan sect lacks the resources to nurture her, and thus we must seize the opportunity presented by the illusory Immortal sect to enroll her. Dong Xiang softly remarked, Grandfather says that as long as I work diligently, I will one day become an immortal. The old Taoist affirmed with a sound, then turned his gaze to Lu Li. And you? His expression suddenly turned somewhat indifferent. You are merely a lowly 4th-grade yellow spirit bone. Though superior to ordinary bones, you barely meet the threshold for entry. Your talent is lacking, and you were not initially considered for my guidance. However, your exceptional willpower allowed you to return from a place like Demon Mountain, which is indeed commendable. He paused, his demeanor devoid of praise, replaced by a hint of cold scrutiny. Should you succeed in the entrance trial of the illusory Immortal sect, you may become Xiang'er's official guardian, devoted to her cultivation. When she faces adversaries, you shall stand in her defense. Should you fail, his tone turned abruptly frigid, then you will be of no use. As a useless burden, I certainly will not keep you. Nor can I allow you to disclose what should remain unsaid. At last, Lu Li lifted his gaze to meet the old Taoist's eyes. His countenance was placid, his expression indifferent, yet beneath that calm surface, a flicker of icy resolve gleamed. The old Taoist regarded him for a moment, then unexpectedly chuckled, his voice barely audible. To kill you would be as simple as squashing an ant. With that, he turned and continued on his path, lapsing into silence. After a prolonged silence, Lu Li bowed his head and murmured, Spirit bones are classified into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. I, however, possess the lowest, the yellow spirit bone. Lowering his eyelids, he traced the frayed edge of the fabric bag with his fingers, pondering, what if I am not a yellow spirit bone, but something else? He looked down at his chest, where the peculiar bone lay hidden, quietly radiating warmth. Just moments ago, during the conversation with the old Taoist, he distinctly felt it pulse softly. Finally, the old Taoist's voice resonated once more. Beyond these 4 types of spirit bones, there exist some mutated bones that do not conform to the norm, but possess extraordinary effects. Some bones harbor fire within, rendering their bearers immune to 100 poisons. Others can evade fatal blows, and there are rare instances of bones that, though lacking a rank, can unleash power rivaling that of celestial spirits when activated. He paused, however. Such bones are exceedingly rare. You are not one of them, nor is Xiang'er. If you truly possess such a fate, the sect would have seized you long ago. At this juncture, he halted his steps, gazing towards the horizon. Beyond the distant mountains, a celestial radiance emerged from the sea of clouds, the ethereal silhouette of a colossal mountain gate subtly materializing. The illusory Immortal gate is soon to be reached. Chapter 9. The Heartless Sect. Beneath the ethereal peaks of the illusory Immortal mountain, a throng of cultivators congregated. The illusory Immortal sect, perched high above the clouds, was flanked by majestic peaks, shrouded in unyielding mists. At the entrance, a colossal floating stone bore an inscription of 4 characters. Inquire the path of illusion, its strokes vigorous, hinting at a sword's intent. At the foot of the mountain, the level ground was now teeming with thousands. They lined the sides of the mountain path, creating a densely packed sea of bodies with scarcely any room to stand. Among them were youths and children, predominantly no older than 11 or 12. In the pursuit of immortality, the younger one begins, the easier it is to mold the heart and spirit as their spiritual bones begin to form. Hence, it is crucial not to miss this foundational opportunity. Today marked the grand external recruitment trial of the illusory Immortal sect, held every 3 years. However, not everyone present was deemed worthy to tread upon this hallowed ground. The sect's rules were stringent. Without recommendation or proper credentials, one could not ascend even a single step into the mountain. Those positioned at the forefront of the path were primarily sent by various smaller sects, wandering cultivators, and noble families, each bearing a trial jade slip issued by their sect, granting them the privilege to stand before the mountain gate. Amidst the crowd, the elderly Taoist, Lu Yuanzai, stood with arms behind his back, exuding an air of pride, flanked by Dong Xiang and Lu Li. as he surveyed the sea of faces. A slight smirk graced his lips as he murmured, "Were it not for the surplus of entry quotas, you, with your fourth-grade yellow bone, wouldn't even qualify to glimpse the mountain." Beside him, Dong Xiang remained quietly poised, while Lu Li bowed his head in silence, his expression unchanging, though his grip around the trial jade slip tightened imperceptibly. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the mountain gate, shaking the heavens, compelling the crowd to look up. An elderly man with a long white beard and flowing robe stood astride a sword in midair, surveying the assembly before speaking in a resonant voice. "Today's trial shall be presided over by me, Qi Guanzi." His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, echoing along the mountain path. Behind Qi Guanzi, 4 young figures appeared, also standing on their swords, positioned at each cardinal point. Their garments varied, their demeanors either cold, haughty, composed, or carefree. The elder slightly turned to introduce them in succession: Duanjin Peak, Hu Jingxing, a strikingly handsome youth with a sharp gaze, clad in gray and white combat attire, exuded a palpable aura of intensity as he carried a broken sword on his back. Hu Jingxing clasped his fists and nodded slightly. Jueqing Peak, Lin Jingyu, a woman with delicate brows and piercing eyes, dressed in snow white, emanated an icy demeanor. She remained silent, her expression coldly beautiful, casting a fleeting glance over the crowd. Ludao Peak, Zhao Chongyun, a tall figure with a playful grin, wrapped in black garments adorned with silver at the cuffs, possessed deep-set eyes. He grinned. "Finally, it's time to select some promising talents, my dear fellow brothers and sisters. I intend to bring a few treasures back today." Lin Jingyu shot him a disdainful glance, her scorn evident. Guiyan Peak, he Shu Yuan. Tall and slender, with his hair tied back, he bore a gentle expression, holding a jade-bone folding fan, surrounded by a breeze that gave him an ethereal quality. He smiled as he clasped his fists. "Esteemed colleagues, the selection of talents should align with the will of heaven. We must not prioritize personal gain, lest we tarnish the pure regulations of the illusory Immortal sect." Zhao Chongyun chuckled, well spoken, but Hu Wunti wished to bring back the finest seedlings for reward. "Last time, you returned from Guiyan Peak with 6 Xinling bones in one breath, and even the Peak Master personally bestowed upon you a spiritual artifact. How could we not compete?" Hu Jingxing replied lightly, "The people of Guiyun are most adept at speaking of profit and righteousness. You claim not to compete, yet your heart may have already prepared a roster." He Shu Yuan, unperturbed, smiled gently. "You accuse me of scheming. Yet I merely pose one question. If the Tianling bone were to appear, would you, Brother Hu, dare not to compete?" Hu Jingxing's gaze sharpened, and he replied coldly, "If the Tianling bone were truly present, it would be reported to the sect, and the sect master would personally select. How could we inner disciples interfere?" Zhao Chongyun sighed. "Alas, the Tianling bone is seldom seen in a century. Even the last one's authenticity is uncertain. However, Sister Lin, you seized a Dilling bone girl last time, and I hear she is being doted upon by your master. She is indeed fortunate." Lin Jingyu finally spoke, her tone indifferent. "That girl has yet to utter a word. She is quite cold, which I find appealing." Upon her words, the 3 fell silent. Qi Guanzi cleared his throat. "All right, let us cease this contention. Today's trial will be conducted in rotation by the 4 peaks. If there are any competitors, the disciples may choose for themselves. And let there be no further infighting." The crowd clasped their hands in acknowledgement. The youths below watched with bated breath, all too afraid to speak. Among them, Lu Li stood, gazing up at the 4 individuals, his eyes narrowing slightly. The grandeur of the Huanshan sect, the majesty of its gates, and the rivalry within, the true visage of this righteous celestial gate was finally laid bare before him. Yet he knew, no matter how beautiful the gate, there would inevitably be bones buried beneath it. The first trial of the Huanshan sect, bone assessment. Beneath the mountain gate, the crowd held their breath. As Qi Guanzi announced the commencement of the trial, the doors of the Huanshan sect swung wide, and a procession of disciples clad in yellow robes emerged, their expressions grave, their steps synchronized. The leader, a youth of around 20, bore a stern visage and held a copper compass in his hands. This compass, ancient in appearance, was etched with intricate patterns along its edges, and at the center rested a blue-gold spiritual stone, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. A hushed gasp arose from the crowd. That is, the bone assessment compass. The bone assessment compass is a specialized spiritual tool of the Huanshan sect, designed to evaluate the spiritual bone levels of cultivators, all revealed in an instant. The leading disciple stood before the assembly, his voice resonating like metal striking stone. "Attention, everyone. Today marks the opening trial of the Huanshan sect, divided into 2 rounds. The first round is bone assessment. This compass in my hand is called the bone assessment compass. Simply place your hand upon it, and your spiritual bone aptitude will be revealed. The path of immortality is devoid of pretense. Aptitude varies in merit. His gaze intensified as he coldly declared, should any individuals attempt to muddle through, kindly withdraw yourself. Do not wait for me to escort you out. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued. Those among the crowd who were already feeling insecure turned pale. Some appeared ashen, while others bowed their heads and retreated. Amidst the commotion, many began to step back, some even casting their trial jade slips into the underbrush and fleeing. Others feigned composure, but ultimately could not take that step forward. Indeed, the Huanshan sect was stringent. A mere bone assessment denied even the qualification to test. How utterly ruthless! Had we traversed 1,000 miles only to face such a dismissal? The disciple clad in yellow cast a cold glance, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The path of cultivation is determined by the heavens. Only the worthy may ascend. If one cannot enter the mountain, then depart. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, behind the disciple, a white jade platform was gently lifted by spiritual energy, rising into the air. The platform bore the 4 characters of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each corresponding to a spiritual light mark. After each individual's bone assessment, the compass would illuminate, revealing a color that indicated their rank, prompting various spiritual light marks to flicker in response, awaiting the subsequent evaluations. The disciple in yellow raised the compass high and intoned gravely. The bone assessment trial commences now. Form an orderly queue, one by one. Any disorder will result in disqualification. The atmosphere was thick with tension, broken only by the distant mountain winds rustling through the pines, stirring unease in the hearts of those present. Among the throng, Luli observed the floating bone testing compass. According to Lu Yuanji, he possessed merely a 4th-grade yellow bone, the lowest tier among spiritual bones, while capable of cultivation. His aptitude was exceedingly poor, nearly akin to that of ordinary bones. Nonetheless, he at least held the minimum qualification for entry, allowing him to partake in the subsequent trials. Should he excel in those trials, he might still become a disciple of the illusory Immortal sect. The old sage spoke true. Whether he succeeded depended solely on himself and his fortune. If he failed, unable to join Dong Xiang in her cultivation, it was likely the old sage would not spare his worthless life. There was no retreat from today's trial. Stealing a glance at Dong Xiang, he noticed her demeanor was calm, her eyes even gleaming with anticipation. She was a rare earth spiritual bone, a 100-year rarity, and thus possessed her own confidence. The bone assessment had progressed to the 50th individual. Beneath the mountain gate, on the stone platform, the compass flickered with dim light, alternating between yellow, white, and gray. Yet none had sparked genuine astonishment. Ordinary bones. Ordinary bones. Ordinary bones. A succession of over 10 individuals stepped forward, each revealing a dull spiritual light. Devoid of any fluctuation, no spiritual bones. The yellow-clad disciple's expression grew increasingly impatient, his voice more resolute. Next. At that moment, a modestly dressed, frail child timidly approached the stone platform. No older than 10, his pallid face was cast down as he placed his hand upon the compass as instructed. Ordinary bones. Another cold verdict echoed. Instantly, the child's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he fought to suppress his sobs, staring blankly at the unresponsive compass. Just as he was about to step down, a gaunt figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. It was an elderly man, clad in tattered clothing. His hair streaked with gray, his hands and feet smeared with dirt and blood. He dropped to his knees before the platform, clutching the child's feet tightly, bowing his head as he wept. Immortal, spare him. Grant mercy, he is still young. Allow him one more chance. My grandson. He can read. He can endure hardship. Please let him try once more. Just once more. The yellow-clad disciple furrowed his brow and replied sternly, step back. This child has been judged as possessing ordinary bones and shall be forever barred from entry. Yet the elderly man grew increasingly agitated, his voice hoarse with desperation as he suddenly produced a tattered storage bag from his bosom, trembling hands offering it forth. I dedicate all my meager savings, imploring the celestial realm to grant me just a fragment of the Tao, so that we may not depart this life empty-handed. Step back. Do not impede the trial. You disturb the sanctity of the Tao. The disciple in yellow robes urged repeatedly from the side, yet the old man remained obstinate, his gaunt forehead striking the ground with fervor, blood mingling with dust as he continued to murmur his pleas to the Immortal. The disciple before the compass furrowed his brow, glancing upward at the figure of Qi Guanzi suspended in the air. his eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. Qi Guanzi stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze frigid as he uttered a chilling disdain. Disturbing the trial disrupts our sect's rights. With that solitary remark, he dismissed the matter entirely. The disciple in yellow immediately comprehended, a flash of spiritual light illuminating his hand as his sword unsheathed with a swift motion. A glimmer of cold sword energy sliced through the air splat. The old man's head tumbled to the ground, blood staining the stone platform. This old fool has delayed our sect's recruitment. He has sought his own demise, unworthy of life. The voice was devoid of warmth, as if merely crushing an insect underfoot. The crowd stood in stunned silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the scene. The child, who had been held back, seemed unaware until the blood splattered onto his shoes, at which point he let out a piercing scream. "Grandpa!" He collapsed beside the corpse, weeping in heart-wrenching agony, his cries tearing through the air like a howling wind, evoking profound sorrow. Yet in the next moment, two disciples in yellow approached, their expressions impassive. Each took hold of the child and the corpse as if they were mere rags, silently removing them from the stone platform and casting them into the adjacent thicket. The sounds of grief were swiftly silenced by a sealing spell, returning the atmosphere to a somber quietude. Before the stone platform, an oppressive silence reigned. The representatives of the four peaks uttered not a word. Even the gentlest, He Shu Yuan, merely closed his eyes, bowing his head in silence. Among the crowd, many family members who had brought children appeared pale, whispering anxiously to their descendants, quietly retreating with those yet untested. In mere moments, a vast expanse opened before the mountain gate. Luli stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon the blood-stained stone platform, his expression inscrutable. Only his palm gradually tightened, fingers turning pale. He whispered inwardly, "This so-called celestial realm is devoid of compassion." Chapter 10, Clouds and Mud. As the mundane souls gradually departed, tranquility enveloped the mountain gate. After numerous assessments yielding a multitude of yellow bones, the atmosphere on the scene began to shift towards tension. Though the yellow bones were of a lower caliber, they possessed the qualifications for entry, and were thus escorted to the side of the mountain path by disciples clad in yellow garments to await the second trial. Meanwhile, the sparse lineup stood apart, and each emergence incited murmurs among the onlookers. Suddenly, the bone-testing compass shimmered once more with ethereal light as a pair of young boys and girls stepped forward. The girl, with skin whiter than snow and eyes as clear as crystal, immediately captivated the attention of many. She was none other than Dong Xiang. Approaching the compass with a serene demeanor, she placed her hand upon it without hesitation. With a thunderous boom, a dazzling azure gold light erupted from the compass, unleashing a formidable spiritual pressure that caused the surrounding disciples in yellow to instinctively step back, and even the distant representatives of the inner sect displayed altered expressions. The disciple in charge of the bone assessment was momentarily stunned, before exclaiming in astonishment, "Second-grade Earth Spirit Bone." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Earth Spirit Bone, a rarity that appears but once in a century, is a manifestation of both exceptional talent and potential. Qi Guanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly a fortuitous encounter for our illusory immortal sect today." With a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "This individual possesses extraordinary talent and need not partake in further trials. She shall be admitted directly into the outer sect." At his words, the representatives from the four peaks erupted like a powder keg. Zhao Chongyun was the first to step forward. Grinning broadly, "This little sister has such clear eyes and a fiery essence within her bones. My Six Paths Peak specializes in soul refinement techniques, perfectly suited for her kind of spirit bone. Why not come to us?" Lin Jingyu scoffed disdainfully. "Such pure spirit bones are most susceptible to deviation. If your Six Paths primordial is not utilized correctly, it could ruin her foundation. My Heartless Peak specializes in cultivating a serene spirit, ensuring her soul and bones remain untainted, making it the most suitable choice." Hu Jingxing, with a furrowed brow, interjected coldly, "At Broken Sword Peak, we do not speak in vain. We emphasize tangible strength. To let an earth spirit bone languish in tranquil cultivation would be a pity. Come to my peak, and I shall guide her to manifest her strength, allowing her to reach the third realm within a century, which is not an extravagant wish." He Shu Yuan, ever gracious, waved his folding fan and smiled. "What are you all arguing about? She has yet to voice her preference. Little junior sister, please choose for yourself, and do not be swayed by empty words." A new wave of murmurs surged through the crowd. Qi Guanzi furrowed his brow slightly and spoke solemnly. "This girl possesses remarkable talent. It is only natural for the peaks to compete for her. If that is the case, let her decide her own path." As his words fell, Dong Xiang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flitting between the contenders, uncertain of her choice. At that moment, a familiar yet faintly weary voice resonated, "Xianger." Dong Xiang looked up to see the elder from the 6 Yuan sect. His expression was calm, his gaze profound. "You possess immense talent. Your path and cultivation must align with your nature and direction. Among these 4 peaks, the one most suited for you should be Returning Cloud Peak." Dong Xiang obediently nodded. "Yes, grandfather." She then gently bowed to He Xiao Yuan, disciple. "Wishes to enter Returning Cloud Peak." He Xiao Yuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, folding his fan with an air of refined grace akin to the warmth of spring. "What an exquisite choice, dear junior sister. This is undoubtedly your wisest decision." The other 3 revealed traces of disappointment. Lin Jingyu pouted in silence. Hu Jinghang shrugged off his sleeves, and Zhao Chongyun sighed deeply. Before departing, Dong Xiang turned to Lu Li, who had yet to undergo the bone assessment, and earnestly advised, "Lu Li, do not venture to other peaks. It is best that you join me in ascending Guiyun Peak." Lu Li, upon hearing this, merely bowed his head in a courteous gesture, his tone measured and respectful. "Rest assured, Miss Dong Xiang, with the Immortal's grace upon me, I shall strive to do my utmost." Upon finishing his words, he gently raised his gaze towards the resplendent Guiyun Peak. However, it was clear that only those with Earth Spirit Bones could choose their peaks. Those with Yellow Spirit Bones could only endeavor to do their best. After Dong Xiang left the stone platform, the atmosphere remained charged, and the disciples continued to whisper among themselves. A second-grade Earth Spirit Bone was a rare sight even in the century-long recruitment of the Huanstin sect. And now it was being fervently sought after by the 4 peaks. Qi Guanzi himself was personally determining qualifications, which was bound to create a stir. Following her, a ragged-clad boy stepped onto the stone platform. His tattered clothing hung loosely on his thin frame, resembling a frail chick, with pallid skin and eyes obscured by shadows. He approached the bone-testing compass with an air of composed dignity. Just as the disciple in yellow was about to urge him on, a voice from an outer sectrialist whispered, "He came with the Earth Spirit Girl." Though quiet, the words swiftly spread through the crowd. It was the boy who had accompanied Dong Xiang. The Earth Spirit Girl had affectionately referred to him as her brother. Could they be the dual prodigies of Spirit Bones? Surely not. The boy appeared far too ordinary, dressed in rags and looking emaciated. Yet, to be here alongside the Earth Spirit Girl, could he truly possess some extraordinary quality? In an instant, many held their breath, a flicker of anticipation igniting within them. The disciple in yellow raised an eyebrow but remained silent, observing the boy's actions. Lu Li lifted his hand, placing it upon the compass, his fingertips feeling the coolness of the surface. With spirit energy entering his bones, a faint yellow light flickered above the compass, glowing briefly before extinguishing, akin to the last spark of a candle. 4th grade Yellow Spirit Bone. The voice was flat, devoid of gasps, celestial light, accolades from Qi Guanzi, or any disciples stepping forward. Silence enveloped the space as if the air had thickened. Moments later, a gentle sigh resonated through the crowd. "Ah, Yellow Bone. To appear alongside the Earth Bone, and yet it is merely a low-grade Spirit Bone. He must have taken a backdoor." The disciple in yellow, with an impassive expression, gestured towards a distant mountain path. "Please stand over there." Yellow Bone disciples are to line up and prepare for the second round of trials. Lu Li nodded, saying not a word. He quietly withdrew his hand, turning to leave the stone platform. His silhouette was straight, and his steps were steady, as though he had not heard any word spoken, his gaze not lingering on anyone. Yet his fist tightened slowly within his sleeve. Dong Xiang, standing upon the high platform, momentarily froze, her eyes darting around as she gazed at the receding figure with confusion. Questioning, why did he go there? He is not mine. Why can he not come to Guiyun Peak? Her voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached He Xiao Yuan's ears. With a gentle smile, He Xiao Yuan shook his head, his tone warm yet laced with a sense of distance. "Little junior sister. That child is merely a 4th grade Huanggu. He barely qualifies. With such meager aptitude, lacking extraordinary encounters, he is destined to remain within the first realm throughout his life. Our Guiyun Peak values clarity of spirit and a connection to the ethereal. He cannot enter. Moreover, those who have not passed the second trial are unlikely to survive." Dong Xiang's gaze faltered, clearly taken aback by his bluntness. She blinked, observing the increasingly indistinct figure descending the mountain path. A peculiar feeling quietly surfacing within her heart. Having grown up in the Luyuan sect, where her grandfather doted on her and her peers respected her, She had never experienced the delineation that marked her as fundamentally different from others. Suddenly, she looked up at He Shuyuan, standing beside her. This inner disciple of Guiyun Peak exuded an air of elegance, clad in snow-white robes, adorned with a jade pendant, his smile warm and inviting. Every movement he made was imbued with an ineffable grace and nobility. When he spoke, all surrounding disciples listened with bowed heads. When he turned, even the mountain breeze seemed to soften. With a demeanor as refined as jade and actions reminiscent of a celestial being, she could not help but feel a surge of admiration and infatuation. He was the epitome of a true authority within the immortal sections. Yet today, that refined He Shuyuan, the paragon in the eyes of his fellow disciples, directly advised her, in the future, avoid mingling with those types. They are not destined to be like us. And just beyond the mountain path, there stood the silhouette of a young man in simple attire, who had already blended into the ranks of Huanggu disciples. His worn, faded tunic bore a tear at the shoulder, and his emaciated frame hinted at fragility, with faint blue veins visible on his neck, as if he might be uprooted by the slightest gust. Among the crowd, he was as inconspicuous as a stone. He never lifted his gaze nor turned back. He merely stood in the shadows at the end of the line, as if he inherently belonged there. Dong Xiang was suddenly struck with a realization. Everything before her seemed to stretch away. He Shuyuan appeared like a celestial being, akin to the stars in the sky, while Luli resembled a frail wild sparrow in the forest, easily scattered by the wind. For the first time, she recognized the profound chasm that existed between them. Was it cultivation, lineage, talent, or perhaps fate? She could not comprehend it fully, but felt a tightening in her heart, an indescribable sensation. An unarticulated sense of conflict quietly unraveled within her youthful consciousness. She longed to call out to him, just as she would normally address Luli as her brother, inviting him to Guiyun Peak, yet she suddenly realized how others might perceive it. What would He Shuyuan think? Lowering her head, she felt an inexplicable twinge of shame. Hesitantly, she approached He Shuyuan, tugging at the hem of his garment with a hint of shyness, whispering, "Brother, he is right. He is not my brother. He is merely my servant." As the words left her lips, a sudden pang of bitterness welled up within her, leaving her puzzled. He Shuyuan nodded with a smile, gently reaching out to ruffle her hair. "That is correct." Below the high platform, Lu Yuan's eye remained silent, his thoughts unspoken. He gazed at the figure of his granddaughter, standing obediently beside He Shuyuan, a satisfied expression finally surfacing in his eyes. Cultivating a connection with the distinguished talents of Guiyun Peak is indeed the foundation upon which your future will stand. As for Luli, he cast his gaze towards the other side of the mountain path, where a humble youth lingered at the edge of the crowd, silent and unassuming. Merely a loyal hound drawn in at whim. Useful, he shall remain. Of no use, he shall perish. Over there, Luli stood among the disciples of Huanggu, quietly surveying the stone steps ahead, devoid of any glance backward. He was acutely aware of the happenings behind him, of Dong Xiang stealing a glance his way, of her inquiry regarding his presence there. He had also heard He Shuyuan's response, and most poignantly, her own declaration, "He is merely my servant." Not a flicker of emotion betrayed Luli's eyes, nor did his heart stir in the slightest. Only the peculiar bone hidden within his bosom, pressed against his chest, began to warm gradually, as if in response. He had once believed Dong Xiang to be innocent and untainted, unlike others. Yet on this day, he grasped for the first time that within this celestial realm, talent dictates fate. Should you be of the earth's bone, they will vie for you, revere you, and pave the way for you. But should you be of the yellow bone, they will mock you, belittle you, and cast you into the perilous gamble of life and death. And he was but a servant. Lowering his gaze, a barely perceptible curve graced his lips. He murmured softly, "I shall ascend to Guiyun Peak. However, it shall not be because you commanded it. Rather, it is because I wish to demonstrate that even one of the yellow bone can ascend to the pinnacle of the mountain." Chapter 11. The emergence of the celestial bone and the autumn moon fairy. The first trial draws to a close. The number of participants at the mountain gate has dwindled from thousands to fewer than 500. The majority are of the yellow bone class, with only about 30 individuals classified as Xian bone, while the one who truly stands at the pinnacle of this hierarchy is the sole figure of the earth bone, Dong Xiang. This reflects the most genuine distribution within the realm of cultivation. Talent is predetermined, and social strata are firmly established. Qi Guanzi stands with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the mountain path, his heart subtly shaken. Talents are mediocre, and truly exceptional individuals are a rarity. He had anticipated that today's trial would conclude in such a manner. However, Just as the last disciple stepped onto the bone testing platform, an unexpected event transpired. Boom. The previously dim azure gold spirit stone of the compass erupted in a circle of golden flames, spiritual light soaring into the heavens, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. While dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, the disciple undergoing the bone test gasped in shock, his pupils dilating. Heavenly spirit bone. In an instant, the atmosphere around the mountain gate crackled with tension. A thunderous roar echoed. The celestial bone. It is indeed the celestial bone. My heavens. I am witnessing a living celestial spirit bone. The celestial bone, unseen for a millennium in the illusory Immortal sect, has truly manifested today. At the center of the stone platform stood a child, just over 10 years old, clad in a dark blue robe embroidered with gold. His countenance was austere, and his deep-set eyes conveyed an unsettling calm. He remained motionless, devoid of any hint of pride, merely observing as if gazing upon an ant colony. Such a demeanor. He resembled not a mere child, but rather a celestial being who had long transcended the mundane world. Qi Guanzi found himself momentarily speechless, then swiftly retrieved a scarlet gold talisman from his sleeve. Channeling spiritual energy, he sent the talisman into the mountain gate. Boom. In the next instant, a magnificent figure soared through the air, shooting forth from the depths of the illusory Immortal sect, enveloped in the thunderous energy of the heavens. Manifesting as an elderly man clad in gray robes, who hovered majestically in the sky. His hair and beard were entirely white, his brow exuding authority. And without uttering a word, his presence compelled all disciples below to kneel in reverence. Qi Guanzi gathered his robes, his expression shifting to one of respect as he bowed deeply. Disciple Qi Guanzi respectfully welcomes Elder Huang. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Elder Huang. Is that the revered Huang Xian? It is said he is the grand elder of the illusory Immortal sect, having reached the threshold of the fourth realm. Such an eminent figure has descended solely for one disciple? The celestial bone, truly worthy of its name. Elder Huang gazed down upon the assembly, his eyes resting upon the child in the dark robe, revealing a rare glimmer of appreciation and gentleness. Indeed, indeed. The essence is perfect, the fateful star is unblemished, and the heart is unwavering. The illusory Immortal sect is blessed to have you. Heaven smiles upon our sect. The young boy lowered his head, bowing respectfully, his voice cold and clear. I have the honor of meeting Elder Huang. All disciples trembled in spirit, his demeanor, his voice. How could any emerging prodigy compare? Qi Guanzi nodded repeatedly, smiling as he spoke. With such exceptional talent, you shall be directly accepted as the personal disciple of the Valley Master of the Four Peaks, exempt from all trials, and allowed to enter the sect. Yet, to his surprise, the boy shook his head and spoke solemnly. I do not wish to forego the trials. Having come for the test, it is a part of my cultivation. Without experiencing life and death, how can one speak of a steadfast heart? Qi Guanzi was momentarily taken aback, while the esteemed Huang Xianjunren nodded with a smile, acknowledging the commendable disposition of the youth, one indicative of great potential. With a flick of his hand, he cast forth a jade talisman that shimmered with radiant light, gently descending into the young man's grasp. This talisman shall safeguard you. Endure the trials without the necessity of life and death struggles. The youth accepted the jade talisman and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master. The assembly fell into a profound silence. Even He Xiuyuan from Guiyun Peak exhibited a hint of gravity in his gaze. Lin Jingyu's countenance was as cold as frost, while Zhao Chongyun's lips twitched, and Hu Jingxing's eyes gleamed with sharpness, all choosing to remain silent. The emergence of the celestial bone was well known. In this round, none could overshadow its brilliance. Among the disciples of Huang Gu, Luli observed the young man descending from the heavenly light, his garments billowing gracefully, an aura of ethereal brilliance enveloping him. He remained silent, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. Nearby, a child chuckled softly, mockingly whispering, "Now this is how a genius makes an entrance. Unlike some, who rely on women to lead the way." Luli heard the remark but chose to remain mute. Suddenly, a woman's voice interjected, this Immortal sect, always keen on delineating the noble from the lowly. Her voice was melodious, almost excessively so, gentle as a breeze caressing the rain, yet possessing an unsettling allure akin to a snake's flickering tongue, quickening the heart with its strange entanglement. He turned abruptly, scanning the surroundings where disciples were enraptured by the celestial bone's emergence, seemingly oblivious to the voice. No need to search, the voice resumed, light yet imbued with a hint of chill. I am within you. More precisely, within that peculiar bone you harbor in your embrace. Luli glanced down at the enigmatic bone concealed against his chest, which now radiated warmth. In the next moment, His consciousness quivered slightly, revealing a hazy yet breathtaking visage deep within his mind's eye. It was a countenance that defied description, not the ordinary beauty of the mortal realm, nor the ethereal elegance of female disciples of the immortal sect, but a beauty with a fatal allure, akin to a soul-enthralling poppy or a blood lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak. Her skin, as flawless as jade, was nearly transparent yet marred with splotches of blood. Her lips, the hue of fire, curled slightly upwards, yet bore an air of disdain. Even with her face marred by scars and blood, it remained impossible to look away. Luli realized he had been holding his breath. He had never encountered such a paradoxical yet potent aesthetic. This was not the delicate beauty that evoked pity, rather. It was an oppressive beauty emanating from a figure of high stature, one that compelled submission. Even in ruin, it surpassed the image of any person in their prime. This was the once esteemed beauty of the feathered immortal sect, and Luli felt a weight in his heart as a name surfaced in his mind. Chiou, the immortal maiden. With snow-white skin, bloodstains, severed hair, and crimson eyes, she hung suspended in the dark void, gazing silently at him, her lips curling in a semblance of a smile. She was not dead. No, she had perished, yet not entirely. There were no words, only her piercing gaze, scrutinizing him, as if to evaluate or to test. He felt his heart racing. In a hushed tone, he finally spoke to her. "What is it that you wish to do?" In the depths of the mind's ocean, a breathtaking visage revealed a faint smile, the voice as gentle as the breeze. "Guess?" As the words faded, silence enveloped everything. The temperature of the eerie bone dissipated, rendering it eerily tranquil. Luli gradually clenched his fist. Slowly lowering his gaze, his right hand rested upon his chest, pressing firmly against the bone shard. His eyes hardened slightly, yet his expression remained devoid of any turbulence. The name Autumn Moon Fairy lingered in his memory, along with the haunting image of her bloodied remains, and the agonizing wail that echoed when he pierced through Lu Yuan. The despair, the fury, the murderous intent, it felt far too authentic to be mere masquerade. She should have perished then, utterly and completely. Yet now, she had returned, concealed within that very bone in his grasp, smiling and speaking. She herself likely remained unaware of how she had come back to life. Luli slowly lowered his eyelids, his long lashes trembling, thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind. Autumn Moon, ruthless and cold-hearted, had secretly practiced dark arts for immortality, devoured eerie bones, nurtured earth spirits, and slain mortals, even causing the demise of her own elder brother, Lu Yuan. He was merely a fragile mortal. If she could command the eerie bones, how could she permit him to linger? The fact that she had not immediately killed him, nor attempted to possess his body, implied that she was hindered in some way, or her soul was damaged, rendering her temporarily unable to detach from the eerie bone, let alone harm him. This signified that she presently required him. However, this did not guarantee her future dependence. Once she regained her full strength, would he still be alive? Luli's hand trembled. The thought of discarding the bone shard crossed his mind. Immediately, now, the farther away, the better. It was not that he was unafraid, nor was he ignorant of the peril it posed as a harbinger of death. But he glanced down at his hand, thin, pale, with prominent joints. A mere mortal. His mixed spiritual energy and lackluster talent ensured he would never ascend to a higher realm. Without this bone, he would be the most wretched speck of dust within the illusionary immortal sect, unworthy even of contesting with others. Moments later, his hand slowly retracted, fingers closing around the bone shard with determination. He lowered his gaze, calm and silent. "Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, this object, I shall keep it." He bit down hard on his teeth, silently uttering a single word in his heart: gamble. The bone shard pressed against his chest, remaining mute. Yet it seemed to quiver ever so slightly, as if in laughter. Chapter 12. Mutual Slaughter. Luli remained engulfed in a tumult of emotions, hardly aware of how he had followed the Huanggu team into the second trial arena. It was a platform that spread across the mountainside, surrounded by an impenetrable barrier, where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was stifled, rendering even the sound of the wind seemingly severed. Within the barrier, there was no shelter, no trees, no stones, only an outer circle lined with various mortal weapons: long swords, axes, spears, steel whips, and iron rods, all glinting ominously like tombstones. The Huanggu boys and girls exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared silence. They were the lowest tier of this trial, cast into such a merciless venue, their hearts filled with confusion and dread. Yet, one figure stood apart. In the center of the crowd, a 10-year-old boy clad in a dark gold robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as frigid as if he had never known a smile. This was the renowned Tiangu youth, Shi Huang. He could have directly entered the illusory Immortal sect, or even been accepted as a direct disciple of the Four Peaks. Yet he chose to enter the trial arena, subjected to the life and death selection alongside the Huanggu. Some of the Huanggu youths attempted to approach him, hoping to exchange a few words and forge a connection, but met with a single glance from him that sent them retreating. That look was akin to surveying a swarm of ants. A few older and stronger boys could not suppress a disdainful snort. What of Tiangu? He is still just a child. Let us witness the truth in the arena. Luli naturally kept his distance from this individual. There was an aura of danger about him that belied his youthful appearance. He recalled the jade talisman presented by the Huang Xianjin Run, instinctively knowing it was a powerful protective charm. The trial could be ruthless, but should any harm befall him, it was likely that the one who acted would face dire consequences, not the Tiangu. At that moment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, and Qi Guanzi stood poised upon it, his voice as cold as iron striking stone. There are a total of 496 Huanggu disciples. My illusory immortal sect will only accept 200. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ripple of agitation coursed through the crowd. Someone shouted, "What are the rules for the second round of the trial?" Qi Guanzi remained expressionless and simply uttered 4 words. "There are no rules." He stood with arms crossed in the air, his sleeves billowing as he coldly declared, "You have 1 day. The last survivors in this arena must not exceed 200. All means are permitted. The victors will enter the sect, while the defeated will be eliminated. Should the numbers exceed at dusk, all will be expelled." His proclamation fell like a heavy hammer. Several children turned pale, their legs giving way beneath them, collapsing to the ground. Some trembled in fear, not daring to reach for the weapons. A small boy, gritting his teeth, dared to ask, "What if we do not wish to fight? Can we withdraw?" Qi Guanzi displayed no emotion, merely waved his hand. In the next moment, several disciples in yellow emerged from the sidelines, taking the boy away. To withdraw now meant to escape with one's life, but once the trial commenced, survival was solely one's own responsibility. After this declaration, one by one, individuals began to withdraw, weeping, trembling, or gritting their teeth as they were escorted out. In the span of a mere incense stick, dozens had departed, leaving only a little over 400 remaining in the arena. The expressions of those individuals shifted, their breaths transformed, imbued with ferocity, laden with risk, and infused with a desperate yearning for survival. Luli understood that should he fail to arm himself swiftly, he would become the first prey to be hunted. He turned, casting his gaze over the weapons rack. The spear was too heavy, the iron rod too unyielding, the axe too sluggish, and the knife too short. His eyes halted upon a longsword. Its ancient essence was mottled, the balance inclined forward, yet it remained relatively light. He grasped the hilt with both hands, barely managing to lift it. His palms trembled, beads of sweat forming in his grip. Yet, he did not retreat. The slender figure stood steadfast in the corner, one hand propping the sword, his gaze unwavering. He comprehended that if death were to claim him today, his corpse would merely be kicked into a ravine, forgotten, with no one to remember him as Luli. The trial had yet to commence, yet the atmosphere was already thick with the scent of impending violence. Qi Guanzi's words had long since echoed throughout the trial grounds, and as the last remnants of those who withdrew were escorted away, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. It was a stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Among the crowd, those youths of slightly greater age and robust physique began to stir, each approaching the weapons rack to select their armaments. Some seized one-handed warhammers, their powerful bodies vibrating as they swung with feral energy. Others wielded axes, short guns, and iron whips, shedding their childhood innocence, transformed into embodiments of adult ferocity. Most striking was the boy of celestial lineage standing at the center of the arena, Shi Huang. He reached for a crimson-silver spear, weighing it effortlessly in his hand, the spear undulating like a serpent. He spoke not a word, merely scanning the surroundings with a deliberate gaze. In that moment, no one dared approach within 5 paces of him. A youth, brimming with self-confidence, attempted to close the distance, only to recoil in trepidation, chilled by the intensity of Shi Huang's glance. Something was amiss. This boy did not appear to be 10 years old. He was a veritable enigma. Someone muttered through clenched teeth. In the corner of the trial grounds, the younger, frilier girls appeared increasingly pallid. Some could not contain their tears, while others huddled in place, trembling. Yet, among them were those of keen intellect, beginning to search for those who might survive. The girls, around 10 years of age, often developed even more robustly than boys, their physiques surprisingly strong. A few early bloomers, tall and slender, quickly banded together, forming a small alliance of females, offering mutual encouragement and support. Many more gravitated toward the stronger boys, seeking refuge. Some even resorted to soft entreaties, tugging at sleeves, their eyes glinting with flattery, as if wagering on a slender thread of hope. The scene resembled a struggle for survival amidst chaos. The sturdy boys huddled in clusters, their eyes already harboring tests of loyalty and latent threat. It was well understood that in the second round, the objective was not to form alliances for victory, but rather to endure until the bitter end. Current allies might, by dusk, transform into mere prey beneath one another's blades. Just then, Luli felt a gentle tug at the tattered fabric of his garment. He turned to find a small girl, roughly 10 years of age. Her face smudged with dirt, her gaze timid, trembling as she clutched at the hem of his clothing. Her voice was barely audible, a whisper, "Brother, I do not wish to die." She was as frail as a mere twig, clad in a thin cotton garment. Luli had just taken note of her. She had attempted to approach several groups of people, both boys and girls, but had been shooed away each time. Too frail, accompanying her would only result in being a burden. Luli lowered his gaze, fixating on her for a fleeting moment. Then, he let out a soft sigh, his voice deep and resonant. "Leave." The little girl paused, a flicker of hope in her eyes gradually extinguishing. As Luli watched her turn away in disappointment, his heart was not entirely unyielding. Yet he understood. How could he protect someone who had little chance of survival when he himself was barely safe? This was not cold-heartedness, it was reality. The girl stood frozen, the light in her eyes dimming slowly, like a candle flame snuffed out by the wind. She took a hesitant step back but did not depart, merely biting her lip and whispering, "I cannot give up." Luli did not turn around, his tone icy as he spoke. "With your frail body, your meager strength, and your timid heart, there is almost no chance of survival. You have no hope of advancement. Withdrawing now may preserve your life." His voice remained calm, as if he were merely stating an inevitable truth rather than persuading her. The girl clenched the tattered cloth in her hand. Yet a hint of stubbornness flickered in her eyes. "Grandfather sold everything in our home so that I could participate in this trial," she said, her voice trembling. "He said this is our family's only chance." She lifted her head, her voice quavering. "If I give up now, I will truly have nothing left." Luli's brow twitched, and a shadow of a figure quietly surfaced in his mind, the elder who had clung desperately to his grandson during the initial trial, kneeling in blood, ultimately slain by a disciple in yellow robes. He finally comprehended that the elder's willingness to face death stemmed from the unbearable cost of the trial qualification. He understood that for those mundane cultivators, even a mere ticket to the trial represented a gamble of their entire fortune and shattered hopes. For this elusive path to immortality, Luli sighed inwardly. This road was more precious than life itself. Ultimately, he refrained from further dismissing her. He simply stated, "You may follow me, but remember, I will not save you." His tone was profoundly calm, yet it bore the weight of a life-and-death pact. The girl was initially taken aback, but joy soon illuminated her face, disbelief transforming into elation as she nodded fervently, hastily selecting the lightest short sword from the weapon rack and closely trailing behind him. Her frail form nearly pressed against Luli's back, yet she dared not come too close, carefully maintaining a distance of 3 steps. Whether it was an illusion or not, a soft, airy laugh suddenly resonated in Luli's mind. It was the voice of the autumn moon fairy. That laughter was gentle, akin to a whispering breeze, swirling at the edge of his consciousness, yet cold as a serpent's tongue gliding down the spine. No words accompanied the laughter, only mockery. As if to deride, how could someone who cannot protect themselves hope to lead another out of this battleground? The voice abruptly faded, as though it had never existed. Luli's expression remained unchanged. He simply furrowed his brow slightly, slowly raising the sword in his hand to his chest. Chapter 13. From behind, as Qi Guanzi's voice signaled the commencement of the trial, an eerie silence enveloped the entire barrier platform. All the young disciples, merely around 10 years of age, were gripped by a palpable sense of dread. Though their hearts harbored murderous intent, most were inexperienced in the face of life and death. For a moment, none dared to strike. They scattered in a panic, yet did not venture too far, opting instead to seek refuge in various corners, remaining on high alert and stealing glances at one another. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt almost tangible, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to be shed. Luli stood silently at the edge of the arena, his grip tightening around the hilt of his longsword. Behind him, a petite girl lingered within 3 steps, cautiously speaking up, "Brother, my name is Wang Ming. What is yours?" In a hushed tone, Luli replied. Luli. After this brief exchange, he fell silent, his gaze sweeping across the scene like a blade. He was not cold. He simply understood that this was not a moment for conversation. The silence lingered for what felt like the duration of a stick of incense. At last, a startled cry erupted from one direction of the arena. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of screams. Several tall boys lunged directly at a solitary, weaker child. Their weapons slicing through the air, long swords slashed throats, iron whips struck backs, and blood splattered as the pitiful cries abruptly ceased. The first lifeless body collapsed, blood pooling upon the stone ground. The tension reached its zenith and finally exploded. Like a stone cast into still waters, the entire trial ground descended into chaos. More robust youths, no longer hesitating, began to hunt down the frail. In mere moments, the air was filled with desperate screams and unending wails. "Please, I give up. I do not wish to fight," a small boy pleaded, kneeling on the ground, his cries piercing as he bowed towards the high platform in supplication. Yet, no one around paid him any heed. The disciples clad in yellow stood impassively outside the barrier, utterly unmoved. Chi Guanzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. The trial has commenced. Life and death are of no concern. Before the boy could rise, a shadow suddenly flashed behind him. With a swift thrust, a dagger pierced his back, blood erupting forth. His eyes were filled with bitterness and terror as he fell, unable to close his eyes in death. The assailant quickly withdrew the blade and vanished, their movements precise and efficient, clearly premeditated. The atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, the stench of blood permeating the air. Shi Huang remained steadfast at the center, his spear in hand, motionless. Yet, within a radius of 3 paces around him, none dared to step forward. Suddenly, amidst a nearby skirmish, a blinding golden light flared. A short sword struck a boy's shoulder with a resounding clang, producing a shower of sparks. Yet failing to inflict any harm, he possessed a talisman. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the boy, standing upon a golden glow, retaliated with a decisive strike, toppling his opponent to the ground. Some recognized it as a protective talisman, capable of temporarily nullifying physical attacks. Lu Li's pupils constricted. To possess such talismans at such a young age indicated a background of affluence. They must be the descendants of esteemed cultivation families. The battle raged on, chaos ensued. More and more children, in a state of panic, activated the protective talismans they carried. A series of luminous shields and protective barriers shimmered around, some even deflecting the weapons of the adversary. The defensive talismans fulfilled their purpose as expected. Cries of injustice echoed. "This is unfair." They wield celestial symbols. Others desperately attempted to approach the noble offspring capable of self-defense, seeking to forge alliances, only to be coldly rebuffed. Amidst all this, Chi Guanzi remained indifferent, observing from the sidelines. The disciples clad in yellow in the sky refrained from intervening, coldly watching the scene unfold as if it were a mere sifting of sand, neither participating nor showing pity. Until, at last, someone crossed the invisible threshold. A youth, cornered and panicked, abruptly drew a scarlet talisman from his bosom, shouting urgently, "Fire burst technique. Unleash." Boom. A searing fireball erupted from the talisman, crashing forth like a collapsing mountain, aimed directly at the child pursuing him. The latter had no time to evade. Silenced before he could utter a sound, consumed by the fireball, his flesh charred, a horrific sight to behold. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. All action ceased as onlookers stared in shock at the rising plume of smoke. The boy who had unleashed the fire talisman had yet to fully exhale in relief. Whoosh. A beam of cold light suddenly descended from above. The shadow of a sword fell from the heavens, piercing like a specter through the heart. The boy widened his eyes, unable to struggle, as a blade pierced his brow, ending his life on the spot. Thud. His body collapsed, blood pooling and staining the fragmented ground. At this moment, Chi Guanzi's voice finally resonated. Defensive talismans are permitted. Offensive talismans are prohibited. Offenders shall face death without mercy. The weight of his words fell like a chilling wind across the throats of all present, silencing any further attempts at sorcery. The rules had become unmistakably clear. Lu Li felt a heaviness in his heart. This illusionary immortal sect had never lacked principles, nor had it ever shown mercy. They afforded the rich heirs a chance at survival, yet denied them the power to slaughter indiscriminately, not for the sake of justice, but merely for the sake of order. In this moment, he understood one thing more clearly. The weak here had not even the right to cry out. He glanced at Wang Ming beside him, who was biting her lip, her face pale but silent. Luli tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze darkening. At this juncture, two bloodied figures approached him. A boy and a girl. The boy was tall and broad-shouldered, his face splattered with fresh blood, his eyes glinting with a feral light. The girl, slightly shorter, bore a sinister expression, her dagger smeared with remnants of hair, evidently stained by violence. Their gazes burned with intensity, akin to wolves scenting a lone rabbit. The boy grinned maniacally, his voice hoarse yet infused with madness. Don't blame us. Only 200 can survive. You, scrawny and frail. If we don't slay you, you'll surely fall to someone else. Before awaiting a response, he suddenly let out a wild howl and lunged at Luli. Brandishing a heavy sword, he swung down with ferocity. Though lacking in technique, his strength was formidable, the sword wind slicing through the air. Luli raised his sword to parry, feeling a jolt reverberate through his hands. As he was forced back 3 steps, his complexion shifted slightly. The sword was too heavy, leaving him unable to counterattack and relegating him to a defensive stance. His opponent clearly possessed considerable strength and had taken lives before, exuding a palpable intent to kill from the very first strike. Wang Ming gasped from behind, eager to approach yet hesitant to advance. Luli gritted his teeth, struggling to raise the sword in defense. At that moment, however, the cold bone fragment nestled in his arms began to emit a faint warmth once more, as if resonating with the spirit of combat, pulsing gently. A subtle surge of power, akin to warm water flowing, radiated from his chest into his arms. This was not a violent enhancement, but rather a gradual reinforcement, enabling him to barely maintain his composure under the oppressive situation. His strength remained unchanged, and the sword's momentum was still weak, yet he was no longer on the verge of collapse. His gaze grew increasingly lucid. This peculiar power had manifested when he descended the demon's peak alone. It did not bestow him with immense strength, but slowly restored his stamina and endurance in moments of near exhaustion. With the aid of this warmth, he relied on his agility to continuously retreat and evade. As his opponent swung down with the sword, he sidestepped with precision, with another strike. He rolled on the ground to avoid the blow. His movements may not have been graceful, yet they were executed with utmost accuracy. The young boy grew more agitated with each attack, sweat streaming down his cheeks, until he finally bellowed, "Is dodging all you can do? You filthy rat." Luli remained silent, his cold gaze fixed intently on him, sharp as a blade. At that moment, the boy suddenly shouted, "Linyu, what are you waiting for? Let us finish him. Kill him." The girl, hearing this, stealthily approached from the side, a sharp dagger gleaming in her hand, her eyes betraying a flicker of delight. With one wielding a longsword and the other a dagger, the two closed in, a genuine encirclement commencing. He possessed but a single longsword, and his frail form could scarcely withstand their relentless assault. This, perhaps, was his first path to certain death. Luli gritted his teeth, enduring as his swordplay faltered. Ahead, the boy swung his sword like the wind, his form robust. From the side, Linyu advanced, her dagger glinting ominously. Behind him, Wang Ming remained closely pressed against him, retreating step by step, as if evading danger yet also hiding. "Luli, be careful." Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, perpetually frail. Luli had no time to regard her. He understood that in such dire circumstances, he could only confront the threat head-on. His knuckles whitened from gripping the sword, cold sweat pouring down his body, yet not a shred of hesitation crossed his mind. Just then, swish, a sharp chill pierced through, not from in front of him, but from behind. Luli's eyes widened in shock. A sudden coldness enveloped his abdomen, and a searing pain surged forth. He looked down. A dagger was thrusting from his side, penetrating flesh and nearly tearing through his insides. The hand wielding the dagger, small, pale, trembling, yet exerting tremendous force, was Wang Ming. Her eyes still bore the timid expression, yet within that timidity lay an unmistakable malice, as if she had finally abandoned all restraint. "Wang Ming?" Luli's voice came out hoarse, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He had contemplated life and death before, yet he had never imagined being betrayed by someone behind him. Wang Ming's voice trembled as she spoke. "I apologize, Brother Luli. Linyu promised me that if I killed someone, she would allow me to form a team. I do not wish to die. I truly do not want to perish." Tears shimmered in her eyes, yet with fierce determination, she drew forth her dagger. "You may rest in peace. I will survive." Luli staggered back 2 steps, his complexion pale, bloodied fingers pressed against his wound. It dawned upon him at last, this trial, from its inception, was never a crucible of humanity, but rather a toxic pool for the living. All emotions, compassion, kindness, were merely a shroud to be draped over one as they approached death. And Wang Ming's blade was a token of gratitude for his inaugural lesson. From the sidelines, Linyu approached with a cold smirk. "Well done, little girl. You truly have some audacity." She advanced, and together with her companion, they completely encircled Luli. In that moment, the voice of Chiyoyu resonated within his consciousness, languid, laced with mockery. "Did you truly believe that the little weakling you were protecting was without malice? Ah, the celestial sex are hardly devoid of filth." Luli slowly raised his head, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, the flicker of naive belief quietly shattered. Chapter 14. Fusion. The blade pierced deeply. Luli was caught off guard, feeling an icy chill in his abdomen, swiftly followed by a searing pain. He staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, the sword slipping from his grasp as blood gushed from the wound. Wang Ming, wielding a short sword stained with blood, displayed an expression of indescribable struggle and satisfaction in her eyes. Linyu approached, her demeanor cold and detached. She looked down at the fallen Luli, her face devoid of emotion as she bent down and, with a swift and decisive motion, plunged a dagger into his abdomen once more. With a splatter, blood erupted anew. Linyu turned and walked away, not sparing him a glance. Wang Ming timidly followed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sister Linyu, can I join your group now?" Linyu nodded indifferently. In an instant, Wang Ming was overwhelmed with joy, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. The two joined another young man and set off in search of their next solitary target. The battlefield raged fiercely. Blood, cries, flight, and slaughter, like a boiling mire. Lives were lost every moment. Meanwhile, Luli lay in a corner, a pool of blood forming around him, ignored by all. His consciousness blurred, and countless fragments floated before his eyes. His grandfather's frail silhouette, his elder brother's affectionate smile, his second brother's pierced body, and that woman, still breathtakingly beautiful, hanging on the bloodied wall. "Chiyoyu, you are dying." Suddenly, a cold whisper echoed in his ears. Familiar yet distant, it was the voice of the immortal Chiyoyu, laced with a hint of disdain and tranquility. "If you wish to live, you must embed the eerie bone within your body. It will ensure that your breath of life persists." It was this very bone that had allowed me to survive as blood food in the hands of the earthbound spirits for 10 years. Luli's fingers twitched as he struggled to reach into his bosom. The eerie bone still radiated warmth. Gritting his teeth, blood trickled from the corner of his lips. "I cannot die." With determination, he pushed himself up with one hand while tremblingly tearing open the wound at his waist with the other. Enduring the excruciating pain, he embedded the eerie bone into his body, inch by inch. Blood surged forth, yet he did not utter a single sound. The moment the bone was embedded, Luli's body quaked violently. Within him, it felt as though flames ignited. The bone began to tremble subtly at his dantian, as if awakened by some mysterious force. A torrent of heat surged through him, reversing the flow of blood, cleansing his limbs, while the shattered meridians were forcibly wrapped, the remnants of his vitality reweaving themselves. Though he was not a cultivator and could not perceive his inner self, the images that emerged in his mind were extraordinarily vivid. Inside him, an incredible scene unfolded. The aura of the eerie bone intertwined slowly with the yellow spirit bone within him, merging together. How is this possible? Deep within his consciousness, the voice of Chiyoyu was uncharacteristically flustered. "This is impossible. This eerie bone. How could it possibly fuse with your spirit bone? I have tried for 10 years, and at most, I could only manage to embed it within flesh. It simply does not acknowledge a master. You are merely a yellow bone, of the most inferior quality. How dare you accomplish what I could not?" Her voice began to grow hoarse, tinged with disbelief and tremors. "Are you suggesting that only the most wretched bones are unbound by fate, capable of merging with this entity? Is my heavenly bone too formidable, rendering me unworthy?" Her voice abruptly ceased, plunging into a deathly silence. Luli lay sprawled in a pool of blood, his jaw clenched tightly, his body racked with spasms. The sinister bone was slowly sinking into the core of his spiritual bone, entwining, tearing apart like a forceful annexation or a clandestine amalgamation. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul, akin to blades and axes, fire and frost, sweeping through his entire meridian system. He had never encountered such agony, as if every inch of flesh, every bone, every wisp of spirit was being torn asunder and reshaped. He trembled in pain, yet inexplicably, a sensation of pleasure emerged, because the once wildly dissipating vitality had, astonishingly, come to a halt. Not only did it cease, but it also began to flow back slowly. The shattered meridians began to writhe and mend, and the flesh around the wounds subtly hinted at the promise of rebirth. Those were signs of life. Ah, Lu could no longer restrain himself, letting out a low roar, his face contorted. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, an unprecedented aura suddenly surged within him. It was neither blood, nor flesh, nor bone. Instead, it was a thread. So faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet gentle and docile, akin to the crystalline flow of morning dew. Luli's gaze underwent a dramatic transformation. He sensed a profound alteration in his perception. The sounds of battle in the distance resonated in his ears as if they were right at his feet. The stench of blood and sweat from 100 meters away assaulted his nostrils. He could even hear the children surrounding him, believing him to be dead, now softly conversing. Their heartbeats distinct. Lu could scarcely believe the reality he was experiencing. "What has happened to me?" he whispered, his voice hoarse, laced with an indescribable bewilderment and exhilaration. In his sea of consciousness, the long-silent fairy Chiwa finally regained her composure, emitting a cold snort. "Humph. You have already stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation. This is the first realm of cultivation, condensing chi." Her voice was frigid, barely concealing her envy. "That stream of nascent energy within you is spiritual energy. Merging with the sinister bone has transformed your yellow bone, forcibly opening up the meridians." Her tone grew increasingly frigid. "From this day forth, you have embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, you lucky wretch." Lu closed his eyes, attuning himself to that subtle yet tangible spiritual energy within. In that moment, even if no one in the arena noticed, even if he remained the most inconspicuous speck of dust, in the heart of the trial ground, the earth cracked and the winds howled, the sounds of slaughter reverberating through the air. That lean and cold figure had already entered a realm devoid of human presence. Shi Huang. He was not particularly tall, yet with each step he took, the ground trembled and sank, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The silver spear soared like a dragon, its might akin to 1,000 junctures. With every sweep, 3 or 4 individuals were sent flying, crashing to the ground, bones fracturing and blood splattering. Within him, a flickering golden light danced like flames, converging in his dantian and surging towards his limbs. This was the primordial spiritual energy awakened from the heavenly bone. No one could withstand his might. Even a trio attacking in unison would be reduced to mere fragments under a single strike. He was cold and unfeeling, his gaze as still as stagnant water, resembling a divine executioner devoid of any emotion. Like a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, blood flowed like a river. High above the scene, Qi Guanzi, with a flourish of his long sleeves, revealed a smile. Indeed, as expected of the heavenly bone. In the chaos of life and death, he instinctively sensed the spiritual energy, stepping onto the path, condensing Qi to the first layer. Truly the strongest aptitude. His voice, though soft, was sufficient to resonate in the ears of the disciples clad in yellow. The onlookers displayed their reverence, realizing this was the essence of the heavenly bone. Born to cultivate, 1 in 10,000. So formidable. Yet at that moment, Qi Guanzi's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze shifted, suddenly falling upon the farthest corner of the trial ground. In that seemingly inconspicuous blood-soaked area, a figure was slowly rising from the ground. It was a frail youth, drenched in blood, his body swaying as if he had just clawed his way back from the brink of death. More astonishingly, upon him, there lingered a faint spiritual energy, barely perceptible, akin to the smoke of a morning mist, so light it was almost invisible, yet undeniably present. Qi Guanzi squinted, murmuring to himself, What is that?" As he probed with his consciousness, a slight tremor coursed through him, revealing a hint of astonishment. Yellow bone? Has he actually sensed the Qi and entered the condensing phase? A momentary flicker of interest crossed his mind, but it was fleeting. In the next instant, his expression turned indifferent, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Humph, merely a stroke of luck. Even if he has embarked on the path of cultivation, what of it? The yellow bone remains but an ant." He cast no further glance, redirecting his attention to Shi Huang, who was indiscriminately slaughtering. Meanwhile, Lu stood in the corner, his face pale, blood staining his lips, and the wound on his abdomen still throbbed with pain. Yet his gaze was now entirely transformed. He felt that delicate thread of spiritual energy within him, condensing yet unbroken, gentle yet tangible. He understood that he had embarked upon the path of cultivation. Yet no one would cry out for him. He was not of the heavenly bone. He was merely a yellow bone, rising from the blood. In that moment, he looked toward the distance. 3 figures approached their new target, laughing as if the dagger that had just struck him was nothing but a game. Wang Ming, Lin Yu, and that boy with the sword. The light in Luli's eyes turned icy. He was no saint, nor was he one to repay malice with virtue. The dagger from Wang Ming pierced not just his abdomen, but the last vestige of his belief in humanity. Lin Yu's blade was the nail that drove him deeper into the mud. He murmured softly, "You must die." Each word, though spoken lightly, was etched with murderous intent. The thread of spiritual energy within him seemed to sense his desire, subtly swirling into a dark red glow. Luli slowly made his way toward the nearby weapons rack. He walked slowly, each step treading upon a pool of blood, leaving footprints that stretched like a sacrificial offering. He approached a formidable blade, one that should have towered over his shoulders, a heavy and inferior iron weapon. Previously, he had attempted to lift it but found himself utterly incapable. Yet this time, he extended his hand, grasped the hilt, and with a powerful motion, he raised it. A deep hum resonated from the blade, as if it were responding to him. Spiritual energy surged into his arm, causing his bones to emit a faint crackling sound. His formerly gaunt arm swelled slightly with prominent veins, the flesh now as firm as steel. Meanwhile, Luli had already fixed his gaze upon three silhouettes. He could hear the whispers of the wind, the sounds of footsteps, and the rhythm of a heartbeat with crystal clarity. Wang Ming was still cautiously conversing with Lin Yu. That face, which had once shown signs of tears in front of him, playfully calling him brother, now wore an innocent smile, as if nothing had transpired. Luli slowly raised the great sword, its edge pointed forward. With a flicker of his figure, a murderous intent spread like the night. He was not fleeing, rather, he was preparing to hunt. Chapter 15. Ruthless Luli gripped the towering blade, moving swiftly forward. He did not conceal his murderous intent, rather, he resembled a specter drenched in blood, his step steady and his gaze icy. The children engaged in battle around him turned their heads in curiosity. Who is that? Has he lost his mind? Wielding a colossal sword, he looks formidable. Those who had intended to surround him hesitated, instinctively sensing an ominous aura emanating from him, not spiritual energy, but a malevolent force. In the distance, Shi Huang, who was sweeping the battlefield with his silver spear, paused. He turned his head to regard the slender yet sinister figure, a rare glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. He could discern that the boy's aura was just beginning to form. He was the second to awaken spiritual energy during the trial after Shi Huang himself. Although merely a fledgling, he had nonetheless reached this stage. Shi Huang chuckled softly, twirling the silver spear between his fingers, his battle spirit igniting. Meanwhile, the boy who had once conspired to kill Luli found himself beneath the blade, paralyzed with fear, initially focused on attacking another target. He nearly collapsed upon seeing the youth with the great sword approaching. "No, it's impossible. You're supposed to be dead." Luli offered no reply. He simply raised the massive sword, and in the next heartbeat, a chilling light sliced through the air. Bang! The long blade descended, and with a resounding crash, the boy was cleaved in two, sword and body alike. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall, splattering everywhere. The surrounding children screamed and fled, none daring to approach. He is not dead? Lin Yu's pupils dilated, her gaze fixed on the blood-soaked figure approaching. She recognized him. Luli, the one whom Wang Ming had pierced with a blade. The very corpse she had dispatched. Yet now, he emerged from the pile of bodies as if nothing had transpired, wielding his sword to kill, as cold as a demon. A chill crept into her heart, but the cunning Lin Yu quickly regained her composure. As Luli charged at her once more with his weapon raised, she hastily shoved Wang Ming forward, her voice shrill. "Wang Ming, did you not want to team up with me? Protect me from him." Wang Ming was thrust into the forefront, his face a mask of terror. "No, Brother Luli, I'm sorry, I truly realize my mistakes now." Her expression was one of fear, regret, and despair. Yet in Luli's eyes, only the deceitful faces reflected and the blade remained. There was no hesitation, no compassion. Swish. The blade flashed, blood spray. Wang Ming barely had time to utter a sound before he was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly. The corpse twitched twice before lying still, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to fathom that Luli had truly struck her down. He was once the brother she had called out to. Luli slowly sheathed his sword, his expression unchanged, turning towards Lin Yu. In his gaze lingered a singular thought. There is still one more. Luli sneered, his eyes cold, his steps unyielding, the great sword trailing blood in his wake. To him, Lin Yu was no longer an adversary, but rather an object of execution. At that moment, a beguiling and chilling female voice echoed within the sea of consciousness. "You have merged with the eerie bone, something I have yet to achieve." The voice of the autumn moon fairy still carried an air of languor, as though she had crawled from a pool of blood, yet this time it was imbued with an undeniable excitement. "This bone is exceedingly mysterious, unfathomable. From what I have glimpsed, it seems to possess the power of devouring. You might give it a try. Those two corpses earlier, do not be overt about it, for there are those from the second realm observing. Merely feign a search for treasure amidst the corpses and take the opportunity to comprehend. Her tone was akin to a seductive whisper. However, Luli paid her no heed. With a cold sneer, his voice was as resolute as iron. To comprehend, one must first eliminate her. This woman, having witnessed my resurrection, poses an endless threat if left alive. Without pausing, he gathered his breath, gripping his great blade tightly, its edge pointed directly at Lin Yu. This battle must eradicate the root of the problem. Lin Yu finally sensed that something was amiss. She gazed at Luli, who advanced step by step. The bloodied youth before her emanating a fervent killing intent, devoid of any mercy or hesitation. Terrified, she recoiled, trembling as she implored, Luli, spare me. I will never disclose your resurrection. Truly I swear. Luli did not spare her a glance, merely offering a cold chuckle as he quickened his pace. Do you truly believe you still have the right to negotiate? Swish. The great blade swooshed downward. Lin Yu hastily evaded, stumbling as the blade's energy tore at her garment, inflicting a sharp pain. Madman. This lunatic has truly lost his mind. She screamed in terror. You cannot kill me. I possess a protective talisman. In her frantic state, Lin Yu fumbled to retrieve a jade talisman from her bosom, its crystalline light shimmering. Luli's countenance remained unchanged as he uttered a single phrase. Let us see whose talisman is tougher, yours or my blade. Lin Yu's face turned ashen, a profound dread surging within her. She finally realized how foolish her earlier decision had been to push this youth toward his demise. The two engaged in a frantic chase, none daring to intervene. Swish. Luli swung his blade, and Lin Yu, unable to evade, gritted her teeth and crushed the jade talisman with fierce determination. Boom. A golden light surged skyward, enveloping her in a protective barrier, a shield as unyielding as a bell. Luli's strike was forcefully rebuffed, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. Yet, he did not halt. He did not waver. He felt no anger. He merely raised his blade once more, his expression devoid of emotion, charging forward with one strike after another. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow struck heavily against the golden bell, reverberating through the air. The barrier emitted a resonating hum, while Lin Yu, terrified within the golden light, watched the madman outside. He was drenched in blood, his eyes devoid of humanity. A figure akin to the Grim Reaper, relentlessly wielding his blade. The golden light dimmed inch by inch. Finally, she broke down, crying out, Stop. You cannot kill me. You are merely a yellow bone. I have the protection of the Immortals. Before she could finish her plea, a thunderous boom resounded. The final blow fell heavily. The protective shield shattered inch by inch, and the jade talisman burst forth in a dazzling light. Lin Yu's face turned pale, caught off guard, her eyes wide open as she helplessly watched the bloody giant blade descend upon her forehead. No. A sharp gasp ensued. Blood spattered. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. Her throat issued a hoarse whimper. Her body cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Even in death, she could not believe this yellow-boned youth had truly slain her. Luli stood before the corpse, his breath heavy and labored. Gripping the great sword, he remained silent, his gaze icy to the core. In his consciousness, Chuyue had been silent for a long while, finally breaking into a soft laughter. Quite impressive. The intent to kill, the ferocity, the obsession, and the action, none are lacking. Indeed, you are a fine seed for cultivating immortality. Lin Yu's corpse still bore warmth. Luli, holding the great sword, stepped upon her shattered ribcage, blood dripping from the blade's tip and falling into her unblinking eyes. This marked his third adversary in this trial, and also his third quarry. He slowly crouched, expressionless, beginning to search her pockets, looting her remains. However, to the onlookers, he appeared as a blood-soaked young demon, mercilessly killing and plundering, even refusing to spare the corpse. Particularly after Lin Yu had failed to survive even under the protection of the golden talisman, as Luli rummaged. Several young nobles clad in fine garments, clearly of high birth, changed their expressions drastically. Even a celestial talisman could not withstand this madman. Do not approach him. He has truly lost his sanity and is capable of killing. Some noble offspring even turned to flee, keeping their distance, their faces varying in expressions of fear and trepidation. This was the first individual in this trial to perish while under the protection of a celestial talisman. Yet Luli remained unfazed. In his consciousness, Chuyue's voice rose sharply. Now, shall we explore the mysteries of the eerie bones? Luli did not respond, merely lifted his hand to press against Lin Yu's still warm chest. A surge of heat emanated from within, as if the eerie bones were alive, beginning to resonate. A torrent of fiery energy flowed through his meridians to his fingertips, invisibly creating a resonance with Lin Yu's corpse. In the next moment, Lin Yu's body quivered slightly. Lu Li suddenly sensed an unusual essence being slowly extracted. It was neither spiritual energy, nor blood, nor soul. It was an ineffable primal essence, weak, thin, yet exceedingly pure. He turned his gaze inward. He could see the once clear yellow bones within Lin Yu darkening at a visible pace, fading into complete obscurity. Simultaneously, the yellow bone within Lu Li began to exhibit a faint golden pattern upon its surface, delicate as morning mist, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing. This is impossible. Qiu Yue's voice rose in astonishment, reverberating within his consciousness with uncontainable shock and tremor. You are absorbing her spiritual bone essence. You are consuming her spiritual bone power and utilizing it to transform your originally fourth-grade yellow bone? Her tone was unprecedentedly urgent, even tinged with terror. This is no ordinary siphoning of energy, soul refining, or parasitism. This is the devouring and transmutation at the level of spiritual bones. You are forcibly completing the metamorphosis of the spiritual bone. Lu Li's pupils contracted as he sensed the faint golden trace within him. The voice of the autumn moon fairy grew increasingly calm, yet concealed a fervent surge. If enough could be absorbed, could your yellow bone evolve into the mysterious bone, the earth bone, even the heavenly bone? Perhaps even transcending the heavenly bone to an unknown bone? Lu Li offered no reply. He merely stood silently, retracting his palm. As the corpse beneath his feet no longer radiated the brilliance of spiritual bones, leaving only a hollow shell. Chapter 16. The dust settles. Lu Li did not respond to Qiu Yu. He merely rose silently, retracting his palms, and cast a downward glance at the lifeless body of Lin Yu beneath him. That form appeared unremarkable on the surface, however. Internally, it had utterly lost all spirit and radiance, no longer representing a cultivator's remains, but merely a hollow shell. For he had consumed the essence within. Should this act of devouring be detected, even the slightest trace, it would pertain to the sinister bones, and the repercussions would be unfathomable. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Li's eyes. He understood precisely what he needed to do, leave no evidence behind. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his blade and, without warning, struck down upon the corpse once more. With a resounding thud, the iron blade descended, cleaving through the chest cavity of the body. Following this, a second, third, and fourth blow followed. Blood and flesh erupted, shattered bones scattered about. He hesitated not for an instant, nor did he pause for a fraction of a second. With each strike, he reduced the body to a pulpy mass, rendering its features indistinguishable. The ground resembled a slaughterhouse, with blood flowing like a river. This scene left all those surrounding him utterly dumbfounded. The previously hesitant youth and maiden stood frozen in shock, their faces pale. Madness. Pure madness. He had not only killed, but now sought to reduce the body to mere mush. Some of the timid turned and fled in terror, while others retched on the spot. This corner of the trial ground, once filled with fierce combat, now lay in complete silence, with no one daring to approach. The young man, clad in blood-stained garments and wielding his blade, stood before a mass of indistinct blood and flesh, not even blinking. He was no lunatic. He was far more terrifying than a mere madman. High above, Qi Guanzi furrowed his brow. This youth, his gaze sharpened, noting the thoroughness of the slaughter. Merely a yellow-boned individual, yet he acted with such ruthless decisiveness. A flicker of inexplicable unease crossed his mind. Yet he chose to remain silent. At this moment, Shi Huang slowly approached, grasping a silver spear, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity and intrigue. He had never encountered a youth who executed the trifecta of killing, silencing, and obliterating traces with such natural ease, as though it were akin to breathing. This individual was not an ordinary cultivator. He seemed more akin to a practitioner of dark arts. As Lu Li turned, his blade raised, he found himself face to face with Shi Huang. Their gazes locked. Shi Huang chuckled lightly. "You are no ordinary person." Lu Li's eyes grew cold and piercing, and with a sudden roar, he shouted, "Get lost." Immediately after, he swung his blade with ferocity. A tempest arose, blood energy surged, and the force of his strike rolled forth like thunder. Yet, Shi Huang merely lifted his spear slightly, the silver light swirling clang, with a sharp sound. Lu Li's heavy blade was parried by the spear's tip, forcing him to retreat a half-step. Shi Huang's lips curled into a smirk, his battle intent intensifying. "Well done. I have long wished to see just how much true skill this second awakened spirit of a yellowbone possesses." Lu Li gritted his teeth, letting out a cold snort. He was no fool. This spear had already made it clear that his opponent was not one he could contend with at present. However, he would not retreat. He surged forward, raising his blade once more, charging toward Shi Huang. Lu Li and Shi Huang, at last, clashed in a fierce confrontation. The giant blade met the silver spear. A chilling surge of bloodlust filled the air, and the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. From the very onset of this battle, the outcome was seemingly predetermined. Each thrust of Shi Huang's spear was executed with the precision of a taut bowstring, its intent flowing like a meandering river, steady yet powerful. In contrast, Lu Li charged forth like a ferocious tiger battering against a wall. Though his strikes were fierce and relentless, they were riddled with vulnerabilities. Still recovering from previous injuries, he felt his abdomen tear anew, blood gushing forth once more. Yet he did not falter, inching forward, engaging in a deadly struggle without retreat. Shi Huang's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity, his spiritual energy coursing along the spear, reminiscent of moonlight in motion, effortlessly maintaining the upper hand. Was this merely a pitiful insect, fortunate enough to awaken a trace of spiritual energy, daring to flaunt its strength? Such was not the case. He advanced steadily, each step light yet lethal. Every thrust executed with a calm precision, akin to a hunter cornering a trapped beast. Meanwhile, Lu Li, bloodied and panting heavily, still wielded his blade with unwavering resolve. He clenched his teeth, feeling the heat of his internal energy blaze like molten iron, his spiritual force surging wildly. Every breath was a desperate struggle to reclaim life from the jaws of death. A sudden flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and a cold smirk graced his lips. Ah, the heaven's bone. I wonder what would happen if I were to consume it? This was the first time Lu Li harbored the desire to devour before a living genius. Though he had yet to earn the right, he had already, within his mind, taken a life. He bided his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, wagering on a flaw that would determine life or death with a single blow. But just as the two were entwined in their battle of wills, an overwhelming, invisible force descended upon them, violently separating them. Enough. Qi Guanzi stood aloof in the sky, hands clasped behind his back, coldly declaring, "The trial has concluded. Fewer than 200 remain alive." In that moment, the mountains and valleys fell silent. After a brief stillness, a wave of suppressed lament and weeping erupted. One by one, the wounded youths collapsed to the ground, weeping openly. It was not shame, nor weakness. It was the instinct of survival, the fragility of having emerged from a pile of corpses. They were too young, most barely 10 years old, tasting for the first time the terror of killing and being killed. They realized for the first time that the immortal sects of this world were akin to hell. And yet, they had survived. Lu Li breathed heavily, his great blade embedded in the ground, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He did not weep. He stood, gazing at his weeping peers, as though observing unfamiliar souls departed. The strange bones within him continued to radiate warmth, seemingly responding to his fleeting thought of devouring the heaven's bone. Lu Li, in his consciousness, the autumn moon fairy whispered gently, "You have merely arrived at the threshold. In this life, will you consume the proud, or will the proud consume you?" She did not smile, only posed the question softly. Lu Li remained silent, tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade. Shi Huang retracted his silver spear, his garments untouched by a speck of dust. He chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the bloodied and breathless Lu Li. "Alas, the trial has come to an end. Consider yourself fortunate to have salvaged a worthless life." Upon concluding his speech, he casually swung his silver spear, the blade piercing the air before embedding itself firmly into the ground, standing erect and motionless. However, Shi Huang did not glance back. He turned and departed with a steady and composed stride, as if the recent carnage had merely been a trivial game to stretch his limbs after a meal. He did not look back, for in his eyes, Lu Li was unworthy of remembrance. Lu Li slowly lifted his gaze, observing the silhouette of Shi Huang. A flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed his eyes. He was acutely aware that, on this day, he was far from capable of vanquishing this man. Thus, he remained still. Yet he committed to memory his gait, breath, and demeanor. To remember those destined for death in the future did not necessitate action today. After a brief moment, dozens of disciples clad in yellow descended from the mountain gate, entering the battlefield. They formed several small teams, wielding special spiritual talismans, methodically transporting the bodies. Some were nothing but remnants. Others still bled profusely, and some lay with eyes wide open, refusing to close. Yet, none of the yellow-robed disciples displayed any compassion. They diligently followed protocol, moving and counting as they worked. She noticed that the blood beneath Lu Li's feet had long since dried, yet none dared to approach him. As a stick of incense burned down, the battlefield, once teeming with over 400 individuals, now held fewer than 200. Yet, the stains of blood remained, and the air was thick with the lingering scent of blood and the acrid remnants of burnt talismans. The battlefield had been cleared, but the aura of killing intent remained palpable. This martial arts arena had become a makeshift grave for the young. Standing at the forefront, the yellow-clad disciples proclaimed loudly, "The second trial has been completed. From this day forth, all remaining in this arena shall be disciples of the outer sect of our illusory immortal gate." Some fell to their knees, overwhelmed by emotion and weeping. Others clenched their fists, their faces pale, yet their spines unyielding. Lu Li merely stared at his own hands, those hands that had turned over corpses, pierced bones, and wielded a great blade. He understood that from this moment on, he had survived. However, the significance of that survival was to become the lowest tier of the outer sect. Meanwhile, Shi Huang had already positioned himself beside Qi Guanzi. With a smile, Qi Guanzi personally wiped the blood from Shi Huang's robe, whispering, "You need not enter the outer sect. Your trial has long since been completed. This stage was merely a place for your casual experience." He surveyed the disciples below, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, and with a cold smile, he declared, "You, with your celestial bones and fated destiny, are destined to contend in the four corners. These individuals are not of your ilk." Shi Huang nodded slightly, his gaze indifferent. Yet it subtly swept over the figure still standing with the blade raised, Lu Li. He had not forgotten. Though the youth appeared disheveled, he had not fallen beneath his spear. Though forced to retreat, he had never revealed fear. The glance exchanged in that moment resembled certain truly dangerous entities. The second trial came to a close, inscribing 200 names upon a scroll leading to the path of immortality, with Lu Li's name nestled in the most inconspicuous corner. Chapter 17. The affectionate fool. As the dawn light cascaded before the entrance of the illusory immortal sect, 200 children clad in coarse or newly sewn robes stood solemnly in the aftermath of battle. They were the surviving disciples of the yellow-boned sect, tiny creatures that had crawled out from the slaughter, now finally bestowed with the title, outer disciples of the illusory immortal sect. Qi Guanzi stood on the stone steps with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and spoke, "Now that you have survived, each shall return to your respective peaks. The disciples of the inner sects, Broken Sword, Heartless, Six Paths, and Returning Clouds shall choose freely." As his words resonated, four young cultivators of distinct demeanor slowly emerged from the left front of the mountain gate, positioning themselves in four directions. They were the current inner sect guides. From Broken Sword Peak, there was Hu Jingxing, exuding an imposing aura and a fervor for battle. From Heartless Peak, Lin Jingyu, strikingly beautiful, emanated an icy presence. From Six Paths Peak, Zhao Chonyan, draped in gray robes, wore a somber smile. From Returning Clouds Peak, He Xiu Yuan, elegant and refined, carried an extraordinary grace. Suddenly, Qi Guanzi shifted his tone, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd. Among the 200 yellow-boned disciples, there is but one who, through trial and introspection, has comprehended the flow of qi and has breached the gate of condensed qi. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. To have a yellow-boned disciple perceive qi was a rarity indeed. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the disciples. Has someone truly grasped the spiritual energy already? Was it not said that yellow-boned disciples are slow to comprehend? Who could it be? Qi Guanzi stated matter-of-factly, "Lu Li." All eyes turned toward a corner of the crowd, where stood a worn and expressionless, emaciated youth. Some expressed surprise, while others scoffed, merely a stroke of luck. In the direction of Returning Clouds Peak, He Shiyuan paused momentarily, then smiled. "Junior sister, your servant is quite exceptional. Why not? Let him join Returning Clouds, shall we?" Dong Xiang, standing beside He Shiyuan, was now captivated by her remarkably distinguished senior brother, momentarily forgetting the servant who had walked beside her before the trial. Alarmed, she instinctively shook her head like a rattle drum. No, 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 I do not wish for him to follow me to Returning Clouds. I believe, on the path of greatness, we should grow independently, without the need for a servant to accompany us. Her tone, though feigned calm, betrayed a hint of panic in her eyes. At merely 12 years of age, she understood that having a servant of humble origin trailing her would invite ridicule. She yearned for admiration, not to be tethered by the skirts of a servant born of the earth. He Shiyuan chuckled softly at her words. "As you wish." Lu Li stood at the rear of the Returning Clouds disciples, his gaze piercing through the throng toward the girl standing beside Xiao Yuan, smiling up at him, Dong Xiang. She had donned a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, a jade tablet at her waist, her posture dignified, exuding the pride and grace of an immortal sect disciple. Yet, on her once familiar face, there now lingered an expression of alienation, shame, and evasion. Lu Li gazed at her, feeling for the first time an indescribable strangeness. He had believed that even with the bond of soul blood, and despite their master-servant relationship, they had once been the closest of companions during their journey together. Yet he was mistaken. In her eyes, the yellow bone was unworthy, a source of shame, a connection she wished to sever. He spoke softly. His tone as cold as frost. Is Huanggu so utterly worthless in her eyes? In the distance, Dong Xiang seemed to sense something. Suddenly lifting her gaze towards Lu Li, only to avert it immediately, lowering her head and lightly biting her lips, too hesitant to meet his eyes. Within the realm of consciousness, the autumn moon fairy chuckled lazily. Are you surprised once again? Human nature is inherently like this. Do you think the soul blood is an agreement or a promise? It is merely a talisman she wears, something she herself does not take to heart. Lu Li remained silent, yet his gaze grew increasingly icy. He quietly asked, Is there a way to this soul blood contract? The voice of the autumn moon turned slightly grave. If you personally offer your soul blood, it would signify the soul imprint on the master, controlling the soul with the body, binding life with 1,000 chains. Should you defy her orders, you would suffer soul injury at best, or at worst, your soul would shatter, turning to ash. Unless she actively dissolves the contract, or you possess power that transcends the essence of this contract. Lu Li took a deep breath, a glimmer of murderous intent reflecting in his eyes, sensing his emotional turmoil. The autumn moon smiled, her voice becoming even more alluring. Of course, there is a third option. Make her love you, become infatuated with you, reluctant to part with you. If she willingly offers her soul blood, she would break the contract herself. By then, whether you wish for her to live or die, it will all depend on your word. Lu Li's heart trembled, his thoughts racing like lightning. The soul blood contract was his greatest peril at this moment. Within the elusive immortal sect, or any trial ground, as long as Dong Xiang had a thought, he would be doomed. No matter how strong, ruthless, or bloodthirsty he became, should she frown, he would disintegrate into nothingness. He clenched his teeth, his voice barely audible. One day, I will reclaim the soul blood with my own hands. The eerie bone shivered slightly, as if sensing the genuine rebellious spirit that had arisen within him. The voice of the autumn moon floated softly, like vines entwining around his soul. Now that's more like it. This is the demeanor that a master of eerie bone should possess. Lin Jingyu had remained silent until now, but suddenly spoke softly, Then let him come to my heartless peak. Her words were subtle, yet her gaze was profound. Though her expression was devoid of emotion and her eyes calm, a fleeting glimmer of cold light passed as she regarded Lu Li. Lin Yu was a side branch of her Lin family. How could she swallow the indignation of having her publicly slain? Hu Jingxing raised an eyebrow and remarked, Junior sister Lin, do not take this too seriously. The sect forbids private duels. Lu Li killed Lin Yu. Is he not one of your kin? Lin Jingyu replied indifferently, I practice the path of detachment and would not lose my moral compass due to personal feelings. Lin Yu was outmatched. Her death was deserved. Despite her words, a chill spread among the listeners. Suddenly, Zhao Chongyun laughed coldly, interjecting, let him come to my Six Paths Peak instead. Better to prevent certain individuals from striking in the shadows, lest their detachment leads to the shattering of their moral heart. He smiled mockingly, yet there was a fire in his eyes. Everyone was aware that Zhao Chongyun and Lin Jingyu had always been at odds. At this moment, upon learning that Lu Li had once slain Lin Yu, Zhao Chongyun's interest was piqued, and he firmly believed, this young man possesses a resilient spirit, and his killing is decisive, perfectly aligning with my intentions of the Six Paths. Lin Jingyu let out a cold huff, her expression finally shifting. Zhao Chongyun, do you truly wish to oppose me at every turn? Zhao Chongyun, with his hands clasped behind his back, maintained his smile. Senior sister Lin, I merely seek to shield you from suspicion. How can that be considered opposition? However, his voice suddenly darkened, his mirth dissipating. If you are dissatisfied, shall we meet at the Sword Discussion Peak? The atmosphere abruptly turned frigid. The Sword Discussion Peak, a battleground within the sect where life and death are disregarded. Only one could emerge alive. Lin Jingyu's gaze was as icy as steel, while Zhao Chongyun's sneer remained unwavering. The clash between Lin Jingyu and Zhao Chongyun had escalated to a point of tension, yet the elders of the sect merely observed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Among the crowd, Lu Li stood still, his mind racing with thoughts. The emotionless peak was a place he must avoid at all costs. From the exchanges of his peers, he discerned that Lin Jingyu was, in fact, the elder sister of Lin Yu, whom he had personally slain. Though she professed to be devoid of feelings, it did not mean she lacked hatred. Should he venture to the emotionless peak, he would merely become a target in her hands, destined for a gruesome demise. The Six Paths Peak, Zhao Chongyuan's sinister demeanor made it clear that even feigned support held ulterior motives. The crux of the matter was that he could only approach Guiyun Peak. He lifted his gaze to glance at Dong Xiang, standing beside He Shuyuan. If he wished to reclaim the soul blood, he must remain close to her. The bond of soul blood is strengthened by proximity, should he be led to another peak. As time passed, their connection would wane, and she would eventually regard him as a mere stranger, rendering the retrieval of his soul blood impossible. Even if he had to endure humiliation and be perceived as a sycophant, he needed to remain near her, awaiting the moment her heart softened. Before she completely severed ties, he must reclaim his life. He inhaled deeply, allowing his emotions to settle, then stepped forward, slightly bowing to the disciples of the Four Peaks. Speaking in a gentle yet resolute tone, "Esteemed brothers, I am Luli, and I wish to go to Guiyun Peak. Before entering the sect, I made a vow to seek out someone there. I kindly ask for your support." As his words fell, the crowd fell silent. Many cast puzzled glances at him. Then at Dong Xiang. Surely not. Has he become so shameless? Did he not notice how much Dong Xiang appeared to disdain him? Yet he still sought to follow her to Guiyun? This fellow is utterly brazen. He Shuyuan smiled without speaking, while Dong Xiang, initially with a calm countenance, now flushed bright red. She had thought Lu Li would shy away from her, but to her surprise, he boldly expressed his desire to find her. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, her heart racing. Am I truly so captivating? Have I not been cold enough? Yet, as she beheld Lu Li standing tall and composed, her embarrassment inexplicably transformed into a subtle stirring within her. The youth, who once ascended the mountain alongside her, clad in tattered garments, appeared far less wretched than she had initially perceived. With a gentle bite of her lip, she hesitated before turning to He Shuyuan. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother He, it seems my servitude is indeed sincere in its protection of you. Perhaps you could accept him." After a brief pause, she added, "However, I shall not allow him to become overly entangled." Her tone had softened, no longer marked by aversion, and even hinted at a trace of vanity. She believed that Lu Li's infatuation was but a fleeting obsession, one he would eventually recognize as futile given their disparities. Meanwhile, Lu Li kept his gaze lowered, concealing the glimmer of coldness that had silently emerged in his eyes. With a slight downward glance, he scoffed inwardly, "A sycophant? Very well. Let them all believe me to be one. Once I reclaim my soul's blood, my first act will be to strip away the faade you all wear, to tread upon your pedestal and cast you into the mire." The eerie bone within him trembled slightly, as if in response to his fervent resolve. In the depths of his consciousness, the voice of Chuyue echoed softly, "He, so obedient. Your performance is quite convincing. When she falls in love with you and willingly offers her soul's blood, you must then contemplate whether to slay her or abandon her." Lu Li remained silent, gradually lifting his head with an expression as tranquil as ever. Yet within his heart, a flame had already been ignited. Chapter 18. Outer sect disciple Qi Guanzi spoke calmly from his elevated position, his voice resonating with an ancient gravitas, since this young man has the capacity to comprehend the essence of life and death on his own and possesses an unwavering dedication. He still holds promise. At Guiyun Peak, I shall grant you a place. After a brief pause, he added thoughtfully, however, "Remember this, the path of the Great Way is competitive, and the journey of cultivation is merciless. Any worldly attachments that hinder your resolve must be severed without delay." His words served both as counsel and as a warning. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately bowed respectfully, his tone filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Qi." Soon after, a disciple from Guiyun Peak arrived to guide him. Lu Li followed them into the ranks of the Guiyun disciples, directly facing He Shuyuan and Dong Xiang. Steadying his thoughts, he turned and offered a respectful greeting to the refined young man. "Greetings, senior brother." He Shuyuan nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his features. Reminiscent of a noble scion, as a newcomer, you must diligently cultivate and not grow complacent. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly shed his earlier coldness and vigilance. His face brightened, a joyous smile revealing a set of pristine white teeth, exuding an innocence and clarity. "Sister Dong, I did it. You brought me to Guiyun, and I finally made it in." His voice, though not loud, was imbued with sincerity and a hint of shyness. Akin to a young boy who has finally caught up to the steps of his beloved goddess, his face radiant with delight. Moreover, with the awakening of his awareness, Lu Li's complexion had significantly improved, shedding the gaunt appearance of hardship. His features appeared sharper and more refined, his lips rosy and teeth white, his visage akin to warm jade. Even though his clothing bore stains of blood and dirt, it could not obscure the youthful brilliance and contours that began to emerge. Dong Xiang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Li would express himself so naturally with such joy. Her heart fluttered, a subtle thrill coursing through her. Yet she instinctively masked her surprise, her tone neither warm nor cold. Junior brother Lu, focus on your cultivation, and do not let personal feelings hinder your path. Lu Li maintained his innocent smile, seemingly oblivious to her aloofness, nodding earnestly. Thank you for your guidance, sister. I will strive to cultivate diligently. And I will certainly catch up to you, until the day you can see me. Dong Xiang had never encountered such straightforward admiration from a youth. Even though she was aware of his lowly status, and despite her desire to ignore his words, she felt her already delicate features flush with warmth at his earnest declaration. Lowering her head, she scolded softly. Stop saying that. Hurry back to your place in line. Standing here with me is rather embarrassing. Her tone carried a hint of impatience, veiled beneath shyness. Lu Li bowed once more and obediently returned to the ranks. The smile in his eyes remained, but deep within. His gaze turned icy. You think I am pursuing you? No, I am pursuing my own survival. Ahead, Shu Yuan observed the flush on Dong Xiang's face. A slight smile curving his lips, his tone light. Junior sister, it seems Lu Li is quite infatuated with you. Not at all. Dong Xiang hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks reddening further as she quietly protested. The surrounding disciples of Guiyun began to murmur among themselves, the atmosphere growing oddly charged. The setting sun blazed like fire. As the disciples of Guiyun Peak returned in an orderly procession, over 200 disciples of the Huanggu lineage and more than 30 of the Xuangu lineage had been chosen by the Four Peaks, engaging in lively discussions along the way. Among them, however, was the young man of the Tiangu lineage, Shi Huang, who had been personally escorted by the esteemed Huang Xianjinren to the Duanjin Peak immediately after the trial concluded. He was destined to be a future luminary among swordsmen, while the others remained mere fledglings at the threshold of cultivation. As they reached the center of the mountain path, Shu Yuan, the intersect senior leading the group from Guiyun Peak, halted, clasping his hands behind his back. He spoke with a resonant voice. Esteemed colleagues, Guiyun Peak is undoubtedly the strongest among the Four Peaks. His tone was gentle, yet his words carried an unmistakable pride. In alchemy, artifact forging, spirit control, and array formation, we are unparalleled. As he spoke, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he added casually, however, this year, the Tiangu disciple has been taken by Huang Xianjinren to Duanjian Peak. The sex dynamics over the next decade may very well shift. He then shifted his gaze towards a young lady in the crowd, especially you, junior sister Dong Xiang. As a disciple of the Dilling lineage, you are a rare talent. And barring any unforeseen events, you have a tremendous opportunity to step into the third realm, an authentic threshold to transcendence for all cultivators. Dong Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded slightly, her calm demeanor betraying a hint of pride. Shu Yuan surveyed the crowd and continued, now, I shall elucidate the disciple hierarchy of Guiyun Valley. There are 3 ranks, outer sect, inner sect, and core. Aside from junior sister Dong Xiang, who may directly enter the inner sect, the rest of you, be it Huanggu or Xuangu, must commence from the outer sect. Many Xuangu disciples displayed signs of reluctance, their expressions shifting. Yet they dared not voice their discontent. The title of outer sect disciple may sound illustrious, but it primarily entails menial tasks. Shu Yuan spoke with a measured tone, tinged with a hint of detached reality. In the spirit herb garden, beast quarters, and alchemy workshops, you will be assigned to various locations, performing the most laborious tasks for the least resources. The fixed monthly stipend is a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones, along with a meager amount of sect contributions. A voice from the crowd inquired, what constitutes a contribution? Shu Yuan smiled and explained slowly, within the sect, all cultivation resources must be exchanged for contributions. Techniques, spells, spirit artifacts, elixirs, even a healing session, a furnace of elixirs, or a single talisman, all are clearly priced. For outer sect disciples, the sources of contributions are scarce, and accumulating them quickly is nearly impossible unless one is fortunate enough to enter the inner sect. What then shall we do to cultivate? Someone timidly asked. He Shoyuan nodded. His tone softening slightly. Guiyun Valley houses the Guiyun Pavilion, where the first 5 levels of qi condensation techniques are available for free comprehension. As for the latter 5 levels, they require contributions for access. Do not be disheartened. Each month, the sect holds a free lecture by the elders, imparting the profound principles of the celestial path. This is one of your most vital avenues for advancement. Should anyone achieve enlightenment during these sessions, the elders often take them on as private disciples. The crowd fell into an immediate silence, each individual comprehending that the outer gate was merely a starting point, yet also a precipice. From this moment forth, ascendance or descent would not hinge upon one's identity or destiny, but rather on the prowess forged through struggle. At the rear of the procession stood Lu Li, his gaze unwavering. It dawned on him that this was the essence of the sect's rules. He cast a glance at his calloused yet slightly trembling hands, remaining silent, devoid of a smile, simply committing all of this to memory. The procession advanced slowly. The expressions of the disciples varied. Suddenly, someone mustered the courage to speak. Senior brother, for us outer disciples, is there a chance to enter the inner gate? He Shoyuan, without pausing his stride, responded with a faint smile. Certainly. The sect holds an inner gate competition every 3 years. Any outer disciple who reaches the 5th level of qi condensation and is under 20 years of age may participate. A murmur of subdued conversation rippled through the crowd. The 5th level of qi condensation, only once every 3 years? He Shoyuan shifted his tone. Though gentle, his words were as sharp as frost. However, you must remember, my illusory immortal sect is not a place of charity. If by the age of 21 has yet to awaken their qi perception and cannot enter the path, they will be expelled from the mountain. Resources for cultivation are limited. The sect does not sustain the inept. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense, many disciples' faces changing dramatically. Particularly among those of poorer aptitude and sparse spiritual bones, a flicker of barely perceptible panic emerged in their eyes. He Shoyuan observed this without offering further comfort. Such is the nature of the path of immortality, either ascend or be cast aside. After a brief pause, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Li, a semblance of amusement gracing his features as he remarked, however, junior brother Lu is rather extraordinary. Though of yellow bones, he has grasped qi perception during the trials. Stepping into the realm of cultivation at such a young age, our Guiyun Peak has seen few of such anomalies in recent years. The disciples turned their heads in unison, directing their attention to the unassuming youth at the rear of the line. Lu Li stood quietly, his expression serene, bowing respectfully towards He Shoyuan. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. The disciples, having absorbed He Shoyuan's discourse, felt a tumult within their hearts. It was clear to all that from this point onward, every spirit stone, every technique, every lecture was not a gift, but something to be fought for. Failure to secure it would mean a descent down the mountain. Cultivation is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in navigating the rules of this realm. Being regarded as yellow bones, and yet surviving, growing stronger, and striving upwards against the odds. Lu Li exhaled slowly, as if etching the term outer disciple deeply into his very bones. Chapter 19. Lingtian District. As the procession meandered along, the group finally arrived at one of the 4 peaks of the illusory immortal gate, Guiyun Peak. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the more extraordinary the celestial phenomena became. Streaks of sword light pierced the clouds above, revealing glimpses of cultivators soaring through the air on their swords, their garments billowing like the wind. Spiritual beasts roamed like clouds, while flocks of white cranes graced the mountain streams, surrounded by swirling mists, as if they had entered a realm of immortals. Along the mountain path, disciples had already gathered to observe. Most were clad in yellow robes, and upon seeing He Shoyuan, they respectfully clasped their fists and bowed. Greetings, senior brother He. Welcome back. He Shoyuan smiled and nodded, exuding an air of cultured grace as he raised his hand in return, his demeanor naturally commanding. Beside him, a new disciple whispered, Senior brother He, who are those people? All of them are outer disciples of Guiyun Valley, dressed in yellow. The ones in white are from the inner sect. He gestured towards the distant sword light, where the white-robed cultivators exuded profound energies, each having reached at least the 5th layer of qi condensation or beyond. Just then, 3 streaks of sword light cut through the sky, riding the wind towards them. In an instant, 3 figures landed gracefully beside the mountain path, sheathing their swords as they stood tall. 2 men and a woman, all donned in white robes adorned with cloud patterns, wore jade ornaments at their waists, exuding an extraordinary presence. The female cultivator, in particular, had skin like snow and a graceful figure. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her lips curled into an enigmatic smile, captivating the onlookers along the path. Luli cast a glance, but remained largely unaffected. One of the white-robed men chuckled and spoke. "Senior brother He, what fine talents have you brought back this time? I hear that this trial brought forth a heavenly bone?" He Xian shook his head, lightly fanning himself, a hint of regret in his tone. That heavenly bone was already taken by the esteemed Master Huangxian to Duanjin Peak. However, we of Guiyun have not returned empty-handed. His gaze shifted, landing on the exceptionally poised and naturally charming girl in their midst. And he smiled slightly. "This one, she possesses a second-grade earth spirit bone. Meet Sister Dongxiang." The eyes of the three white-robed disciples brightened at this revelation. The female cultivator stepped forward eagerly, unabashedly taking Dongxiang's hand, her face radiant with affection. "Oh my, what a cute little sister. An earth spirit bone? Your talent exceeds ours by leaps and bounds." Her eyes sparkled with clarity, her voice bright and warm, exuding a gentle and enthusiastic demeanor. He Shuyuan chuckled as he introduced. "This is your senior sister Shenchu Sister Shen. The other two are senior brother Lu Qiao and junior brother Fang Qiu. All three are inner disciples of Guiyun Peak." The gathered disciples bowed respectfully, not daring to show any negligence. The three responded in kind, displaying a friendly disposition despite their elevated status. Yet, the attention of the crowd was wholly fixated on Dongxiang, barely glancing at the other newcomers. Shenchu embraced Dongxiang affectionately, unable to contain her delight. "Ah, I've heard so much about the little prodigy of this generation, but I didn't expect you to be so young and so beautiful." Dongxiang's face flushed slightly as she bowed, her voice ringing clear. "Greetings, senior sister Shen, senior brother Lu, and senior brother Fang." Shenchu held Dongxiang close, showering her with affection, while Dongxiang blushed, basking in the adoration of those around her. In the rear of the crowd, Luli stood amidst the gaps between people, unnoticed by anyone. He gazed at the unfolding scene, his expression impassive, his eyes tranquil as water. At that moment, a faint voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness. "Hey, Luli, tell me, of that woman in white, named Shenchu, is she beautiful, or am I more beautiful?" The tone was languid and playful, reminiscent of a cat curling its tail, keenly observing its prey in distress. Luli was taken aback, his demeanor subtly shifting. His gaze returned to the woman in white. Her skin rivaled snow, her eyes glimmered like flowing currents, and her aura was enchanting. Indeed, she was a rare beauty. Were she on the mountainside, she would undoubtedly be pursued by many as a celestial maiden. Yet, an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, a vision of that white-clad woman, pierced by 4 nails against a blood-soaked wall, still possessing a haunting beauty that could make one's heart tremble, despite her tattered garments and blood-stained body. She was the autumn moon fairy, an existence that could ensnare one's soul with a single glance. She epitomized the fatal allure of the autumn moon, ensuring that one's life would be forever altered upon first sight. While Shenchu was beautiful, her allure did not evoke the same lethal desire. Confounded by the autumn moon's query, Luli fell into silence momentarily before softly replying, "You are more beautiful." The autumn moon seemed taken aback, then let out a light laugh, her tone akin to the gentle breeze brushing against pearl curtains. "Humph, at least you have an eye for beauty." With that, she fell silent, as if she had come solely to pose that question. Luli ceased to speak further. Her beauty was indeed unparalleled. Yet, he understood all too well what lay hidden beneath that beauty, a heart of ruthlessness, a transformation into a demon. An enigmatic woman who had been treated as blood food by a legion of earthbound spirits for a decade, yet remained unyielding and timeless, her soul ever restless. He exhaled softly, retracting his gaze from Dongxiang and Shenchu. After a moment of idle chatter among the crowd, He Shiyuan closed his folding fan and surveyed the disciples with a gentle smile. "Let us proceed to the supplies pavilion. Entering the sect is not for indulgence. Cultivating immortality does not come without effort. Since their induction, disciples of Guiyun must shoulder responsibilities." Crossing a jade archway, they arrived at a 3-story gray stone edifice, where a plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words Supplies Pavilion in an ancient, rugged script, tinged with the essence of swordsmanship. Outside, a group of disciples in yellow awaited, lined up on either side. Their expressions varied, evidently seasoned outer disciples familiar with the established procedures. Upon entering the hall, each disciple queued in order, called by name to receive their assigned roles. The yellow-clad steward, holding a jade tablet, announced, "Alchemy Pavilion, Zhang Xiu, Tian Yi. Instantly, the expressions of those mentioned fell. One could not help but mutter under his breath, "Isn't this a death sentence?" "I've heard the Alchemy Pavilion has 3 fiery sessions a day, smoke-filled and exhausting, more tiring than a dog." The steward cast a sharp glance, coldly retorting, "Speak another word, and you will be disqualified." The disciple promptly fell silent, bowing his head to gather his garments. Spirit Beast Garden, Linwen, Ma Qing. Sword Training Hall, Chunxian, Lucio. Spirit Field Zone, Lu Li. Upon hearing his name, Lu Li's brow twitched slightly, and he quietly exhaled in relief. The Spirit Field, compared to the fiery furnace of the Alchemy Pavilion and the arduous tasks of the Sword Training Hall, this was indeed the most lenient of the menial roles. In the realm of Ling Tian, where the celestial and terrestrial energies converge harmoniously, the atmosphere is rich with spiritual essence. Though labor may be arduous, it provides an opportunity for profound cultivation, aligning perfectly with Lu Li's aspirations. Upon the allocation of each disciple, they are bestowed with a set of yellow robes adorned with the intricate patterns of returning clouds, along with a jade token engraved with their name, spiritual bone rank, and designated role, signifying their identity. From this moment forth, Lu Li officially becomes a disciple of the outer sect of the illusory Immortal sect. Lu Li. A melodious voice resonated from outside the hall. Turning towards the sound, Lu Li beheld a young maiden clad in yellow approaching him. Approximately 15 or 16 years of age, she possessed a lithe figure and striking features. Yet it was her bright, sparkling eyes that captivated attention, glimmering with the warmth of springtime. She moved swiftly, her footsteps barely touching the azure bricks, as graceful as a swallow in flight. "I am Yang Yu, responsible for the reception of disciples in this region of Ling Tian." She cheerfully pointed to herself, her smile as sweet as honey. "From now on, you shall be our little junior brother here in Ling Tian." Lu Li inclined his head slightly, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "It is a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Yang." He discerned that this young lady exuded a charming and straightforward disposition, naturally endearing. Despite her status as a senior disciple, she bore no air of superiority, instead enveloping him in a refreshing sense of warmth. Yang Yu waved her hand, her eyes curving into crescent moons with laughter. "Do not be so formal. I am also at the yellow bone level. We are all in this together, merely differing in our timing of entry." With a playful wink, she added a touch of mischief to her demeanor. A flicker of awareness ignited within Lu Li. In such circumstances, her ability to smile so freely could be perceived as innocence or perhaps a deeper intention. Nevertheless, regardless of her motives, his entry into Ling Tian, a place for honing and nurturing his spiritual essence, was indeed fortuitous. Quietly adjusting his disciple's attire, his gaze fell upon the jade token. Thus began his journey of cultivation, rooted in the sacred Ling Tian. Chapter 20. Ling Miyang Yu led Lu Li onward until they reached an expansive mountainous area. In the distance, several grand perches for spiritual birds could be seen, upon which dozens of white-feathered cranes stood gracefully, their wings folded, exuding a serene aura. Occasionally, they would tilt their necks and emit low, melodious calls that resonated like precious metals. These were the Bai Shuang cranes, low-tier spiritual birds cultivated by the sect for transportation. Yang Yu walked ahead, smiling as she explained, "The Ling Tian district is vast. For us disciples who cannot yet ride swords, we rely entirely on them for our travels." She glanced back at Lu Li, adding, "If we were to walk, it would take at least a day and a night to traverse from the mountain gate to the Ling Tian district." Lu Li nodded, his gaze fixed on the cranes. They stood tall, their feathers as pure as snow, with a glimmer of spiritual light dancing in their eyes, clearly not of this mundane world. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, "What do they eat?" "Lingmi," Yang Yu replied, her smile fading slightly as she lowered her voice. Half a gene of lingmi can sustain a crane's flight for an entire day. However, as you know, it costs 10 spirit stones per gene, and we outer disciples only earn 100 low-grade spirit stones in a month. She shrugged. That's why most people choose to live in the fields, building their own thatched cottages and not returning to the main mountain to avoid unnecessary expenses. As she spoke, she suddenly turned with a smile. "Since you are a newcomer, today's ride on the crane is on me." With that, she took a pouch of lingmi from her storage bag and poured it into the crane's trough. Then, she guided Lu Li onto the back of the Bai Shuang crane. Once the Bai Shuang crane finished the lingmi, it let out a call, flapped its wings, and with a proud lift of its beak, soared into the sky. Lu Li felt a lightness beneath his feet as he was lifted off the ground. And in the next moment, a fierce mountain wind rushed towards him. He instinctively squinted, witnessing the peaks, palaces, and long bridges beneath him receding rapidly, appearing smaller and smaller. In the high sky, the mountains resembled waves, while the cultivators appeared as mere dots. The vastness of the sect laid before him. "This is the essence of the Immortal sect," Yang Yu remarked, looking into the distance, her words seemingly directed at herself, yet meant for Lu Li as well. During their flight, the cold wind struck like a blade, sharp and cutting. The pressure of the high altitude combined with the spiritual force meant that if a mortal were exposed at this moment, they would not shatter but would experience a sensation akin to being sliced by knives. Yang Yu, while steadying herself against the crane's feathered spine, reached into her robe to retrieve a gray-blue talisman, intending to hand it to Lu Li. "Be cautious, the wind is strong." I have before she could finish. Her expression shifted slightly. To her astonishment, a faint golden glow began to emanate from Lu Li, enveloping him in a protective aura that shielded him from the fierce winds, causing only the corners of his clothing to flutter slightly. Yang Yu paused, her movements halted as a smile flickered in her eyes. "Lu Li, my junior brother, you truly are remarkable. Have you already broken through to the sensation of qi?" Lu Li smiled modestly, replying, "It's merely good fortune." "Good fortune?" Yang Yu chuckled lightly. "If that is luck, then I must have been too unfortunate to even enter the sect in the first place." She gazed into the distance, her expression suddenly dimming. "When I joined, I was just about your age. But it took me a full 2 years to break through to the sensation of qi. Oh, my fellow disciples, our progress is lamentably slow. At the tender age of 15, I have barely managed to reach the second layer of qi condensation." Her tone was light, yet it could not conceal the tinge of bitterness and desolation woven into her words. "It seems that in this lifetime, I shall only be destined to cultivate the fields." The cold wind continued to howl, while the celestial cranes spread their wings, slicing through the billowing clouds and calling out with resounding cries. Her gaze returned to Lu Li, now imbued with a flicker of encouragement and warmth. "But you are different. Young junior brother, you have already sensed the qi at such a young age. It is not inconceivable that you may one day enter the inner sect." Lu Li did not respond immediately, but instead gazed into the distance where the contours of the spiritual fields gradually took shape. "We are nearly there." Yang Yu squinted her eyes, raising her hand to point ahead, her lips curving into a sweet smile. In her large eyes shimmered the intertwined brilliance of gold and green from afar, reminiscent of spring waters crashing upon waves of wheat, sending ripples cascading outward. Following her line of sight, Lu Li's gaze suddenly sharpened. Before him, the heavens spilled forth light, and the spiritual fields seemed to unfurl from the clouds above, their ridges laid out like a chessboard. As the wind swept through, the waves of wheat undulated, shimmering in golden light. This was no ordinary land, but a realm where spiritual energy had solidified. With each gust, the entire expanse appeared to come alive. The waves of wheat rolled on endlessly. "This is the spiritual field district," Yang Yu spoke softly, her tone tinged with an undeniable pride. "For the prosperity of our Guiyun Valley's spiritual flora is known across the 4 peaks. Within the sect, the spiritual food, medicinal materials, and feed for spiritual creatures all originate from here." She gestured towards several distant directions, her movements lively yet her tone earnest. "The entire spiritual field district is vast, divided into 4 sections. The southeast corner houses the high-level fields, accessible only to inner sect disciples, where the quality of spiritual herbs is the finest, primarily used for alchemy and offerings to the elders. The central area is the spirit bud field, not for medicine, but for nourishment. The medicinal meals and health-enhancing spiritual broths of the sect rely on supplies from that location. To the west lies the spirit root experimental field, dedicated to cultivating mutated seeds. Those who fail in their cultivation must face penalties." She paused, turning to point towards the expansive northern region, a smile gracing her lips. "We are headed to the north, the servant fields, the largest of all." Lu Li followed her gaze, and indeed, that section of ridges was the most extensive, stretching out in layers. Though the spiritual energy was not as dense as in other areas, it possessed a profound regularity, akin to ordinary fields polished by spiritual essence. Yang Yu continued, "However, do not underestimate the servant fields. We do not cultivate medicinal herbs here. Instead, we grow spiritual rice." Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. "Is it the same spiritual rice that the celestial cranes just consumed?" "Precisely," Yang Yu nodded. "Spiritual rice is essential for all cultivators who have not yet achieved the state of abstaining from grains, especially for inner sect disciples. Nearly everyone relies on it." She paused again, her voice tinged with a hint of soft envy. Unfortunately, outer sect disciples are not qualified to use spiritual rice as their staple. We still must consume mundane grains. Yet, the spiritual field district enjoys a small privilege. At each harvest, the cultivator may retain 1/10 of the yield, while the remaining 9/10 must be surrendered to the sect. As she spoke, Yang Yu gestured as if cradling something in her hands. Her gaze was earnest. Do not underestimate this grain. Although spiritual rice may not be as swift as medicinal pills, it excels in stability, purity, and lack of side effects. Over time, the accumulation of spiritual energy within the body brings substantial benefits. She paused, then suddenly smiled. Moreover, spiritual rice is not merely for consumption, it can also be exchanged. Luli was momentarily taken aback. Exchanged? Yang Yu nodded, her tone becoming buoyant. Indeed. You can trade spiritual rice with other outer disciples for resources, perhaps to the spirit beast garden for a low-tier demon beast for sustenance. Or seek assistance from the senior brothers at the refining workshop to craft a minor spirit tool. Alternatively, she winked and lowered her voice mysteriously. You could approach the alchemy workshop and secretly concoct a chi condensation pill. In essence, this grain of spiritual rice is the only resource that we outer disciples can freely allocate beyond the sect's allowances and contribution points. It is not merely sustenance. It serves as the hard currency for us disciples in yellow robes. She added, her tone slightly pausing. Of course, the prerequisite is, you must have something to exchange. Chapter 21. Ecology. Of course, the prerequisite is, you must have something to exchange. Yang Yu smiled as she spoke, yet offered no further explanation. Her expression slightly darkening. Lu Li, attuned to that fleeting change, felt a stir within his heart. Perhaps, behind this notion of retaining a mere 10%, there lay unspoken sentiments and conflicts. The white frost crane let out a soft cry, its wings gently folding as it descended. As the ethereal wind swirled, the scenes beneath them rapidly expanded, the furrows of the fields becoming distinct. However, the picturesque patches of golden green they had observed along the way were now nowhere to be found. They had arrived at the northernmost edge of the spiritual fields, where the aura, although far superior to that of ordinary fields, appeared mottled and sparse. Some areas even showed signs of withering grass and dried-up irrigation channels. A subtle sense of desolation lingered in the air. We have arrived. Yang Yu leapt off the crane's back and guided Lu Li through a row of fences to a secluded patch of land. This will be the spiritual field you will be responsible for. Lu Li lowered his gaze to inspect the new plot. It measured approximately an acre, lying slightly lower in elevation, with cracks visible at the edges. The soil, while not barren, lacked the rich fluctuations of spiritual essence, which came in intermittent waves. Although it could barely be deemed a spiritual field, it was evidently inferior compared to the others he had seen along the journey. According to sect regulations, the yield of spiritual rice cultivation should reach 1,000 pounds per acre each season. Standing beside him, Yang Yu calmly articulated, only on this basis can one retain that 10% for personal use. Generally, spiritual fields yield between 800 to 1,200 pounds per season, primarily dictated by soil vitality, terrain ventilation, and the flow of spiritual channels. 1,000 pounds is the benchmark. Failing to meet it means not only the absence of personal retention. Her voice trailed off momentarily, but also a deduction of your salary. Lu Li's brow furrowed slightly. What if it consistently falls short? Yang Yu gazed at the land, her eyes flickering as she replied in a hushed tone. The sect may deem you lacking in aptitude and of little value, which could lead to your expulsion from the mountain ahead of schedule. Lu Li fell silent for a moment, surveying the surroundings. The spiritual field stretched out, all bearing a dull, muddy hue. The wind stirred not a ripple, and the spiritual essence hung in the air like gossamer. So thin it was nearly imperceptible. What about my plot? Yang Yu sighed softly. My own field barely yields 1,000 pounds each season, meaning it merely meets the minimum, with nothing left for personal use. She gestured towards the land beneath Lu Li's feet. Yours has a lower elevation and weaker spiritual essence, so based on experience, the yield may only be between 800 and 900 pounds. She regarded Lu Li, her tone gentle yet earnest. In other words, you will not be able to retain even a 10% share, and your salary may still be deducted. Lu Li's gaze dimmed, and he remained silent, understanding dawning upon him. This was not merely a field assigned to him, it was a test of his mettle. He stared at the cracked, sparse earth beneath him, his thoughts swirling as he quietly inquired, why must I come to this desolate plot? Yang Yu, upon hearing this, seemed momentarily taken aback, as if she had anticipated his question. She fell silent for a moment, then finally sighed softly. Ling Tian District. On the surface, it appears calm, but the depths are far from shallow. Her tone slowed, as if wary of disturbing something. You must understand, in this miscellaneous area, there exists a sovereign. His cultivation surpasses the 5th layer of chi condensation, qualifying him for the inner sect examinations. Yet he does not compete. He has chosen to remain in the outer sect, steadfastly guarding the core fertile lands of this Ling Tian, establishing himself as a local tyrant. Yang Yu's gaze darkened slightly. This individual is a cousin of an inner sect senior brother, and it is said that he colludes with the elder in charge of the Ling Tian. Consequently, all the prime fields, those elevated, rich in spiritual energy, and fertile soil near the spirit channel, have been seized by him and allocated to his confidants. She spread her hands, her expression tinged with helplessness. As newcomers without connections or cultivation, we are naturally assigned to the most desolate corners of barren land. The distribution may appear procedural, but it is predetermined. Lu Li's gaze remained tranquil, his lips sealed. He recalled the Ling Tian area he observed from the celestial crane, most of which was lush and vibrant, with golden waves gently swaying, while the patch he stood on was dull, stagnant, devoid of life. Thus, Yang Yu looked at him and gently remarked, among the outer sect disciples, how many harbor discontent? Quite a few. Yet, those who dare to voice their grievances are few and far between. We, alas, can only toil in silence, enduring. Lu Li finally comprehended. Even in this lowest corner of the sect, strength and connections dictated everything. He cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yu, a girl of 15 or 16, who had spent several years in the Ling Tian, with cultivation only at the 2nd layer of chi condensation. It was likely that she would spend her life languishing in these fields, with no hope for change. She epitomized the true essence of an outer sect disciple. Lu Li exhaled slowly, his eyes growing increasingly composed. I understand. However, the junior disciple, Yang Yu, suddenly recalled something and turned back to him with a smile that held a touch of encouragement. You are young, yet have already grasped the nuances of qi. Why not take some time to visit the Guiyin Pavilion? There are auxiliary techniques there, such as the little rain technique, which can summon gentle rains to nourish the fields. She paused, adding, there's also the earth dragon vein technique, a foundational method for regulating the soil's spiritual essence. It is said that if mastered well, it can stabilize the earth's energy and enhance the survival rate and quality of the spiritual rice produced. With just one of these techniques, even this barren land may yet yield the minimum target of 1,000 pounds. She blinked, her voice suddenly softening. I have been contemplating the little rain technique lately. If I succeed, I can spare some time each month to come help you cast it, free of charge. Upon finishing, she flashed a clean and sweet smile at Lu Li, brimming with a hint of pride and sincere generosity. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, his gaze complex as he regarded her. Yet, in his heart, he did not feel as at ease as he appeared. He could not discern whether this girl was genuinely innocent or had ulterior motives. He dared not trust her easily. At least not for now. From the blood of the Demon Lord Mountain to the hypocrisy of Lu Yuan's eye, and the scheming and contempt within the hearts of the sect members, he has long since learned that those who are overly gentle often conceal a dagger behind their smiles. Yet, in this moment, he could not help but let out a silent sigh. May she not be one of them. Chapter 22. Lu Daba, by the way, junior brother. Yang Yu suddenly remembered something and turned around to remind him. The spiritual rice is harvested quarterly. In just a few days, it will be the sowing period for this quarter. She pointed at the patch of unturned soil by the field. At that time, seeds of spiritual rice will be uniformly distributed to each plot. But remember, once you begin to collect the seeds, it will be considered as formal registration for cultivation. 3 months later, regardless of how much you plant, the sect will require you to submit your yield. Lu Li nodded, his expression calm. In these few days, don't rush to plant. You can first familiarize yourself with the terrain, loosen the soil a bit, and make some preparations. As she spoke, Yang Yu took out a weathered book from her bosom and handed it to him. This is the basics of spiritual rice cultivation. Take a look. It's all the wisdom of those who came before. My field isn't too far from yours, but it is a bit distant from the sect's main mountain. She paused, her tone lighthearted. Without a crane for transport, the journey can be quite tiresome. It would be better if you stay at my thatched hut for the night. Tomorrow, I will call a few familiar outer sect seniors to help you build a new small house. In the outer sect, it's customary. Their labor is not without compensation. You can express your gratitude with a bit of spiritual rice later on. Everyone understands. As she spoke, she suddenly fell silent and glanced at the barren land before her. The field was desolate, the spiritual energy sparse, and dust was rising. She chuckled bitterly and murmured, "But looking at this land, it's likely that at one tea even yield 1,000 pounds. Forget it." She clapped her hands and said with a smile, Yang Yu, shall cover these expenses." Luli frowned slightly and murmured, "No need. Sister Yang, you've already helped me plenty. I will find a way myself." However, Yang Yu waved her hand dismissively, interrupting him with a carefree laugh. "You have just begun your journey, and I personally guided you. This is my first time taking on a disciple. I cannot let you sleep rough by the fields, can I?" She laughed heartily, sunlight spilling over her face, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Don't worry. I still have a bit of spiritual rice." After saying this, she playfully patted her still-developing chest, radiant and confident. "I've got your back." Luli was momentarily speechless. After inspecting the fields, Yang Yu took Luli back onto the crane. After about 10 minutes, they descended to a lower terrain, where a row of simple thatched cottages could be seen, nestled against the mountains and fields, with sparse roofs and grass curtains fluttering in the wind. Though lacking in spiritual energy, this place was where many outer disciples truly lived. The spiritual fields were vast, and traveling back and forth consumed too many spirit stones. Staying outside was more convenient, Yang Yu explained as they disembarked from the crane and began to walk. Indeed, along the way, every disciple clad in yellow they encountered, whether toiling in the fields or fetching water, greeted Yang Yu warmly. "Oh, junior sister Yang is back. Little Yang has returned? Did you go to the main mountain to fetch someone? Oh, who is this child? A newcomer, I presume?" Some gazes fell upon Luli, who was teased. He may be a bit shabby in attire, but his features are quite delicate. Yang Yu returned the courtesy with a natural smile. Devoid of any semblance of timidity, clearly a person of great social grace. However, the lively atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a figure. A man in his 30s, bearing a somber expression, approached slowly, his steps languid, yet heavy enough to seem to press down the very air around him. His yellow robe was faded, yet the intricately embroidered golden patterns on the cuffs indicated a background of considerable distinction. Though he had long surpassed the age of 20, he remained entrenched in the outer sect, eschewing the competition for a position within the inner sanctum. Upon his appearance, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed in deference. This man was none other than the tyrant of the Spirit Field District, known colloquially as Lou the Scarred. It seemed as though he regarded the entire Spirit Field as his private garden. His gaze shifted to Yang Yu, his voice dark. "Junior sister Yang, if my memory serves me correctly, it should be your turn this season to tend to the fields for me. Yes? What is this? You still have the leisure to frolic about with a newcomer?" Yang Yu maintained her smile, her tone gentle. "Rest assured, senior brother Lu, I am merely acclimating the junior brother to the surroundings. Tomorrow, I shall attend to the spirit fields on your behalf, and I will not neglect my duties." Lu the Scarred snorted coldly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Humph, I was offering you an opportunity. Since you do not cherish it, then you may remain here for eternity as a mere field hand." With that, he cast a cold glance at Luli and swept away. The disciples remained mute, the atmosphere thick with silence. Yang Yu's expression turned somewhat grim as she murmured, "He is the tyrant of the Spirit Field District I mentioned. He has long ceased to tend to his own fields, relying instead on the outer sect disciples to labor for him. Even if you possess your own plot of land, you must still allocate time to work for them." Luli frowned. "This cannot be in accordance with the rules, can it?" No sooner had he spoken than a petite girl burst forth from the side, her hair styled in 2 braids, her cheeks smudged with dirt. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age and was filled with indignation. "Rules? There are no rules left here. That Lou the Scarred colludes with the elder of the spirit fields to run rampant. He does no work and spends all day ordering others to tend to his fields." Her anger escalated as she continued, clenching her teeth. "He constantly harasses the female disciples in our fields, coercing the pretty ones to become his concubines. Those who refuse face all sorts of difficulties, like grain deductions and unreasonable assignments. I think he is nothing but a filthy rogue. He has his sights set on our senior sister Yang." Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Yu's expression changed, and she quickly covered the girl's mouth, glancing around anxiously. "Shoo, do not speak recklessly. If this reaches his ears, you will lose even this small plot of land." The little girl continued to struggle in indignation. Yet Yang Yu could only softly coax her while forcing a smile as she turned back. "Junior brother, do not take offense. Sister Nantian may speak too freely, but there is some truth to her words. Ultimately, in the outer sect, it is still strength that speaks." Luli remained silent, standing before the thatched cottage, his gaze distant as he watched Lou the Scarred's retreating figure. The group returned indoors. Yang Yu's cottage was quite simple, enclosed by bamboo fencing, with a roof thatched with mountain grass. Inside, there was only a wooden bed, a low table, and a few neatly arranged stone slabs serving as flooring, while a small stove in the corner exuded a faint aroma of herbs. Though simple, the space was impeccably tidy. As Luli stepped through the threshold, he noticed a few delicate garments hanging at the foot of the bed, their understated hues adorned with the charming lace stitching typical of young ladies. Yang Yu, initially beaming with joy, felt her cheeks flush crimson upon catching sight of those clothes. Quickly, she dashed over, gathering the garments into her arms and concealing them within the wardrobe, murmuring to herself, "Had I known I would be bringing someone back today, I would have tidied these away," clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment. She then smiled and retrieved a few bundles of straw and a thin blanket from the wall, setting up a makeshift sleeping arrangement for Luli in one corner of the room. "Junior brother, you may rest here tonight. Tomorrow, I will enlist a few senior brothers from the outer sect to assist you in constructing a new dwelling." At that moment, the little girl named Nantian had unknowingly entered the room and plopped herself down on the threshold, giggling mischievously. "Oh, Yang Yu, you've actually allowed someone to share your quarters? This is quite unprecedented." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, her tone lighthearted. "You never get this close to anyone." Yang Yu huffed softly, casting her a sidelong glance, though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "After all, he is my little junior brother." Standing in the center of the room, Luli observed the two girls, their laughter creating an atmosphere that felt oddly delicate. He had never encountered such an awkward ambience before. Clearing his throat, he spoke softly, "Sisters, I am new to the Lingtian district. I wish to venture out alone for a while, to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Please continue your conversation, I shall not intrude." Without waiting for a response, he turned and swiftly exited the room, almost as if fleeing. Nintian watched his retreating figure, smirking as she remarked, "Oh, our little junior brother seems rather shy." Yang Yu shook her head with a chuckle, her gaze drifting gently toward the door, her demeanor quieting slightly. Chapter 23, The Lunar Condensation Technique. As Luli departed, the lively atmosphere within the room fell into an immediate hush. The grass curtain fluttered gently, allowing a breath of wind to enter, carrying with it a subtle scent of earth. Nantian leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing Yang Yu as she tidied the patch of grass mat. After a moment's pause, she suddenly spoke. "Sister Yang, tell me honestly, has Lutaba started to covertly pressure you into becoming his concubine?" Yang Yu's movements stilled momentarily. The grass curtain swayed softly. She did not respond immediately, but continued to fold her garments neatly and place them into the basket beneath the bed. Only then did she whisper, "He hasn't been so overt yet." She forced a smile, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. "I have not yet turned 16, and the sex regulations have not deemed me of suitable marrying age, so we cannot afford to be too hasty." Lowering her gaze, her fingers traced the creases of the grass mat, her tone light, as if discussing someone else's plight, yet both openly and subtly. He has long ceased to conceal his intentions. Nantian's expression darkened, and she stamped her foot. "That Lu is truly despicable. Relying on his status as a relative of an inner sect disciple, he bullies others in the outer sect and dares to target you? If he truly pushes you too far, we sisters shall face expulsion together, but we cannot let him succeed." Yang Yu shook her head, letting out a weary sigh. "Do you think I haven't considered resistance? Yet, who in the outer sect hasn't been oppressed?" Her hands fell to her knees, gently pinching her fingertips. "If it weren't for my ability to barely meet the spirit rice quota each season and maintain a somewhat presentable smile, do you think he would wait for me to reach 18? Nantian fell silent, feeling a weight in her chest. Yang Yu paused, suddenly smiling as she turned to her. "But you, today, when you saw Luli, you were smiling the entire time." Nantian scoffed lightly, pouting, "I have no such thoughts as you." After a moment, her expression turned teasing. "However, it must be said, sister, you were particularly warm towards him today. Usually, you never allow any male disciples to stay here." Yang Yu did not refute her, but her demeanor grew serious. She spoke slowly. "Do you know? He has already broken through to the sense of qi." Nantian was taken aback. "What? How old is he?" "Among the 200 new entrants this year, he is the only one to have broken through to the sense of qi. No one else has even reached the level of Xiangu." Yang Yu quietly replied. "Think back. How many of our peers awakened their sense of qi around the age of 10? Nantian opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. She herself had only begun to touch upon the sense of qi after a year of entry, already being hailed as a rare talent in the outer sect. And after 2 additional years, she had only just reached the 3rd layer of chi condensation. She finally realized Luli was unlike most others. Yongyu lowered her head, her fingers lightly tapping on the bed frame, a trace of unnoticeable melancholy flickering in her eyes. I am not a fool. You know I am a 4th-grade Huanggu. No matter how hard I cultivate, entering the inner sect is still a distant dream. In 3 to 5 years, I fear I will be expelled from the sect, or left to marry someone, or, as Lu Deba suggests, become a lifelong field woman. She paused momentarily, biting her lip, and said, I too wish to take a gamble. Whether it bears fruit is a matter of fate. If it does not, then I shall wager on someone who can lift me from this quagmire. Luli. Perhaps he is the one I can wait for. The room fell into a profound silence. Nantian leaned against the wall, gazing at Yongyu's silhouette. And after a while, gently spoke, you have your struggles as well. She refrained from jesting or mocking, for she understood the harshness of reality. These inadequately qualified outer sect female disciples did not come to this cultivation sect to chase lofty dreams of immortality, but rather to secure an opportunity that spared them from marrying someone like Lu the Scarred. Their beauty was their only remaining asset, and surrendering themselves was the sole shortcut to their cultivation. Even though this wager was merciless, and the path was fraught with filth, they had no choice but to gamble. After departing the thatched cottage, Luli walked slowly along the mountain path, his steps seemingly aimless, yet his gaze was calm, quietly surveying the spiritual farmlands along the way. These farmlands were mostly located on the periphery of the northern district, where the overall spiritual energy was thin, somewhat better than the barren plot he had received, yet far inferior to the lush core fields he had glimpsed from the celestial crane. Most fields barely met the minimum standard, around 1,000 caddies. He assessed the yield in his mind while discreetly examining the soil. Arriving at a square-shaped plot of farmland with slightly elevated terrain, he bent down, scooping a handful of damp earth, meticulously crumbling it between his fingers. His senses, heightened after breaking through, became remarkably acute. Even the faintest flow of spiritual energy within the soil was distinctly perceivable to him. Indeed, Luli's heart tightened. He could sense that the soil in this plot was far softer and more moist than his own, imbued with a subtle wave of spiritual essence, as if invisible tendrils of a net were gently swaying deep beneath the earth. In stark contrast, his own plot felt lifeless, as if the very essence of the ground had been entirely drained. At that moment, a languid yet melodious female voice echoed in his mind. I can see it. Little fellow, you possess some skill. It was the voice of Fairy Cho Yue. Luli's expression shifted, and after confirming no one was around, he murmured, Do you know the reason? Of course I do, she replied, her tone imbued with a hint of languor and an air of superiority. Between heaven and earth, spiritual veins are like dragons. Beneath the entire land, there exists an invisible net. The energy of the spiritual veins flows along these paths, and even the most barren soil will be nourished differently when in proximity to the veins. She paused, her voice echoing softly. Your barren plot happens to be one of those dead points circumvented by this web of spiritual veins, making it difficult for spiritual energy to gather, resulting in impoverished soil. Even with talent, it is challenging to cultivate spiritual rice. Luli's gaze flickered. Is there any way? Chuyua chuckled lightly, her tone lingering. You have indeed asked the right person. I possess a foundational spirit-gathering array, which, although it can only slightly guide the energy of the earth's veins, is sufficient to elevate your spiritual rice beyond 1,000 pounds when placed upon a dead point. However, she shifted her tone, a softness laced with a hint of chill. Should you wish to learn, you must acquiesce to a modest request of mine. What request? Luli's voice remained calm, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Cho Yue's voice echoed in his consciousness like a wisp of dark mist, brushing against the depths of his soul. Naturally, murder. Her tone was languid, as though she were discussing a leisurely spring stroll, devoid of any emotional turbulence. I desire you to consume another spirit bone, so that I may witness the reaction of the eerie bone firsthand. If you agree, I shall impart the array's inscriptions to you immediately. Luli paused, his gaze growing colder, a note of derision seeping into his voice. Are you jesting? This is within the sect. Engaging in private battles is a capital offense. Where would I find the opportunity to kill? Chuyua chuckled lightly, her laughter akin to silver bells ringing in icy waters, crisp yet tinged with a chill. Tiskineske, young one, you remain too naive. This spirit field is far from the main peak, devoid of spirit eyes, restrictions, and any high-ranking inner sect guardians. A death? Merely an outer sect disciple. No one would care. As long as you act swiftly, none will be the wiser. Luli spoke coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. What do you take me for? I am no senseless murderer. After a moment of silence, Chiyue laughed again, but her tone shifted, becoming low and beguiling. Then, Lu the Scarred, he could always be eliminated, could he not? Her voice dripped like poison into his soul, oppressing female disciples, seizing fields, usurping prophets, harassing the subordinates. If you were to kill him, who would mourn for him? You would be enacting justice, cleansing the sect. Luli furrowed his brow, his fists clenching slightly. Yet reason dictated. Lu the Scarred is at the 5th level of Qi condensation. I have only just stepped into the realm of Qi condensation. He gritted his teeth and murmured, I cannot kill him. Not for lack of desire, but for lack of ability. The mocking laughter of Chiyue resonated in his consciousness, like a serpent coiling around his ear, flicking its tongue. Not now. But that does not imply never. She altered her tone, like a celestial being toying with a puppet. Here's what I shall do. I will provide you with a little more incentive. I will teach you the spirit-gathering array and gift you a tome of the Qi condensation technique I once practiced at the Feathering Immortal sect. The Ta'in Qi condensation technique is far superior to the shabby methods accessible to your outer sect. All I require from you is this. In the future, as swiftly as possible, eliminate Lu the Scarred and consume his bones for me to witness. I can hardly wait. He slowly exhaled, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I can agree, but I need time. Once I possess the strength, he shall surely perish. Chiyue's laughter softened immediately, tinged with a cruel appreciation. Splendid. I knew I had not misjudged you. Luli, prepare yourself. Her voice suddenly deepened, and a surge of spiritual light struck his mind like thunder. Buzz. In the profound depths of Lu Li's consciousness, a pitch-black spiritual formation materialized instantaneously. Intricate spiritual patterns, resembling a spider's web, densely populated the center, displaying an extraordinary 9-pointed spiral that emanated an almost imperceptible alluring pull. Concurrently, a faded, ancient silhouette of a technique, its inked characters swirling. Gradually unfurled, the initial volume of the Ta'in condensation technique. Gray mist swirled around, akin to a sinister moon slowly opening its eyes in the night sky. Directly invading the mind, Lu Li's eye twitched sharply, his consciousness trembled, and the eerie bones quivered slightly, as if responding to the summoning of the technique. Or perhaps anticipating the commencement of a blood sacrifice. The autumn moon drifted languidly, saying, this is merely the first volume. If you perform well, in the future, I may even impart to you the secret chapters of Ta'in transformation. Luli lowered his gaze, his eyes profound as a well. Chapter 24, the first layer of Qi condensation. Luli did not immediately return to the thatched cottage where Yongyu resided. Instead, he wandered along the fringes of the spirit field area until he found a secluded and cool nook beneath a tree, where he settled into a cross-legged position. The grass was slightly damp, and the only sounds that accompanied him were the chirping of insects and the whisper of the wind, far removed from the clamor of humanity. Slowly closing his eyes, he immersed his consciousness into a sea of awareness, beginning to contemplate the text that Chiyue had imparted earlier, the Ta'in Qi condensation technique. This ancient technique was imbued with a certain lunar chill, its words resonating with an unusual, yet unmistakable clarity, outlining a path that diverged entirely from conventional cultivation methods. It centered on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while simultaneously refining the body with the essence of the Ta'in. Upon his initial examination, Luli perceived that this technique resembled traditional practices, yet bore traces of a body-forging art, straddling the line between the two. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, incorporating Ta'in's spiritual energy into the body, condensing qi, refining bones, purifying blood. It may not be the most forceful, yet it is the most resilient. In his previously superficial understanding, most qi condensation techniques favored the gathering of spiritual energy in the dantian, largely neglecting the refinement of the physical form. Only through a path of physical cultivation would one dedicate themselves to honing their sinews, bones, and flesh. However, the Ta'in Qi condensation technique intentionally linked spiritual energy with the corporeal body, mutually nourishing one another, which enlightened him. Within his sea of awareness, the familiar voice of a woman echoed once more, her tone reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing bone fragments beneath the moonlight. Your little mind is not entirely devoid of intelligence. The Ta'in Qi condensation technique is precisely the method I cultivated in the Yuhua Immortal sect, inherited from the true lineage of Ta'in, within our sect. It ranks among the foremost techniques of the Qi condensation stage. Qiuyu chuckled lightly. her voice imbued with a hint of lofty pride. The Taiyin spiritual energy it invokes is not ferocious, yet exceedingly soft and resilient, capable of permeating the meridians and bones. With prolonged practice, one's physique can become as sturdy as that of a body cultivator. Are you not of the strange bone physique? It is precisely for this reason that you should cultivate such a technique. The power of your strange bones is adept at consuming and transforming. The ever-changing Taiyin spiritual energy can serve as the shell for your bones, as well as nourish their marrow. Lu Li's brow twitched slightly. He did not fully comprehend Xiaoyu's insinuations. Yet he vaguely grasped one truth. This technique was not merely about enhancing the circulation of spiritual energy. It appeared to be specifically tailored for unique physical constitutions. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled softly and inquired, "Will there be any side effects from cultivating this technique?" Xiaoyu let out a delicate hum. Her voice tinged with a subtle playfulness. "Of course there will be. In this world, nothing comes without a price, especially not for someone like you, a mere yellow-boned insect, who has fortuitously encountered such an opportunity." Her voice gradually dropped, as if emanating from the deepest recesses of the sea of awareness, to cultivate this method. The yin energy will enter your body, leading to sleepless nights, and in the future, your spirit may experience lunar nightmares and hallucinations. If your resolve is not steadfast, you risk succumbing to yin thoughts, falling into madness. She paused, her tone suddenly darkening, as if forcibly pulling a statement from the depths of a memory. Moreover, the higher your cultivation, the more intense the backlash. Should your thoughts waver even slightly, the condensed energy will transform into inner demons, rebounding upon your very essence. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression subtly shifted, and he was about to inquire further when Xiaoyu suddenly let out a laugh, laced with unmistakable hatred and unwillingness. The Taiyin condensation technique. Although regarded as a premier method of energy condensation within the Yuhua Immortal sect, has fewer than 10 individuals daring enough to practice it. The higher one's cultivation, the more ferocious the backlash of demonic thoughts becomes. This is due to the increasing intensity of the yin energy you absorb, which deeply entangles your emotions. A slight deviation in thought can lead to madness. Her voice abruptly faltered, and after a moment, she continued. Her tone tinged with murderous intent. "It was on the night I was striving to break through to the third realm that I encountered this heart demon. The backlash shattered my soul. Had it not been for the eerie bone sustaining the last flicker of my life, I might have perished on the spot." She ceased her narration. Yet, Lu Li could discern from each icy word she uttered the overwhelming hatred and humiliation that resided within her heart. A woman who once stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal sect, betrayed and enslaved by the very technique she cultivated, ultimately reduced to mere fodder. Now, her remnant soul is trapped within a lifeless bone, clinging to existence by the hands of a youth. However, she shifted her tone, as if a white jade hook were parting the night mist. "If your heart is ruthless enough and your intent deep enough, this Taiyin condensation technique will enable you to surpass other yellowbone practitioners by 5 or even tenfold." Lu Li sat in silence, feeling a chill at her words regarding the backlash of the heart demon and the shattering of the soul. He understood that this was no mere threat. This former core disciple of the Wuji Immortal sect had failed to break through to the third realm and had met her demise. Her soul now bound to bone, a vivid testament to the peril. And what of himself? A yellow-boned body, the lowest of the 4th grade, almost unable to enter the illusory Immortal sect. Even if he comprehended the energy now, what of it? Without fortuitous encounters, he would still languish in the spirit fields for a lifetime. The path of cultivation is exceedingly slow. He could not afford elixirs, his techniques paled in comparison to others, and his realm lagged far behind. By the time he turned 20, if he had not reached the 5th layer of energy condensation, he would lose any chance of entering the inner sect. He would be ridiculed, trampled upon, manipulated by Dong Xiang, and reduced to the lowest echelons of the mortal realm. He slowly closed his eyes. Visions of his brother Lu Yuan's anguished struggles before death surfaced, along with the instant he struck down with a knife. The cold indifference of Lu Yuan's eye, and the ruthless determination with which he had buried the eerie bone within himself. Lu Li opened his eyes, his gaze icy. A yellow-boned life is destined to go nowhere. If survival is to be achieved, one must stake their life. He inhaled deeply. Even if it leads to madness, even if in the future his soul shatters and spirit collapses, it is still preferable to the slow death he currently faces. His resolve grew ever stronger. Cultivating as a yellowbone is inherently fraught with challenges. Without willpower, one would be unwilling to bear even the side effects, ultimately fading into obscurity. Having made up his mind, Lu Li began to attempt to mobilize the lingering spiritual energy within him, remnants of his breakthrough in energy perception. Though this energy existed, it was akin to a rootless floating weed, scattered throughout his body, unable to coalesce or guide him. He followed the initial verses of the Taoyin condensation technique, gradually adjusting the rhythm of his breath, long inhales and short exhales, as tranquil as still water. He focused on inhaling the yin energy, drawing his consciousness inward. In that first moment, he expected the sensation to mirror what Qiu Yue had described, a bone-shaking influx of qi that would naturally open his meridians. Yet, reality proved to be far more brutal than her words suggested. The spiritual energy meandered within him for several circulations, remaining as chaotic as before. At times, it surged like a tide, and at others, it coiled around him like a mosquito, causing his meridians to swell and his organs to ache. The Taoyin spiritual energy was inherently cold. Its initial introduction felt like icy needles piercing his bones, from his dantian to his spine, extending to his limbs and bones. Lu Li gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fingertips trembling, yet he remained silent. Time passed slowly, the night began to fall, and the world turned cold and desolate, leaving him alone, akin to a cub huddled in a silent wilderness, struggling to survive the storm of fate. It was unclear how long he endured, perhaps several hours, or what felt like an entire night. Suddenly, a wisp of gray-white spiritual energy, as delicate as mist, quietly converged in his dantian, swirling and rotating. Though faint, it finally took root. In his sea of consciousness, Qiu Yue's voice echoed once more. Her tone was no longer laced with mockery. Instead, it bore a rare seriousness and acknowledgement. Indeed, to condense the first qi of Taoyin within such a barren physique overnight is commendable. Though your talent may be lacking, you possess the endurance for hardship. You have now truly stepped into the first layer of qi condensation. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. He could distinctly sense that the chaotic spiritual energy within him had been guided, categorized, and condensed into an exceedingly fine thread of qi, circulating in his dantian, extremely weak yet remarkably clear. His body was no longer a tumultuous chaos, but resembled a house on the verge of a solid foundation. He took a deep breath, feeling the weariness recede like the tide, while his consciousness sharpened further, rendering his senses remarkably acute. He gazed upward at the sky. The moon still hung high, yet the world around him had plunged into deep night. The dawn was likely only a few hours away. Silently, he rose, brushed off the blades of grass from his clothing, cast a glance back at the field, and turned toward the direction of the thatched cottage. The night breeze caressed the silhouette of the youth. His steps, though light, were steadier than before. As Lu Li quietly pushed open the door of the cottage, only a faint glow remained inside. Yang Yu had already retired, curled up in the corner of the bed. The bedding, though thin, was neatly arranged. Her breathing was steady, her eyelashes flickering slightly, her expression serene. On the table lay a bowl of rice, covered with a cloth, seemingly long since cooled. He approached, lifted the cloth, and a faint wisp of spiritual energy wafted out. This was spirit rice. There wasn't much, merely a small bowl at first glance, yet the grains gleamed with pristine whiteness, still radiating the warmth of lingering spiritual energy. Lu Li was taken aback. In his sea of consciousness, Qiu Yue chuckled softly. You are quite fortunate. This girl truly shows generosity. This is spirit rice, which outer disciples cannot afford. It will greatly benefit your current state. Hurry and eat. She paused, her tone playful. However, it seems this little girl is not simply being kind to you. She is placing a bet. Lu Li's gaze grew somber as he pondered the notion of betting. Qiu Yu, unhurried, elucidated, at merely 15, having only reached the second layer of qi condensation. One with such mediocre aptitude is bound to be expelled from the sect if progression remains stagnant in the coming years. She was acutely aware that with her spiritual bones, even if she were not cast out, she would ultimately serve as nothing more than a mere farmer as described by Lu Debaco. Hence, her kindness towards him was predicated upon her hope that he might gain admission into the inner circle, with aspirations that he would ascend to great heights and take her along for the journey. Lu Li remained silent for an extended moment, his gaze returning to the bowl of rice before him. He harbored no animosity towards Yang Yu. In fact, if one were to consider those who had approached him without malice or ulterior motives throughout this journey, she might indeed be the sole exception. She had invited him to ride on the celestial crane, explained the agricultural system, guided him through the fields, and even prepared meals, waiting for his return late into the night. He was not oblivious to the fact that this bowl of spiritual rice might well be a portion she herself could scarcely bear to part with. As Luli gazed upon the slumbering visage of the young girl, he felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. He was, after all, not a heartless individual. He let out a soft sigh, murmuring to himself, if I were truly to become powerful, offering her a semblance of support would not be out of the question. Yet, he reminded himself, it would merely be support, not a promise, nor a dependency. He understood all too well. He could not stake his life on anyone else, not even for the sake of a bowl of rice. He covered the bowl with a cloth, gently pushing it away. Subsequently, he turned back to the makeshift bed nestled in the corner, seated himself upon the ground, and commenced the practice of the tying chi condensation technique. The room was eerily quiet, with only the ethereal energy swirling like mist within him. The bowl of spiritual rice glimmered faintly in the dim light, yet ultimately, no one reached for the chopsticks. Chapter 25, Spiritual Pact. The following morning, as dawn's light gently emerged, beams of sunlight filtered through the thatched roof, casting a warm glow within the dwelling, where motes of dust danced languidly in the air. Young-yu rubbed her eyes awake and, upon her first glance, noticed the bowl of spiritual rice, untouched from the previous night, still resting steadily on the table, its vitality long dissipated, leaving only a cool aftertaste. She paused for a moment, then turned her gaze towards the corner where Luli sat cross-legged on a makeshift bed, eyes closed in meditation. With a subtle flow of energy circulating around him and a calm, steady breath that clearly indicated he had been practicing throughout the night. He has been practicing all night? Yang-yu felt a momentary shock, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She reflected on her own journey, having broken through to the sense of chi at 14, taking a year to reach the second layer of chi condensation. Yet here was this youth, having entered the sect for merely a day, displaying such diligence at that moment. Luli opened his eyes, his gaze serene and composed as ever. He had naturally sensed Yang-yu's awakening, but chose to remain silent. Yang-yu quickly rose, approaching him with a mix of concern and apology. Junior brother, that bowl of spiritual rice was prepared especially for you. It is highly beneficial for your body, as you have just entered chi condensation. Why did you not eat even a single bite? I still had some rations left from last quarter and saved them for you, thinking they would aid in your cultivation. Luli regarded her, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes, a restrained smile gracing his lips. He gently shook his head, his tone warm. Sister, you have taken such good care of me. I truly feel unworthy of this bowl of spiritual rice. Once I cultivate my own spiritual rice, I shall invite you to taste it. How does that sound? Yang-yu was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of unarticulated disappointment and comfort flashing in her eyes. She wished to persuade him further, but upon seeing Luli's resolute expression, she ultimately acquiesced with a gentle nod. Then I shall wait for you. Luli turned to tidy his bed, his demeanor as calm and composed as ever, as if the weighty sentiment behind the bowl of rice had never rested upon his shoulders. Yet only he knew that deep within, he had etched the significance of that bowl and the young woman's heartfelt intentions into his memory. You are quite perceptive. A soft voice echoed in his mind, the voice of Chiyoyu, laced with a hint of amusement. She is even going out to seek assistance in building a shelter for you. The debt of gratitude you are accruing is certainly growing. Luli did not respond, merely bowing his head to adjust his tattered garments. He would not repay the kindness now. He would remember it and return it when he was able. For now, he could offer nothing in return. Indeed, it was not long before Yang-yu, carrying an empty sack, stepped outside to seek help from a few familiar outer sect brothers to assist in constructing a grass hut for Luli. She spoke little, her smile radiant as the sun. However, as those brothers departed, Luli observed from a distance as she discreetly produced a small pouch of spiritual rice, her only remaining half-pack, and handed it to them. His eyelids flickered slightly, yet he silently withdrew his gaze. At this moment, his thoughts returned to the formation of the Gathering Spirit Array. The Gathering Spirit Array was the first step toward turning his barren land around. However, as Chiyoyu had mentioned, although this array was the most fundamental of formations, it could not simply be drawn at will. It required spirit stones as a catalyst, array plates as its foundation. And the timing of the array must align with the fluctuations of the Earth's spiritual essence. Luli silently etched the thoughts into his mind, contemplating how to gather these initial resources. Spirit stones, at least 100 low-grade spirit stones would be required. The materials for the formation plate could be self-manufactured. Yet the cost of those materials was also expected to amount to several hundred spirit stones. He furrowed his brow, his gaze as calm as ice. If it truly came to that, Luli's eyes lowered, his expression deep and pensive. Then, the only option would be to mortgage in advance. Outside the illusory Immortal sect, there existed a system known as the spirit contract, a subtle regulatory mechanism employed by the sect to manage resource circulation. This was a discovery Lu Li made during casual conversations with fellow disciples in the outer sect. Essentially, it allowed disciples to use their expected spirit rice yield for the next quarter as collateral to secure the spirit stones needed in the present. Such transactions were quite common in the spirit field area, having even evolved into an unspoken rule among the outer sect disciples. Many cultivators found themselves financially strained before sowing their seeds, and if they wished to request assistance from the sect elders to enhance their fields and increase spiritual yield, they could only pre-mortgage their output, signing a spirit yield contract to obtain a sum of spirit stones from the spirit contract pavilion in advance, in exchange for the elders' intervention or to purchase the necessary fertilizers. If the yield for that season met the standards, repayment would be made proportionally, with the remainder retained. If it fell short, monthly stipends would be deducted, private shares canceled, and in severe cases, land contracts revoked, leading to expulsion from the sect. Moreover, many, in a moment of impulse, signed spirit contracts to acquire spiritual herbs for breaking through realms or to procure resources for minor competitions. Once they successfully broke through and entered the inner sect, their resources would double, allowing for easy repayment. However, for the majority they failed. The spirit yield contract hung like a guillotine over their necks, leaving them with nothing from their next stipend, and they dared not voice grievances over reduced yields. Another loan. Another gamble, until they ultimately sold their soul contracts, facing an eternal cycle of despair. And it was not merely in the spirit field area, throughout the entire outer sect of the illusory Immortal sect. Nearly all systems reliant on output for resources could sign similar spirit contracts. Regardless of whether they were disciples raising spirit beasts in the spirit beast pavilion or apprentices toiling in the artifact refinement pavilion, as long as they possessed predictable returns. They could use future harvests, labor, or quotas as collateral to apply for spirit stone support from the spirit contract pavilion. Disciples in the spirit beast pavilion would pledge future hatchlings or growth metrics of spirit beasts over the next 3 months. Apprentices in the Artifact Refinement Pavilion would include the low-grade artifact molds they crafted and the rewards from their tasks in the contract terms. And those in the Spiritual Herb Hall, Spiritual Cuisine Room, and even the Alchemy Furnace Workshop had corresponding material-sharing contracts. This entire system, though seemingly intricate, was in fact a self-regulatory mechanism of the illusory Immortal sect amid internal competition, allowing lower-tier disciples to exchange their future potential for present capital, thus engaging in self-betting within a cycle of life and death. Yet, the fundamental prerequisite was, one must be able to fulfill the contract. The path of cultivation has never been nurtured by mere compassion. Lu Li tightened his grip on the jade token, secretly strategizing. The entire outer sect resembled a vast chessboard of spirit contracts. Everyone was both a player and a pawn. The sect neither forbade nor openly dissuaded this, rather, it subtly encouraged it. As long as one dared to gamble and stake, resources could be borrowed. However, this also led to the Spirit Contract Pavilion being privately dubbed the Spirit Debt Prison. This establishment is none other than the pawnshop for spiritual stones in the realm of immortals. He is not oblivious to the complexities and consequences involved. Yet, as he gazes down at the barren acre and a half of land, his mind once again begins to calculate by merely setting up a spirit gathering array. The yield could surpass 1,000 gene. Should he manage to attain 1,200 gene. Exchanging a tenth of the spiritual rice for stones would yield him 1,200 spiritual stones. Even if he were to preemptively mortgage 100 gene of future harvest, he could still acquire 1,000 stones, sufficient for arranging the formation and reserving funds for talismans. Within a single season, if fortune favors him, he could completely turn his fortunes around. However, should he choose not to gamble, his meager fields might struggle to even yield 800 gene, leading not only to a lack of personal reserves, but also to deductions from his stipend, ultimately rendering him a true pariah within the sect. Next, he must visit the Spirit Contract Pavilion to mortgage 100 gene of produce for the forthcoming 3 months, signing a spirit contract to secure the initial funds in spiritual stones. This will mark his first genuine transaction in the pursuit of survival within the Immortal Gate. Chapter 26. The Spirit Gathering Array at midday. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Lu Li, undeterred, traversed the mountain path of the illusory Immortal Gate alone, his garments thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Without spirit stones to hire a celestial crane, and having not entered the inner sect, He was devoid of the ability to ride the winds, relying solely on his meager cultivation at the foundational level. He persevered for nearly half a day before finally arriving at the Spirit Contract Pavilion. This edifice, constructed atop a secluded cliff, loomed ominously in the air, its dark exterior contrasting sharply with the vibrant surroundings. The mountain winds howled as a plaque inscribed with 3 powerful ancient characters read, Spirit Contract Pavilion. Inside, the atmosphere was stark and oppressive. A disciple of about 50, with white hair and a robe to match, sat at the front desk, leisurely perusing a ledger. Without raising his gaze upon Luli's entrance, he spoke in a monotonous tone, Huang Gu, here to mortgage your spirit produce? Luli nodded, maintaining a dignified composure. For the next quarter, I am willing to mortgage 100 gene of spirit rice yield in exchange for a mid-grade spirit stone. The attendant finally lifted his eyes to regard him, his expression akin to that of a man observing a misplaced beggar. 100 gene? Are you aware of the sect's minimum yield requirement? As a newly arrived Huang Gu disciple, it is difficult for your spirit fields to even guarantee 800 gene. Yet you dare to mortgage 100? With a disdainful snort, he set down his pen. However, it is not impossible, after all. Huang Gu is expected to take risks and accept the consequences. As he spoke, he produced a purple-patterned spirit contract, inscribing several stipulations with his spirit pen before offering it to Luli. Understand this clearly. You are signing a spirit-produced contract. If your yield next season falls short of 1,000 gene, and you do not reach 100 gene, the contract becomes void. The owed spirit stones will be deducted from your monthly stipend, with a repayment of threefold, including both principal and interest. Should your stipend prove insufficient for deduction, all your cultivation privileges within the sect will be suspended, your eligibility for spirit fields revoked, and you will be expelled from the outer sect register. He paused, his gaze turning colder. Huang Gu disciples who sign spirit contracts often meet unfortunate ends. Think carefully. Do not gamble recklessly with your very livelihood. Luli stared at the contract, the spirit pattern shimmering subtly, the purple light flickering. The spirit energy flowed across the paper, binding it to his identity jade token. Without further hesitation, he gripped the pen firmly and inscribed his name with unwavering resolve. Luli. The spirit contract took effect. Good. The attendant smirked, sliding around, azure-hued mid-grade spirit stone across the desk. You may now wager. Exiting the spirit contract pavilion, Luli concealed the spirit stone within his robes, a slight warmth radiating from his fingertips. This was the first substantial capital of his life. Without delay, he hastened to the sect's material exchange area, nestled within the mountain's embrace, a bustling hub where outer disciples traded contributions for the necessary artifacts, talismans, seeds, and medicinal herbs. With a limited number of spirit stones at his disposal, he meticulously calculated the array techniques passed down by Qiuyu, listing his requirements: a simplified array plate, 100 spirit stones as a catalyst, 8 spirit pattern nails, 1 stabilizing array talisman, and various sundries, patterning brushes, mysterious ink powder, azure spring mud. After completing the exchanges, he found himself with less than 200 spirit stones remaining. He carefully collected his belongings and took a deep breath. He then made his way to the Guiyun Pavilion. The Guiyun Pavilion serves as a repository for disciples of Guiyun Peak, where they can explore foundational techniques and spells. Outer disciples are granted 2 free hours daily for this purpose, yet few delve deeply into study. Luli discovered 2 accessible spells, the Little Cloud Rain technique and the Earth Dragon Vein technique. Neither of these is offensive in nature, rather, they have been derisively referred to by many disciples as agricultural magic. However, after a brief examination, Luli recognized their invaluable worth. The Little Cloud Rain technique allows for the infusion of minuscule amounts of moisture into the fields, promoting the growth of spiritual seedlings. The Earth Dragon Vein technique, on the other hand, enables the practitioner to sense the flow of energy beneath the soil, adjusting the soil's spiritual essence and circulation. Although these techniques are simple and rudimentary, they are perfectly complementary to the spirit gathering array. One governs the surface water veins, while the other governs the subterranean energy, making them an ideal pair for low-level practitioners seeking to cultivate spiritual fields. Remarkably, both techniques are available free of charge. Even the most basic spells, as long as they prove effective, are worth learning. Luli committed the teachings to memory and meticulously transcribed them onto a jade slip, safeguarding it before descending the mountain and embarking on his journey back to the spiritual fields. Upon returning to the barren plot located in the northernmost corner of the spiritual fields, night had already fallen. Yang Yu was absent, leaving the fields in profound silence. The wind stirred the waves of wheat, casting golden ripples in the twilight, yet there was no sign of harvest. Luli slowly set down the items required for the formation, his sleeves brushing lightly across the surface of the soil, smoothing over the cracks in the earth. He took a deep breath and began to lay out the formation. The autumn moon quietly observed within his consciousness, offering no commentary as Luli meticulously sketched the array's patterns. This was her first encounter with a young lad of humble origins, who, without the support of a mentor, relied solely on a spiritual contract and a jade token to construct a complete spirit-gathering array from scratch. He activated the array, stabilized it, guided it, and infused it with spiritual energy. The dark ink formed lines, spiritual nails penetrated the ground, and azure clay filled the gaps. In an instant, as the formation sealed, the earth trembled imperceptibly before reverting to silence. This array was so profound that even adept practitioners of formations could not discern its complexity. Once established, it would subtly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish the area within the formation. The spirit-gathering array had indeed been successfully formed. Luli stood in contemplation for a considerable time. The land before him remained barren, the soil tinged with gray, yet within his consciousness, he could distinctly sense an ephemeral stream of spiritual energy was gently flowing from the heavens and earth into the array. It was exceedingly subtle and elusive, imperceptible to ordinary disciples. But to Luli, it felt like the warm breath of early spring awakening all life in a desolate field. This was the certainty that emboldened him to take such a gamble. Having completed the formation, Luli sat quietly on the edge of the field, eyes closed, attuning himself to the barely there spiritual energy that was seeping along the trajectory of the array into the soil beneath him. At the core of the formation, spiritual energy swirled around him, cleansing his bones and nourishing his meridians. Although he did not consciously circulate his techniques, he experienced a flow of spiritual energy that was 30% faster than his usual practice. This was an extraordinarily rare phenomenon. For a typical disciple at the chi gathering stage, the absorption of spiritual energy was generally a slow, trickling process. Yet now, with just the spirit gathering array, Luli had already enhanced his cultivation efficiency by an impressive 30%. He opened his eyes and gazed at the starry sky, a glimmer of light crossing his vision. This place was infinitely superior to the thatched hut. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing towards the far end of the field, where the yet-to-be-erected new dwelling was situated. There, Yang Yu had promised to hire someone to construct a temporary shelter for him. Yet now, it seemed he no longer required it. At the moment of spiritual energy entering his body, should he be able to steadfastly guard the heart of the formation throughout the year, within half a year, the attainment of the second layer of chi condensation would be within reach. The third layer would not be an unattainable goal. My cultivation of the yellow bones is arduous, and every fragment of spiritual energy must not be squandered. Even while sleeping, I must rest upon this very land. He walked to the center of the field, using the weeds and scattered stones beneath his feet to construct a simple windbreak shelter, adding a layer of rain cover, and then sat down upon the ground. There was neither bed nor hearth nor fragrant lamp. There was only the starlight, the chirping of insects, and the gentle circulation of spiritual energy. Yet this was far more suited to him than the myriad humble abodes of Guyun Peak. The next day, as the sun began to rise, a few outer disciples passing by were astonished to discover that someone had spent the entire night outdoors, sleeping by the edge of the field in the previously most desolate corner of the northern plot. They pointed and speculated, believing it to be some outer disciple who had fallen asleep while on night watch, paying it no further heed. Yet none knew that the youth in the field was deeply immersed in his consciousness, day and night soaking in spiritual energy, refining his body with the Taiyin Qi condensation technique, and through a single wisp of faint light, was fighting for a sliver of the celestial path in his future. Chapter 27. The days of farming. On the second day after Luli settled in the spiritual field, he sought out Yang Yu. Senior sister, I no longer intend to reside in your grass hut. I plan to stay in the field instead. Therefore, there is no need to spend spiritual rice to have a hut built for me. Yang Yu was taken aback. Why? Your plot of land has no shelter whatsoever. With the heavy dew at night and the rain and wind, how can you endure it? Luli spoke calmly. I can manage. The house is too far, and the spiritual energy is thin, which is not conducive to cultivation. I wish to remain by the field. Have you lost your senses? Yang Yu frowned. You are still young. Do you not fear the cold? This is not just for a few days, but an entire season. It's fine. Luli shook his head. I can endure it. Yang Yu scrutinized him for a while, wanting to say something but ultimately swallowed her words. With a resigned sigh, she said, "Very well. You are my first disciple, and since you have your own ideas, I shall not hinder you. But remember to return if you truly cannot bear it." "Understood." Luli nodded and turned to leave. She watched his slight figure disappear into the mist, momentarily lost in thought. What a stubborn boy. However, she soon found herself lacking the energy to concern herself further with Luli's affairs, for according to the regulations of the Spiritual Field District, it was her turn to tend to Ludaba's plot this season. That field was not small, and Ludaba did not lift a finger, leaving everything to the designated caretaker. Coupled with her own responsibilities in her spiritual field, she found herself rushing between two plots, leaving her with scarcely any time to return home. Meanwhile, Luli, having acquired the spiritual rice seeds, gradually fell into a routine. He seldom left the field, managing the land by day, pulling weeds, eliminating pests, and loosening the soil, and practicing meditation by night without any slackening of effort. In addition to his daily tasks, he devoted substantial time to comprehending two techniques, Little Cloud and Rain Technique and Earth Dragon Vein Technique. On the first day of his training, he perched on a stone at the edge of the field, flipping through the book while drawing spiritual arrays in the mud. One day, Yongyu passed by and saw him sweating profusely under the sun, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing?" Luli stood up, wiped his brow, and replied succinctly, "Learning Little Cloud and Rain Technique." "You wish to learn Little Cloud and Rain Technique?" Yongyu shot him a glance. "I haven't even mastered it yet. Are you not afraid of losing yourself in madness?" Luli remained silent, continuing to sketch. He understood that it was normal for others to be skeptical. Thus, 2 full months passed. He spent over 20 days grasping the Little Cloud and Rain Technique. Although his spiritual energy was insufficient during the application, he could manage to summon rain to moisten the field. The Earth Dragon Vein Technique progressed more slowly, taking nearly a month. But he mastered the basic rotations and could perceive the flow of earth energy, making subtle adjustments to the terrain. Once perfected, he stealthily tried it twice in Yongyu's field. On the day he performed the technique, Yongyu looked incredulous. "Have you truly mastered it?" Luli nodded. "Just observe the results." That evening, she witnessed the outcome. Her spiritual field, which had previously struggled to meet the minimum requirements, was now rejuvenated with ample moisture. And the spiritual seedlings thrived rapidly. "You really have mastered it." She stared at the seedlings for quite some time, lost in thought, before snapping back to reality. "Is your insight genuine?" Luli merely smiled faintly. "I am not jesting," she chided playfully. "Do not forget to take care of my field a bit more in the future." "Certainly," Luli replied succinctly, "once a month, as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance." However, Luli was not one to be easily swayed. Yongyu had rendered him a favor, so she was an exception. Others were not afforded the same leniency. As news of his mastery and techniques began to spread, more and more individuals from the Lingtian district sought his aid. "Junior Lu, could you bring some rain to my field? It's a bit dry." "Junior Lu, may I borrow your Earth Dragon Technique? The energy in my land is too stagnant." Luli did not decline any requests, but each time he clearly stated his price. "1 technique, 100 spirit stones. Payment up front." "What? Is it really that expensive? You may choose not to hire me." His tone remained calm, never offering explanations or engaging in haggling. Over time, others recognized the rules. Though he was young, he was impervious to persuasion. However, the efficacy of his techniques was undeniable. Many disciples, having engaged his services once, returned for a second. As long as the spiritual rice yielded an abundant harvest, no one hesitated to part with a few spirit stones. Thus, 2 months passed. Although the spiritual rice had yet to be harvested, Luli had quietly recouped the 1,000 spirit stones he had previously mortgaged at the Lingqi Pavilion for future yields through his earnings. Some whispered that he was a cold-hearted fellow, devoid of human sentiment, only recognizing spirit stones. Yet, more remarked, even a Huanggu can make a name for himself. This Luli is not to be underestimated. At night, he still slept beside the fields. The makeshift shelter was humble, the earth damp, and the chorus of insects unceasing. Yet, Luli had never uttered a word of complaint. Only he knew that the spirit-gathering array beneath the soil absorbed the essence of heaven and earth daily. Nurturing his cultivation, the Taiyin condensing qi technique had gradually stabilized the spiritual energy within him, and his realm was quietly ascending. These seemingly arduous days were, in fact, more grounded than anyone else's. The days of farming passed one after another. Before long, 3 months had elapsed since he joined the sect, and his cultivation had steadily advanced in this rhythm, finally breaking through to the second level of qi condensation 3 days prior. For a Huanggu, This was an exceedingly rare speed. Observing the seedlings in his field growing robustly, their luminous green veins intertwining under the sunlight, it resembled a vast sea of spiritual light. Standing on the ridge, Lu scanned the field, a surge of long-forgotten satisfaction rising within him. He crouched down and gently prodded a sprouting spiritual seedling. His fingertip pressed against the stalk, applying slight pressure. The stem was firm, the spiritual energy rich. If all goes well, it is likely to exceed 1,100 pounds. His gaze shifted, and a hint of excitement stirred within him. Among the outer disciples of the illusory Immortal sect, those who could yield over 1,100 were exceedingly rare. If he could indeed achieve this, it would not only secure his 1/10 share of the harvest, but might also earn him additional rewards. For Lu, this was not a boastful capital, but the beginning of self-reliance. Yet, during this period, the voice of Qiuyu grew increasingly frequent. Lu, just kill one, just one will suffice. Are you aware of the amount of spiritual energy you have absorbed through the gathering spirit array over the past 3 months? If you do not consume a bone to alleviate the suppression, your body will inevitably explode. What is the purpose of your daily toil in the fields? Did you come to the Immortal sect merely to pull weeds? Lu squatted by the edge of the field, plucking a young sprout and squeezing it with force, causing the sap to burst forth and stain his fingertips. Cultivating the land is far more engaging than mere combat, he murmured. Qiuyu scoffed. Are you attempting to feign ignorance? Do you genuinely believe that you can achieve any significant strength through farming? You are a yellowbone. Your future is predetermined to be bleak. Lu calmly interrupted her. Then let us proceed step by step. Qiuyu, I am listening to your words. But I am not you. These past 3 months have been the most tranquil of my life. Thus, upon hearing this, Qiuyu fell silent. Lu gazed skyward. The sun shone brightly, and the spiritual field swayed like waves in the wind, stretching infinitely. Tomorrow is the day when the steward from the sect will come to assess the spiritual fields. Since today, an air of tension has enveloped the entire area. It is said that the steward coming this time is a disciple of the elder responsible for the spiritual fields and is exceedingly discerning, inspecting each plot meticulously. Not only will the yield be evaluated, but also the purity of the spiritual energy and the quality of the seedlings. If any one aspect fails to meet the standards, it will be recorded in the steward's ledger, resulting in a deduction of salary, and potentially even the revocation of the qualification to farm in the upcoming season. Chapter 28 Acceptance. With the impending arrival of the steward to assess the yield of the spirit fields, Lu stood at the edge of the field, contemplating in silence for a moment before slowly crouching down. He reached out to clear a patch of soil in the corner, retrieving the meticulously prepared spirit gathering array and carefully tucking it into his sleeve. The existence of the spirit gathering array was shrouded in mystery. If discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a series of inquiries. Even a mere glance could spell disaster for him. Steady now, he murmured softly, his eyes reflecting a tranquil resolve. As night descended, the moonlight cast a gentle glow outside the shed. Yangyu and Nantian arrived hand in hand. The moment they entered, their faces radiated an uncontrollable joy. Junior brother Lu, I must sincerely thank you this time, Yangyu exclaimed with a smile. I went to check today. The spirit seedlings are robust and flourishing. This season, I fear I shall surpass 1,050 pounds in yield. I too. Nantian chimed in eagerly. But you're rather stingy. Despite our acquaintance, you still demanded spirit stones. Does the dual technique not require spiritual energy? I've already offered you a friendly price. Lu raised an eyebrow. You charge me half. Nantian huffed. You lack any sense of camaraderie. Nevertheless, I must admit, your rain technique and earth dragon technique far surpass those of the others at the 4th level of chi condensation. The spiritual energy is refined, lasting long, allowing me to tend to my fields with ease. Lu merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. This was indeed the merit of the Taiyin Chi condensing method. The spiritual energy it cultivated was highly accommodating, pure, gentle, and exceptionally harmonious, perfectly complementing these agricultural techniques. Had it been the conventional chi condensation methods, even if of a higher realm, the resulting energy would likely have caused imbalances in the root systems and water veins during application. This was also one of the reasons he felt confident in setting a clear price, unafraid of scrutiny. The three settled on the ground. The shed, though small, exuded a rare warmth. Noticing Lu's continued silence, Yang Yu's gaze fell upon him unconsciously, prompting her to chuckle softly. Junior brother, you've changed quite a bit recently. Lu turned back. Changed? You've grown taller and broader in the shoulders. You are a different person altogether. When you first arrived, you resembled a little chick, but now, at least you resemble a wild wolf, she remarked gently. A wild wolf. Luli echoed softly. Nantian leaned in for a closer look. Indeed. Your face remains as unblemished as a young master, yet your eyes, when you look at others, are cold and unyielding, truly lacking any self-awareness of a disciple of the Huanggu lineage. Luli remained silent, yet a hint of a smile graced his lips. Over the course of 3 months, he had indeed transformed from a tender, frail boy. Now at the second level of chi condensation, though still somewhat lean, his form was well-defined, his posture erect, and there was a subtle sharpness in his gaze. However, should anyone mistakenly regard him as an ordinary youth, they would be gravely mistaken. The assessment is tomorrow, Young Yu said, hugging her knees as she gazed up at the thin layers of clouds in the night sky. Do you think the steward will make things difficult for us marginal disciples? Most likely, Luli replied calmly, but with our increased yield. Even if they were to challenge us, they would find it difficult to pinpoint any significant faults. Let us hope so. Nantian gently rubbed her lower back, feeling discontent with the prospect of laboring fruitlessly for an entire season. The three of them shared a moment of silence. In the distance, the spiritual seedlings swayed gently in the breeze, and the water channel by the fields mirrored the starlight. As the two departed, an unusual stillness enveloped the night. The following morning, the Lingtian district resembled a bustling marketplace, vibrant and lively, more akin to a rustic festival than a celestial sect. Outer disciples stood guard by their respective plots, donning straw hats, draping towels over their shoulders, and rolling up their pant legs. Beads of sweat trickled down, giving them the appearance of seasoned farmers rather than cultivators. Along the ridge of the fields, whispers exchanged between the disciples persisted. Look over there at Brother Wang. His seedlings are growing straight. I heard one who can yield over 1,000. Oh, please. His field was submerged just days ago. Half of the roots are already blackened. I've heard rumors of a remote plot to the north, said to be rich in spiritual energy. This season might yield something extraordinary. Luli sat quietly in the corner of his own plot, absorbing the chatter from all directions without a flicker of emotion. Just as the gossip reached its peak, a sudden sound of a sword's cry pierced the sky, and several beams of azure light streaked through the air. Someone exclaimed, "Here they come, the flying swords have landed." Before them, several streaks of blue and white sword light descended onto the main path. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a white robe, a token hanging from his waist, and a jade fan partially obscuring his face. His handsome features bore a hint of aristocratic air. Ah, Brother Wu. Before he could steady himself, a figure rushed forward, none other than Lu Deba, his face adorned with a broad smile as he bowed deeply, nearly bending in half. We have eagerly awaited your arrival, Brother Wu. I have been counting on you to oversee this year's harvest assessment. Without your presence, we dare not even consider reaping the seedlings. As he spoke, not only was his tone fervent, but even his address shifted from a mere disciple to Brother Wu. The white-robed disciple seemed accustomed to this, gracefully fanning himself with a light smile. Oh, you're so eager for my turn. That is quite unexpected. Indeed, I have not forgotten about you, Brother Wu. This year, if we achieve a bountiful harvest, even after dividing it among the 9 layers for the sect, what remains? Haha, will surely be a cup of tea for you, brother. Lu Deba's words dripped with implication, his laughter mingling sincerity with artifice. Brother Wu did not expose the fade, lightly tapping the fan against his palm, his tone languid. By the rules, there are indeed rules. Yet one must also be considerate. Rest assured, I, Wu Ziheng, am most impartial, whatever the yield, the quantity harvested, and the purity of the spiritual energy. I have my own measure of these matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Deba beamed even more enthusiastically. Then, the fate of our Lingtian district rests entirely in Brother Wu's fairness. From a distance, Luli observed with a discerning eye. The familiarity between Wu Ziheng and Lu Deba was an undeniable truth. Even the phrase "a cup of tea" had been laid bare for all to see. Subsequently, Wu Ziheng retrieved a copper-green spiritual artifact from his storage bag. It resembled an ancient basin, unremarkable in appearance, save for a barely discernible inscription of spiritual patterns etched around the inner rim, and at its center, a swirling black vortex that seemed to shift unpredictably. Is this the Ling Liang Pan? Someone quietly remarked. A specialized artifact for measuring the yield of spirit rice and the concentration of spiritual energy. I have heard that its accuracy is relied upon during each seasonal assessment. With a casual toss, Wu Ziheng sent the spirit measuring disc floating gently into the air, emitting a soft hum as it radiated pale white light and intricate spiritual patterns. The rules were well known. Holding a folding fan, he languidly surveyed the crowd, instructing those who had harvested their spirit rice to bring it forth. If there were any husks mixed in, or if the harvest was not thorough, a 10% deduction would be imposed on the yield. Of course, a sly smile crept onto his lips, if one wished for a better harvest. There were ways to achieve that. As these words left his mouth, several senior disciples chuckled knowingly. Ludaba, with a slight smirk, did not shy away from the implications. The assessment of the spirit fields typically commenced from the most fertile regions in the south, and Ludaba and his companions were naturally among the first to step forward. However, to everyone's astonishment, this season, the one tending Ludaba's fields was none other than Yangyu. At that moment, she stood at the back of the crowd. Her gaze lowered, silent. "Senior Lu, I have specifically monitored the rain techniques for your fields 3 times. It will surely break records," remarked a man with a horse-like face, offering flattery. "Indeed," Ludaba replied, patting his belly in feigned humility, "it also depends on how well my labor performs." His words were unabashed, drawing the attention of many towards Yangyu, some displaying complexity in their expressions, others showing sympathy. Yangyu's current assignment truly seemed like a stroke of bad luck. Had it been someone else, they might have long since been coddled or offered a place to stay. Yet, Ludaba appeared oblivious, waving his hand to signal his disciples to bring forth the rice bags. Wu Ziheng, already well acquainted with the procedure, activated the spirit measuring disc, which hummed and began to absorb the spirit rice. The spiritual light swirled momentarily before revealing the inscription, "Yield per acre, 1,187 pounds spiritual energy concentration, below average. TSK. Yet another record-breaking plot, someone whispered. This particular field was the finest in the entire northern region. Coupled with assistance and monitoring, in the alternating use of rain and earth techniques, it was no surprise. Ludaba grinned widely, intentionally glancing at Yangyu, and cheerfully remarked, "Sister Yang, you truly are bold. You would rather toil away tending to my fields than come to serve by my side. This rice is yours to cultivate. Yet you receive not a single grain. Is it worth it? Perhaps you should consider a different approach to managing next season?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ziheng chuckled softly, shaking his fan, yet remained silent, clearly in agreement. At that moment, a woman in a revealing yellow robe approached, her beauty striking, a playful smile gracing her lips as she cast a glance at Ludaba. "Senior Lu, will you honor your promise from earlier?" She gently tugged at Ludaba's sleeve, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "Of course," Ludaba replied with a cheerful grin, leaning towards Wu Ziheng to whisper a few words. Wu Ziheng pulled a lazy smile. "Next in line, bring it forth." The woman, beaming with delight, presented a pre-packaged bundle of spirit rice to the measuring disc. The ethereal hum resonated, diverging from the previous instances of clarity and tranquility. This time, it flickered ominously twice, reminiscent of a hesitant throat swallowing, before slowly revealing the spiritual inscription, "Yield, 1104 gene spiritual concentration, moderate." "It has surpassed 1,000. The woman could not help but exclaim, her joy evident in her expression. Nearby, a disciple muttered under his breath, "Her field yielded barely over 900 last year." Being in the right company makes all the difference. The woman nearly leapt with joy, leaning against Ludaba's scarred arm, and half playfully whispered, "Brother Lu, next season. May I continue?" Ludaba smiled in silence, yet deliberately cast a glance at Yangyu, leisurely remarking, "Farming doesn't always require toiling relentlessly for every grain. Those who understand the art of it tend to lead a more effortless life." His words carried a profound weight, but Wu Ziheng pretended not to hear. Chuckling quietly, standing at the edge of the crowd, Yangyu's countenance darkened, yet she remained silent, biting her lip. Chapter 29. The spirit quantity disc hovered and spun in midair, tracing the arc from the rising sun in the east to the slanting sunset in the west, consuming an entire day within this ethereal field. The southern section, renowned for its fertile soil, was assessed early, and as expected, Ludaba firmly held the top position with a yield of 1187 gene per mu, maintaining a steadfast lead. Throughout the afternoon, though several others achieved yields over 1,000, none surpassed his. Wu Ziheng, having consumed 3 pots of tea and changed his fan twice, succumbed to drowsiness. Leaning against the spirit crane saddle, he yawned lazily and remarked, "Hurry up, the sky is darkening, and this land isn't producing good rice. Don't waste my time." As the inspection team moved onward, the crowd shifted northward. The northernmost spirit field, known for its abysmal yields, was ironically the most crowded, with onlookers growing increasingly numerous. Many disciples awaiting their turn squeezed along the ridge, whispering among themselves, I reckon Lu Debeo will still be the highest. No one can break 1,002, right? I've heard. Yang Yu's yield has increased a bit this year. Her plot is among the worst. Breaking even would be a victory. At that moment, Wu Ziheng urged. Who is Nantian? It's your turn. Hurry up. A little girl with twin buns hopped forward, carrying a prepared rice bag, and respectfully presented it beneath the spirit quantity disc. A flash of spiritual light illuminated the air, revealing the spirit text. Yield per mu. 1061 gene spiritual energy concentration, moderate. Surpassing 1,006 already? She had only just crossed 1,000 last quarter, hadn't she? This time, at least an increase of 50 or 60 gene. Could it be that she secretly sought assistance in casting spells? Amidst the murmurs, Nantian beamed with joy, her cheeks flushed, eyes squinting with delight as she waved to the crowd. Sister Yangyu, you'll be next. Yangyu responded and stepped forward, standing tall with her back straight. She too placed her rice bag into the spirit quantity disc. The spiritual light whirled for a considerable time before settling, revealing the spirit text. Yield per mu. 1080 gene spiritual energy concentration, above average. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Surpassing 1,008? Her plot had seemingly yielded around 908 last quarter. Was this a record-breaking achievement? The onlookers' gazes converged, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Lu Debeo, who had been reclining contentedly by the field, suddenly sat up straight, his demeanor shifting. How could this be? He murmured, his expression darkening. At that moment, someone leaned closer to Lu Debeo, whispering, I heard she hired a new disciple this quarter to help with the spells, the one named Lu Li, who is only at the first layer of qi condensation. That fellow understands rain and earth techniques, but the spiritual energy he casts is rather peculiar. What do you mean? Lu Debeo frowned. The individual swallowed hard and continued in a hushed tone. Some have observed that his technique. The spiritual energy is exceptionally gentle, more effective than anything I've seen from those at the third or fourth layers of qi condensation. Who knows what unconventional methods he practices? It certainly feels off. Lu Debeo's gaze hardened, a cold snort escaping his nose. A mere novice can turn the tide? However, Wu Ziheng spoke up. Next, Lu Li. With this announcement, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Many instinctively turned their gazes toward the desolate corner, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Lu Li, the land that had languished in neglect for years, its spiritual energy depleted, had failed to yield results despite the efforts of numerous disciples. This season, it was his turn to cultivate it. Achieving the minimum standard would already be a miracle, but could Yang Yu's remarkable gain of over 100 pounds truly be linked to him? Now it was his turn. Let us see if he could manage to protect himself. His plot, the previous season's yield was barely 800. Yet, he had heard that the previous occupant hadn't even lived in a hut, persistently tending to the field. What a lunatic. The sun was nearly set, and dusk was thickening. As for Lu Li, there was no time to waste. Wu Ziheng spoke again, yawning while clapping his hands, exuding an air of indifference. After all, this corner of spirit fields had always been considered the worst in the entire area. He didn't even bother to lift his gaze, merely directing the spiritual measurement plate toward that direction, preparing to conclude the routine inspection. Lu Li had neatly arranged the packets of spirit rice and bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Li, please inspect the field. Upon finishing his words, he gestured, and the spirit rice was drawn into the measuring plate with a sudden force, causing the plate to glow brilliantly. Just as Wu Ziheng was about to urge him on, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The light was too bright. Within the measuring plate, intricate light patterns emerged, intertwining and coalescing. After a few breaths, a crisp click resonated. Following that, a series of clear numbers gradually appeared on the plate. Yield per acre, 1206 gene spiritual energy concentration, superior. The venue was enveloped in dead silence. Then, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted. Wow, what? He broke 1,002? No, 1,206? Am I seeing things? ISNT this. The highest yield this year? This plot can produce 1206? Wu Ziheng abruptly rose to his feet, blinking repeatedly to confirm whether he was hallucinating. Yet, the luminous figures on the measuring plate were unmistakably clear, an irrefutable testament to the truth. Once the results were revealed, they were inscribed upon the spirit plate, irretrievable and unalterable. He instantly realized. It was too late. There was no turning back. Wu Ziheng's throat moved, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. This outcome not only shattered his preconceived notions for today's evaluation, but also catapulted Lu Li to the top yield of the season. Meanwhile, the previously reigning Lu Daba's expression darkened considerably. His few companions were momentarily silenced, their mouths agape in disbelief. There must be foul play, Lu Daba muttered through gritted teeth. From the very beginning, he had dismissed this newcomer, the yellow-boned disciple. Yet today, Nan Tian, who had consistently yielded just over 1,000 in previous years, now broke 1,006. Yang Yu, who had danced around the threshold for years, now surpassed 1,008. And now, the most desolate plot in the far corner had directly exceeded 1,002. Moreover, what did being first entail? Not only could he retain his original 10% yield, but he would also receive an additional 10% reward, 20% in total. The potential to retain nearly 240 pounds of spiritual rice translates to an impressive 400 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Dabayan, gazing at the duck that should have been his prize, felt a surge of rage as it was snatched away by a scrawny new disciple, nearly choking on his own blood. What a formidable opponent. Lu Li. He gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching, resembling a grimace of both laughter and the severance of something vital. Turning to Wu Ziheng, he lowered his voice and coldly remarked, "Brother Wu, do you not find this situation somewhat peculiar?" Wu Ziheng cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Yet, the slight nod of his head seemed to convey an unspoken agreement. He too suspected that there was something amiss. Lu Dabayan narrowed his eyes, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. However, the die had already been cast. The brilliance of the spiritual rice gauge gradually dimmed. As the final plot was assessed, the white-clad Wu Ziheng waved his sleeve, signaling the end of the proceedings. Well then, aside from the portion you may retain, surrender all remaining spiritual rice. A day filled with tension and toil finally drew to a close, and the fields began to regain their tranquility, the only remnants of the day's excitement being the muddy footprints left upon the trampled embankments. The yield of this season was now settled. Without a doubt, the top prize had gone to the unexpected contender, the little yellow bone, Lu Li. As the crowd dispersed, fervent discussions continued. A few servant disciples huddled in a corner, whispering, "Lu Li is certainly in for a rough time now." Lu Dabayan, having lost to a newcomer, was bound to be furious. What a fortunate fellow, but who knows how long that fortune will last. The road ahead may become treacherous for him. Others with keen insight remarked, "But I've heard that Lu Li is not an ordinary yellow bone. It seems he was recommended from Guyun Peak. Some say he has close ties with Dong Xiang." Dong Xiang? The prodigy of the earth spirit bone? Someone gasped. Indeed, she is a key prodigy at Guiyun's inner sect, personally guarded by He Shuyuan. The crowd exchanged glances, the rumor swiftly reaching Lu Dabayan's ears. Initially scowling as he planned to confront Lu Li, his expression shifted upon hearing this news, a chill creeping into his heart. If Lu Li was indeed brought in by Dong Xiang, then taking action against him would be quite perilous. Although Lu Dabayan had an intersect cousin, he was merely of the profound bone lineage, with a cultivation level of only the 7th layer of qi condensation. Compared to a talent like Dong Xiang, who garnered the attention of the elders upon entry, he was clearly outmatched. Despite possessing other higher-level connections, using them against a newly admitted disciple would only serve to highlight his own mediocrity. He risked becoming a pawn in someone else's game. Yet, soon another rumor emerged. "It's not as you think. I've heard that Lu Li was originally Dong Xiang's servant. She looks down on him, and he forced his way into Guiyun. I heard it from my senior brother, even He Shuyuan looked down on him. And it was only out of Dong Xiang's consideration that he was allowed entry." Upon hearing this, Lu Daba's expression softened slightly. "So, it is merely a sycophantic servant?" He sneered with a cold grin. "I had thought him to be a formidable character. A mere slave dares to claim my first?" Yet, he refrained from speaking too boldly. One must consider the master even when chastising the dog. Even if this dog is a sycophant, who knows when it might garner a modicum of favor from its master and retaliate. However, refraining from overt action does not equate to being entirely powerless. His tone grew somber, his gaze icy as it fixated on the field where Lu Li toiled, and he stealthily led his companions towards it. Upon arrival, the weeds remained untrimmed, the soil a dull gray, seemingly devoid of distinction. "This is the plot of land? It appears nothing more than wasteland." Lu Daba frowned, crouching down to grasp a handful of soil, closing his eyes to inhale deeply, probing with his inner energy, yet he remained empty-handed. "The spiritual energy is even fainter than I had anticipated," he murmured. Were it not for witnessing Lu Li's yield, he might have believed this land had been tampered with. What could possibly be amiss? It is indiscernible. The individuals nearby whispered in response. Lu Daba rose, brushing the dirt from his hands. His countenance as dark as a stormy sea. He must have employed some nefarious means, albeit his concealment is too profound. This young man can no longer be allowed to operate unchecked. His eyes glinted with icy resolve. Since a direct approach is unfeasible, then I shall slowly tighten the net. Chapter 30. Seeds. At this moment, Lu Li remained unaware that his relationship with Dong Xiang had unwittingly become an invisible talisman. Perched upon the back of a celestial crane, the wind howled past his ears like a razor, while his robe billowed dramatically, yet his gaze betrayed no hint of turbulence. Having spent half a gene of spiritual rice, he mused that it was perhaps his first instance of indulgence within the celestial realm, a thought tinged with self-mockery. His voice swallowed by the gusts. The sweeping vistas of mountains and spiritual fields unfolded before him. The heavens stretched infinitely above, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of alienation, as though not a single inch of this vast world belonged to him. The voice of Chiao Yu echoed hauntingly in his mind. If you were willing to take a few more lives, this journey would not be so arduous. Be quiet. TSK. Chiao Yu chuckled lightly. I merely pity you. Be cautious lest this biting wind dissipate your meager spiritual energy. Lu Li chose to disregard her. He was accustomed to her cryptic tone, yet he understood she never spoke without purpose. The celestial crane gradually descended upon the perch of cranes at the peak of Guiyun. As Lu Li dismounted, the moment his feet touched the stone slab, a wave of numbness coursed through his calves. Although the trials of this season in the spiritual fields were not as harrowing as the years spent struggling for survival in the mountains, the relentless mud and the biting cold during those rainy days had been the true grindstone of his spirit. He did not return to the small room assigned to him on the peak, but instead descended the mountain, making his way directly to the Lingqi Pavilion. Outside the stone door of the pavilion, a desolate silence reigned, the wind swirling a few leaves in a dance beneath the eaves. As Lu Li stepped inside, he immediately spotted the gray-robed steward leaning against the counter, engrossed in recording spiritual artifacts. You're back again? The steward cast him a sidelong glance, his expression a blend of indifference and mockery. Huanggu, come to extend your second contract? Lu Li's demeanor remained impassive as he retrieved a parcel from his robe and placed it upon the counter. I'm here to settle my debt. The steward paused, seemingly taken aback. He casually opened the parcel, his spiritual sense sweeping over it, and raised an eyebrow. 110 gene of spiritual rice, repaid with interest? 3 months. You truly are something else. I want to be returning. Lu Li turned to leave, his tone nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. The steward watched his departing figure, snorting softly. A Huanggu is still a Huanggu. How long can he hold out? Exiting the Lingqi Pavilion, the sky had darkened, twilight casting a deep purple hue upon the mountain gate. Lu Li gazed upward. I must see her again tomorrow, he murmured, his expression growing somber. Chiao Yu timely interjected, You're truly relentless, aren't you? That girl has long since cast you aside, yet you stubbornly seek her out. Lu Li neither denied nor refuted this. I know, he replied softly, this connection must be severed, yet the soul blood remains in her possession. I cannot break the ice without it. So what is your plan? To kneel before her, begging for her to return your soul blood out of nostalgia? No. A flicker of coldness glinted in Lu Li's eyes. I want her to willingly return it to me. Oh, Chiao Yu's tone suddenly took on a keen interest. And how do you intend to accomplish that? Lu Li walked slowly, each step seemingly treading upon the shadows of the past. I will find a way to earn her trust, to make her rely on me. In truth, the most crucial weapon for a man is his excellence. If I can one day truly evolve and become sufficiently remarkable, there will inevitably come a time when I reclaim my essence. Chiao Yu fell silent for a moment before slowly breaking into a smile. You, indeed, are a fine seed. You should have perished sooner, Lu Li remarked indifferently. Yet I still live in your heart, in your bones, in your dreams. Chiao Yu let out a soft hum, imbued with an air of enchantment. Upon returning to the back mountain of Guiyun Peak, Lu Li found his small abode shrouded in dust. As he pushed the door open, the dim light filtered into the room, and he stood still for a while, not immediately cleaning, but quietly observing as if to affirm his own existence. From the yellow bone stage to the second level of qi condensation, 3 months had passed, like a fleeting dream. He approached the water vat and splashed a handful of cold water on his face. Subsequently, he retrieved the remaining spiritual rice package, casting a glance downwards as he remained silent for a long time. The interest of 110 pounds of spiritual rice had been repaid. Now only 130 remained in my possession. He murmured, his tone flat yet tinged with resolve. I plan to give 100 pounds of it to Dong Xiang. In his mind, the voice of the fairy Chiou resounded, almost mocking. Have you lost her senses? A prodigious daughter of the earth spirit bone. With the entire sect's resources at her disposal, do you think a mere 100 pounds of spiritual rice will sway her? Luli, you are a servant, not a fool. Luli did not respond immediately, but gazed toward the mountain gate, where a stone staircase led to the inner door, deep and distant, like a bifurcation of destinies. A gentle smile flickered across his face, his voice barely audible. Have you heard? If you possess 100 spirit stones and offer 50 to someone, they will not think much of it. They will merely perceive that you have half remaining. But if you have only 10 stones and give all 10 to her, the significance is entirely different. Chiou was taken aback, her tone momentarily faltering. You. Luli lowered his gaze, his eyes tranquil as a still pond. I do not seek to impress her. As this insignificant yellow bone insect, I hasten my own demise, offering my soul's surplus directly into her hands. Even the softest-hearted woman would surely waver slightly. Chiou remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly contemplating the implications behind Lu Li's words. You, she sighed softly, her tone devoid of its usual mockery, revealing that despite his youth, he possessed quite a few thoughts. Lu Li chose to disregard Chiou further, carefully storing the 100 pounds of spiritual rice, wrapping it in cloth and tying it securely. It was not a gift, but a bargaining chip, a wager. It was not an act of grace, but a sowing of seeds. The following morning, as the dawn light cascaded over the courtyard of Guiyun Peak, Lu Li crouched down and scooped up a handful of dry earth from his own plot, silently smearing it across his face. The rough soil reddened his skin slightly, yet he seemed impervious to the sensation, even applying some to his neck and cuffs, as if he intended to etch the trials of the past months into his flesh. What is this appearance for? Are you off to meet someone, or to beg? The cold laughter of Chiou echoed in his mind, her tone languid, yet laced with scorn. Lu Li's gaze was tranquil. I am but a humble farmer, and when I go to see her, if I appear utterly pristine, she may not recall who I am. It is rather your weather-beaten appearance that will prompt her memory, reminding her of the one who journeyed with him to the illusory Immortal Gate, and who struggled desperately at the bottom for her sake. Moreover, he paused, lifting his gaze to the heavens, his voice low, I do not seek her charity. I come to repay a debt of affection. With that, Lu Li tightened his bundle and steadily set foot upon the inner gate of Guiyun Peak. Guiyun Peak, a place of continuous temples, adorned with azure tiles and white stones, where disciples dressed in white resemble clouds. As he walked along, the passers-by, all inner disciples bearing their own cultivation, noticed the young disciple in yellow entering the main peak, many eyes instinctively turning toward him. Oh, isn't that Lu Li? The servant of Dong Xiang? He surely still harbors dreams of ingratiating himself with Dong Xiang. How laughable, he, a mere farmer, dares to aspire. The surrounding whispers, laced with mockery, pierced his ears like needles, yet Lu Li remained expressionless, as if he had not heard, and continued onward. He arrived at one of the main courtyards of Guiyun Peak, where the red-painted eaves and white jade floor exuded an ethereal mist of spiritual energy. Standing at the entrance was a disciple in white, who, upon seeing him, frowned and inquired, What business do you have? Lu Li clasped his hands. I beseech you to announce my arrival. Lu Li seeks an audience with Miss Dong Xiang. Miss Dong Xiang? The white-clad disciple scrutinized him from head to toe, raising an eyebrow further, and remarked, With your attire, have you just crawled out of a pigsty? Do you think you are worthy of seeking an audience with an inner disciple? Unfazed, Lu Li maintained his demeanor and bowed again. Lu Li seeks an audience with Miss Dong Xiang. The white-clad disciple let out a cold snort and turned in her. At that moment, within the courtyard, a serene pond lay before a winding stone bridge, where a pavilion adorned with flowering trees swayed gently. Dong Xiang, dressed in a purple-patterned Taoist robe, her skin as fair as snow and her eyes sparkling, was seated opposite a graceful white-clad woman. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their atmosphere relaxed. Sister Shen, I have finally broken through to the second layer of qi condensation, Dong Xiang said, her eyes glimmering with joy. To achieve a breakthrough in just 3 months? Truly, you are worthy of your innate talent, Shinshu replied with a smile. Your future prospects are boundless. As they exchanged laughter and joviality, a voice announced from the entrance, Miss Dong Xiang, outer disciple Lu Li requests an audience. Dong Xiang's fingers froze momentarily, her previously smiling face stiffening slightly, and after a pause, she murmured, He has come? It has been 3 months since he last appeared. I had almost forgotten. Shinchu raised an eyebrow. Luli? Who is that? Dong Xiang replied softly. He is a servant who entered the sect with me. Shinchu burst into laughter. Ah, you mean your so-called guardian servant? The child of humble origins? What does he want? Surely he is not hoping for you to take him into the inner sect? Dong Xiang felt her cheeks flush at her words, and she whispered, I told him not to come. Sai, let him in. Shinchu covered her mouth with a smile. I am rather curious to see what this little loyal servant intends to do. Before long, Luli was ushered into the courtyard. His expression was solemn, with remnants of dried grass on his sleeves and visible traces of dirt and sweat on his face. The earthy scent that clung to him stood out starkly amidst the fragrant mist and ethereal ambience of the Jade Pavilion. Dong Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He still appeared unchanged, reminiscent of his initial entrance, perhaps even darker than before, yet his physique had grown notably healthier, with muscles subtly discernible beneath the yellow garb. The youthful gaze he bore was now far more serene and composed than it had once been. Miss Dong Xiang, Luli began softly, lifting a bundle. I have made some gains during my months in the spiritual rice district. This is my personal reserve of spiritual rice, 100 pounds. It is for you. Shinchu was taken aback, and Dong Xiang wore a look of astonishment. Luli gently placed the bundle upon the stone platform, retreating a step as if to avoid soiling the floor. I am aware you are not in need, yet this is the only valuable item I possess from this quarter. He paused, meeting Dong Xiang's gaze with an expression as tranquil as still water. If you find it inconvenient, I shall take it back at once. A moment of silence enveloped the courtyard. Shinchu raised an eyebrow, glancing between Dong Xiang and Luli, her eyes reflecting a deeper meaning. After a brief pause, Shinchu was the first to chuckle, her gaze sparkling as it turned to Luli. 100 pounds of personal spiritual rice? TSK, TSK, she teased, gently shaking her teacup, a smirk playing on her lips. Surely, little junior sister is aware of the circumstances over at the spiritual rice district? For newcomers, merely securing a baseline during the first quarter is quite the achievement. Where's the surplus? Her tone shifted, laced with playful mockery. Such a generous gesture. Lushidi, have you truly offered all your savings this quarter to our little Dong? Dong Xiang felt a flush rise to her cheeks, a flicker of unease crossing her brow, yet she maintained her composure, clearing her throat. Senior sister Shun, please do not speak recklessly. Shinchu, however, found even greater amusement in the situation, coming from a humble background, yet willing to part with your spiritual rice merely to elicit a smile from you. Dong shimmy. I must admit to feeling envious of you. Standing nearby, Luli smiled gently, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. My cultivation is low, and I possess little prowess. My supply of spirit stones is meager. What I can offer is limited to this. If senior sister enjoys it, I shall be able to continue providing next quarter. As he uttered these words, he raised his gaze to Dong Xiang. His smile still present, but now imbued with a newfound gravity. The once naive youth now bore a hint of manliness. His complexion was slightly darker, his face marked by a few sun-kissed blemishes, his robe dirted yet impeccably clean, and his frame had broadened considerably, exuding a robust strength. The once slender, diminutive figure now stood before the pavilion, radiating the vigor of a dedicated young practitioner. In that moment, Dong Xiang's heart stirred. The yellow-boned servant, once ridiculed as a mere lackey, now stood before her with 100 pounds of spiritual rice, exuding confidence and ease, rendering her momentarily speechless. Finally, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with awkwardness as she turned her head slightly. Life in the outer sect is arduous. You should keep the spiritual rice for yourself. Shinchu, standing aside, chuckled and winked, as if she had discerned something. Do not worry, senior sister Dong. I have no need for these. Yet Luli's smile grew even brighter, radiating like the sun. What is mine is yours. I will return next quarter. At that moment, it was possible that the weight would exceed 100 pounds. After Luli uttered the phrase, what is mine is yours, he lifted the empty cloth bag with a bright smile under the sunlight, as pure as the newly sprouted wild grass of the year, earthy yet resilient. Dong Xiang stared at him, a sudden pang of emotion swelling in her heart. Just then, the autumn moon fairy coldly scoffed in her mind. Oh, look at you. Delivering grain and smiles, and still so innocent. Truly a paradigmatic sycophant. No, a loyal hound. Luli, are you not afraid that in your servitude, you will end up with nothing but bones? Luli paid no heed to the autumn moon, his gaze remaining gentle as he quietly awaited Dong Xiang's response. She averted her eyes, yet found herself unable to dismiss the thoughts swirling in her mind. He had grown taller, darker, and sturdier. His still youthful face was etched with determination and sincerity. Suddenly, she recalled Shun Chu's words, "To draw forth a smile from you, one must lay bare all their savings." Her fingertips tightened around the hem of her garment. She had heard much about the lies of the outer disciples in recent days, the resource-poor fringes of the spiritual fields, where sustenance was scarce, and even the cranes would not alight, relying solely on foot travel. But she had never truly experienced it herself. And this young man, how old could he be? After merely 3 months of entry, he had endured the trials of wind, frost, rain, and snow, painstakingly cultivating 100 pounds of spiritual rice. Yet upon their reunion, he unhesitatingly offered it all to her, without demands, without expectations, not even a single word more. Her heart softened unexpectedly. It was rare to receive gifts, and she had encountered many during these days, even from numerous talented youths of the Guiyun intersect. Yet, there were few willing to relinquish everything of value to her. This must be the second person, apart from her grandfather, who had treated her so well. She vividly recalled the day before the mountain gate, when he stood among the yellow-boned ranks, dismissed by all, subjected to cold glances. And she had audaciously told Brother he is merely my servant. She had belittled him before so many, yet he bore no grievance. Now he stood before her, smiling, offering all his harvest as if in reverence. He sees me as his sole support, does he not? A peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart. It was not pity, nor was it guilt. It was a long-lost warmth, reminiscent of the impulse one feels upon seeing an injured creature, a desire to protect, to comfort, to cradle that loneliness in her embrace. He suffers so, yet he still thinks of me. He is not my father or mother, yet he treats me so well. Should I not continue to treat him this way? Dong Xiang gazed at Lu Li, suddenly realizing how difficult it was for her to calm her heart. I shall accept the spiritual rice, she spoke softly, her tone no longer so indifferent, infused with a hint of warmth. You focus on your cultivation. Do not overexert yourself. Lu Li continued to smile and nodded. All right, I will heed Sister Dong's advice. He then turned and walked away, his steps still light, as if his desires had been fulfilled. Shen Chu gazed at his departing figure, squinting with a smile. Oh dear, little junior sister, you seem to be blushing quite fiercely. Dong Xiang, flustered, turned her head away and retorted, Senior sister Shen, you were teasing me again. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her fingertips were subtly tightening around the heavy pouch of spirit rice, as if clutching something precious that she was reluctant to release. This, indeed, was the seed of affection. Quietly sown, Dong Xiang lowered her gaze in silence, unable to resist gently biting her lower lip. Shen Chu observed this with amusement, shaking her teacup and chuckling softly. She suddenly felt that this delightful drama might just be beginning. Chapter 31. The Art of Shadow Blades. Upon returning from the intersect, Lu Li chose not to return to the Lingtian district. Each quarter of cultivation in the Lingtian involves a period of roughly half a month of respite, an unspoken time of rest within the sect. During this interval, most cultivators either enter seclusion to recuperate or wander within the peaks. However, Lu Li was resolute in his decision not to return. He was acutely aware that Lu Ba had likely begun to keep a close watch on him. Having claimed victory in the Lingtian this quarter was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's maw. If he were to return now, it would not be long before trouble came knocking, either overtly or covertly, with hostility brewing. He had no desire to become embroiled in such matters for the time being. Thus, he resolved to remain at the Guiyun Inner Peak for this fortnight. The Guiyun Pavilion, nestled on the mountainside of the main peak, is enveloped by towering mountains and shrouded in ethereal mists. A winding staircase of white jade ascends from the sea of clouds, leading to the storied library. With crimson pillars and soaring eaves, the pavilion's corners are adorned with bells that chime softly in the breeze, illuminated by the morning light, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. At this moment, the entrance stood wide open, with cultivators flowing in and out like a stream. Those of the outer sect donned yellow robes, while the inner sect wore white. Occasionally, a steward in purple would pause at the entrance, bearing a solemn countenance. Despite the throngs, order prevailed. And amidst the circulation of spiritual energy, a sense of tranquility and composure permeated the atmosphere. Lu Li stood at the foot of the stairs, gazing upward for a moment in silence. He seldom visited this place. The distance from the Lingtian district to Guiyun Peak rendered frequent trips impractical. Now that he had finally carved out this moment, accumulating a measure of merit, he sought not only to acquire a skill to bolster his own abilities, but also to ensure he was not left defenseless when confronted with genuine threats. He stepped slowly into the first level of the Guiyun Pavilion. The entire floor was dedicated to yellow-grade techniques. Hundreds of shelves stood like forests, laden with scrolls and jade slips, meticulously organized and densely packed. Each jade slip emitted a faint glow and was sealed with spiritual patterns. Merely approaching them allowed one to sense their inherent attributes. Yellow-grade techniques were categorized into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. The lower techniques primarily served agricultural purposes, such as inducing germination or calling forth rain, skills he had previously encountered, like the rain technique and earth technique. The middle tier possessed marginally practical combat applications, including flame manipulation and water control. As for the upper yellow-grade techniques, they fell within a refined category, often exorbitantly priced, beginning at a contribution value of 300, and in some cases demanded additional payment in spiritual stones. Luli glanced down at the jade token in his hand. 300 contributions. Not a bit more. Not a bit less. It was the entirety of what he had amassed over the past 3 months. He could exchange it for only 1 item. He murmured softly to himself, ensuring only he could hear. Chiyue remained silent, her disinterest in these external matters apparent, particularly in the yellow-grade techniques. Yet, that was fine. Luli inhaled gently, his gaze wandering among the rows of jade slips. What I lack now is a suitable technique. His fingertips brushed against a jade slip containing a frost technique, the description brief, stating that it could freeze blades and hinder an enemy's movement upon mastery. However, he did not linger over it long. Aesthetics mattered little. My cultivation is modest. I possess no spiritual artifacts or talismans. My only means of overcoming an opponent lies in techniques. Thus, I must choose one that best suits me. Standing before the shelves, Lu Li's eyes flitted over the names of various techniques, his expression unchanging. Before long, he halted in front of a jade slip titled Bright Flame Technique. He removed it and sensed it briefly. Fire attribute, a long-range attack type. Once the technique is mastered, flames can be summoned instantaneously to strike the enemy from a distance. Most importantly, this fire is no ordinary flame. Once it comes into contact with spiritual power, it spreads like oil on paper, making it exceedingly difficult to extinguish. Indeed, Luli murmured to himself, his gaze lingering. This technique, grand and formidable, is no longer a mere trivial skill but a genuine means to confront adversaries. He required such a method. Even a single opportunity could turn the tide. Just as he pondered whether to make a choice, a familiar cold laughter echoed in his mind. Huh, do you truly expect to rely on such ostentatious techniques in a fight? Xiaoyu's voice dripped with unabashed mockery. Do you think your opponent will stand still as a target? The moment they see that blaze in your hand, they would have fled. Lu Li's brow twitched, and after a moment of silence, he conceded her point. No matter how powerful a technique, if it is too flamboyant and slow to execute, it is akin to inscribing 3 large characters across one's face. Then tell me, what constitutes a good technique? He retorted, returning the jade slip to its place. Xiaoyu replied languidly, a technique should be subtle. The more insidious, the better. When you strike, it must be ruthless and lethal. Only then can it be deemed a true technique. Luli scoffed, but refrained from arguing. After all, she had once been at the pinnacle of talent. When it came to experience in combat, he could scarcely compare. He continued to search among the shelves, taking his time to choose. Ultimately, he noticed a jade slip in the corner, its color somewhat muted. He picked it up and probed with his consciousness, 3 words materializing in his mind: Shadow Blade Technique. A mid-level yellow-grade technique, priced at 290 contributions. Though the jade slip contained scant details, the essential points were crystal clear: instantaneous release, concealment, and assassination. Unlike the ostentatious bright flame technique, this skill, once mastered, could manifest a thin, swift black blade with little to no warning, striking silently. Luli's gaze sharpened. This seemed promising. He did not speak immediately, but lowered his head to carefully sense the fluctuations of spiritual power within the jade slip. Realizing that this technique demanded high mastery of spiritual energy control, especially in suppressing spiritual fluctuations and precisely regulating breath to achieve silence and invisibility. My cultivation is not high, and my magical power is not particularly robust. In a real confrontation, I would have only one chance. Since it is but a single opportunity, it must be the hardest to defend against. He murmured to himself, his fingers tightening around the jade slip. Xiaoyu fell silent, tacitly acknowledging his choice. She was known for her sharp tongue. If she chose not to engage, it indicated her lack of interest. Her willingness to speak suggested that this technique at least caught her attention. After much hesitation, Luli decided to take the shadow blade technique to the front hall. This was his gamble. At that moment, a line of over 10 people had formed inside the door, mostly outer disciples holding jade slips and whispering to one another. Their breaths uneven. Some wore expressions of joy, while others were furrowed in concern, clearly having just made their choices. The process for imprinting at Guiyun Pavilion was not complicated. Upon exchanging for the arcane technique, the steward of the pavilion would produce a specially crafted jade tablet, imprinting a copy that could be studied only once, shattering upon completion. Furthermore, each jade tablet was sealed with a spiritual inscription, strictly prohibiting its transfer to others, rendering it unusable for transcription or dissemination. This represented the baseline of the celestial sects regarding arcane arts, a rule that every sect held sacred and inviolable. As the group gradually advanced, when it was Lu Li's turn, an elderly man with white brows sat behind a stone table, with a gentle press of his palm. A subtle glow emanated from the jade tablet. The old man's gaze fell upon the somewhat obscure dark blade technique in Lu Li's hands, his brows slightly arching in surprise. Not many choose this technique, he observed. He then scrutinized Lu Li. You are quite young, and this technique demands a high level of control over spiritual energy. A slight miscalculation could diminish its potency. It is not an easy path to tread. Lu Li offered a slight bow. Thank you for your warning, esteemed elder. I am aware of my own limitations, yet having made my choice, I am willing to give it a try. His tone remained steady, devoid of obstinacy or arrogance. Embodying a calm resolve, the elder regarded him for a few moments, choosing not to elaborate further, and handed over the imprinted jade tablet. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own efforts. Lu Li accepted the jade tablet with a nod of gratitude. Upon exiting the Guiyun Pavilion, he scarcely paused, swiftly traversing the mountain path until he reached the small dwelling allocated to external disciples of the sect. This secluded courtyard, nestled close to the peak, was modest in size yet tranquil. Having entered the sect 3 months prior, he had primarily resided in the spirit field area and had seldom visited the Gui Peak quarters. As evening approached, the courtyard buzzed with activity. Many external disciples had just concluded their daily tasks. Some leaned against the railing, while others practiced techniques in the open space. In groups gathered in animated conversation, laughter echoing throughout. The moment Lu Li stepped inside, he attracted several curious glances. Who is that? I don't think I've seen him before. Is he from the spirit field area? They usually reside outside the peak, some whispered among themselves. Lu Li paid them no mind, maintaining a composed demeanor as he navigated through the throng and returned to the small house he had not occupied for some time. The interior was dusty, with faint cobwebs in the corners, yet he was unfazed. Closing the door behind him, he leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, fingers caressing the still-warm dark blade technique jade tablet. High precision of spiritual energy, he murmured, echoing the elder's words, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us give it a try. After all, I have already made my choice. Chapter 32. Cooking the spirit rice. A night has passed. The room was eerily silent. Outside, the dawn light began to break, and the distant peaks echoed with the songs of birds, yet few figures could be seen. Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. A faint ripple of spiritual energy lingered at his fingertips. The jade slip lay shattered into fine dust, scattered across the ground like ash. He propped himself against the wall, gazing down at the gray remnants, a bitter smile surfacing on his face. He had memorized all the techniques of the dark blade art. Yet after an entire night of contemplation, he found himself still standing at the threshold. He had attempted the initial hand gestures countless times, but each time the spiritual energy would coalesce only to collapse and dissipate, akin to wielding a sharp blade yet being unable to draw it. Indeed, this technique was not easily mastered. He murmured to himself, his tone a mix of reluctance and acceptance. The demands of this art on spiritual energy manipulation far exceeded the ordinary. Even the first movement required meticulous calibration, stability, concealment, and instantaneous execution, with each step intricately linked, allowing for no room for error. Given his current cultivation level, second tier of chi condensation, there remained a considerable gap before he could truly master it. Yet he felt no urgency, nor did he succumb to despair. Cultivating techniques is inherently a gradual endeavor. If it were easily attainable, it would hardly merit the designation of a killing move. Lu Li sighed deeply, gathering the fragments of the jade slip and carefully disposing of them in a corner dustbin. His movements were deliberate and slow, though he appeared calm. Turmoil brewed within him. The dark blade art was a choice he had made willingly. He sought a genuine killing technique to fill the void in his combat capabilities. However, he had indeed entertained the thought of seeking Qiuyu's assistance. Yet, as soon as the thought arose, he suppressed it. Since her entry into the sect, she had indeed aided him significantly. Whether it was the spirit-gathering array that salvaged the barren fields, the Taiyin Qi condensation technique that elevated his cultivation, or the methods for infiltrating the trial grounds, her repeated interventions had become pivotal for his survival. Yet, he had never truly trusted her. She was too cold, too ruthless, a person who would kill at the slightest disagreement, focusing solely on outcomes with no regard for sentiment. Moreover, each of her interventions came at a price. Most critically, she had slain his elder brother, Lu Yuan. That account would eventually need settling, but not now. He was not yet qualified to do so. Furthermore, he whispered to himself, "She may not genuinely wish to assist me. What she desires might be something I have yet to comprehend." Qiuyu was a practitioner of the righteous path, yet she secretly practiced dark arts. She claimed to be trapped within the bones of a malevolent spirit and unable to escape. Yet Luli retained a thread of vigilance in his heart. During this time, he had scoured numerous sect archives and gleaned some understanding of the common knowledge within the realm of cultivation. A cultivator can only seize a body once in their lifetime. Qiuyu had usurped his brother's form, and now, with her soul lingering within the bones, she could indeed not employ her old methods again. Nevertheless, that was merely a theoretical assumption. Qiuyu was never bound by reason. She was not one to adhere to conventions. A demonic cultivator who could navigate the righteous sects for years without detection surely possessed contingencies and avenues of escape. Luli was not so naive. He maintained a vigilant watch over the autumn moon, tinged with a subtle sense of reverence. She has yet to act against me. It is not that she has chosen to spare me, but rather that the opportune moment has not arrived. Therefore, I must not reveal any weaknesses, nor should I proactively seek her assistance. Even if this particular technique proves exceedingly challenging, I would rather ponder it alone, unable to grasp the intricacies of the method. Luli chose to abandon such thoughts, instead feeling a gnawing hunger within. Since returning from the spirit fields, he had initially possessed 240 pounds of spirit rice. After repaying a portion of the spirit contract and gifting 100 pounds to Dongxiang, he was left with a little over 30 pounds, which he intended to reserve for his own consumption. Spirit rice possesses varying grades, and the majority found within the spirit fields is of medium quality. However, the batch Luli had, after undergoing the spirit-gathering array and the daily practice of dual techniques, was brimming with spiritual energy and plump grains, qualifying as top tier, a rarity in the spirit fields. Moreover, this spirit rice is not to be compared with ordinary grains. It is a true delicacy that aids in cultivation and nourishes spiritual power. This explains why many inner disciples primarily consume spirit rice, complemented by spirit vegetables and spirit beast meat, resulting in gradual cultivation growth, even without elixirs. The outer disciples, however, are in a different predicament. They lack such provisions. Even if they are the ones cultivating the fields, the final beneficiaries are the inner disciples, leaving them with only a meager portion. Most individuals in the spirit field, upon acquiring their reserved spirit rice, immediately contemplate exchanging it for spirit stones, elixirs, or, at the very least, trading it for remnants of spirit tools or healing talismans in the market. To consume it directly, such indulgence would be excessively extravagant and impractical. Only those truly capable of stable cultivation would opt for such an approach. As Luli washed the spirit rice, he pondered silently. He extracted a small handful of rice, weighing approximately 200 grams, precisely enough for a single meal. Based on this measure, consuming one meal per day would suffice for nearly 80 days. That would be ample. He kindled a fire and brought water to a boil, carefully adjusting the heat. As the delicate steam began to rise, he let out a sigh of relief. During this period in the spirit fields, he had been enduring a constant hunger. Luli had not constructed a grass hut, but instead resided directly within the spirit fields under exceedingly rudimentary conditions, sustaining himself on simple fare. Primarily wild fruits and game from the vicinity, occasionally receiving some rice and flour from Yongyu, which were merely mundane foods devoid of spiritual energy. However, after cultivation, although he could not yet reach the state of foregoing sustenance, the dietary requirements of a cultivator were significantly lower than those of an ordinary person. Eating once a day sufficed, but the sensation of hunger remained persistent. At last, he could indulge in a warm meal. Seated before the stove, he watched as the rice soup thickened in the pot, catching a whiff of its faint aroma. The fragrance was subtle, not overpowering, yet it carried a natural clarity. Reminiscent of mountain spring water soaking the rice, akin to the ethereal mist formed from condensed spiritual energy, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. As he quietly observed the dancing flames, a smile suddenly graced his lips. This was not mere gluttony. It was a means of enhancing the accumulation of spiritual energy within his body. If one truly wished for a more rapid increase in spiritual energy, they could not solely rely on sheer endurance, nor should they skimp on essentials. Even if it is merely 30 pounds, it must be savored. Moreover, it is cultivated by my own hands, far more fragrant than any purchased grain. The spirit rice has been simmering for a while now. As the broth bubbles, a gentle and soothing aroma begins to waft from the pot, permeating the courtyard. It is not the mundane sin of ordinary rice, but rather a fragrant essence imbued with a certain vitality, reminiscent of the dew that rises between the trees and streams, clear, pure, and refreshing to the soul. Luli crouched before the stove, his nostrils flaring as his eyes sparkled with delight. "It is ready," he murmured to himself, lifting the lid of the pot. A wave of steam greeted him. The white rice glistened, each grain plump, and the broth, clear with a lustrous sheen, seemed to disperse a hint of vitality into the air, as if it could cleanse the heart. He exhaled, unable to suppress the joy that flickered in his gaze. At this moment, a mere mouthful of spirit rice felt more precious than spirit stones. Just as he rose to serve himself, he suddenly heard murmurs from the courtyard outside. "Hey, have you smelled that? What a delightful aroma! Who is cooking such heavenly food? It's irresistible. This cannot be mere mortal fare. Could it be spirit rice?" Moments later, a chorus of astonished voices erupted. It must be a disciple from the spirit rice field. Otherwise, who would dare to prepare such a dish? The courtyard was instantly abuzz with excitement. Footsteps and chatter filled the air, and even some voices began to call out, "Brother, may I have a taste of the broth?" Ah, this little house has been vacant, and it turns out it was allocated to someone from the spirit rice field. Luli had yet to reach for a bowl when he froze, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He had not anticipated the fragrance of the spirit rice to be so potent, drawing the entire courtyard's attention. In the next moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door. "Excuse me, young brother, might it be convenient for a brief meeting?" The knock was soft yet imbued with a cautious politeness. Luli furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before rising to gently open the door. Before him stood a young cultivator clad in yellow robes, appearing a few years his senior. With bright eyes and a courteous smile, a gray-silver waist token hung from his belt, inscribed with the words "Refining Pavilion." An outer disciple of the Refining Pavilion. He immediately recognized Luli's unfamiliarity and adopted a somewhat tentative demeanor. "Are you new here? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chini, a fellow disciple in the same courtyard, also serving at the Refining Pavilion. This house has been unoccupied until today, and seeing the smoke rising piqued my curiosity." As he spoke, he glanced towards the stove behind Luli, his nostrils flaring slightly as he continued, "Indeed, it is spirit rice?" Luli nodded subtly. Chini remained at the door, his gaze fixated on the stove. The aroma within the room still lingered, and the spirit rice was steaming hot. His eyes almost glued to the ceramic bowl, revealing a hint of unabashed envy, even a sense of salivation. Luli's brow furrowed slightly as he gradually shifted to block the man's line of sight, his tone composed as he inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Chini suddenly realized his own lapse in decorum and quickly cleared his throat, raising a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, chuckling awkwardly as he spoke. I meant no offense. You see, I am not one for grand hobbies. I merely have a penchant for good food, particularly for spiritual rice." He glanced at Luli, then at the pot of rice on the stove, his eyes reflecting a hint of rapture. If only the spiritual rice could be paired with some game, it would be absolutely divine. "Little brother, the aroma of your meal wafts through the room, making it almost unbearable to remain seated. This fragrance is extraordinary. It is suffused with spiritual essence. I dare say it must be high-quality spiritual rice." Luli remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly, his gaze calm, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. His silence only seemed to embolden the other man. He rubbed his hands together, wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile laced with anticipation. "As you may have noticed, I am a disciple of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, and my dealings are primarily with metals such as gold, iron, and copper. I possess little else in the way of skill. However, when it comes to refining artifacts, I can certainly hold my own." He paused, lowering his tone slightly, as if broaching a negotiation. "Little brother, might I trouble you for a bit of that spiritual rice? I assure you, I do not wish to partake without offering something in return. We must adhere to proper etiquette. I would gladly remember this kindness." And should you ever require assistance with artifact refining, be it forging, repairing, or imbuing with seals, I am at your service, with no deceit intended. His gaze towards Lu Li was imbued with sincerity and longing, clearly not his first attempt to barter food for skill. This pot of rice is simply too enticing. I am truly craving it. With that, he stood at the door, rubbing his hands together, eagerly awaiting Lu Li's response. Resembling a destitute scholar waiting outside a restaurant for the chef's generosity. Chapter 33. The Spirit Dagger. Lu Li revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, he was in need of a suitable weapon, preferably a dagger, something discreet, lethal, and readily accessible. However, he was acutely aware that the tools employed by cultivators were incomparable to the mundane iron implements of ordinary folk. Even the sharpest of mortal weapons would merely bounce off a spiritual energy shield without igniting even a spark. Typically, cultivators in the chi condensation stage utilized spiritual tools, categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Lu Li had already researched the market. The most affordable low-grade spiritual tool cost several thousand spirit stones, equivalent to hundreds of pounds of spiritual rice. Though this youth donned the attire of an outer sect disciple, he lacked the telltale sin of spiritual fire that marked a true artifact craftsman, suggesting he was not genuinely engaged in the craft. What grade of weapon can you forge? Lu Li inquired. Low-grade spiritual tool. Chen blurted out, only to pause momentarily, quickly correcting himself. Not quite. I mean, in just a year. I will definitely be able to forge a low-grade spiritual tool. For now, I can create some spiritually infused weapons. While they cannot compare to true spiritual tools, they are capable of breaching ordinary spiritual energy shields. Lu Li raised an eyebrow. How much spiritual rice would be required as a labor fee to forge a dagger-style spiritual weapon? The labor fee does not include the cost of the materials for the spiritual tool itself. It merely covers the fee for an apprentice from the artifact refining pavilion to lend a hand, varying with the complexity of the forging. Generally, the labor cost for a low-grade spiritual tool hovers around 1,000. However, the disparity between spiritual weapons and genuine spiritual tools is substantial, typically around 550 pounds. Chen Yi exclaimed again, only to feel a sudden jolt of realization and quickly amend his statement. No, 40 would suffice. Stealing a glance at Lu Li, he noticed the latter's unchanging expression and felt a pang of anxiety, mustering his resolve to propose. 30 would work too. Lu Li remained expressionless, silent. The youth's face flushed with urgency. Biting his lip, he resolutely declared, 20. It cannot go any lower. As he uttered these words, his eyes twitched slightly, as if he were experiencing a physical wound, and he added in a hushed tone, the spiritual rice you possess. I could smell its rich aroma. It is not ordinary. Had it been the kind found in common spiritual fields, I would not have offered this price. Finally, Lu Li spoke. I possess only 10 pounds. Chen Yi's expression froze, his lips quivering, his demeanor shifting dramatically. 10 pounds? Even the finest spiritual rice would scarcely be worth around 100 spirit stones. After a brief silence, his gaze flickered as he appeared to be calculating swiftly. After much hesitation, Chen Yi vehemently shook his head, as if making a monumental decision. No. This simply won't do. 10 pounds is far too low. Seeing his indecisiveness, Lu Li gradually lost interest. He had not anticipated acquiring any treasures from this youth, at most. He hoped to procure a functional weapon for emergencies. Noticing the youth's continued uncertainty, Lu Li chose to remain silent and began to rise, preparing to take his leave. Chen Yi, sensing Lu Li's intention to depart, tightened his expression, his eyes darting momentarily before he suddenly shouted, Wait. Young brother, could I possibly take a look at your spiritual rice? Lu Li paused, glancing back at him without uttering a word, and retrieved a grain of rice. Extending it towards him, Chen Yi pinched it between his fingers, bringing it close for a sniff, and his eyes immediately revealed a hint of intrigue. His nail gently scraped across the surface of the grain, allowing him to sense the ethereal energy contained within. The skin was thin yet firm. The surface adorned with intricate spiritual patterns, and the contours were distinctly defined, far from anything that could be produced by ordinary low-tier spiritual fields. Goodness! This is indeed extraordinary, he murmured under his breath. When he lifted his gaze, his expression was no longer evasive, as if he had finally made a decision. All right. I concede. 10 pounds of spiritual rice, and I shall craft a dagger imbued with spirit for you. Although it would not be a true spiritual artifact, it would suffice to breach the average spiritual barrier, and it could be considered my gesture of friendship towards you. He paused for a moment before adding, however, It must be from this batch of spiritual rice. No other rice will suffice. Upon hearing this, Luli smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Deal. Excellent. In 3 days, I shall personally deliver the dagger, Chen-Yi replied, his eyes regaining their vitality. He quickly added, however, you must first cover the material costs. I estimate it to be around 500 spiritual stones. Nodding in agreement, Luli produced a small pouch of spiritual stones from his sleeve, pouring out 500 neatly arranged lower-grade spiritual stones in front of him, which clinked as they fell onto the table. He had no fear of being deceived, as transactions within the sect relied heavily on documentation and contracts. With his identity token in hand, any breach of the signed spiritual contract would result in severe consequences, either a backlash or outright expulsion from the sect. Seeing the spiritual stones in hand, Chen-Yi swiftly exchanged tokens with Lu Li and signed the contract in accordance with sect regulations. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief as he stowed away the spiritual stones and hurriedly took his leave. Lu Li watched him depart before gently closing the door. He returned to his room, pondering for a moment, and carefully placed the grain of rice back into his storage pouch. Given his current level of cultivation, utilizing a spiritual artifact would be impractical. At the second layer of chi condensation, his spiritual energy was still quite shallow. Using a true artifact even a couple of times in combat would deplete his internal energy, becoming a burden instead. The weapon that Chen-Yi offered, imbued with a hint of spirituality yet not classified as a true spiritual item, appeared unremarkable, but was perfectly suited for his current needs. It would prove to be practical in real combat, easier to conceal, and less conspicuous. Although it resembled a mundane weapon on the surface, it had the potential to breach defenses, much like the dark blade technique he practiced, which was deceptively weak in appearance yet fierce in execution. This approach suited him best at present. He whispered softly, the less conspicuous it is, the more lethal it can prove. Within the room, the warmth had yet to dissipate. Luli lifted the lid of the pot, and a gentle aroma wafted toward him, subtle yet profoundly refreshing. This kind of spiritual rice, even when merely boiled in water and requiring no seasoning, was a delicacy beyond compare. With each mouthful, the ethereal energy mingled with the rice's fragrance, seeping into his meridians and warming his entire being, while the spiritual power within his dantian gradually filled. Outer sect disciples did not have the privilege to indulge in such fare daily, especially not superior-grade spiritual rice. A pound on the market commanded 10 spiritual stones, and the monthly stipend for outer disciples was only 100 spiritual stones. Moreover, the resources for spiritual rice were predominantly controlled by the sect, making any private exchanges among outer disciples rare and largely priceless. Luli consumed his meal at an unhurried pace, savoring each bite with meticulous attention, ensuring no essence was wasted and not overlooking any trace of transformation within his body. He could distinctly perceive that the spiritual energy within him was gradually solidifying, and the flow through his meridians became increasingly smooth. At this rate, he would soon be on the verge of reaching the third layer of chi condensation. After partaking of the spiritual rice, he retrieved the spirit-gathering array he had previously used in the spiritual field, setting it up in his modest chamber to commence his cultivation. In the ensuing days, he seldom ventured outside, engaging in 3 daily pursuits: consuming spiritual rice, practicing the shadow blade technique, and diligently cultivating the tying chi condensation method to stabilize his spiritual breath. His progress with the shadow blade technique was commendable. He had gradually mastered the initial stance, yet the subsequent steps proved to be considerably more arduous. 3 days swiftly elapsed. On the morning of the 3rd day, a knock resounded at the door. Luli opened it to find Chen-Yi arriving as promised. The young man carried a long wooden box, his expression relaxed and a smile gracing his face, exuding satisfaction. The dagger is complete, he proclaimed, extending the box towards Luli. Upon opening it, Luli discovered a short dagger nestled inside, its hue a deep black iron, the blade's lines fluid, slender yet resilient, and of moderate weight. Most intriguing was the faint spiral of spiritual patterns that entwined it. Without close examination, one could hardly discern them. The dagger's exterior, however, bore no distinction from mundane weaponry, understated to the point of being inconspicuous. As Luli grasped it, he gently channeled his spiritual energy. Tendrils of power seamlessly flowed into the blade, causing it to emit a barely perceptible sheen, its sharpness palpable at his fingertips. Indeed, he murmured softly, further attuning himself to the dagger. He sensed the embedded spiritual essence was nearing the threshold of a low-grade spiritual weapon. Though it had yet to be fully realized as a weapon, its precision, craftsmanship, and the orientation of its spiritual patterns were already commendable. It seemed Chenyi's assertion that, in a year, he could forge a true low-grade spiritual weapon was not mere bravado. Chenyi's joy was palpable. He clasped his hands and said, "Little brother, this batch of spiritual rice is of exceptional quality, which emboldened me to use fine materials and invest my effort into the forging. I cannot guarantee everything, but with this dagger, you shall find it to your liking. Consider it a testament to my skills." Luli nodded, handing over the 10 pounds of spiritual rice he had prepared in advance. Chenyi gratefully accepted it, adding, "Should you acquire more rice of this caliber in the future, do remember to seek me out. I am most reasonable, and my word is my bond." With that, he took the rice and departed, his footsteps light, seemingly already contemplating his next forging endeavor. Luli couldn't help but glance at the swiftly retreating figure, feeling a stir within. Despite his youth, the young craftsman exhibited remarkable skill. Such innate talent for forging was indeed rare. Had he not been constrained by his background and resources, he might have advanced even further. Luli felt a twinge of reflection. Within this sect, those with talent need not always dwell in the limelight. Closing the door behind him, Luli returned to his chamber, laying the dagger across his desk. He then retrieved a hefty iron block, gently channeling his spiritual energy, and with a flick of his wrist, brought the dagger down. Crack! The iron block fractured almost soundlessly, the break smooth as a mirror, even more decisive than that of an ordinary spiritual weapon. Satisfied, Luli stowed the dagger away. This unassuming object, while ordinary in appearance, proved capable of penetrating defenses and overcoming adversaries. It can be concealed within the sleeve, remaining unobtrusive, yet capable of delivering a lethal blow at a pivotal moment. Coupled with the shadow blade technique, it is utterly fitting. With his thoughts settled, he returned to the meditation cushion, closed his eyes to regulate his breath, and continued the rhythmic practice of the 3 points in a line. Time was not pressing, yet his path grew increasingly clear. Chapter 34. The thoughts of Yongyu. Days of quiet reflection have passed, and the morning mist still lingers around Guiyun Peak. Luli sits cross-legged within his chamber, his spiritual energy flowing gently, his breath deep and steady. Opening his eyes, he exhales a breath of stale air, his expression calm. His cultivation has firmly stabilized at the late stage of the second layer of qi condensation. He gazes at the spiritual energy slowly coalescing in his palm. A faint dark trace shimmering at his fingertips, an indication of the shadow blade technique. Although he remains a step away from its true application, success feels imminent. Almost there. He whispers, his tone devoid of impatience, imbued instead with a sense of certainty. The arduous training during this time has not been without its rewards. Qiuyu, rarely one to speak, remarks, "You little yellowbone, your talent is mediocre, yet your comprehension of techniques is quite remarkable." Her voice maintains its usual coolness, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Water and earth techniques are one thing, but the shadow blade technique is no ordinary skill. You have indeed progressed to this stage. Luli merely smiles softly at her words, choosing not to respond. He cannot quite discern whether it is his innate understanding that drives him, despite being a mere yellow bone with a particularly slow cultivation pace. He possesses a notable talent for comprehending techniques. During this period, he has remained at the main peak, intentionally refraining from frequent visits to Dongxiang. He muses that excessive attention might prove counterproductive. A man's allure lies in the imagination of women. He contemplates with a serene demeanor. Having retracted his gathering formation, he shakes out his robe and steps outside. Although dawn has yet to fully break, many have already begun their activities on Guiyun Peak. With spiritual birds chirping and mist meandering through the forest, he opts against riding a celestial crane, making the journey back and forth would be too costly. And using spiritual rice for such purposes feels wasteful. With my current stamina, a few steps won't be my undoing, he chuckles to himself, turning southward along the mountain path. Several hours later, the fields of the spiritual rice district come into view. Along the way, he encounters a few disciples clad in yellow robes, also heading toward the spiritual rice fields, most of them walking to save on expenses. Upon spotting Luli, some recognize him as the victor of the previous season's spiritual rice competition and instinctively steer clear of him. Unmoved, Luli merely lowers his head slightly and continues onward. He understands that starting this season, the number of those who take notice of him will only increase. The techniques and spiritual blades prepared at the main peak are also in anticipation of the forthcoming fierce battles. Upon returning to the spiritual rice district, Luli wastes no time and decides to present a portion of the premium spiritual rice he has personally cultivated to Yongyu. He recalls his promise to her, "Next time, I shall treat you to the spiritual rice I have grown. It is also a gesture of gratitude for her guidance in welcoming him into this realm. Now that he possesses it, he is unwilling to go back on his word. He picks up a small cloth bag and knocks on the door of the familiar thatched cottage. The door creaks open, revealing Yangyu, who appears somewhat fatigued, with faint shadows under her eyes, suggesting she has been troubled in thought and deprived of sleep in recent days. Luli pulls a packet of spiritual rice from his sleeve and smiles as he presents it to her. Senior Sister Yang, today I invite you to taste the spiritual rice I personally cultivated. Yangyu glances at him, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Very well, junior brother, you still remember. As she grasped the bag of spirit rice, her fingertips tightened momentarily before relaxing. The familiar aroma of rice wafted through the air, even surpassing the quality produced in Lu Daba's golden spiritual fields. This was truly exquisite rice. Inside the humble abode, the hearth was reignited, and Luli bent down to add firewood, the flames dancing as the pot began to bubble. Yangyu sat nearby, watching his diligent figure, her gaze momentarily lost in thought. In recent days, she had heard numerous rumors about Luli. Whispers suggested that he was already acquainted with Dong Xiang, that his arrival at Guiyun Peak was solely for her, and that he was a hopeless romantic deeply infatuated. She dismissed these claims. Luli was not that type of person. She could see it clearly. He possessed a calm demeanor, approached tasks with prudence, and never easily displayed his emotions. He was not someone who would be ensnared by the entanglements of romantic feelings. Yet, she found herself increasingly affected by these thoughts. At 15, her cultivation stood at merely the second layer of qi condensation, and she was fully aware of her mediocre talents. Without some fortuitous encounter, her life would likely reach a standstill. And Dong Xiang? Blessed with innate spiritual bones and chosen as a direct disciple, everyone proclaimed that she would undoubtedly enter the inner sect and perhaps even become a personal disciple of the Huanshan sect at Guiyun Peak. Yangyu knew she could not compete with her. Though her initial approach to Luli was driven by ulterior motives, a gamble for a brighter future. As they spent time together, she began to realize that this young man had become much more than just a mere opportunity. He likely harbored feelings for someone else long before she stepped into his life. Yet, despite this, she would not contest it. She was not Dong Xiang. She could not boldly stand before Luli, nor did she dare to. She could only remain in this thatched cottage, watching him cook, inhaling the fragrance of the rice, and quietly etching these tender moments into her heart. Suddenly, she murmured, "Little junior brother, you are so intelligent and diligent. I believe you will surely catch up to senior sister Dong Xiang in the future." The words were spoken softly, almost as if to herself, but the room was silent, save for the crackling of the fire and her voice. Luli paused momentarily, glancing at her, yet he remained silent, his expression growing slightly solemn. He did not respond, merely continued to stoke the firewood. Yangyu lowered her gaze, her fingers gently gathering the opening of the rice bag, and a forced smile tugged at her lips. "I'm sorry, I was just speaking thoughtlessly." Luli shook his head. "It's nothing." He lifted the pot lid, and the aroma of rice surged forth, enveloping them in a warm mist, their expressions barely discernible within the vapor. Halfway through their meal, silence enveloped the room. The fire dwindled, and the bubbling of the pot ceased, leaving only the lingering fragrance of the steamed rice to waft through the air. Yangyu suddenly set down her bowl and spoke softly, "Little junior brother, in the days to come, you must be cautious of Lu Daba." Luli raised his eyes, his gaze tranquil. In the few days you return to the main peak, he has visited your spiritual field several times." Yangyu's tone was light, as if weighing each word, yet she detected no unusual response. She hesitated, meeting his eyes with a hint of uncertainty. "Perhaps it is due to your relationship with senior sister Dong Xiang." Upon uttering these words, she appeared to struggle slightly, as if concealing a barely perceptible awkwardness. After she spoke, her gaze swiftly flickered towards Luli. The youth maintained his composure, neither shying away nor elaborating further, simply continuing to lower his head and slowly swallow the last morsel of rice. Observing his demeanor, she proceeded, "He may not dare to confront you openly, but perhaps he will act covertly. You would do well to remain vigilant." Luli nodded silently. A spark erupted from the spiritual fire in the room, illuminating the fleeting chill reflected in his eyes. "I am aware," he responded calmly. "What is destined to come will eventually arrive." Luli pondered inwardly. Recognizing that his current strength was still insufficient, he had yet to fully master the shadow blade technique. Even with the unexpected weapon of the spiritual blade, being at the second level of qi condensation, he was still far from matching those at the 5th level. After finishing his meal, he bid farewell to Yang Yu and returned to his spiritual field, resuming his cultivation. A new season of spiritual rice was about to commence. Yet this season had already drawn the attention of Lu the Scarred. It was certain that it would not unfold as smoothly as the last. The crux lay in his cultivation. He must seize every moment to enhance his abilities to truly establish a foothold in the spiritual field district. Chapter 35. The threat. Upon returning to his spiritual field, Lu set up a spirit-gathering formation, allowing the essence of heaven and earth to gradually coalesce. This formation was remarkably profound. Once embedded underground, it was nearly imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, save for specialized formation masters. He settled into a meditative posture, refining the residual spiritual energy within him several times to stabilize his aura before commencing the absorption of the surrounding spiritual essence. No sooner had he closed his eyes than a soft laugh reached his ears. "Hey, little Luli," came the languid voice of Chiyoyu, imbued with a hint of playful interest. "I have a technique for you to learn. Are you interested?" Luli frowned, keeping his eyes shut, his voice steady. "Go ahead. What do you want me to do this time?" "This time, there's nothing for you to do," Chiyoyu replied with genuine sincerity. "Really, it's a gift. Consider it a bonus. Since when have you become so benevolent?" he inquired skeptically. "Just now," she replied. Luli remained unconvinced, for he had never believed that anything came without a price. This woman, hidden within his enigmatic bones, claimed to be a disciple of the feathered immortal sect. Yet her demeanor was more akin to that of a demonic cultivator, constantly muttering about murder, soul refining, and bone devouring. Each phrase reminiscent of the rhetoric from a blood refinement sect. "You pressed Lu Daba down in the spiritual field last quarter, didn't you?" Chiyoyu's voice carried an indescribable amusement. He certainly wouldn't let that slide. He will seek to regain his honor. And so, Luli opened his eyes, gazing towards the spiritual field shrouded in the night. "And so, you will inevitably have to kill," Chiyoyu said lightly. Her words flowed so effortlessly that Luli momentarily found it difficult to discern whether she jested or spoke earnestly. "I have a technique called demonic flame soul-devouring art," she continued after a brief pause. "Do not be misled by its fearsome name. Its true marvel lies not only in its lethality but in its ability to erase traces. After a kill, both the bones and the soul can be incinerated entirely, leaving no evidence behind. Aren't you concerned about the clues left by the enigmatic bones? With this technique, even a ghost would be unable to find a trace." Luli rubbed his temples. "Are you truly a member of the feathered immortal sect?" Chiyoyu replied in a calm tone. "The immortal sect? Huh. Do you believe everyone within the sect is as pristine as snow? In the realm of cultivation, if you wish to survive, you cannot remain untainted." Her words were delivered with such tranquility, as though she were merely imparting a fundamental truth of survival. Luli fell silent for a moment before asking, "What is the rank of this technique?" "Yellow grade upper tier," Chiyoyu answered decisively. "However, it is infinitely close to the Xin grade." Luli's eyelids twitched. The yellow grade upper tier was already among the pinnacle of the outer sex technique hierarchy. Each scroll in circulation was worth at least 300 contribution points. If it was indeed infinitely close to the Xin grade and possessed significant utility, then claiming its worth to be in the thousands of contributions would not be an exaggeration. That was a sum an outer sect disciple might not accumulate in 10 months, perhaps even a year. Luli paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet ultimately he did not hesitate further. "I will learn it." Upon his agreement, ripples immediately stirred within the depths of his consciousness. In the next moment, a gray scripture gradually emerged, akin to a delicate thread flowing from the depths of the abyss, unfurling within his consciousness, cold and eerie, yet strikingly clear. It was the inheritance of the soul-eating flame technique. The first line alone caused Lu to furrow his brow. "As long as the soul endures, this fire shall persist. As long as the flesh remains uncorrupted, this fire shall not extinguish." As the words swirled, crimson flames erupted in his mind, threatening to scorch his consciousness with fissures. This was not a mere configuration of spiritual energy typical of ordinary spells, but rather a form of ritualistic sorcery bordering on the cruel. The flames not only consumed the body but also devoured the soul. Was this truly of the yellow tier? He pondered for a moment, yet could not deny the overwhelming power of this technique, far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary yellow grade. If, as Chiyoyu stated, it was indeed verging on the realm of the profound, it was certainly worth his attention. Chiyoyu had not exaggerated this time. Although she claimed her motives were to dispose of corpses, Luli understood well that such a technique for erasing traces of murder, once mastered, was far beyond mere self-defense. He did not oppose the technique itself. Rather, He recognized that the realm of cultivation was never governed by strict rules. While regulations existed, when it came to action, who truly cared for a piece of parchment? If someone deserved to die, they should perish without a trace. With this thought, he tightened his grip. Though the Lingtian district was remote, it was still within the confines of the sect. Should a murder occur and leave evidence, it would be swiftly uncovered by the law hall within the valley. Qiu Yue had indeed considered this thoroughly, truly a master of the dark arts. Lu Li did not see himself as a person who relished in killing, but he understood that preparedness was not for daily use. It was to ensure that when the moment arrived where action was unavoidable, he could maintain control rather than be struck down while still contemplating the morality of murder. However, at present, he glanced at the lightning sky and sensed the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians. While the soul-eating flame technique was impressive, it was not the immediate priority. The most pressing concern was the dark blade technique. That was the only skill he could truly rely on to wield in battle. In the time ahead, to safeguard the Ling Tian and confront threats like Lu the Scarred, he could not afford to be distracted. Sorcery was not something to be greedily amassed. Too much could lead to failure in the essential tasks at hand. He resolved to commit the gray scripture to memory, and, once the dark blade technique was perfected, he would return to contemplate this new knowledge. He murmured softly to himself, burying the gray scripture deep within his mind. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, the sound of the bell echoed through the Lingtian district, heralding the arrival of the new season's rice seeds. Lu Li rose early, donned his attire, and made his way to the fields, proceeding as usual to prepare the soil, channel water, and gather energy with steady, precise movements. He had anticipated trouble during the night, yet everything remained eerily quiet. However, the tranquility felt excessive. Just as he was sowing seeds, he suddenly spotted 3 figures approaching along the grassy path. Leading them was a tall, grinning man, Lu the Scarred. Behind him were 2 younger individuals, both at the 3rd layer of energy condensation, their gazes less than amiable. Lu Li remained composed, continuing his work without pause. Lu Deba approached with a smile. Junior brother Lu, have you ventured into the fields for the new season? TSK, this northern plot is the most challenging one, yet you triumphed last season. Truly a youthful hero. Lu Li clasped his hands together in a modest gesture. It was merely a stroke of luck, favorable timing and circumstances, and a touch of good fortune. Does one truly attain victory solely by chance? Lu Deba shook his head, his smile unfaltering, having spent over a decade in this spiritual field area. It is the first time I have witnessed someone claim the top spot in this barren northern land. Hence, I came specifically to see you today. His tone was gentle, his face radiating warmth. Since you arrived in March, I have not found the time to pay my respects. It is I, as your senior, who has been remiss. It is I who should apologize for the oversight, Lu Li replied courteously. No matter, Lu Deba chuckled. When one is new to a place, it is essential to engage more with the surroundings. The spiritual field area is neither too vast nor too small, yet one must understand the rules. At last, Lu Li raised his gaze, calm and composed. Oh, I am curious to know which rules my senior refers to. For instance, Lu Deba paused, his smile deepening. The distinction of first place is not something that everyone can attain. This accolade can be both a glory and a burden. The fields are spiritual. The rice seeds belong to the sect. The water veins and aura depend upon the mountains, and the gathering and dispersing of spiritual energy rely on fate. He articulated each word with deliberation. To cultivate fine rice in these fields requires not only skill, but also the consideration of whose territory it is. The 2 individuals behind him had fallen silent, standing resolutely at his flanks, their aura growing more formidable. Yet, Lu Li remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at Lu Deba. Unperturbed, Lu Deba continued to smile. Do not presume that your connection with Dong Xiang grants you the privilege to traverse the spiritual field area unchallenged. We, who have endured many years, understand that while Dong Xiang is indeed a genius of the sect, in reality, you, a mere newcomer, are but a disposable servant to her. Many harbor discontent that a novice disciple could claim the top honor. The depths of the spiritual field area are far more profound than you imagine. Lu Li's expression remained unchanged as he listened quietly. Of course, Lu Deba resumed with a grin. I, being one who values talent, would be willing to support you if you agree. From now on, matters in the spiritual field area would be much easier for you. Lu Li regarded him, his tone steady. I appreciate your kindness, senior brother. I am rather simple-minded and more suited to farming. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense for a moment. Lu Deba's smile waned as he scrutinized Lu Li for a brief period before breaking into a wide grin. Very well. You possess spirit. May you experience similar good fortune in the coming season. With that, he turned to leave, but paused after a few steps to look back. Do not forget. The spiritual field area is most fearful of sudden spiritual vein backlash, desiccated water channels, and pestilence. Moreover, in this remote area, the inexplicable disappearance of an individual is not an unusual occurrence. Even if you are able to safeguard yourself, it does not guarantee the safety of others, such as Yongyu. Luck, after all, does not always favor you. Chapter 36. The hidden hand behind Ling Tian district after Lu De Ba had walked away. Lu Li stood amidst the furrows of the field, remaining silent for a considerable time, his grip on the bag of rice seeds tightening subconsciously. Initially, he had not given much thought to this individual. A seasoned outsider who had risen to prominence by suppressing newcomers was merely leveraging his slightly superior cultivation and seniority to command authority in Ling Tian district. Although he had heard tales of this person's arrogance and ruthlessness, he had always assumed he was a typical brute, relying solely on his physical strength, blatantly oppressing others in the open while subtly threatening them behind the scenes, devoid of any finesse. However, after this encounter, his perspective subtly shifted. The man's nonchalant demeanor, initially perceived as crude, upon deeper reflection, revealed a layer of veiled malice, first feigning camaraderie, then insinuating Lu Li's subservience to Dong Xiang's. And the phrase "the waters of Ling Tian district run deep" was both pointed and insidiously threatening. This man was no easy adversary. Lu Li's expression fluctuated, his mind weighing the implications. If it were merely overt suppression, he could manage it, although the sect was lenient. It strictly prohibited murder and violence. No one could act in the light of day. Yet, if he were to engage in sordid underhanded dealings, or even use threats against those close to him, that would be far more challenging to counter. Lu De Ba had thrived in this mire for over a decade, relying on more than just his cultivation. What truly stirred Lu Li's emotions, however, was not Lu De Ba himself, but rather the entities lurking behind him. There existed a deeper, more concealed force, akin to a hand hidden within the fog, quietly orchestrating everything within Ling Tian district. This power governed the allocation of all resources in the district, dictated the quarterly yields of all outer disciples, and wielded control over the very lives and deaths of everyone involved. At this moment, having merely dipped his toes into the situation, he could already sense the suffocating grip of the mire. In the last quarter, Lu Li had shattered a century-old unspoken rule within Ling Tian district. Previously, the harvest was solely dependent on the quality of the spiritual fields, which in turn hinged upon distribution. An outer disciple aspiring to shine within Ling Tian district could not rely solely on personal effort. The reality was that the harvest was a cake already divided. The quantity or quality of one's cultivation was never the decisive factor. It was who stood behind them that truly mattered. With fertile fields came bountiful harvests. With ample harvests came superior cultivation resources, and with those resources, one could aspire to compete for a place in the inner sect. The vast majority of outer disciples struggled on the precipice of survival, with many being expelled from the sect due to inadequate yields. Recalling the spirit rice inspection from half a month prior, Lu Li remembered how the inspecting disciple, despite being from the inner sect and garbed in a white robe, was a direct disciple of the Ling Tian elders. Such individuals, by all accounts, should possess an esteemed identity, viewing outer disciples as mere insects. Yet, they mingled with Lu De Ba, and even aided his woman in cheating. This web of connections was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Lu Li's gaze hardened. If my suspicions are correct, Lu De Ba is merely a fade, a blade wielded within Ling Tian district. The pressing question is, who holds the blade? As he gradually loosened his grip on the rice seeds, lowering his head to sow the next handful, his heart was already steeling itself with utmost vigilance. As the first round of sowing came to an end, Lu Li sat cross-legged on a grass mat beside the spiritual field, quietly regulating his breath. He employed earth techniques to replenish the earth energy within the field. It was now deep into the night. The sky was dark and the surroundings were eerily silent. The spiritual field was already remote, and the area within 100 feet had long been devoid of sound. The spiritual energy flowed gently around him, and the operational trajectory of the lunar condensation technique gradually became clearer. Lu Li's senses appeared to stretch imperceptibly. With his eyes closed, he could perceive the indistinct outlines around him, not in the conventional sense of sight, but rather as a tactile awareness. As if an invisible circular screen had emerged in his mind, delineating the details of swaying grass and the gentle caress of the wind within several feet. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. This was spiritual consciousness, a unique power of cultivators, incomparable to the five senses. The deeper one delved into cultivation, the clearer this spiritual awareness became. If he could solidify it in the future with a mere thought, he could detect hidden foes and control the battlefield with the precision of an extension of his own body, though it was merely a nascent form. In the heat of combat, a foot of spiritual awareness would translate into a foot of lethal intent. Lu Li murmured softly, his thoughts beginning to solidify. Yet at that moment, a sudden chill coursed through him. There was movement. The boundary of his spiritual consciousness faintly rippled with an unnatural disturbance. A shadowy figure was slowly approaching, extremely light, exceedingly slow. Without the touch of spiritual awareness, it would have been utterly undetectable. Lu Li maintained an expression of calm. Continuing his meditation, yet a murderous intent simmered within him. The daylight had barely been disturbed, and now someone dared to intrude at night. Lu the Scarred. Truly a man who repays grudges tenfold. He subtly directed his spiritual awareness to lock onto that presence. It appeared to be one of the two individuals who had accompanied Lu the Scarred earlier, both at the third level of chi condensation. With a steady breath and measured strides, clearly not the type to recklessly seek death, but rather someone who had been around the spiritual field for several years. However, they were unaware of the truth. At this moment, Lu Li was unlike the ordinary outer sect disciples, who required several years to break through to the sense of qi. His progress was swift. He had entered the second level of qi condensation in just 3 months, reaching its late peak. Such speed was not inferior to that of Dong Xiang of the Earth Spirit clan. This was Lu Li's true trump card. Something Lu the Scarred and his companions could not possibly anticipate. They still believed he was merely a yellow spirit bone who had gained entry to the sect through flattery of Dong Xiang. A cold smile crept across Lu Li's face as he subtly moved his eyelids, his left hand quietly resting on the edge of a concealed dagger. Truly, they were risking their lives to test his capabilities. The man approached step by step, his footfalls almost silent, concealing even his breath. In the depths of the night within this spiritual field, he resembled a true hunter. His gaze fixated on the figure seated at the edge of the field, Lu Li, who sat cross-legged, seemingly engrossed in meditation, his eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Fool, the man scoffed internally. Yet he did not rush to act. Instead, he cautiously stifled his presence, slowly reaching into his sleeve to withdraw a dark long sword. Its blade devoid of shine and mark, crafted specifically for nocturnal assassinations. After waiting for 3 breaths, he finally made his move. Like a shadow darting through the night with the swiftness of lightning, a figure, as ethereal as a wraith, lunged forth, the blade hidden beneath the sleeve. Aimed directly at Lu Li's throat, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Just as the blade drew perilously close, Lu Li, who had been meditating with his eyes shut, abruptly opened them. Those eyes, devoid of panic and fear, glimmered with a chilling resolve, having long anticipated the trajectory of the assailant. Prepare to meet your end, Lu Li murmured, his tone calm as if he had awaited this very moment. With a sudden roll, he sprang to life, his body crouched like a beast. And in his hand, a shimmering dagger appeared, unspectacular yet deadly, as he slashed towards the assailant's right arm with unadorned precision. A flicker of derision crossed the opponent's gaze, who showed no intent to evade. Dare a mere soldier to wound me? He scoffed, his aura surging as a protective barrier materialized around him, a golden light emanating from his skin. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze. With a soft thud, blood gushed forth, as the inconspicuous dagger sliced through the protective barrier as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, severing his entire right arm. In agony, the man screamed, his face contorted with shock and fear. Is that a spiritual dagger? You are actually at the second level of chi condensation? His eyes brimmed with disbelief and panic, entirely forgetting the battle, forgetting that he was a third-level practitioner, consumed only by an instinctive desire to flee. But Lu Li granted him no such opportunity. With a swift motion, he surged like a leopard in the night, his step soundless, his gaze cold and resolute. The dagger lunged forth, targeting the heart. Almost simultaneously, a flash of black light emerged from Lu Li's other hand as the dark blade technique quietly took form, shooting forth like a venomous serpent strike, aimed straight for the opponent's throat. Thud! The heart and throat were simultaneously struck, the man's pupils dilated in shock. As if he wished to cry out, yet only a mouthful of blood escaped his lips. His body convulsed for a brief moment before collapsing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with lingering terror, twitching futilely before succumbing to silence. Luli stood at the scene, retracting his dagger. Gazing down at the lifeless body with an impassive expression, he softly murmured, "A spiritual dagger. Indeed a fine tool for murder." He turned his gaze towards the spiritual fields under the moonlit night, where a cold moon hung high, its luminescence cascading down like a silent witness to this unassuming slaughter. Chapter 37. Unexpected fortune having just taken a life, Luli immediately felt the eager voice of Chiyoyu resonate in his mind. Reminiscent of a wild dog that had caught the scent of blood, at last, a kill. Quickly devour the bones. Without hesitation, Luli crouched down, pressing one hand against the corpse's chest. As the spectral bone stirred, a profound suction emanated subtly from his palm. The recently deceased body began to exhibit strange fluctuations, the spiritual essence of its soul bone rapidly disintegrating amidst the destruction of flesh, flickering like the last glimmers of a flame before it extinguished entirely. The yellow bone. Luli gazed at the lifeless form, which bore a youthful countenance, perhaps around 15 years of age. His voice was hoarse. To reach the third level of chi condensation at such a young age was indeed remarkable. As the spectral bone gradually ceased its movement, Luli turned his gaze inward. Noticing that the faint golden thread above the yellow bone seemed to have intensified slightly, though still barely perceptible, its presence was undeniable. He did not linger. Swiftly hoisting the body onto his shoulder, he turned and ventured into the depths of the night, seamlessly navigating the terrain. Utilizing the shadows of trees and the undulating hills to hastily exit the spiritual field district. Along the route, he heightened his awareness to its utmost, pausing every few dozen paces to listen intently, ensuring he was not being followed or spied upon. The sect's laws were stringent. Murder was an unforgivable taboo, even in self-defense. Should one be caught making a mistake, the penalty could be fatal. He could not afford to err. After bypassing the outer perimeter of the spiritual field for several miles, he finally discovered a desolate rocky slope. He did not rush to deal with the corpse. Instead, he took a deep breath, bent down to retrieve his dagger, and with practiced calmness, methodically dismembered the body, severing joints and erasing facial features, before burying the limbs in batches beneath the earth. As the night breeze swept by, the scent of blood gradually dissipated, sealed by the soil, restoring silence to the ground. The soul-devouring flame technique. Luli murmured softly. Recalling the technique Chiyoyu had previously mentioned, he finally recognized the significance of such a method in this context. If one could incinerate the evidence without a trace, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Once his task was complete, he did not tarry but turned to leave, not glancing back. In the darkness, his silhouette appeared lean yet resolute, gradually melding into the shadows of the forest. After disposing of the body, Luli stealthily returned to the spiritual field, utilizing the cover of night to meticulously cleanse any residual blood and potential traces. He wiped away the moisture, covered the earth, and even deliberately trampled the surrounding weeds to ensure not a single flaw remained. Once everything was in order, he settled back into a meditative posture in the field. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. The yellow bone stood quietly within his chi, having undergone little change since merging with the spectral bone. After devouring the essence of Lin Yu's yellow bone, an elusive golden thread had inexplicably manifested. Now, having once more consumed the spiritual essence of a yellow bone practitioner, that golden thread seemed to have thickened slightly. Luli, try circulating the Taiyin Qi condensation technique. Chiyoyu's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Heeding her words, Luli complied, feeling a noticeable acceleration in the flow of spiritual energy within his dantian. The process becoming smoother, even evoking a sensation of latent potential being awakened. He opened his eyes and softly murmured, "These golden patterns, are they a sign of the shin bone?" Chiyoyu, however, fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, she spoke in a hushed tone. If this strange bone truly feeds on spiritual bones to evolve, ultimately transforming from the Huang bone to the Shin bone, the Di bone, and finally the Tian bone. That seems rather simplistic. Her voice momentarily faltered before taking on a chill. No, this bone cannot be so straightforward. It is not an ordinary object. It should possess an unpredictable trajectory. Luli fixed his gaze on the faintly shimmering Huang bone within him, his brow furrowed in concentration, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Chiyoyu, where does this bone originate from?" Merging with the Huang bone, consuming its kind, evolving its structure. It is simply appalling. "I know little about this bone as well," Chiyoyu replied coldly. "Some knowledge may not serve you well. The origin of this bone is not something I should disclose to you at this moment." Her tone was indifferent, imbued with an undeniable frostiness. She fell silent, as if touched by some forbidden knowledge. Luli gazed at the bone that floated quietly in the sea of qi, its color a muted yellow, yet emanating a peculiar sense of oppression, as if a slumbering beast was gradually awakening. He remained silent, his breathing steady, his demeanor unruffled to any observer. He would appear to be an ordinary disciple engrossed in his cultivation. No one could discern that he had just endured a harrowing struggle for survival. The night in Lingtian district was chilling as the wind cut like a blade, accompanied by the twinkling starlight and the occasional chirp of insects. After contemplating for a long while, without any fruitful outcome, Luli realized that Xiaoyu would not reveal the mysterious bone's origins anytime soon, and thus relinquished his pursuit of the matter. He then retrieved the deceased's storage pouch from his robe. A strand of divine consciousness entered the jade token within the pouch, and the identity information surfaced clearly. Wu Yi, an outer sect disciple of Lingtian district. This individual, with a cultivation level at the 3rd layer, was considered exceptional among the outer disciples. Wu Yi, under the protection of Lu Deba, had secured a particularly advantageous spiritual field, allowing him to reach this level within a mere few years, with resources unmatched by ordinary outer sect disciples. As he rummaged through the storage pouch, Luli found its contents to be far more abundant than he had anticipated. There were approximately 1,000 spirit stones, over 70 pounds of spirit rice of notable quality, with a fragrant aroma that was undoubtedly of superior grade. Additionally, there were several talismans, including a protective talisman, a simple escape talisman, and a sealed fire-based explosive talisman. Though one-time use, if employed correctly, it could prove lethal. What truly caught Luli's attention, however, was the golden flying sword that lay quietly at the bottom of the pouch. The sword shimmered with a faint golden spiritual light, its blade extremely slender. The edge cold and sharp, with subtle spiritual patterns, it was unmistakably a genuine low-grade spiritual weapon. This was no ordinary artifact. Luli slowly drew the flying sword, his fingertip brushing against the blade, and he immediately sensed a faint sword intent rising, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Such a flying sword would typically cost several thousand spirit stones, far beyond the reach of ordinary outer sect disciples. No wonder he had been so audacious as to wield this sword right from the start. A gentle smile crossed Lu Li's lips, his gaze icy. Operating a spiritual artifact required a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Given Wu Ye's 3rd layer cultivation, he would find it difficult to maintain control over this sword for long, likely using it solely as a last resort for survival. He had underestimated Lu Li's strength, perceiving him merely as a practitioner at the 1st layer of qi condensation, which led him to adopt a dismissive attitude. Little did he know that he would meet his demise at Lu Li's hand, unable even to draw his sword. The death of this man inadvertently served to elevate Lu Li's status. Instead of hastily refining the flying sword, Lu Li took the time to meticulously inventory and inspect the items, ensuring that there were no lingering traces of spiritual consciousness or hidden tracking mechanisms within the storage bag before cautiously putting it away. This was indeed a windfall. Once the spirit field was planted and he had some leisure time, he could perhaps venture back to the main peak to see if he could procure a few elixirs from the returning cloud pavilion to aid in his qi condensation, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. With such thoughts, he quieted his mind and resumed his seated meditation. The spiritual energy flowed gently in accordance with the Taiyin qi condensation technique. And as the energy within him grew increasingly robust, his dantian trembled, his qi subtly pulsed, and spiritual light burst forth. He had broken through. In the span of a single night, Lu Li had quietly surpassed his bottleneck, his aura solidifying layer upon layer, akin to spring water tempered by fire, successfully entering the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Such progress, if known to others, would undoubtedly cause an uproar among the outer sect. Yet at this moment, the vast expanse of the spirit field was graced by the presence of only the young man. His expression remained tranquil, his demeanor calm. He simply opened his eyes, slightly reining in his spiritual energy, and, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence, breathed in a harmonious manner, as though all of this was merely a natural progression. Nothing to be astonished by. Chapter 38. The report the following day unfolded with a tranquility that took Lu Li by surprise. There were no disturbances, no inquiries. And even Lu Deba did not make an appearance, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. Lu Li bent down to weed the spirit fields. The sun blazing fiercely above, the earth warm beneath his feet. His eyelids flickered slightly, and he noticed a young man approaching from a distance. The individual, in his early 20s, bore a dark complexion and a lean physique, exuding a cultivation level of approximately the third tier of chi condensation. His pace was unhurried. Yet he made a beeline for Lu Li. "Lu Li, may we speak privately?" The young man inquired. Lu Li cast a languid glance in his direction, refraining from words, but merely nodded. He recognized the individual as Zhou Ji, who, much like himself, was assigned to the most remote area of the desolate fields. They occasionally crossed paths, but their acquaintance could hardly be termed as friendship. Zhou Ji was typically taciturn, avoiding others, so his approach today was evidently driven by ulterior motives. The two navigated a few ridges of fields until they reached a secluded spot behind a thatched hut. Zhou Ji lowered his voice and said, "Brother Lu Li, you claimed the top spot last season and have undoubtedly struck a nerve with Lu Deba. He is unlikely to let this matter rest easily. What are your plans?" Lu Li wiped the soil from his fingertips, his tone serene. "I have no particular plans. I will confront whatever comes my way, just as water finds its course." Zhou Ji furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at him. After a moment of hesitation, he continued in a hushed tone, "We have investigated Lu Deba's background. He has indeed been dominating the spirit fields for many years, ostensibly backed by a relative in the inner sect. But his true support comes from the elders of the spirit fields. They have colluded to embezzle vast quantities of spiritual rice over the years, causing untold suffering and driving away countless fellow disciples. We, the outer sect disciples relegated to the desolate fields, have been systematically oppressed." Lu Li listened in silence. Zhou Ji clenched his teeth, pressing on, "To be candid. A few years ago, a cultivator named Lin Qing, a dear friend of mine who entered the sect at the same time, fell victim to this tyranny. His stubborn nature led him to refuse to assist Lu Deba during his turn of duty, which offended the latter. Shortly thereafter, the spirit fields caught fire, yielding no harvest, and Lin Qing was left without even the seeds for the next season. He fell ill and was subsequently expelled from the sect. I have witnessed such occurrences no fewer than 10 times over the past years. The outer sect disciples who have been driven away or met with untimely deaths number in the hundreds, if not thousands, in the entire spirit field area. The finest plots of land are covertly controlled by Lu Deba and the elders. Who ascends and who descends is dictated by their whims. If you lack a background or possess slightly inferior qualifications, you are condemned to the coldest, most desolate corners, forced to live frugally, devoid of resources for cultivation, wielding a faulty hoe while laboring the hardest." Lu Li remained silent, awaiting Zhou Ji's continuation. Zhou Ji then produced a jade slip from his robe, whispering, "This contains the evidence we have gathered over the years, detailing not only Lu Deba's threats against fellow disciples and instances of coercion, but also financial records concerning the spirit rice in the region, crop rotation diagrams, and evidence of deliberate underreporting of yields. We have even uncovered faint traces of communication between Lu Deba and the elders." He gazed at Lu Li, his tone softening slightly. "We do not ask you to lead the charge. All we seek is for you to inscribe your name on the jade tablet. You may have arrived late and not participated, but you are the head disciple and share a unique bond with senior sister Dong Xiang. If you are willing to stand with us, our report will carry more weight. We have gathered several long-oppressed elders from the outer sect, intending to collectively petition against them. First, we will notify the law enforcement hall. If that fails, we shall appeal to the peak master. I refuse to believe that the illusory Immortal sect is devoid of reason." There was a rare firmness in his tone, laced with a hint of fervor. "Why is it that the fertile fields always belong to them? Why are we cast into desolate lands? It is unjust." Upon finishing, his eyes burned with intensity as they fixed on Lu Li. Lu Li stood motionless, the wind lifting the edges of his garments, his expression devoid of emotion. He cast his gaze downward at the earth beneath his feet, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. "In this world, fairness is an illusion." He raised his head to meet Zhou Ji's gaze, his eyes resembling a still, deep well, calm and unruffled. "Even if you manage to bring down Lu the Scarred, another Lu the Scarred will soon rise to take his place, perhaps even worse. There is only so much fertile land. Someone must cultivate the barren fields. I do not believe such superficial petitions will yield results. I apologize, Brother Zhou. I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply wish to tend to my fields in peace and avoid entanglement in the outer sect's disputes." His words flowed steadily, yet they fell upon Zhou Ji like a bucket of cold water. Zhou Ji's complexion gradually drained of color, his spirit seemingly deflated. After a long silence, he murmured, "I once thought you were willing to stand with us in resistance." He glanced at Lu Li with a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, I was momentarily misguided. After all, you are the head disciple of the last season. Even relinquishing that position would suffice for your own protection. Why take such substantial risks to offend Lu the Scarred and his ilk? This world is one governed by the strong. Who would dare to advocate for those of us who cannot even safeguard our own fields? His tone grew increasingly frigid, yet his expression solidified with resolve. Junior Brother Lu, I do not ask for much, merely that you keep today's meeting between us confidential. As he concluded, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, not anger, nor a plea, but a quiet persistence born from years of silent endurance. He spoke softly. Others may choose not to contest or resist, but I cannot. For years, I have bided my time, gathering evidence not for naught, but for the case of Lin Qing, even if it is only to seek justice for him. Lu Li remained silent, refraining from offering counterarguments. Seeing Zhou Ji's unwavering resolve, he chose not to elaborate further. Simply sighing softly, what you have shared with me today shall remain unknown to any third party. Zhou Ji regarded him intently for a moment, then turned to depart. His figure lonely yet imbued with a heavy, silent determination. Lu Li made no effort to retain him, merely watching as his silhouette faded into the mist, unyielding. Like a statue. The law enforcement hall? The sect elders? The peak master? Perhaps they do not fail to see. Rather, they choose to feign blindness. Lu Daba, I have promised Chiuyue that one day I shall personally resolve this matter. Reporting to the law enforcement hall is, quite frankly, a rather juvenile tactic. Whether it proves effective remains uncertain, and it will merely thrust these individuals into the true spotlight of scrutiny. In Lu Li's heart, there exists a clarity akin to a polished mirror. If such reports were indeed efficacious, Lu Daba would have met his demise countless times by now. After all, the fertile lands of the Lingtian district are limited, and someone must tend to the barren fields. Even if they were to topple a Lu Daba, another Zhang Daba, Li Daba or Sun Daba would inevitably rise in his stead. From the very moment this cohort was allocated, they were destined to serve as mere stepping stones for others' ascension. It is the intrinsic decay of this sect's indifference that has fostered such an environment. Barren land will forever remain barren, and regardless of how the cultivators may evolve, the fields, resources, and sects will remain unchanged. The barren ground beneath one's feet will simply bear a different pair of shoes. And the voices of the lowly cultivators shall forever be drowned in the winds. Chapter 39. The list as the sun rose high in the sky. Its rays filtered through the thin clouds, casting a gentle glow over the spirit fields. A disciple clad in a yellow robe approached, his steps measured and unhurried. Carrying a bulging cloth bag. From a distance, he called out, Is Junior Brother Lu present? My esteemed Senior Brother Lu wishes to request your expertise in rain and earth techniques. Herein lies 200 spirit stones, a modest token of respect. Lu Li paused. His home momentarily still, and raised his gaze. The disciple's expression was calm, yet his eyes revealed a hint of probing uncertainty. He was tall and robust, exuding a refined aura, evidently at the 4th level of qi condensation, a commendable achievement among the outer disciples. The only one he could refer to as Senior Brother Lu was undoubtedly the notorious Lu Daba. Accepting the bag, Lu Li felt its weight and, upon opening it, confirmed it contained precisely 200 low-grade spirit stones. Only the night before, he had personally dispatched Lu Daba's lackey, Wu Yi. Now, in less than a day, Lu Daba not only remained silent, but had also taken the initiative to offer spirit stones while seeking his magical assistance. This unusual calmness immediately heightened Lu Li's vigilance. Noticing Lu Li's silence, the disciple continued with a smile. Senior Brother Lu has heard of Junior Brother Lu's prowess in rain and earth techniques, proclaiming you a prodigy among peers. As the new season for sowing in the spirit fields has arrived, he extends a special invitation for you to employ your dual techniques in the fields. With a nonchalant tone, Lu Li replied, with such talented individuals surrounding Senior Brother Lu, how could he possibly regard my humble skills with any esteem? The disciple chuckled. Junior Brother Lu is jesting. Just last season, you secured the top position. Charging 100 stones for each technique is merely a reflection of your craftsmanship. Though Senior Brother Lu holds a high status, he has never treated an outer disciple with such courtesy. After a pause, he stepped closer, his tone softening. In this world, mutual benefit brings joy to all. Senior Brother Lu has also mentioned that every month, at the Golden Spirit Fields, he would like you to assist with your techniques. Additional spirit stones will be compensated for your efforts. Lu Li maintained his composure, intrigued to discern Lu Daba's true intentions. He nodded. If that is the case, I shall accompany you. At the Golden Fields where Lu Daba resided, the soil was fertile, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. One of the most vibrant patches within Guiyun Valley. Lu Li formed hand seals, alternating between rain and earth techniques, under the influence of the dual arts. The golden spirit fields came alive, gentle rain fell like mist, and the earth surged with vitality as if the entire expanse had awakened, teeming with life. Standing at the edge of the fields, Lu Li's gaze deepened. While performing the techniques, his heart raced with caution. He could not fathom that Lu Deba would remain indifferent after suffering such a loss. The greater the calm, the more unsettling it felt. Upon completing the dual techniques, Lu Deba strode over, his laughter booming, his demeanor as familiar as if they had shared a drink the previous evening. Excellent, excellent. Truly. Junior brother Lu's dual techniques are remarkable. He waved his hand, a broad smile adorning his face. Lu Li, standing at the edge of the fields, replied with a smile. Senior brother Lu is too kind. It is merely rudimentary skills. Squinting, Lu Deba casually remarked, I never would have guessed that junior brother Lu, at such a young age, possesses the strength of the third level of qi condensation. I am truly impressed. Lu Li simply responded, Senior brother Lu overestimates me. It is merely a stroke of luck. Whether it be mere luck or innate talent, Lu Deba chuckled softly as he drew closer, yet his tone grew somber. You entered the sect alongside junior sister Dong Xiang, and I trust your future is bright. The Ling Tian district is quite limited. It's likely that one day you will ascend to the inner sect. He paused for a moment, a wry smile playing on his lips as he lowered his voice. Let me share a heartfelt truth with you. We should not be adversaries. Last season, you emerged victorious, and I had no complaints. However, this season, may the best contender win based on merit. Yet, within Ling Tian district, there are always those who overestimate themselves, eager to stir up trouble and claim to act on behalf of justice. I urge you, do not involve yourself in their affairs. If you remain a bystander, all will be well, but should you choose to wade into murky waters, his voice trailed off, a light chuckle escaping his lips, the consequences, well, they are unpredictable. I, Lu, have been here for over a decade. It is not so easy for anyone to act against me. With that, he produced a folded note from his sleeve and gently handed it to Lu Li. Take a look at these laughable insects. As Lu Li unfolded it, he was met with several names. Zhou Ji, Feng Lu, Chui Ran, Yang Yan, Nan Tian. His eyelids twitched slightly. He recognized these individuals, most of whom were marginalized disciples from the barren northern district, with the Ling Tian's yield being the poorest, barely one step away from expulsion from the sect. Particularly, the leader Zhou Ji had just privately discussed with him this morning about collaborating to report Lu Debao's transgressions. Presumably, the remaining four on this list were the very individuals Zhou Ji mentioned as accomplices in the denunciation. Lu Li was indifferent to these names. Yet the last one, Nan Tian, caught his attention. She was a close friend of Yang Yu and had maintained frequent contact with Lu Li since joining the sect. How had she become entangled in this affair? At merely 13 or 14, she had already reached the third layer of qi condensation. The Ling Tian district was not entirely desolate, and at the very least, she could maintain her footing. If she were to exercise patience and resilience, she could certainly vie for a spot in the inner sect. To recklessly engage in this outer sect conflict was truly unwise. She might have been manipulated by Zhou Ji as well. A chill washed over Lu Li. This list falling precisely into Lu Debao's hands spoke volumes of his extensive network and ruthless methods within the Ling Tian district. It seemed he even had dealings within the law enforcement hall. Lu Debao, with a smile, reclaimed the note, his movements leisurely, as if merely organizing a shopping list. It's nothing significant, he remarked casually, just a reminder for you, junior brother. The waters in Ling Tian district run far deeper than one might imagine. With that, he turned and strode away, his laughter echoing between the fields, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, yet leaving a chilling unease in the heart. Lu Li watched him depart, his expression darkening. He understood now. This solicitation of magical assistance was not born from an appreciation of his rain and earth techniques. Rather, it was yet another test, an exertion of pressure. Wu Ye's demise had alerted Lu Debao to Lu Li's true cultivation level, which likely equaled that of the third layer of qi condensation. At such a young age to possess such strength was rare within the Huasen sect. The outer sect would merely serve as a temporary refuge for someone of his caliber. Moreover, with Dong Xiang's connections backing him, albeit as a servant, he had established a formidable support system. Lu Debao has finally begun to feel apprehensive. He promptly dispatched spirit stones and requested dual arts, attempting to defuse the tension. The death of a mere lackey at the third layer of qi condensation was of little consequence to him. However, the name inscribed on that paper served as a silent threat. Should you remain indifferent, we shall coexist peacefully, but should you choose to intervene, Do not be surprised if another name is added to the list. This individual is far from ordinary. Lu Li exhaled quietly, once again realizing that Liu Debao's dominance in the Spirit Field District for so many years was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared on the surface. Zhou Ji had approached him this morning, likely under Liu Debao's watchful eye. Those preparing to expose the truth, those who fancied their actions to be clandestine, were, in his view, merely insignificant minnows, flailing helplessly before being swiftly crushed. The four members of the Zhou family held little significance to Lu Li. Yet, Nan Tian. Lu Li pondered for a long while. If he were to truly remain an outsider, indifferent and uninvolved, the individuals on that list would not see the light of day come tomorrow. He suddenly realized this was a test as well as a choice. Chapter 40. Unrest after much contemplation. Lu Li ultimately chose not to involve himself in the affairs concerning Nan Tian. His acquaintance with her was superficial, merely nodding acquaintances at best. Although Nan Tian was a close friend of Yang Yu, her innocent demeanor and the fact that she had achieved the third layer of qi condensation at such a young age left a favorable impression. It was insufficient to compel Lu Li to intervene on her behalf. At present, Lu Li had also reached the third layer of qi condensation. Yet he remained vulnerable in comparison to the entrenched power of Liu Deba. Furthermore, Liu Deba had extended a gesture of goodwill today, presenting a list that conveyed a clear message. If Lu Li refrained from meddling, the tumult in Lingtian district would not pertain to him. Should Lu Li stubbornly pursue a path akin to those self-righteous youths, he risked finding his name absent from any future lists. It is not that I am heartless, but I currently lack the standing to alter the fates of others. He silently repeated this thought, his gaze as deep as still waters. He had contemplated saving others, but did not intend to do so with ostentation. If there were truly someone deserving of survival, she must also fight for her own life. Lu Li silently retrieved 3 talismans from Wu Ye's storage bag, a protective talisman radiating a faint golden light, a featherlight talisman for agility, and a lethally sharp offensive talisman. These 3 talismans were invaluable, capable of saving a life 3 times among the outer disciples of Lingtian district. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a few lines in a reversed hand, rendering the script nearly illegible and somewhat distorted. Do not return home tonight. Do not inquire as to why. If you remain safe, this matter will have never occurred. He compressed his breath to an extreme and silently infiltrated Nan Tian's dwelling, placing the talismans and note beneath the grass mat at the foot of her bed before quietly departing, without leaving a trace of spiritual energy disturbance. Perhaps he could not save her life, but at the very least, he had left her a sliver of hope for survival. Lu Li cast a final glance at the humble abode, maintaining an indifferent expression, though his steps faltered momentarily. Whether she lives or dies depends on her fate. Liu Deba will surely perish, but not yet. With that thought, he vanished from the thatched cottage. That night, the mountain winds surged like tides. The sky darkened as if pressed down by a coffin lid. While meditating in Lingtian, Lu Li's spiritual awareness subtly detected fleeting shadows in the night. Moving with a mysterious intent and unclear destination, he refrained from acting rashly, merely committing the observations to memory. The following morning, alarming news swept through Lingtian district, for individuals had perished overnight. All had died within their own thatched cottages, unseen and unheard, without so much as a whisper of a plea for help. Even more terrifying was the fact that one of the deceased was Feng Lu, a notable practitioner of the 4th layer of qi condensation. Although he had surpassed the age of 20 in the intersect trials, his strength marked him as a formidable figure in Lingtian district, yet he too had met his end in silence, devoid of any traces of resistance. 4 were dead, and 1 was missing. That missing individual was Nan Tian. When the enforcement hall sealed off the scene, they discovered Nan Tian's room to be completely vacant, the bed undisturbed. Yet the door was ajar with a faint trace of blood in the corner, suggesting that a brief struggle had transpired. Yet within the dwelling, there were neither corpses nor pools of blood, merely a faint trace of crimson, akin to a phantom, appearing utterly unreal beneath the sun's rays. Nan Tian had vanished without a trace since that fateful night. Was it flight, death, or perhaps she was concealed by another? No one could ascertain. The enforcement hall of the sect arrived promptly to investigate, and the process concluded with remarkable swiftness. Within half a day, they brought forth a suspect. A young man named Li Shou, approximately 20 years of age, with a gaunt visage. Li Shou, a mere 3rd-tier cultivator, was known as an honest man within the Lingtian district. He was typically reticent, often assisting others selflessly with sewing and spellcasting, having scarcely made an enemy. Yet at that moment, he was accused of being the mastermind behind the single-handed murder of 4 fellow disciples. The rationale provided by the enforcement hall was solely based on a prior verbal altercation he had with several of the deceased over land allocation, compounded by the discovery of remnants of a deadly poison within his abode, leading to his conviction. In the sun-drenched threshing ground at the heart of Ling Tian district, Li Shou knelt under the gaze of the multitude. His complexion was ashen, and his lips trembled as if he wished to speak, yet no words escaped him. The disciples of the enforcement hall coldly pronounced the verdict, affording him no opportunity for defense. In the ensuing moment, the flash of a sword illuminated the air, and blood splattered across the ground. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. No one believed that a taciturn cultivator of the third tier could silently eliminate 4 practitioners of equal or even superior strength to his own. Yet, no one dared to question the conclusions of the enforcement hall. They all understood that this was merely a routine suppression. Since that night, Ling Tian district seemed to have lost its vitality. All were rendered mute, fearing to utter a single word, and none dared to oppose Lu Deba in private. Only Lu Li quietly surveyed Nantian's vacant residence. Amidst the grass and debris, the paper he had inscribed and the talisman had vanished without a trace. His gaze shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. On the 3rd day following Nantian's disappearance, an invisible shroud of darkness enveloped Ling Tian district. After that night, the air felt as heavy as a stone pressing upon the lungs. Several of her close friends wept daily, their sobs intermittent, never truly ceasing. They dared not inquire or search, relying solely on memories to survive. The grass by the cottage still bore the faint, dried remnants of blood. They wiped it repeatedly, weeping all the while. Yang Yu knelt there, her eyes swollen, refusing to budge. She and Nan Tian had been each other's sole refuge. Those trivial moments of laughter and the secretly shared mundane delicacies were now ripped asunder by the silence of the night, leaving no trace behind. Lu Li stood quietly nearby, observing her for a long while. Before speaking, "She is still alive." Yang Yu abruptly raised her head, tears nearly crystallizing at the corners of her eyes. "What did you say?" The traces at the scene suggested she had departed in haste, yet not through violence. She likely had exited the sect. Lu Li's tone was calm, his eyes clear. Yang Yu's lips quivered, but she ultimately remained silent, merely nodding as if grasping at the last straw of hope, slowly sitting down with her knees drawn to her chest. Meanwhile, another figure emerged in Lu Li's mind, Zhou Ji, the stubborn, silent man with a gaze ablaze with intensity. "I seek nothing for myself, only the hope that one day I may vindicate Lin Qing." On the day he uttered those words, his hands trembled, yet his voice remained steady. As he recounted the past, it was as if he were peeling back layer upon layer of desiccated wounds, revealing how Lin Qing had been wronged, how he succumbed to illness, and how he was cast out from the sect, ultimately perishing in despair. "We have gathered several elderly outsiders who have long suffered oppression, intent on collectively filing a complaint against them. We shall first approach the law enforcement hall. If that proves futile, we will escalate the matter to the Peak Master. I refuse to believe that the illusory Immortal sect is devoid of justice. Others may choose not to fight back, but I cannot. Throughout the years, I have endured hardship and clandestinely gathered evidence, not for any other reason, but for Lin Qing's case, if only to restore a semblance of justice for him." The fire in Zhou Ji's eyes was something Lu Li had not witnessed in a long time. It was neither anger nor vengeance, but rather an unwavering obsession, a belief steadfastly held not for himself, but for a person who could never return, seeking justice for a friend. This notion truly moved Lu Li. Nantian, a smile untainted by the world. Zhou Ji, a flame that had yet to be extinguished. They were neither individuals he ought to concern himself with nor those he was obliged to defend. Yet, he could not help but remember those 2 pairs of eyes. "I am no virtuous man," Lu Li whispered within himself, "yet there are those who cannot be allowed to perish in vain." That night, he sat upon a stone by the spirit field, gazing into the oppressive darkness, his eyes shadowed. "Ludiskar," he murmured that name softly, his voice like a stone falling in the wind, light, yet resolute. "One day, I shall ensure that you pay in blood for your transgressions. This time, it is not merely for the promise of the spirit-gathering Arayan Dark In Chi manipulation technique bestowed by Qiuyu, but also for the lingering injustice in his heart." Chapter 41. 2 years in the ensuing days, the Ling Tian district seemed to have plunged into winter overnight. Lu Deba restrained his once arrogant demeanor, and even the girl Yang Yu, who had previously been the object of his repeated advances, was spared from his taunts. The oppression from the outer sect had not ceased entirely, but it felt as if it were shrouded in a veil, significantly lighter and more subdued. Especially following the brutal deaths of Zhou Ji and others, an invisible chill spread throughout Lingtian district. Everyone understood that this was not a gesture of goodwill, but rather the eerie silence preceding the sheathing of a blade. Time passed at a leisurely pace. The seasonal evaluations in Lingtian never faltered. The barren fields around were reassigned to new hands. Any who failed to yield sufficient produce, regardless of their cultivation level, would be transferred or expelled from the illusory Immortal sect. Among these individuals, some left quietly, others succumbed to a melancholic despair, with few managing to make a comeback. Amidst this merciless cycle, 2 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this span, Lu Li claimed the title of champion 5 times, while Lu Deba secured the remaining 3. The two alternated in occupying the top position, seemingly tranquil, without a single dispute. As if truly reflecting Lu Deba's assertion that the contest for the Lingtian champion relied solely on capability. Yet, uttered from his lips, such words sounded rather peculiar. The outer sect disciples observed but could never comprehend why Lu Deba, once so domineering and capricious, would exhibit such restraint towards a newcomer like Lu Li, who had only been in the sect for a few years. He was not the type to easily yield, nor would he tolerate anyone encroaching upon his territory. This left but one possibility: had Lu Li secretly allied himself with Lu Deba? Initially, this notion circulated quietly, but as the winds of rumor blew, it spread far and wide. Whispers arose throughout the nooks and crannies of Lingtian district, with some casting sidelong glances, speculating that the deaths of Zhou Ji and others may have been due to Lu Li's covert denunciation. Others murmured that Lu Li's current safety must stem from a more formidable backing, for how else could he repeatedly seize victory without facing retribution? As the rumors grew louder, they eventually reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, only to elicit a cold laugh in response. If Lu Li truly had clandestine ties with Lu Deba, if there was indeed a powerful ally behind him, how could he, after more than 2 years in the sect, remain confined to the northernmost and most desolate corner of Lingtian? Why had he never been afforded a chance to exchange his barren fields for more fertile lands? Despite claiming victory 5 times, he had yet to receive even a single piece of rich soil as a reward. He continued to toil in silence, guarding his modest plot, as if the world's tumultuous affairs were of no concern to him. In the face of such undeniable reality, the malicious gossip ultimately crumbled under its weight. Throughout these 2 years, the most illustrious name within the illusory Immortal sect belonged to Shi Huang, the direct disciple of the Broken Sword Peak. His renown had long surpassed the confines of the sect, echoing across the vast continent among various sections. In a mere 2 years, he had ascended to the 6th level of qi condensation, capable of contending with practitioners at the 7th level without faltering. The world proclaimed, a celestial bone has emerged once more, unparalleled in this era. He was the first in a century to be genuinely acknowledged as the present-day celestial bone of the illusory Immortal sect, his talent blazing like the scorching sun, overwhelming countless cultivators. In recent generations of novice disciples, each individual has felt an unprecedented pressure, particularly the promising Dong Xiang of Guyun Peak. She is the sole earth spirit bone of her cohort, having received focused cultivation from Guyun Peak since her initiation. Under the preferential allocation of resources and guidance, she has finally ascended to the 6th layer of qi condensation. Though her realm may not be as formidable as that of Shi Huang, whose combat prowess is terrifying, the gap between them is not insurmountable. Within the sect, she is regarded as the foremost among the earth bones of the illusory Immortal Gate. Among all the disciples of her generation, only Shi Huang can genuinely overshadow her. Aside from the tumult surrounding these 2 new talents, the sect has remained relatively calm over the past 2 years. However, the impending atmosphere of tension has already permeated the mountain gates. For the day of the inter-sect trials is finally approaching. The triannual small competition of the 4 peaks is about to commence. Throughout the entirety of the illusory Immortal Gate, from the lofty main peak to the remote valleys, even in the most obscure spirit rice fields, whispers of anticipation abound. To enter the intersect is to embark upon the righteous path of cultivation. This is a shared consensus among all outer sect disciples. In the outer sect, they toil day after day like beasts of burden, earning barely 100 spirit stones and 100 contribution points monthly, while also seeking spirit herbs and preparing their own elixirs just to scrape by. Yet, upon entering the inner sect, they not only shed their identities as menial workers but also gain the privilege of an independent cave abode bestowed by the sect, nourishment from spiritual veins, and an exponential increase in monthly spirit stones and contributions. Elixirs and spirit grains are provided regularly, ensuring an abundance of cultivation resources. Most importantly, they can leave the mountain, undertake higher-level tasks, explore secret realms, engage in life-and-death struggles, and seize opportunities, truly establishing themselves on the path of cultivation rather than being mere dependents of the outer sect. If the outer sect represents the murky depths of the sect's foundation, then the inner sect is akin to breaking through the confines of a well into the vast sky. Thus, which outer sect disciple has not, in the quiet of the night, dreamt of entering the inner sect before the age of 20, escaping a life of mediocrity? And Shi Huang, the youth hailed as the foremost heavenborn in a century, now boldly declares, "Though I am a core disciple, I shall participate in the inner sect competition and compete with all." The announcement reverberates throughout the entire sect. Many recall that during the entrance trials of the illusory Immortal Gate, Shi Huang could have, due to his heaven-born talent, been exempted from the trials. Yet, he voluntarily stepped forward, entering the perilous arena, single-handedly defeating all adversaries, leaving the yellow-bone disciples in disarray and bloodshed. He spoke not a word, but his actions affirmed his vow. The path of cultivation does not allow for retreat. Now, with his cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi condensation, even without participating in the competition, his status far exceeds that of other inner sect disciples. Nevertheless, he still chooses to enter the fray. The higher echelons of the illusory Immortal Gate not only do not hinder him, but rather use this as a teaching example, urging all disciples to emulate. In the pursuit of the grand Tao, the brave shall lead. In an instant, the outer sect is invigorated, the inner sect is shaken, and discussions erupt across the four peaks, stirring a tempest. Yet, not everyone views this youthful legend favorably. Although the inner sect trials are set with a threshold of 5 layers, most opponents reside at the 6th layer, with the occasional emergence of 1 or 2 prodigies at the 7th layer. Though formidable, Shi Huang's cultivation has yet to surpass that of all participating disciples, and thus securing first place is not guaranteed. Various opinions circulate, both laudatory and critical. In response to this cacophony, Shi Huang merely smiled. At the martial arts hall, where disciples of the Broken Sword Peak congregate, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ethereal mountain clouds in the distance. His laughter resonating throughout the arena. "I only strive for first place." Shortly after Shi Huang's declaration, Dongxiang from Guiyun Peak also responded. She did not seek to draw attention to herself. Rather, during a routine sect meeting, she proactively suggested her participation in the competition. Upon the release of this news, the entire sect was abuzz. Dongxiang, the sole earth spirit bone of the Guiyun Peak in this generation of the illusory immortal sect, renowned as the Flower of Guiyun, had been personally nurtured by the Peak Master since her entrance into the sect. With ample resources for cultivation and a prestigious status, she had never engaged in external disputes nor participated in any life and death battles. As an inner disciple, she had no need to risk herself in combat. Yet this time, she stepped forward. She addressed the elder in charge. "I wish to participate in the competition. While I may not be able to rival senior brother Shi Huang, I see this as an opportunity for growth. I wish to contend for first place." Her calm demeanor, however, stirred tumultuous waves. Dongxiang is a highly valued potential disciple of the illusory immortal sect, her actions reflecting the prestige of the Guiyun Peak lineage. She is the type whose ascent to greatness requires no struggle. Why then does she choose to contend? Why engage in battle against Shi Huang? In an instant, the entire illusory immortal sect was once again in an uproar. The clash between the heavenly bone and earthbone, the golden generation of the illusory immortal sect, is poised to unfold. Dongxiang has never engaged in battle before, her capabilities unknown. Does her willingness to fight imply that she is adequately prepared? Shi Huang is undeniably powerful, yet Dongxiang is no ordinary contender. This duel may very well hold its share of suspense. Whispers of anticipation rise, the excitement growing ever more intense. Meanwhile, beneath Guiyun Peak, disciples privately speculate, should this battle come to fruition, it would undoubtedly stand as one of the most spectacular confrontations between newcomers in the illusory immortal sect in decades. Chapter 42. The wealthy. As the two individuals concluded their extravagant boasts, a wave of astonishment swept through the sect. The upcoming external disciples competition had yet to commence, yet the fervor surrounding it was unprecedented. What was initially a routine internal promotion battle had swiftly transformed into a contest of prodigies due to the personal involvement of Tiangu Shi and Digu Dongxiang. However, this ostentatious display of participation incited resentment among numerous senior external disciples. Some had cultivated for 6 or 7 years. Achieving the pinnacle of chi condensation at the 7th layer, others had awakened special physiques early on, earning the title of Heavenly Treasure Body, making them the undeniable leaders of their cohort. They had all anticipated this competition as their opportunity to rise, to gain fame and fortune. Yet, before they could even take the stage, they found themselves overshadowed by 2 newcomers who had only joined the sect less than 3 years prior. How dare a mere pair of disciples, fresh to the sect for just 2 years, utter such bold proclamations of seeking the first place? One youth scoffed, his brows arched defiantly and his demeanor imbued with arrogance. His name was Qin Yuan, born into humble beginnings yet unexpectedly awakening a treasure body. Since his entrance into the sect, he consistently triumphed over peers, earning acclaim as the one closest to achieving the Earth Spirit Bone status. His words resonated with many senior disciples around him, forming an implicit alliance of veterans, united in their resolve to shatter the aura of the so-called Golden Generation during this competition. Although his treasure body was less rare than the Earth Spirit Bone, only a handful in the last few decades within the illusory Immortal sect possessed such a qualification. For him, this battle represented a final attempt to break into the inner circle. His fate hung in the balance, whether to ascend or be cast aside. Amidst the restlessness and struggle, a storm brewed silently. In a corner of the Spirit Field district, under the scorching sun, numerous external disciples gathered in pairs, fervently discussing the imminent internal trials. I hear Shi Huang has firmly established himself at the 6th layer, even able to contend with seniors at the 7th layer. Dongxiang has also made her move. This generation is bound to change. Moreover, many hidden masters among the external disciples, who had trained for years, were stepping forth. As another harvest season approached, Luli stood at the edge of a nearby field, his expression unchanging, yet the discussions around him penetrated his ears. The labels of Yellowbone and Desolate Field still clung to him, yet only he understood the profound struggles and transformative cultivation hidden behind the 2 years of silence. His stature had quietly grown taller, his physique more robust, and though only 13, he had shed much of his youthful innocence, exhibiting a quiet demeanor and composed gaze. Compared to the frail boy who had just entered the sect, Luli now possessed an undeniable presence, even in the simplest of external disciple attire. In the past 2 years, he has steadfastly continued his practice of the tying condensation technique, utilizing the spiritual rice planted within the spirit gathering array to repeatedly exchange for condensation pills that aid his cultivation. Among the disciples of the spirit fields, he remains one of the few who has never defaulted on his spiritual contract, possessing a stable reservoir of resources. It is precisely these accumulations that have allowed him to silently reach the pinnacle of the 5th layer of condensation in an unnoticed corner. For others, such an achievement would be remarkable. Yet, Luli never boasts of his accomplishments. He is acutely aware of his frail constitution and understands that he cannot rely on innate talent to forge ahead recklessly. Only by shattering every layer of blood-soaked obstacles can he establish a foothold within the sect. Though the tying condensation technique is a peculiar art of the cold, shadowy path, its cultivation speed is astonishing, nearly defying the heavens. However, with Luli's rising prowess, the technique's side effects have begun to manifest. Its most enigmatic aspect lies not solely in the flow of spiritual energy but also within the mind. The torment of its inner demons is akin to a festering wound, increasingly difficult to suppress as he progresses. When he attempted to break through to the 5th layer of condensation, he was struck by a backlash from these inner demons, leading to a chaotic state of consciousness, black blood spewing from his mouth, and a fainting spell. Upon awakening, he found himself ensnared by haunting whispers and murmurs that plagued him for over a month before finally subsiding. Yet, despite the sinister and tyrannical nature of this technique, it has granted Luli immense benefits. It has not only prevented his cultivation speed from lagging behind the top echelon, but has also gradually transformed his physical body through relentless training, as if he were being continuously tempered by the chilling energies of the shadows. When he inadvertently drew a line with a spiritual dagger across his palm, it left behind a barely perceivable white mark, without even breaking the skin. Such a formidable physique now rivals that of the renowned 6 Paths peak practitioners known for their physical prowess at the same realm. In terms of techniques, Luli has thoroughly mastered the soul-eating demon flame technique over the past 2 years. This was a gift from Qiu Yue, a method of erasing corpses and traces, with a power that is both sinister and bizarre, capable of incinerating the body while inflicting severe damage on the soul, rendering it exceptionally brutal. The learning process for this technique was extraordinarily arduous, surpassing that of the dark blade techniques by several folds. And it was only after more than half a year that he could finally wield it with proficiency. This technique stands as his most lethal weapon to date. The demon flame burns with the color of dark ink, silently consuming the opponent's spirit. A mere touch can render one in unbearable agony. However, due to its malevolent nature, any hint of it could invite suspicion and lethal retribution. Fully aware that this technique cannot be easily revealed, Lu Li expended over 200 contribution points to quietly learn the yellow-grade intermediate technique, the bright flame technique, which he had previously encountered but not mastered. This technique, centered on brightness, features flames that are both intensely hot and luminous, with tremendous explosive power, while it is not ideally suited for life and death combat. He harbors alternate plans. The light of the bright flame can conceal the demon flame. With proper execution, he can seamlessly blend the demon flame within the bright flame before his enemies can perceive it, achieving a double kill. The light of the flame hides the dead ash, and beneath the scorching blaze lies the ghostly fire. When unleashed, it becomes an unseen death. Now, as he gazes upon the imminent inter-sect competition, the descendant of the Yellowbone lineage senses the stirring of battle opportunities. Lu Li raises his gaze to the heavens, his eyes reflecting calm waters. And a thought stirs within him. It is time for me to step into this trial. I cannot afford to wait another 3 years for the next opportunity. I must act now. However, prior to that, further preparations are indeed necessary. He lacks nothing in terms of spells. The soul-devouring flame and the bright flame spells intertwine and conceal, alongside the lethal and invisible dark blade technique, all of which have become his trump cards in combat. Yet, when it comes to spiritual artifacts and talismans, he is still at a disadvantage. He is acutely aware of this shortcoming. Although he acquired a low-grade spiritual artifact flying sword from Wu Ye's storage pouch, it remains insufficient to contend with the elite gathered for the intersect competition. The journey to register for the competition at the inner peak serves as an opportunity. He must seize this chance to remedy his deficiencies, thereby earning the right to confront true prodigies. I can now consider myself the wealthiest outer sect disciple of the illusory Immortal sect. Lu Li patted the storage pouch at his waist, grinning widely, his spirits exceptionally high. Over the past 2 years, Ludiskar has indeed kept his word, refraining from stirring up trouble. The two have become as strangers, each minding their own business, particularly as Lu Li's cultivation has soared. Revealing his mastery at the 5th level of chi condensation, Ludiskar has completely suppressed any ulterior motives he once harbored. How could such a shrewd individual fail to recognize that the outer sect's spiritual fields were merely a temporary refuge for Lu Li? This person will undoubtedly ascend to the inner sect soon, so Ludiskar is in no rush, patiently awaiting Lu Li's departure. He has instead adopted a conciliatory approach, occasionally sending people to request Lu Li to perform rain and earth techniques, never bargaining for less, adhering strictly to the previously established terms. The competition for the top position is solely determined by strength, thanks to his 5 victories as the head disciple over the past 2 years. After accounting for daily cultivation needs, he has accumulated nearly 1,000 pounds of high-grade spiritual rice, had he not given over 100 pounds each season to Dong Xiang. This amount could have doubled. Such accumulation has enabled Lu Li, even as an outer sect disciple, to surpass many inner sect disciples in wealth. The outer sect's spiritual fields are indeed fertile ground. Ludiskar has monopolized this area for many years, reaping countless unimaginable benefits. However, he remains merely a visible blade, while the bulk of the wealth should rightfully belong to those behind the scenes, leaving him with little to retain. The accumulation of wealth does not end there. Lu Li's earnings from performing techniques for others have seen his spiritual stones steadily increase. Although he charges 100 stones for each technique of rain or earth, clients continue to flock to him. Word has spread that his dual techniques possess an uncommon spirit and, as a living testament to his 5 victories, he has the ability to transform barren land into fertile ground. Many disciples from desolate fields have even sought his assistance by mortgaging their spiritual contracts. The results have been satisfactory, yielding decent harvests. The overall yield from the spiritual fields has steadily risen, much to Ludiskar's delight, who is no longer inclined to compete with Lu Li. Previously, there was no choice. Someone had to cultivate the barren fields. Now, with improvements across the entire spiritual field area, Ludiskar has received numerous commendations in secret, further solidifying his position. This has nothing to do with Lu Li. As long as there are spiritual stones, he will assist with the techniques. Never will he incur debts. One may owe spiritual contracts, but one cannot owe Lu Li. Over the course of 2 years, Lu Li's accumulated earnings from performing techniques have astonishingly reached tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Who would dare believe it within the illusory Immortal sect? A youth initially regarded as a worthless being has now acquired such extraordinary resources. It is precisely this confidence that allows him to bestow upon Dong Xiang 100 pounds of spirit rice each season without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, she continues to believe that Lu Li toils ceaselessly in the outer fields, giving away all that he has saved. Occasionally, she reflects on the hardships faced by Lu Li. And at times, her heart softens, prompting her to offer some intersect medicinal herbs. Chapter 43. Meeting Dong Xiang possessing such immense wealth. Lu Li felt an unusual lightness in his heart. Typically frugal, he often preferred to walk. But today, standing at the place in Lingtian district where celestial cranes could be rented, he gazed up at the myriad cranes soaring through the sky and couldn't help but smile. He took out half a pound of spirit rice and rented a snow-white crane from the training platform. The crane, radiant in its white plumage, flapped its wings, sending forth a gust of wind, its golden eyes shimmering with a hint of spiritual energy. Lu Li gracefully leaped onto the crane's back, holding in one hand the basket of spirit rice he had personally selected, while the other hand smoothed his sleeves. His gaze drifted towards the distant peaks of Guiyun. His journey had 3 purposes: to deliver rice to Dong Xiang, to register for the upcoming inner-door competition at Guiyun Peak, and to make final preparations for the competition, selecting the right magical tools and talismans. With a clear call, the crane took to the sky, soaring through a white rainbow that split the air. Lu Li's sleeves fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Deep within the main peak of Guiyun, a path of verdant stones lay beneath, and the white cranes murmured softly. In the courtyard, snow bamboo swayed lightly, and the jade steps were imbued with a chill. Dong Xiang stood quietly on a slab of black jade, engrossed in an ancient tome of spiritual patterns, her fingers moving slightly as if keeping time. Now 14 years old, she had begun to take shape, standing tall and graceful, her skin fair as snow, as though born from light. A touch of youthful coolness lingered in her gaze, her lips a delicate hue, and her expression remained serene, exuding an air of aloofness. In her stillness, she resembled the first snow atop a mountain peak, the reflection of water and moon, beautiful yet distant. The pride and composure emanating from her essence resembled a snow lotus blooming alone upon a sheer cliff, silent yet breathtaking, instilling a sense of reverence. Although she was known for her cool demeanor and lofty aspirations, within Guiyun Peak, it was well recognized that since her entry, this young woman had overshadowed her peers with her extraordinary talent, winning the favor of the Peak Master. In recent years, several inner disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi condensation sought to catch a glimpse of her beauty, all to no avail. Yet at this moment, as she turned the pages of her book, she paused briefly, her fingertip resting on a line of inked characters. She raised her eyes subtly to gauge the daylight, quietly calculating the hour. March had passed, and today was the day he would deliver the rice. A fleeting glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes, but was quickly concealed as she lowered her gaze once more, resuming her reading with an expression of normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. As expected, the next moment, a voice called from beyond the gate, "Sister Dong, Lu Li requests an audience." She gently adjusted her attire, her tone remaining as calm as ever. "Let him in." The door creaked open. Lu Li strode into the courtyard with steady steps, carrying the earthy scent of the fields. The gentle breeze tousled his neatly bound black hair, and his handsome face bore a sun-kissed glow, emanating a tranquility and sharpness forged through years of toil. With practiced ease, he unloaded the bags of plump spirit rice from his woven basket, arranging them neatly beside the jade steps. In that moment, the only sounds in the silence were the rustling of bamboo and the soft calls of the cranes. Dong Xiang silently observed him, her gaze as tranquil as water. Lu Li raised his gaze, his expression unperturbed, and with a gentle bow, he softly remarked, "This season's rice has been carefully selected. It should meet senior Sister Dong's approval." After speaking, he did not turn to leave as per his usual custom, but instead stood quietly in place, his eyes calmly fixed upon her. Dong Xiang, maintaining her composure, lowered her gaze, her fingertips gradually closing around the jade slip in her hand. In truth, she had always found this young man somewhat perplexing. Since his entrance into the sect, he had been as punctual as a clock, delivering spiritual rice every 3 months, undeterred by wind or rain, never asking for anything in return, nor engaging in unnecessary conversation. He would simply present the offering and depart. Even amidst the most arduous and tumultuous conditions of the outer sect's spiritual fields, he never sought anything for himself. Over the course of 2 years, with each delivery, she gradually realized he was simply there to provide rice, nothing more. He offered his finest gifts selflessly. At times, she found herself with the inclination to converse with him. Yet by the time she formulated her thoughts, he would have already taken his leave, leaving only the faint scent of rice in his wake. However, today, he remained. A stir of inexplicable emotions welled up within her. Concealing the subtle ripples of her heart, she inquired with a tone still laced with indifference. "Is there something you wish to discuss, junior brother?" Upon learning that senior sister Dong intended to participate in the upcoming minor competition, Lu Li, with a steady tone yet unmistakable seriousness in his eyes, replied, "I too wish to partake, and I wonder if I might serve as a support to senior sister." Dong Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, the voice of the autumn moon echoed in Lu Li's mind, cool and mocking. "Oh dear, here we go again. You dramatic fool, you wretched sycophant, starting up again." Lu Li, silent, mentally dismissed that voice, focusing intently on the girl before him. His gaze was unyielding, devoid of jest or subservience. It was an exceedingly rare look, both resolute and gentle, simultaneously restrained yet imbued with a barely perceptible tenacity. A flicker of emotion stirred in Dong Xiang's heart. After a moment's silence, she finally spoke, her tone still tinged with discontent. "This is absurd. With your meager talent, how could you possibly participate in the intersect competition? Would that not be an act of self-degradation? Have you grown so comfortable that you seek to court disaster?" Lu Li replied softly, "Senior sister, you may not be aware, but over the past 2 years, I have practiced diligently day and night, and I have achieved some results. My cultivation has reached the 5th layer of qi condensation, which meets the eligibility requirements for participation." His tone was neither rushed nor boastful, nor did he adopt a submissive posture. "I do not presume to claim a spot in the intersect. But if I can take the stage and clear away a few opponents for senior sister, to shield you from some of the competition's brilliance, it would fulfill my aspiration." As his words settled into the air, silence enveloped the courtyard. Dong Xiang's expression momentarily froze, and she blurted out, "You actually reached the 5th layer?" Lu Li no longer concealed his prowess. He immediately retracted his aura control, allowing his spiritual presence to rise like a tide, spreading steadily throughout the courtyard, unostentatious yet as solid as a rock, unmistakably the aura of a 5th layer master. With his meager talent, cultivating in the most desolate northern fields, he had managed to reach the 5th layer. Surely, he must have endured immense hardships over the past 2 years. Yet, he sought only to shield me from a few foes. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable tightness gripped Dong Xiang's heart, and she felt a pang of sympathy. She had been cherished since childhood, entering the realm as a gifted prodigy, endowed with the finest resources and guidance from the illustrious Guiyun Peak. She had never truly experienced the arduous struggle of climbing upwards as he had. Naturally, Lu Li remained oblivious to her intricate thoughts. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have sighed inwardly. The greatest allure of a man indeed stems from a woman's imagination. Dong Xiang's pupils contracted slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with myriad colors as she gazed at Lu Li for a prolonged moment before slowly exhaling a breath. With such a frail physique, to have come this far, she murmured softly, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "Your innate talent is already on par with many of the chosen disciples within Guiyun's inner sect." She composed herself, ultimately shaking her head, her tone softening. "Junior brother Lu, in the next session, you will surely have the opportunity to participate in the intersect trials. There is no need to rush into this opportunity. Although the 5th level suffices for participation, do you realize that among the current applicants, the weakest are nearly at the 6th level, with several 7th level prodigies from the outer sect lying in wait? I too do not possess absolute confidence in victory." She looked at Lu Li, her eyes betraying a hint of concealed concern. "I do not wish for you to take reckless risks on my behalf." Yet, Lu Li remained unfazed, maintaining his customary calm demeanor. With hands gently clasped, his voice, though soft, was resolute as a mountain. "I have given this considerable thought. This endeavor is not for others, nor for the sake of recognition. It is my own path, and I am unwilling to delay any longer." Dong Xiang fell silent for a moment, her gaze softening. The corners of her lips barely moved, as if to sigh or express resignation. "Very well." She finally nodded, her tone imbued with warmth. "Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead. Just remember, you may engage in the minor trials without the need for reckless fervor." Her tone shifted, becoming more stern. "If the situation turns unfavorable, do not force yourself to endure. This is not a battleground where one fights merely for pride." Sensing the concern woven into Dong Xiang's words, Lu Li smiled gently and nodded earnestly. "I will take your words to heart, senior sister." After uttering his final words, He ceased further conversation, performing a respectful gesture before turning to leave, his steps decisive and unwavering. His silhouette was elongated by the slanting afternoon sunlight, his dark hair fluttering in the breeze, his robes carrying the scent of tilled earth, as if imbued with an unyielding tenacity that could not be swayed. Dong Xiang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lingering on his departing figure, lost in thought. He is leaving just like that? A slight furrow appeared on her brow, and the finger she had half raised fell back down, her unspoken words giving rise to an inexplicable emotion within her heart. He came every 3 months to deliver rice, never speaking much nor asking for anything in return. Yet, now that he had taken the initiative to engage, he spoke briefly and departed. Unwilling to linger even for a moment, Dong Xiang bit her lip, a subtle sound escaping her, her expression still one of indifference. Yet a vague feeling she could hardly articulate began to surface within her. She looked up at the sky and suddenly felt the coolness of the breeze. Though it was early spring, it felt as if a delicate snow had fallen. Chapter 44. Spirit Armor. Upon returning from Dong Xiang of the Inner Peak, Lu Li did not head back to the courtyard but instead made his way directly to the free trading market at the Outer Peak. This location serves as a bustling hub for spirit stones, perpetually teeming with crowds, lined with numerous stalls and flanked by countless floating signs showcasing an array of magical artifacts, talismans, materials, and spirit rice in a dazzling display. Especially with the upcoming triannual inter-sect competition, the outer sect disciples were eagerly preparing, purchasing weapons, elixirs, and talismans, making the entire street more vibrant than usual. As Lu Li blended into the throng, he leisurely strolled, scanning the items at the stalls with his spiritual sense. Low-grade spirit swords adorned with fire patterns capable of scorching foes, priced at 3,200 spirit stones. No negotiation allowed. Spirit gathering talismans sold in sets of 3. Essential for outer sect cultivation, a fleeting opportunity not to be missed. Low-grade cold jade daggers designed for a swift lethal strike, forged from northern frost copper. The calls of vendors filled the air, yet Lu Li's demeanor gradually became more subdued. With ample financial resources at his disposal, possessing tens of thousands of spirit stones and commanding thousands of pounds of high-grade spirit rice, he was indeed affluent. Coupled with his cultivation now at the 5th level of chi condensation, he was no longer the cautious individual he once was, and his expectations for spirit artifacts had risen accordingly. He initially intended to seize this opportunity to acquire 2 types of spirit artifacts, one for offense and another for protective spirit armor. However, after a thorough exploration, he found little to ignite his interest. Most of the wares were offered by outer sect disciples, primarily low-grade artifacts that were rudimentary in craftsmanship, with only a scant few worthy of being termed deadly weapons. He examined a short sword featuring fire patterns. Despite its low-grade status, its spirit was dry, and the scorching patterns were chaotic, barely qualifying as a usable weapon, failing to meet his standards. As for defensive artifacts, they were either cumbersome, such as heavy spirit shields, or burdensome armors, ill-suited for swift movements in battle. The type of close-fitting inner armor he sought, one that could be donned beneath clothing without hindering agility and that possessed both resilience and spirit, was virtually non-existent in the market. Noticing his discerning gaze, a vendor kindly remarked that such refined artifacts typically required custom crafting by the masters of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, rarely appearing in the market. Lu Li cast a nonchalant glance, neither affirming nor denying the statement, as he had already resolved in his mind. Artifacts of this caliber were best bespoke. Much like the spirit dagger he once acquired, and with the right craftsman, their potency could be significantly enhanced. It was imperative to seek out a truly skilled artisan. Just as Lu Li was about to change direction towards the Artifact Refining Pavilion, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the eastern corner of the market, crouched among a pile of exquisite iron and cold copper materials, sifting through them. The individual possessed a lean visage, slightly stooped. Yet there was an evident intensity in his brows. When he turned to look, recognition sparked in his eyes, and he greeted Lu Li with a broad smile. Hastening towards him, "Ah, isn't this junior brother Lu? It has been a while. You've grown remarkably impressive." Lu Li appraised him, noting a faint golden stripe on the token at his waist. A thought crossed his mind, and with a smile, he responded, "So it is senior brother Chun. Congratulations on advancing to a low-grade artifact master. The golden pattern is indeed a distinctive emblem of the sect's Artifact Refining Pavilion. A single golden line signifies that an individual has successfully passed the assessment and is qualified to independently forge low-grade spiritual weapons. In the outer sect, this status is sufficient to establish one's reputation. Haha, just a small achievement, Chen remarked, waving his hand, though his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Luli. And you, back in the day, you were so ruthless in bargaining for a spiritual weapon. Now, standing before me with such an aura, TSK. Perhaps you've become exceedingly wealthy from spiritual rice? Luli smiled without replying. He possessed a spiritual dagger, crafted by Chen at the cost of 10 pounds of spiritual rice and several hundred spiritual stones worth of materials, which he still used to this day. Though it was merely a mundane grade item, its exceptional craftsmanship and clever selection of materials by Chen rendered it far superior to typical counterparts, making it incredibly easy to wield. With a glint of understanding in his eyes, Chen mused, "So, are you looking to exchange your weapon this time? Rest assured, I haven't been idle these past few years. If you can still afford the spiritual rice, I would be more than willing to take on this task." He chuckled softly and added, "To be honest, I have been longing for the spiritual rice from your fields. The flavor is unforgettable after just one taste. Even the process of refining requires sustenance. Your spiritual rice gathers energy rapidly and replenishes spirit remarkably. I feel it is even superior to what is offered to the elders." After contemplating for a moment, Luli decided to be straightforward, stating, "I do wish to forge a spiritual item, but not a weapon." "Oh, what then?" "Armor, specifically inner armor. It should be close-fitting, lightweight, and capable of withstanding both spells and physical attacks." Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow. "Do you realize how challenging such spiritual items are to create? Inner armor differs significantly from outer armor. It requires not only suitable materials, but also precise measurements. Otherwise, it would hinder movement, rendering it utterly useless. Furthermore, one must apply agility arrays and defensive runes, and some materials even require prior nurturing and tempering. A moment's carelessness could lead to failure." As he spoke, his tone shifted, and a spark of excitement emerged in his gaze. "However, if we're discussing which outer sect disciple from Guiyun Peak could accomplish this, well, only I, Chen, would have the audacity to take it on." Luli chuckled. "So, would you dare to accept this task, senior brother? If you can provide the spiritual rice." "I shall accept," Chen declared confidently, patting his chest. "I still remember the spiritual dagger I crafted for you. It required considerable effort on my part. This time, I wish to experiment with some new techniques." He gestured with his fingers, indicating that for conventional refinement, the starting price for low-grade inner armor, excluding materials, would be around 100 pounds of spiritual rice. Luli remained composed and softly replied, "That is too much." 50. Chen was taken aback, then feigned a sorrowful expression. "Junior brother Lu, you've bargained too harshly. However, who could resist the allure of your exquisite spiritual rice? 50 it shall be. You provide the materials. If you lack any, I have channels for procurement." Luli nodded, retrieving a cloth bag and tossing it to him. "Here are 3,000 spiritual stones. Is this sufficient?" Chen weighed the bag, his expression brightening. "Now we're getting somewhere. Give me 10 days, and you may come to the artifact refining pavilion to collect it. Should you find the finished product unsatisfactory, I will not charge a single grain of spiritual rice." Luli calculated the timeline. The small competition was expected to commence in half a month, allowing ample time for the task at hand. Upon reflecting on this, Luli clasped his hands and remarked, "I shall await good news from my senior brother." Chen, having secured the spirit stones, was about to turn away when he heard Luli's voice once more from behind. "May I inquire, senior brother Chen, if there exists a more advanced trading venue within the illusory Immortal sect?" Chen paused, glancing back with a raised brow. "More advanced? Such aspirations from you, my junior brother?" He teased, instinctively casting a look at Luli's attire, still stained with earth. Though his words were light-hearted, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. "Are you dissatisfied with the wares of our outer sect market?" His tone, though casual, bore an undercurrent of inquiry. Luli smiled slightly and replied softly, "It is not dissatisfaction. Rather, there are certain items that cannot be found here." "Such as?" Chen inquired. Luli, however, did not answer directly, merely hinting that the matter of the spiritual artifact was not urgent and that he would consider it carefully, neither concealing nor explicitly stating his intentions. Chen studied him for a moment, then suddenly laughed, shaking his head. "Very well, very well. Given that you are capable of cultivating such superior spiritual rice, why would you be confined to this trivial marketplace?" He placed his hands behind his back, his tone slightly elevated. "To speak of our Guiyun marketplace, it is indeed rather unremarkable. Whether it be spiritual herbs or artifacts, they are at best of the lower grade. To come across a mid-grade artifact would be quite a stroke of luck. If you seek a better venue, you must venture beyond the mountain. Beyond the mountain? Lu Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, Cheney nodded. To the east, about 1,000 miles from the illusory Immortal sect, lies a marketplace known as Jingwu Gathering. Remember, it is not an ordinary marketplace. It remains quiet on most days, but during the beginning and end of each month, it becomes as bustling as a small immortal city, filled with extraordinary individuals. Even I, an elder of the Artifact Refining Pavilion, have acquired rare items like spiritual fire essence there. However, he shifted his tone, becoming more serious. That is not a place established by our illusory Immortal sect, nor is there any order maintained by the law enforcement hall. Even demonic cultivators may disguise themselves and mingle within. If you truly intend to go, exercise utmost caution. Do not be greedy, nor seek the spotlight. Especially you, at such a young age, you possess much that could incite envy. Lu Li nodded, his expression serene as water, and replied softly, "Thank you for the reminder. Senior Brother Chen, should the day come when I must go, I shall heed your advice." Chen Yi patted his shoulder, saying, "You see, the world outside is far more complex than the illusory Immortal sect. Concealing your brilliance is the true skill." With a hearty laugh, he waved and departed, his figure gradually fading into the throng of people. Lu Li remained standing, his gaze unknowingly drifting toward the distant mountain ridge, seemingly peering through the mountain gate toward the Jingwu Gathering, 1,000 miles away. He murmured softly, "Perhaps it is indeed time to descend the mountain." Chapter 45. The Jingwu Gathering. Lu Li sought to acquire a spiritual device of at least medium grade. In the realm of cultivators, the distinction between medium and low-grade artifacts transcends mere numerical values of spirit stones. While low-grade spiritual devices may be priced between 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, medium-grade items typically commence at 10,000, and finding one that truly suits an individual is a matter of serendipity rather than mere monetary exchange. Resolute in his decision, Lu Li resolved to personally journey to the Jingwu Gathering. However, before embarking on this expedition, he needed to prepare a mode of transportation in the form of a spiritual artifact. The journey spanned 1,000 miles, and as Lu Li was merely at the 5th level of qi condensation and had yet to master the art of sword flight, without a suitable means of transport, he would find it exceedingly difficult to arrive in time for the auction. At the outer sect trading post, he meandered thoughtfully, stopping intermittently to scrutinize the offerings. Ultimately, in a nondescript corner, he selected a low-grade flying spiritual boat. The vessel, graced with a gray-white hue, possessed a remarkably simple design, yet its inscriptions were clear, and its spiritual energy flowed seamlessly. Although it lacked combat capabilities, it was exceptionally sturdy and reliable, making it ideal for long-distance travel. However, its price exceeded that of the typical low-grade flying sword, marked at 4,000 spirit stones. Lu Li did not haggle. He paid promptly without hesitation. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Lu Li immediately retrieved the spiritual boat and commenced the refinement process. One by one, the inscriptions upon the boat illuminated, and faint glimmers entwined around his fingertips, activated by the flow of his thoughts. Even though it was a low-grade item, the refinement process proved to be time-consuming. By the time the spiritual energies were fully integrated, the moonlight had climbed to the windowsill. After sitting in meditation for a moment, his breathing steady, he stowed the boat away with a flick of his hand, a glimmer of calm determination lighting his gaze. If all went as planned, he could depart that very night and still arrive in time for the end-of-month gathering. As he gently opened the door, the night breeze enveloped him. Under the cover of darkness, Lu Li set forth on his journey to the Jingwu Gathering. At this time, the sect's spiritual fields were in a 15-day period of rest, allowing him just enough time for a round trip. The flying spiritual boat he refined hovered silently in a clearing among the trees. Its tuzhong length and unadorned gray-white form reminiscent of a delicate vessel eroded by time, almost inconspicuous. Pressing his hand against the boat's hull, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing a slight tremor in the vessel before it gracefully ascended. The inscriptions upon the boat glowed faintly, securely lifting him into the heights above. This craft did not require constant expenditure of spiritual power. An initial infusion of energy was sufficient, thereafter propelled by spirit stones activating the formation. After a day's flight, it consumed approximately 100 spirit stones, but excelled in stability and endurance, capable of traversing 1,000 miles without taxing the cultivator's own spiritual reserves. Standing at the bow of the boat, his robes billowing in the wind, Lu Li remained composed, gazing into the distance. Beneath the clouds, the mountains undulated, and the stars twinkled like distant lanterns. Thus, his figure gradually vanished into the night. A full day later, Before the dawn's light had fully unfurled across the horizon, a magnificent city silhouette finally emerged in the distance. The Qingwu gathering was near. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Luli stowed the flying boat away, landing in a secluded mountain hollow. He then retrieved from his storage bag a set of dark black robes, donning them to conceal his visage and spiritual aura, effectively masking his identity as a disciple of the illusory Immortal sect. No longer adorned with the sect's token at his waist, he merely hung a simple string of copper rings, instantly transforming into an ordinary wanderer, silent and aloof, devoid of any discernible origin. Qingwu gathering. Within the city, martial combat and killings were strictly prohibited, the rules rigidly enforced. Yet beyond the city gates, one found no such restraints, with numerous individuals resorting to murder and treasure plundering. Standing atop a slope, Luli gazed into the distance where the grand silhouette of the city loomed, its marketplace winding like dragons and serpents, stretching for miles. On the thoroughfares, cultivators traversed endlessly. Some soared through the air on swords, while others rode upon ethereal beasts, feathers fluttering amidst the cacophony of roaring tigers and screeching eagles, creating a lively spectacle. As he made his way, Luli encountered a myriad of cultivators, their attire a tapestry of the bizarre. This was markedly different from the rigid hierarchy of the illusory Immortal sect, where the outer disciples donned yellow robes and the inner disciples wore white. Here, the true diversity of humanity was vividly on display. Outside the city gates, a long line snaked its way in, the guards vigilant, yet the atmosphere remained relaxed. With a spirit vessel slung across his back, Luli quietly joined the queue, his gaze roaming, a hint of excitement flickering within his eyes. "Hey, young brother, is this your first visit to Qingwu gathering?" A sudden voice broke the air, accompanied by laughter. It belonged to an elderly man clad in green robes. His face etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes sharp with wisdom, his cultivation level around the 5th layer of qi condensation. Luli cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Indeed, it is my first time." "Haha, I knew it." The elder laughed heartily. "You seem young yet possess an extraordinary demeanor. You are certainly not an ordinary wanderer, are you? Perhaps you have come for the auction within Qingwu gathering?" Luli remained silent, his expression subtly shifting. The elder leaned in closer, whispering, "I've heard that this time, there's an ocean abyss mother inner core up for bidding." A rare gem indeed. A jolt of excitement coursed through Luli. He had once perused the geographical maps of the vast continent within his sect's library. The map depicted the sprawling land, with a dragon vein winding through its heart, mountains and rivers crisscrossing, all situated above an unfathomable ocean. The illusory Immortal sect was merely a corner of the northern inland, surrounded by land, seldom glimpsing the sea. Yet the ocean abyss mother resided in the profound depths of that distant ocean. This ocean, referenced in ancient texts as the Outer Sea, was boundless and perilous, teeming with fierce beasts, a realm where ordinary cultivators dared not tread. As his thoughts shifted, he heard the elder continue, still chuckling, however. "Individuals like us naturally lack the qualifications to partake in the bidding for such treasures, let alone catch a glimpse of them. We come merely to broaden our horizons and witness the marvels." He smacked his lips, his eyes still tinged with a hint of regret and longing. Nonetheless, although the auction at Qingwu gathering is highly regulated, there are often smaller preliminary bids. With a stroke of luck, one might indeed stumble upon a delightful find. As he spoke, he cast another glance at Luli, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. "Young brother, with your composed aura, perhaps you are here in search of something valuable?" Luli smiled without responding. The elder, while seemingly warm, was probing with his words, circling around intentions, origins, and cultivation levels. Luli, already cautious, replied briefly and then ceased further engagement. If the scene outside the city was this lively, the atmosphere within would surely be even more vibrant. He maintained a stoic expression, casting a fleeting glance at the elder before continuing forward in silence. Before long, the queue reached the city wall. Entering the Qingwu gathering requires the payment of 10 inferior spirit stones, a considerable sum indeed. For an outer disciple of the illusory Immortal sect, whose monthly stipend barely amounts to 100 spirit stones, this entry fee represents a full 10% of their earnings. For an ordinary cultivator, it constitutes a significant expense. Luli's gaze narrowed as he mused inwardly. The Qingwu gathering is truly adept at commerce. It is, by its very nature, a place of expenditure, and entry demands a toll of spirit stones. They certainly know how to balance their accounts. He retrieved 10 spirit stones, handed them to the guarding cultivator, and then strode confidently into the city. Upon his entrance, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. The streets were lined with stalls, the air filled with the clamorous calls of vendors. Among them were individuals clad in the garments of various sects, peddling spirit herbs, elixirs, rare treasures, low-tier spiritual artifacts, the inner cores of demon beasts, and even the marrow for body refinement. There were also array blueprints, fragments of secret techniques, an eclectic assortment of wares, all available in abundance, in stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the illusory Immortal sect. This place vividly showcased the myriad facets of the cultivation world. Some individuals donned fox furs, adorned with bone bells, muttering incantations. Others, barefoot and helmeted, brandished the heads of demons while loudly hawking their goods. Amidst this bustling throng, however, Luli remained composed, his expression unperturbed. He understood that while these stalls were lively, they largely served as a secondary market for auctioned items. The true spectacle awaited him within the auction hall situated deeper within the city. Nonetheless, his steps halted before one particular stall. A gray beast hide carpet displayed an array of small jade slips of various hues, talismans, and a handful of rusted short swords. Luli squinted, observing the seemingly inconspicuous items. However, the jade slips appeared to possess some antiquity. Intrigued, he bent down to examine them more closely. Chapter 46. The Art of Great Restoration. These jade slips, worn by the passage of time, displayed ancient patterns, their surfaces marred by faint yellowing cracks. The absence of specific grade markings, coupled with the vendor's lack of elaborate descriptions, rendered the assessment of these techniques' true potency all the more challenging. Behind the stall sat an elderly man, his face a map of wrinkles, smiling benignly as he observed Luli browsing through the jade slips. With a casual tone, he remarked, "Ah, young brother, you possess a discerning eye. These treasures were unearthed by me in a secluded place during my early years." Luli's gaze flickered momentarily. Scanning the old man, his cultivation level remained indiscernible. This ambiguity posed the greatest peril. A shiver coursed through his heart, yet he maintained his composure, continuing to peruse the slips. "Each of these jade slips is priced at 2,000 spirit stones, and I do not entertain negotiations," the old man continued with a smile. "You might just stumble upon a gem. Some come specifically to gamble on such finds, much like opening blind boxes." Luli remained silent, contemplating for a moment before his attention settled on one particular slip, inscribed simply with 4 characters, "Great Restoration Technique." The description was exceedingly brief, lacking the detail found in even the most basic sect manuals, suggesting it was likely a consumable technique that would shatter upon completion. At that moment, a soft voice resonated in his mind. "This technique, I believe I have heard of it. It is an exceedingly secretive method for refining one's consciousness. If it is genuine, then 2,000 spirit stones would indeed be a remarkable acquisition." Luli's expression grew pensive, though he betrayed no emotion. With a deft motion, he picked up another slip, "Tai Yuan Breath Concealment Technique." This technique was described in greater detail, its function clear, to conceal one's presence and hide one's cultivation. Regrettably, such techniques were rather commonplace, and many yellow-grade methods boasted similar effects, rendering it unremarkable. It was no wonder the slip had lingered on the stall, neglected for so long. Feigning serious contemplation, Luli raised his gaze to the vendor. "I shall take this Tai Yuan Breath Concealment Technique, along with the Great Restoration Technique, for a total of 3,000 spirit stones. What do you say?" The old man's previously cheerful demeanor faltered, his brow furrowing as he set down his teacup. Shaking his head with a sigh, "Young brother, your bargaining has struck a chord with me. If you truly appreciate these slips, you should know that this one alone is worth 2,000, let alone the 2 you wish to acquire." Remaining unruffled, Luli merely smiled, returning the slips to the stall and feigning to depart. The old man's eyes twitched slightly, prompting him to interject, "Ah, young man, do not be so hasty to leave. Negotiations cannot conclude with a single exchange. What price do you seek?" Luli turned back, his tone nonchalant. "At least 3,800. The old man deliberated, seeming to concede significantly. "You are indeed a discerning connoisseur. This is not a price I set lightly." Luli scrutinized the subtle shifts in the old man's expression before breaking into a smile. His tone relaxed. "You may have spoken too soon regarding my discernment. If I were truly knowledgeable, I would fear this great restoration technique to be utterly worthless." The old man's gaze sharpened instantaneously. "What have you deduced?" "Nothing much," Luli replied calmly, each word laced with an edge, "merely that the patterns on this jade slip are irregular, and there are minute cracks. It does not resemble the standardized preservation techniques. Perhaps it is merely a fragment, who can say?" The elderly man fixed his gaze upon him for a brief moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. All right. 3,000 it is. Consider it the cost of friendship. Young brother, your tongue is slicker than that of an old fox. Luli, maintaining his composure, retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his robe, delicately presenting 3 medium-grade spirit stones. May we each fulfill our needs. The elder nodded with a smile as he accepted the stones, a flicker of enigmatic brilliance flashing in his eyes. Yet, Luli appeared oblivious, picking up the jade slip, sweeping his sleeve, and turning to depart. The wind rustled his hair at the street's edge, echoing the stirring thoughts within. This old man's cultivation may be concealed, yet his words are skillfully crafted. Were it not for Chiao Yu's vast knowledge, he might have truly overlooked this opportunity. Should this grand cultivation technique indeed be, as Chiao Yu described, a clandestine method to refine one's consciousness, then these 3,000 spirit stones would be worth their weight in gold, perhaps even a stroke of extraordinary fortune. In the marketplace, methods for cultivating spiritual energy and refining the physical body abound, with countless offerings circulating among the major sects and markets. However, the techniques pertaining to the refinement of consciousness are few and far between, almost never disclosed. The reason is simple. Cultivating consciousness is inherently arduous. Apart from a select few gifted individuals, the vast majority of cultivators can only rely on the slow accumulation that comes with natural growth. To actively refine one's consciousness, such an endeavor requires serendipity, inheritance, or secret scriptures. Once such techniques surface, they inevitably attract fierce competition among powerful beings. Luli caressed the aged jade slip with his fingertips, suppressing the urge to examine it immediately, and hastened toward the end of the street. There lay the very heart of the Qingwu gathering, the auction house. Before long, a magnificent edifice came into view, resplendent with gold and jade, its layered structures exuding an extraordinary aura. However, the entrance was not as solemn as one might expect. Instead, it was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, swirling smoke and clouds, while a throng of young women in flowing red garments resembled a vibrant bouquet, their smiles inviting passers-by to linger. Luli paused, instinctively believing he had wandered into a mundane entertainment venue, until one of the red-clad women graciously bowed and inquired, "Is the young master here to attend the auction? Please follow me." He nodded impassively and followed her inside. Beyond the gauzy curtain, the lively atmosphere faded, replaced by an air of solemnity. Before him stood a gathering of stern-faced cultivators, some meditating quietly, others engaged in hushed conversations, their demeanor measured and composed. A subtle sense of pressure pervaded the air. It became clear that this was the core of the Qingwu gathering's auction. The charming smiles were merely a facade, while the true essence lay in the sharp edges and interests concealed beneath. Under the guidance of the woman in red, Luli soon arrived at a circular stone platform. A middle-aged cultivator clad in blue stood there, methodically verifying the qualifications of the attendees, his tone unyielding. Those wishing to participate in this auction must undergo a qualification check. Only those with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones or more may enter. The individuals ahead either produced spirit stone pouches or presented storage rings, their expressions exuding confidence and composure. Luli remained unperturbed, gradually extending his storage pouch. Within it lay a portion of spirit stones he had prepared separately. Just over 10,000, barely sufficient to meet the requirements. The attendant woman raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, yet she refrained from further comment, softly stating, "You may enter the inner hall and choose your seat freely." As he spoke, he handed over a. Luli received the jade token, his fingertips tightening slightly, and a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Upon entering the inner hall, the light dimmed considerably, and a solemn atmosphere enveloped him. The layout of the inner hall resembled ascending in a circular manner. At the very center stood the focal point of the entire auction, a jade platform, surrounded by shimmering spiritual lights, evidently arrayed with multiple prohibitions to showcase precious treasures, effectively shielding them from prying eyes. The jade platform remained still at this moment, yet numerous cultivators were already seated around it, their breath steady, expressions varied. Luli flowed with the crowd, lifting his gaze to observe that the auction was divided into 3 tiers. The first floor was the most spacious, densely populated with seats, nearly filled to capacity, primarily occupied by inner disciples of sects and some financially capable loose cultivators, with a faint murmur of voices resonating throughout. The second floor exuded a more serene ambience, with orderly seating, its occupants adorned in luxurious attire, exuding calmness, mostly comprising core or outer elders from various major sections. As for the third tier, it was not open but comprised independent small chambers, resembling pavilions and couches, shrouded in jade mist that sealed the windows. Akin to a loft in the clouds, with swirling mist making it difficult to discern even the silhouettes within. Luli's gaze subtly shifted, his heart tightening with apprehension. Those private chambers likely concealed true powerhouses. Although combat was forbidden here, if a being of great capability truly wished to silence someone, they would probably leave no trace behind. Qingwu Gathering indeed harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He maintained his focus, traversing through the front row of the first floor without distraction, and, guided by the jade token, settled into a corner of the grand hall. The surrounding cultivators mostly emanated the aura of those at the 5th or 6th levels of qi condensation, with occasional higher-tier individuals who held their status with pride, disdainful of engaging in conversation. Luli sat quietly, yet a subtle thrill surged within him. Chapter 47. The auction. As time passed, the once desolate central jade platform suddenly rippled with energy. A flash of radiance illuminated the space as a woman appeared, stepping lightly onto the stage, her grace reminiscent of a crane. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her features akin to a masterful painting, her skin as smooth as jade. Appearing no older than 18 or 19, clad in a flowing white silk gown, cinched at the waist with a golden thread, she stood serenely upon the jade platform. Yet, the platform was imbued with a restriction that concealed her cultivation level, rendering her true realm inscrutable to all. Nevertheless, her every smile and frown exuded an enchanting aura that captivated the hearts of onlookers. In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence. The woman parted her crimson lips, her voice as clear as a spring. Welcome, esteemed friends, to the Qingwu auction. I shall be your host for the forthcoming items to be auctioned. As her words resonated, a stir erupted throughout the crowd. Whispers reached Luli's ears. It's her. It must be Miss Liuli, the daughter of the Lord of Qingwu City. She is personally presiding over this auction? It seems there are truly remarkable treasures to be unveiled. The Lord of Qingwu City was a formidable cultivator at the core formation stage, and his daughter Liuli was exceptionally gifted, having reached the peak of qi condensation by the age of 18. She was likely already a foundation-building practitioner now. Luli remained composed, quietly absorbing this information. It became clear how Qingwu City could thrive amidst such chaos, protected by a powerful core formation expert. No wonder. Despite the presence of numerous cultivators from various sects and even those of the demonic path, none dared to act recklessly here. As the young woman's voice faded, a radiant glow emanated from the jade platform. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, cradling a jade box, and solemnly placed it on the central spirit platform. The young woman gently opened her lips once more, her tone still gentle and serene, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The first item for auction is the qi condensation transformation pill, 3 pieces. This pill aids practitioners above the 5th layer of qi condensation in breaking through their bottleneck, solidifying their realms, with its potency lasting for 3 days when supplemented with spiritual energy. The starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. As her words settled, a hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by a surge of excitement akin to boiling water. Most of the practitioners on the first floor were at the qi condensation stage, their gazes suddenly ablaze with fervor. The qi condensation transformation pill. To begin with such a high-quality elixir. Luli's expression tightened. He had encountered this pill in the sect's archives. It was not the ordinary qi condensation pill used for accumulating spiritual energy, but specifically crafted for those aiming to break through the 5th layer and ascend to higher realms. It was the coveted treasure of outer sect practitioners. Remarkably, it was offered in a set of 3, starting at 5,000. And that was merely the opening bid. Luli inwardly gasped in astonishment, although he currently possessed tens of thousands of spirit stones. The price of this elixir was already approaching that of a fine low-grade spiritual artifact. Bids began to rise, 5,500, 6,000, 6,005. The price continued to soar, ultimately halting at 7,000. A brooding figure clad in black, seated in a corner, cast a cold glance at the individual who had raised a bid against him, his eyes sharp as blades. The other bidder, initially intent on continuing the bidding, recoiled at that piercing gaze, hesitating momentarily before reluctantly lowering his paddle. The young maiden smiled and nodded, proclaiming, 3 condensing qi elixirs belong to the cultivators of Seat 7. Shortly thereafter, the burly man rose and strode directly towards the back hall. As soon as his figure vanished behind the curtain, Luli caught sight of a few individuals stealthily following him from a dim corner on the first floor, their expressions cold, footsteps steady, resembling hunting hounds. Though Luli's countenance remained unchanged, a sense of vigilance stirred within him. Indeed, this was a place teeming with all sorts. The quicker the treasures were auctioned, the swifter the troubles would arise. The auction continued. In the subsequent rounds, the items mostly comprised rare medicinal herbs, some with extraordinarily long ages and abundant medicinal properties, causing the atmosphere to erupt with fervent bidding. Others were of highly specialized use, effective only in specific scenarios, attracting scant participation, often with no bids at the starting price, leading the auctioneer to hastily conclude the bidding after a brief pause. Luli held little interest in these proceedings. Although he had labored in the spiritual fields for 2 years, his understanding of alchemy was shallow, far eclipsed by his familiarity with mystical techniques and spiritual artifacts. He recognized the remarkable value of those spiritual herbs but remained unmoved, silently contemplating, in the future, I must seize the opportunity to further explore this realm. Next came the segment dedicated to spiritual artifacts. Upon the Jade platform, the maiden Luli announced, for the spiritual artifact section, the first item for auction is the mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Thunder-Binding Whip. As her words fell, a luminous barrier rose, revealing a long whip, entirely suffused with purple hues. Its body coiling like a thunderous serpent, gradually materializing as the surrounding air trembled slightly. This whip, adorned with 9 thunder patterns, could ensnare and bind foes when infused with spiritual energy, summoning thunder to strike down adversaries. Versatile in offense and defense, it excelled in both capturing and shattering armor. With a starting price of 13,000 low-grade spirit stones, a moment of silence ensued below, swiftly broken as someone raised a bidding paddle. 14,000, 15,000, 16,005. Luli, seated in a corner of the first floor, observed quietly. He mused, this artifact, while formidable, necessitates close combat. Although its might is commendable, it does not align with my expectations, and I have no intention of participating in the bidding. Ultimately, the whip was sold for 18,000 spirit stones, acquired by a tall cultivator. Immediately, the second spiritual artifact was unveiled. The second item for auction, the soul-binding nails, consisted of 9 pieces, all forged from soul jade iron. Once summoned, they could lock onto an enemy's soul, penetrating their consciousness from a distance of 100 meters, and were imbued with potent toxins. Within the luminous barrier, 9 slender black flying nails, akin to willow leaves, floated in midair, their tips quivering slightly, emitting faint shrieks. The starting price was 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bids surged rapidly, soon surpassing 20,000 spirit stones. Luli's gaze sharpened. He could discern the perilous nature of these soul-binding nails, designed to harm the soul and regarded as a lethal tool for assassination. Though tempted, as the price escalated, he ultimately refrained from bidding. While this item was indeed effective for eliminating foes stealthily, its treacherous nature was too extreme for the internal competition. Fearing it might provoke dissatisfaction among the elders, he chose to remain cautious, quietly committing such soul-targeting artifacts to memory. As the third spiritual artifact made its appearance, the atmosphere grew tense once more. The third item for auction, the Wind Feather Ring, a medium-grade defensive spiritual artifact, upon activation, generates a wind shield that envelopes the user, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an opponent of equal standing. This artifact resembles a feathered wheel, its entire form gleaming in a silvery hue. And as it moves gracefully, a wisp of wind dances within, appearing both ethereal and tangible, elusive to fathom. The starting bid is 14,000 spirit stones. It is indeed a commendable item, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Alas, I have already commissioned a bespoke inner armor. Luli's eyes momentarily sparkled, only to lose interest again. His primary objective for this expedition remains the acquisition of offensive spiritual artifacts, and he presently lacks the resources to entertain anything else. 15,500. 16,000. 17,200. He averted his gaze and continued to wait. Chapter 48. The Cold Moon Sword and the 6 UNZ. The ambience in the venue was softly dimmed, a faint golden beam cascading from above. The voice of Meng Li resonated once more, its tone chilling yet imbued with a rare seriousness. What followed would be a superior spiritual weapon. Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Moments later, hushed breaths stirred a wave of excitement. A superior spiritual weapon. Such an artifact is typically reserved for the grand finale. How could it be presented so prematurely? If it were indeed a genuine superior spiritual weapon, the starting bid would assuredly not be less than 100,000 spiritual stones. Spiritual weapons are classified into 4 tiers: exquisite, superior, medium, and inferior. Among them, exquisite spiritual weapons are elusive, While superior spiritual weapons are considered the most formidable tools wielded by cultivators at the peak of the chi condensation stage and those in the foundation establishment stage. Beyond this realm, from the third realm of core formation onwards, practitioners gradually abandon spiritual weapons in favor of treasures whose powers are far more enigmatic. Nevertheless, for cultivators in the chi condensation and foundation establishment stages, a powerful spiritual weapon remains one of the most effective means of determining life and death and enhancing one's strength. As the gazes of the audience burned with anticipation, Luli spoke again. However, this item is not a complete superior spiritual weapon, but rather a defective one. Due to damaged spiritual patterns, its spiritual essence has been compromised, and its current power barely reaches the medium level. She paused, her enchanting eyes lifting slightly. Of course, should one possess sufficient fortune to find rare treasures to restore the spiritual patterns and nourish its essence, this weapon may yet have the potential to regain its superior status. At her words, the expressions of the crowd shifted, a wave of realization washing over them. Some cultivators revealed flickers of disappointment in their eyes. Yet many remained eager to seize the opportunity. After all, even a flawed superior spiritual weapon, in terms of durability and the preciousness of its materials, is incomparable to an ordinary medium spiritual weapon. Soon, a maid clad in red emerged from backstage, delicately holding a damaged flying sword. The sword appeared dull and devoid of radiance, yet upon closer inspection, a subtle but chilling aura of lethal intent could be discerned. Luli gracefully raised her hand and introduced, "This sword is forged from 9 Xian meteorite iron, naturally endowed with the ability to repel both fire and cold, making it difficult for ordinary fire and ice spells to approach. Although its spiritual patterns are damaged and its power significantly diminished, it remains a rare weapon of its class." After a brief pause, she slowly declared, "The starting bid is 20,000 spiritual stones." Luli's gaze flickered as he focused on the damaged flying sword, a flicker of fervor igniting within him. Cultivators of the lower ranks in the chi condensation stage primarily wield spells and talismans centered around the attributes of fire and water. And this sword, crafted from 9 Xian meteorite iron, inherently possesses the ability to counter both fire and cold. If he were to wield it, would it not be akin to adding wings to a tiger? Yet, the thought of the steep price caused Lu Li's heart to sink slightly, and he began to deliberate silently. At this moment, he had merely over 30,000 spiritual stones remaining, along with approximately 1,000 pounds of superior spiritual rice. If the bidding for this sword exceeded 40,000 spiritual stones, that would be his absolute limit. Anything higher would be beyond consideration. In the pursuit of cultivation, it ultimately comes down to financial resources. Luli sighed inwardly. Such medium spiritual weapons are virtually unseen among the outer disciples of the illusory Immortal sect. 40,000 spirit stones, if one solely relies on the meager monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones provided to outer disciples, would require nearly 30 years to accumulate. However, in reality, outer disciples seeking to amass wealth seldom depend solely on this paltry monthly allowance. The disciples of the Spirit Field District rely on the 1/10 share of self-sown rice. Those in the Artifact Refining Pavilion depend on the fees for their refining services and occasionally salvaged material costs, while the Spirit Beast and Alchemy Pavilions operate on similar principles. Given the vast number of outer disciples in the illusory Immortal sect, there must exist various ingenious methods of resource acquisition to sustain their cultivation amidst such exorbitant demands. Reflecting on this, Luli was reminded of the desolate scenes at the fringes of the Spirit Field District. Indeed, at least half of the outer disciples are entirely bound by the meager resources trapped within the barren spirit fields. It is no small feat to merely retain the 100 spirit stones of their monthly stipend, let alone seek any additional income. Yet, the illusory Immortal sect is immense. With thousands of outer disciples, it is not inconceivable that some, like Lu Li, quietly prosper through certain means at the lower echelons of the sect. The disparities between cultivators are far greater than those among ordinary mortals. As Lu Li pondered these thoughts, his gaze returned to the flying sword on the auction platform, his hand slowly tightening around the bidding jade token. At this moment, the bidding had surged close to 30,000 spirit stones, and many cultivators began to exhibit signs of hesitation. Previous top-tier mid-grade spirit artifacts had only fetched around 20,000 spirit stones. This incomplete upper-grade spirit sword, while composed of rare materials, had suffered damage to its spiritual patterns, significantly diminishing its essence. If it could not be restored, it would be difficult to justify such a steep price. The 9 Xian Fallen Iron, if successfully repaired, could indeed become an unparalleled weapon, capable of dispelling fire and cold, which may prove useful in my future endeavors. However, having once been an upper-grade sword, its spiritual patterns now utterly destroyed. Restoring it in the short term would be no easy task. Without 1 or 2 exceedingly rare materials, returning it to its former glory is merely a fanciful notion. If I were to merely activate the broken sword, other mid-grade spirit artifacts could easily serve as substitutes. Luli fixated on the dimly radiant flying sword on the auction platform, internally weighing the decision of whether to bid. Just then, a hesitant voice echoed in his mind. Belonging to Chiyoyu, Luli. Bid on it. Luli's spirit stirred. Chiyoyu, of distinguished identity in life, had always held lofty standards and was accustomed to various spirit artifacts. She seldom voiced her desire for him to purchase anything. Could it be that this broken sword harbors some secret? He steadied himself and quietly inquired, "Why should I bid on it? Although the sword possesses decent material, it does not seem indispensable." A rare complexity tinged Chiyoyu's voice as she replied slowly, "This sword was my cherished weapon during the chi condensation stage. Name Cold Moon. Seeing it again inevitably evokes memories. If you can acquire this sword, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity." After her words, Chiyoyu fell silent once more. Refraining from further speech, Chiyoyu's treasured sword from her chi condensation period? Upon hearing this, Luli's gaze sharpened, and a flurry of memories swept through his mind. If he recalled correctly, following Chiyoyu's demise in the caverns of the Demon Mountain, Dong Xiang's grandfather, Lu Yuanzai, had come into possession of Chiyoyu's storage bag. Thus, it is highly likely that this flying sword is the very one Lu Yuanzai brought forth for auction. Does this imply that, at this very moment, Lu Yuanzai is concealed within this auction house? As Lu Li's thoughts stirred, a sudden heaviness weighed upon his heart, and his gaze inadvertently darkened. His body tensed almost imperceptibly, a chill creeping up his spine. That old Taoist. When he first encountered Lu Yuanzai, he was merely a mortal. Yet Lu Yuanzai did not disguise his condescending demeanor, coldly observing Lu Li's struggles, his agonies, and the sacrifice of his soul's blood. All in pursuit of Dong Xiang's celestial path. Lu Li regarded himself as an ant, bereft of any opportunity to resist, as Lu Yuanzai forcibly seized his soul's blood, binding him to Dong Xiang's fate under the guise of protection, while enacting true servitude. Although Lu Li's cultivation was still rudimentary, his myriad experiences had long since transformed him from a naive neophyte. He had gradually discerned the true depths of that old Taoist abilities. The swordsmanship was not particularly refined. The duration of flight was exceedingly brief, barely maintaining altitude. The protective windshield could only envelop him and Dong Xiang, enduring that brief flight. He had nearly been torn apart by the wind spirits, the icy gusts penetrating to the bone, akin to thousands of daggers stabbing at him. This situation indicated that while his cultivation was indeed high, he had yet to transcend the foundational stage, likely lingering at the extreme edge of the chi condensation realm. Lu Li surmised that the old Taoist was at the 9th or 10th level of chi condensation, yet he was far from an adversary Lu Li could confront directly. With this thought, a warning signal ignited within Lu Li's heart. He promptly adjusted the black mask on his face, pulling it higher to obscure much of his features, while discreetly circulating his spiritual energy to hasten the flow of the chi concealment technique, once again restraining his presence. Nevertheless, anxiety lingered within him. If that old wretch was indeed nearby, and he participated in the bidding for this sword, it was possible he might detect something amiss. A bead of cold sweat formed on Lu Li's brow as the image of the Tai Yuan chi concealment technique he had acquired earlier flashed through his mind. Though its rank remained unknown, it was undoubtedly superior to his current rudimentary chi concealment technique. Recalling what Chiyoyu had mentioned about opportunities, Lu Li took a deep breath and slowly raised the jade token in his hand, his tone calm, yet resolute. 31,000 spirit stones. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly drew the attention of those present, many cultivators expressing astonishment, clearly taken aback by the willingness of this young figure in a black robe to offer such a substantial sum. Meanwhile, in a corner on the first floor, a gaze, faint yet perceptive, seemed to sweep over Lu Li's location, imbued with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 49. Successful bid. Suddenly, from a certain direction on the second floor, a cold snort resonated. 32,000 spirit stones. The voice, while not loud, carried an undeniable air of authority, compelling many cultivators to turn their gaze. Lu Li's eyes grew frosty, a hint of chill passing through them. He could no longer afford to raise the bid incrementally. The art of auctioning relies on rhythm. Such small increments are most likely to attract the attention of others. If it becomes apparent that one is determined to secure the item, it could disrupt the dynamics of the bidding, introducing unnecessary variables. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved within himself, 36,000 spirit stones. As the words left his lips, the entire auction hall fell into a sudden silence, as if the wind had ceased and the clouds had gathered. Many cultivators, who had previously harbored thoughts of bidding, halted their movements and turned their heads towards the shadowy figure in the corner below. That figure stood still beneath the flickering lights, exuding an aura as heavy as ash, seemingly a mere speck in the dust, devoid of presence. Yet, the number he proclaimed was sharper and more direct than any spell. 36. An increase of a full 4,000. This was a decisive move, a declaration. This sword shall be mine. Who is this scion of a noble family? A cultivator murmured. Could he be a true disciple from a major sect out on an expedition? Others speculated thoughtfully. Under the black robe, Luli remained silent. Yet, in his heart, he had already calculated everything meticulously. 30,000 spirit stones, plus 100 or more genes of spirit rice. This constituted nearly all of his assets. While spirit rice was common outside the illusory Immortal sect, as long as it was of superior quality, it remained a hard currency in the outside world. There were even varieties of exceptional quality, rare and sought after. This bid was nearly a complete expenditure of his resources. Nevertheless, Luli's demeanor remained unchanged, though a glimmer of calmness flickered in his eyes. No one dared to raise the bid again. Silence stretched on for several breaths. The auctioneer, Luli, surveyed the room and nodded gently. 36,000 spirit stones, once, twice, thrice. The wooden hammer fell lightly, its clear sound announcing that this sword had fallen into the hands of the figure in black. The crowd below exchanged glances, yet none dared to make another move. Some were envious, others wary, but all understood that further contention would only invite trouble. In the corner, Luli exhaled softly, his expression unchanged, and turned to proceed towards the backstage passage behind the auction stage. Luli regarded his retreating figure, her brows slightly raised. The individual walked with a steady gait, his shoulders slightly hunched, clearly still bearing the semblance of youth, yet his actions were resolute. Curiosity stirred within her. Which sect does this core disciple belong to? She gently gestured for the red-clad attendant beside her to collect the broken sword, whispering a few instructions. At the backstage settlement area, Luli handed over a storage bag containing 30,000 spirit stones, his demeanor calm. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he deliberately infused it with a hint of raspiness. I still owe 6,000 spirit stones. I have superior spirit rice. Might it be accepted as a trade? Given the quality of this spirit rice, how many genes could be exchanged? The red-clad attendant paused momentarily before accepting the package he offered. Upon opening it and taking a slight whiff, her eyes immediately widened in surprise. She withdrew a small quantity, letting it rest in her palm, revealing grains of spirit rice that shimmered with a lustrous sheen. Each grain plump and infused with a flowing aura, emanating a subtle warmth that suggested it was of exceptional quality. Hesitant to act on her own accord, she swiftly made her way to the front desk, presenting the spirit rice for Liuli's inspection. Liuli cast a casual glance, initially unfazed, but when her consciousness swept over it, a flicker of intrigue appeared in her eyes. This was a type of rice of notably high spiritual grade, unlike anything commonly found in the world. She raised her gaze towards the distant shadow cloaked in a robe, her eyes narrowing slightly as she murmured, such spirit rice must surely originate from the esteemed fields of a renowned sect. Pausing momentarily, a particular location flashed across her mind, Huanshan sect. The closest top-tier sect to Qingwu gathering, merely over 1,000 miles away. Spirit rice, a type of spiritual flora, could not be cultivated by ordinary scattered cultivators or minor sects. It required a uniquely blessed spiritual field and specially nurtured seeds. The seeds and fields were primarily under the control of a few major sects, with no other possibility in sight except for a colossal entity like Huanshan sect. However, Liuli kept her thoughts to herself and quietly instructed the woman in red beside her. His spirit rice is of exceptional quality. We shall value it at 400 pounds in exchange for 6,000 spirit stones. Understood, the woman in red acknowledged. Proceeding to complete the exchange and hand over the calculated amount of spirit rice along with a receipt to Luli. The transaction was concluded. Luli discreetly stowed away the Hanyu flying sword, turning to leave, his figure melding into the throng of people. Behind him, Liuli gazed in that direction for a long while, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Huanshan sect. At this age, Could he be the one capable of presenting such a substantial amount of spirit rice and spirit stones, perhaps the Tiangu stone ruins? After the transaction, Luli lingered little, quietly departing from the auction's backstage. The passage led directly to the back door, meticulously arranged to prevent the treasures garnered from attracting covetous eyes, allowing successful bidders to slip away discreetly. The organizers were acutely aware that in such a chaotic environment, fewer deadly confrontations over treasures were preferable. Stepping through the back door, he was met by a slightly damp breeze of the night, the streets bustling with pedestrians, illuminated by the vibrant hues of neon spirit light reflected in the alleys. He kept his head bowed, cloaked in black robes, swiftly blending into the crowd. Yet, with his consciousness subtly expanded, he sensed several faint presences that lingered outside the auction house, elusive and persistent, neither approaching nor departing. The aura was faint, their cultivation level indiscernible. Yet they maintained a stance that was both watchful and evasive. A chill ran through Lu Li's heart. Indeed, he had drawn attention. Although combat and killing were forbidden within Qingwu Gathering, no such restrictions applied outside the city. He understood all too well that some individuals would rather take a gamble than watch valuable treasures fall into the hands of others. A straightforward escape was impractical. Maintaining a calm facade, Lu Li suppressed the turmoil within, swiftly navigating through several alleys before entering an unremarkable inn, Changming Inn. This establishment catered to cultivators, charging 300 spirit stones for a night's stay. Though the price was steep, the inn was inscribed with array formations, subtly pulsating with spiritual energy, capable of shielding against external prying eyes. For Lu Li, this cost was negligible. Spirit stones could be earned again, but once life was lost, everything would be forfeit. He produced spirit stones as payment and received a wooden plaque inscribed with the characters for quiet number 15. Following the attendant through the front courtyard, he proceeded directly into a tranquil rear chamber. It was only when the door closed behind him that he exhaled a sigh of relief. The room was furnished in a clean and simple manner, featuring a wooden couch and a low table, beside which was a spirit well, from which a gentle glow of spiritual energy emanated, swirling ethereally. Upon a brief survey, Lu Li noted the presence of a rudimentary spirit gathering formation. His gaze sharpened as he approached, carefully examining the setup. The formation was not overly complex, barely maintaining a slow circulation of spiritual energy. The runes appeared somewhat crude, causing a sluggish transfer of energy, and it required the spirit well as a medium, compared to the spirit gathering formation gifted by Qiu Yue. This one was vastly inferior in both concealment and efficacy. Disregarding it further, Lu Li removed his black robe and retrieved the cold moon flying sword from his storage pouch, laying it across the table. Rather than immediately inspecting the sword's details, he quietly settled into a meditative posture, extending his consciousness to quietly scan the street outside the inn through the thick walls. The few lingering presences remained, albeit slightly farther away, as if still probing yet hesitating to depart. A weight settled in Lu Li's heart. This matter would likely not resolve easily. It seemed he would have to wait until they lost interest before plotting his escape. He gently closed his eyes, placing the cold moon by his side, and began the process of refinement. Chapter 50. The Art of Nurturing Veins. In the underworld, Lu Li rested the icy blade of the Han Yu sword across his lap, his fingertips delicately tracing the fractured spiritual pattern along its surface. The sword felt cold and heavy, yet it emanated a faint echo of a bygone killing intent. Just as he was about to begin the process of refining it, the gentle and ethereal voice of Qiu Yu graced his ears. Lu Li. The Han Yu was crafted by my own hands during my formative years. It aided me in vanquishing my enemies during the Qi condensation stage and settling old scores. Though it is merely a high-grade spiritual weapon, its lethality rivals even the finest of weapons. It suffered damage in a battle, yet I could never bring myself to discard it. Lu Li paused, his brows furrowing slightly as he inquired softly, "Is there any possibility of restoring this sword?" With a light sigh, Qiu Yu slowly enumerated 3 materials. First, Ming Bing Sui, a bone marrow essence from the depths of the cold realm that has remained unfrozen for a millennium. Second, Qi Trao Ling Yin, a rare silver that can channel spiritual energy to reconstruct spiritual patterns, exceedingly difficult to procure. And lastly, Yin Yang Forging Heartstone, which can reshape the weapon and awaken its spirit. Her tone was calm. Yet Lu Li discerned that even one of these items would command a price of tens of thousands of spiritual stones in the market. His expression grew solemn as he contemplated, ultimately shaking his head slowly. "While these items are indeed remarkable, I cannot afford them at present." He silently committed the 3 materials to memory, aware that should fate allow, he might one day seek them out. Suddenly, Qiu Yu's voice danced with a light laughter. Luli, we are truly destined to cross paths. With the Hanyu now in your possession, it seems you are fated to tread the same path I once walked during my qi condensation phase. There was a hint of nostalgia in her tone, tinged with something else. However, Luli's gaze grew cold as he replied calmly, I am not your companion on this journey. I do not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. The room fell into a profound silence, as if even the cracks on the Hanyu sword had momentarily receded. After a brief pause, Qiu Yu finally spoke again, to refrain from indiscriminate killing sometimes. Those who wait to be slain are themselves. Lu Li remained silent, his eyes tranquil, seemingly awaiting her to fulfill her promise. Qiu Yu understood his thoughts well and offered a gentle smile. Since you have aided me in reclaiming this sword, as I promised, I shall grant you an opportunity. You have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi condensation. It is time for you to cultivate the latter half of the Taiyin qi condensation technique. Lu Li raised an eyebrow, though he did not exhibit much surprise. He knew that Qiu Yu was inscrutable, not one to bestow generous gifts lightly. As he suspected, Qiu Yu continued, in addition to the latter half of the Taiyin qi condensation technique, I can also impart to you a secret art. Her voice grew low and mysterious, like mist or smoke, as she slowly revealed 6 words, the great art of nurturing veins in the underworld. Lu Li was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening. He had never encountered such a technique. The very name sent a chill down his spine. What sort of secret art is this? It operates in a manner akin to the peculiar bones within you, Qiu Yu began, her tone now imbued with an almost reverent quality. The peculiar bones you are aware of can seize the spiritual bones and essence of others, nourishing oneself and enhancing one's innate talents. Conversely, the great art of nurturing veins in the underworld is designed to seize one's foundation of Tao. Lu Li's pupils constricted slightly. Qiu Yu continued, though myriad demonic arts exist in this world, many of them are brutish, voraciously devouring one's vitality and cultivation, leading to unstable foundations and severe backlash. Once one breaks through a bottleneck, it is all too easy to succumb to madness. However, the Huangquan pulse nourishing technique is different. This method usurps one's Tao foundation and spiritual essence, yet it bears scarcely any side effects. During its operation, it can even nourish one's own meridians, stabilizing the foundation, making it particularly effective for breakthroughs. For instance, when you achieve the consummation of qi condensation, you would merely need to consume 3 foundation establishment cultivators to effortlessly step into that realm. Her tone was calm, as if stating an obvious truth. After a pause, she added, this technique can even be extended to the golden core stage and beyond, to the nascent soul. Lu Li furrowed his brow, his voice somber. Such a wondrous art. If it truly exists, why did you fall before reaching the 3rd realm? Qiu Yu smiled softly, though her smile was devoid of warmth. That was merely the end of my fate, she replied. After a slight pause, she continued, do you remember the Earth Sovereign I raised on Demon Head Mountain? It was a creature I personally nurtured. It could break through to the golden core stage more easily than a cultivator. From its infancy, I infused it with demonic energy through secret methods, nurturing it to the pinnacle of the earth rank, all to await the day it solidifies its demon core, at which point I would consume it as one of my golden cores. I have prepared the other 2 cores long ago. Her voice remained steady, each word unshaken, yet it carried an undercurrent of dark foreboding, like a tide surging beneath the surface. Alas, she sighed softly, her voice nearly inaudible. The night before I was to act, during my routine cultivation to solidify my foundation, I was injured by the backlash of the Taiyin qi condensation technique, causing my vital energy to become chaotic. In that moment, the restrictions I placed upon it also began to weaken. It had already developed a rebellious nature. When my mind was in disarray, it struck back, sealing my soul and binding me with a soul-enslaving nail for 10 years. Since then, I have been reduced to this, my spirit imprisoned within my flesh, barely clinging to life. Lu Li remained silent for a time before softly asking, such a technique truly comes without cost? Qiu Yu chuckled lightly, a hint of enigmatic ethereality in her voice. That strange bone within you has shown no signs of causing you trouble, has it? Lu Li's gaze shifted slightly, his expression growing more serious. Such an extraordinary art must not originate from the feathered Immortal sect. Where did you acquire it? Oh, Qiu Yu sighed. This method, along with that strange bone, comes from the same source, a place that ought not to be remembered by the world. Her voice deepened, shrouded in endless mystery. You are learning too much too soon. I will tell you this. Only I possess the knowledge of this technique. If you wish to learn, I can impart the complete incantation to you. As for whether to use it, she paused, her tone suddenly lightening. That can wait until you achieve chi condensation. Luli fixed his gaze upon the frost moon flying sword, neither answering nor refusing. Yet he understood that the opportunities Chiyoyu spoke of had finally begun to unveil a glimpse. Whether they would be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Immediately thereafter, as the esoteric teachings were passed down, a bizarre image suddenly emerged in the depths of his mind, an expanse of darkness, boundless and infinite. As if it had seeped from the very edge of time, devouring all light. Within that profound shadow, the faint outline of a fractured land materialized. The heavens and earth vast and desolate, silent as a grave. Suddenly, a colossal figure gradually emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct yet palpably oppressive. A presence that seemed to overshadow the very fabric of existence. It stood at the heart of the continent and amidst the haze. That land bore an uncanny resemblance to the vast, desolate expanse. Surrounding it, countless radiant figures descended from the heavens like shooting stars, celestial beings wielding swords and invoking spells. Akin to a final apocalyptic assault. Yet, the shadowy figure merely raised its hand, one palm after another, consuming the celestial beings along with the ethereal light of heaven and earth, as if sweeping away the remnants of a silent catastrophe. This scene was fleeting, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Luli's heart. In the next moment, an ancient, weathered scripture emerged from the darkness, unfolding slowly like inscriptions of gold, enigmatic and obscure, yet seemingly containing an unspeakable truth. The light in Luli's eyes dimmed slightly, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. The instant the strange image appeared, it felt as if it had torn open a previously stable fissure within his heart. Was this a lingering memory from the depths of the enigmatic bone? Or a fragment of the so-called creation spoken of by Chiyoyu? He fell silent for a moment, realizing that the so-called inheritance was not entirely a blessing. It might also be a path leading to the abyss. The remnants of darkness and the colossal shadow still reverberated in his mind, causing an unsettling agitation. The vision lasted only a brief moment, yet it was etched deeply like a brand. Luli had not yet fully recovered from that unsettling sensation when Chiyoyu's voice softly inquired, "What did you see?" Luli hesitated slightly, furrowing his brow. "A giant." "What kind of giant?" Chiyoyu's tone bore a rare gravity, clearly indicating that she had never witnessed such an image. The light in Luli's eyes flickered, and he did not respond immediately. Suddenly, he realized that this vision was not something Chiyoyu had perceived. It was highly likely that, as the true master of the enigmatic bone, he had triggered a resonance with this technique. This anomaly originated from the enigmatic bone, not from Chiyoyu. If that were the case, then Chiyoyu might not be aware of the secrets behind it. Contemplating this, Luli had already formulated a plan in his heart. Yet his expression remained inscrutable as he replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a fleeting illusion." Chiyoyu fell silent for a moment, seemingly sensing something, yet she refrained from further questioning. Luli had engraved the profound art of the yellow spring in his heart, although he could not entirely believe that this technique bore no side effects. There was no doubt, it also represented an opportunity to defy destiny. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Luli's gaze returned to the now silent flying sword on the table. The pressing matter was to completely refine the cold moon, then quietly depart the city and return to the illusory Immortal sect. Though combat was forbidden within the city, no one outside would guarantee his safety. A night passed, and Luli sat before the couch, his gaze clear and sharp. The cold moonlit sword lay quietly across his knees, its blade slightly chilled, glimmering faintly as if frost under the moonlight, silently instilling a sense of dread within. This night, he had not closed his eyes, exhausting both his spiritual energy and mental focus, finally succeeding in thoroughly refining the sword. Although the sword was damaged and its spirit impaired, its foundation remained intact, far surpassing the ordinary mid-grade spiritual weapons. Particularly, its innate abilities to repel fire and cold elevated Luli's lethal prowess to a subtle new level. Yet, despite acquiring the sword, his troubles had not dissipated. He slowly sheathed the moonlit sword, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he detected several indistinct auras still lingering around the inn, elusive yet never truly departing. They were like maggots gnawing at his bones. Luli furrowed his brow, a hint of annoyance flickering in his eyes. These individuals were evidently fixated on his wealth following the acquisition of the broken artifact. Although the Qingwu gathering forbade combat within its confines, the moment he stepped outside the city, he would likely attract an ambush. However, he could not linger for too long. Only a little over 10 days remained until the sect's minor competition. Should he miss the deadline? He would not only forfeit the opportunity for advancement into the inner sect, but also risk penalties for delaying the new season's planting of spiritual rice, which would adversely affect future resource allocations. After much deliberation, Luli slowly retrieved the jade slip containing the Tai Yuan breath-concealing technique, probing his consciousness into it to study attentively. If this technique truly allowed for the complete concealment of one's aura, it could provide the means for his escape. Just as he delved deeper into his understanding, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, followed by the tentative voice of the innkeeper's attendant. "Esteemed guest, a distinguished person requests an audience." Luli's expression immediately turned icy as he responded in a low voice, "I shall not meet." Yet, the attendant seemed to have anticipated this and hesitantly added, "The visitor is the esteemed Lioli from the Qingwu gathering." Luli's brow furrowed sharply. Yoli? He recognized her instantly as the woman who had presided over the auction the previous night, the daughter of the city lord of Qingwu gathering. Backed by formidable forces consisting of powerful cultivators at the core formation stage. Why had she come? Surely not for a mere broken sword. Given her status, it was unlikely she would personally visit for such a trivial matter. A sense of heaviness settled in Lu Li's heart. Residing here, if Liu Li truly sought to investigate, she could likely ascertain his whereabouts with ease. Yet, what was her purpose in visiting at this moment? He found himself unable to fathom the thoughts of the esteemed Liu Li. Chapter 51. Liu Li unable to comprehend, I chose to dismiss it. The entirety of Qingwu gathering belonged to the Liu Li family, and should I choose to evade her, she would certainly find a way to seek me out. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Li donned a black robe and stepped forward to open the door. Outside, the attendant stood discreetly to the side. Behind him stood a young maiden of striking beauty and serene demeanor, the enchanting Liu Li, who had dazzled at the auction the previous night. Unlike the resplendent, sheer white gown she wore the night before, today she was clad in a simple long robe. Her hair unadorned with jewels, yet her poise remained effortlessly graceful. With a charming smile, Liu Li entered the room without uttering a word, her garments fluttering lightly as she took a seat on one of the chairs. Observing this, the attendant promptly withdrew, kindly shutting the door behind them. As the door closed, a momentary silence enveloped the room. Neither Liu Li nor Liu Li spoke. She simply gazed at him, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through flesh and bone. Suddenly, with a clap of her hands, Liu Li chuckled softly, saying, I had thought it would be Shi Huang from the illusory Immortal sect, hoping to pay a visit today. Yet, to my surprise, here you are, a young lad who managed to procure a fine remnant sword. Your cultivation already at the 5th layer of qi condensation, truly astonishing. Liu Li maintained a calm demeanor, pondering for a moment. Recognizing her formidable cultivation, he understood that she had likely already established her foundation. Acknowledging the impossibility of concealing anything from her, he finally removed the hood of his black robe, revealing his youthful and delicate features. He regarded Liu Li quietly and stated, I fear I may disappoint you, Miss Liu Li. His tone was composed, neither overly humble nor arrogant. My talents are quite ordinary. I merely happened to grasp the essence of qi a bit earlier than others, allowing me to progress somewhat more swiftly. After he spoke, Liu Li did not hastily lower his gaze but continued to observe Liu Li, a flicker of vigilance lingering in his eyes. Liu Li smirked lightly, seemingly unfazed by his dismissive words. Her interest only piqued further. Do not let your youth deceive you. Your words are quite modest and remarkably astute. Indeed, you possess considerable potential. She paused briefly. Then her tone shifted. However, are you aware of how many eyes are currently watching you? Liu Li's heart stirred, instantly grasping her implication. Though he was still young, and despite wearing a black robe to conceal his appearance, his youthful figure was hard to disguise. Young and affluent, he was akin to a plump sheep adorned in gold and jade, vulnerable to being slaughtered by those around him. His expression remained unchanged as he casually inquired, Miss Liu Li, are you attempting to convey a warning? Surely, you do not have designs on me as well? At this, Liu Li let out a soft, melodic laugh, shaking her head. Young one, do not misunderstand. The Qingwu gathering is situated at the periphery of the illusory Immortal sect, and over the years, we have naturally benefited from your esteemed sect's influence. While it may appear that there is no connection, in truth, private communications have always been close. I initially believed it was the gifted Shi Huang who attracted the attention of these onlookers, intending to see him off and cultivate a good relationship. Now that I see you, this young lad, I find it not a loss. She raised an eyebrow with a playful smile, her words laced with intrigue. So, what do you say? Would you like me to escort you for a while? Liu Li's gaze narrowed slightly, his mind weighing the implications. He was uncertain whether Liu Li's actions stemmed from genuine goodwill or hidden motives. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness. But I shall take my leave on my own. There is no need to trouble the fairy." A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Li's eyes, yet she did not insist. Merely smiling and saying, "You truly are stubborn. To put it plainly, I recognize your potential and thought to cultivate a rapport. It is but a small gesture to escort you back. Though you managed to acquire the Cold Moon's remnant sword, it appears you exchanged it for spirit rice. I noticed the quality of that spirit rice is exceptional, far superior to ordinary spirit seeds. It seems you might be running low on supplies." Her smile faded, her demeanor tranquil. "Rest assured, if Qingwu Guild truly intended to kill and seize treasures, we would not make a spectacle of it. A mere broken sword is hardly worth such commotion." Liu Li's tone was calm, her words sincere, making them difficult to refute. Liu Li pondered for a moment. To decline further would seem pretentious and ungrateful. He clasped his hands in a respectful salute. His voice steady, Liu Li expresses his gratitude to Fairy Liu Li and Qingwu Guild for their assistance. Should my cultivation advance in the future, I will surely repay this kindness. In this instance, he voluntarily revealed his name, devoid of any intent to conceal. Upon hearing this, Liu Li playfully ruffled his hair and smiled. "That is more like it. A disciple of the illusory Immortal sect is indeed remarkable." Liu Li stiffened slightly, his brow furrowing. He suppressed the momentary discomfort. Though awkwardness lingered, he had never appreciated having his head touched by others, especially in such a casual manner. However, Liu Li seemed unfazed by his reaction, casually remarking, "In the future, if you have any precious materials that require auctioning, feel free to come to Qingwu Guild to find me." Liu Li nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no reply. "When do you plan to depart?" Liu Li inquired, her tone light. "Now," Liu Li responded succinctly. "Very well." Liu Li turned and said, "Then follow me." Liu Li hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to follow. Given the circumstances, there was no need to linger at the end pondering the technique of breath restraint. Returning to the sect early would allow ample preparation for the upcoming competition. The two exited the Changming Inn, one following the other. At the street corner, a few hidden presences immediately stirred. However, upon seeing Liu Li walking alongside Liu Li, their auras momentarily receded and their steps slowed. Among them, one presence seemed caught off guard. In the next instant, Liu Li abruptly halted, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The once cheerful expression transformed, revealing a chilling demeanor. A streak of sword light shot forth, razor sharp. In the shadows of the alley, a burly man, unable to comprehend what had transpired, found his head severed, blood spraying like rain. Silence enveloped the street, which fell into an eerie stillness. Several city guards appeared without a sound, expressionless as they removed the headless corpse. The entire process was swift and efficient, as if it were merely a routine cleaning. No inquiries, no astonishment, and not a hint of hesitation. Was the city's prohibition against killing merely a jest to them? Liu Li stood silently to the side, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground, his heart tightening. This was Qingwu Guild. It is not chaos, but a grim order maintained in the hands of a select few. And that individual is the seemingly nonchalant girl before us. Liu Li sheathed her sword, her expression indifferent, and slowly spoke, her voice soft yet distinctly reaching the ears of every lurking presence. "It is you wretched insects who have tarnished the reputation of my Qingwu gathering." She gently waved the bloodied cloth in her hand, methodically cleaning the blade. Her tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "I wonder how many cultivators have met their untimely demise after leaving the city, their fate shrouded in mystery. If this continues, who would dare to trade at my Qingwu gathering? If low-tier cultivators possessing precious treasures regard this place as a den of tigers, the very foundation of Qingwu gathering will inevitably be eroded by your kind." Having spoken, she did not pause, continuing her stride. At that moment, her tone suddenly darkened, as if heavy snow had descended. "From this day forth, not only is killing forbidden within the city, but for 10 miles outside as well." She paused, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet her voice was chillingly cold. "Should anyone dare to harbor murderous intent again, do not blame my Qingwu gathering for being merciless." Her voice sliced through the air like a blade, piercing the shadows in all directions. Liu Li's gaze sharpened. He could distinctly sense the lurking presences retreating swiftly, akin to mice fleeing from a hawk. He lowered his head, his expression somber. The girl, seemingly gentle and radiant, was ruthless and decisive in action, unflinching in her resolve, her demeanor shifting as swiftly as a change in the weather. Chapter 52. Return to the sect. Liu Li departed from Qingwu gathering with Liu Li, and along their journey, The previously faint presences of observers retracted, even retreating from a distance. No one dared to approach any closer. After all, she had just severed a head within the city. The blood still warm. Liuli maintained her usual demeanor, her step steady, as if merely escorting an old friend home, finding no fault in traversing an additional 10 miles. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, she suddenly halted, casting a faint smile back at Liuli. Liuli, this is as far as I can take you. Should the opportunity arise, I welcome you to visit Qingwu Gathering again. Liuli inclined slightly, responding with sincerity. Thank you, Miss Liuli, for your kind escort. Liuli waved her hand lightly, her tone casual yet laced with a hint of frost. No need for thanks. Qingwu Gathering has been too silent in recent years, allowing these pests to grow bolder. If I do not assert my authority soon, I fear even the foundation of the marketplace may tremble. Liuli's expression shifted subtly, a silent alarm ringing in his mind, yet he remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Enough of your cautious demeanor, Liuli suddenly murmured. If I truly intended to harm you, I would have acted long ago. It seems I was overly concerned, Liuli replied softly, yet he did not lower his guard. Without further words, he produced a flying vessel, unleashing a wisp of spirit light that propelled the craft skyward, until the fleeting light of his escape dwindled into the distance. She remained rooted in place. The wind stirred her hair, and she muttered to herself, I did not encounter Shi Wang, but this young man possesses considerable potential. Her fingertips gently traced a small object concealed within her sleeve, her gaze growing increasingly profound. This individual is indeed intriguing. Perhaps he could truly venture into that realm for me. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as though weighing some possibilities. The wind rustled through the grass and trees, her voice carried away by the breeze, lost among the mountains and fields. Meanwhile, Liuli did not flee in a straight line but deliberately took a convoluted route. Landing multiple times to walk, employing a concealment technique to mask his presence, shifting his position repeatedly, cautious to the point of obsession. I must not allow anyone to trace my path with Liuli, he murmured to himself, his awareness keen, like a predator on the hunt. Only when he confirmed that no lingering presence pursued him did he truly exhale in relief. The sky was already lightening, the first glimmers of dawn breaking on the horizon. The morning breeze swept past as Liuli remained silent, his robes fluttering like feathers, the flying vessel transforming into a streak of light, racing towards home. Though the return journey was clear, it was far from easy. This experience at Qingwu Gathering struck him like a blow to the head, shattering any remaining naivety he held regarding the world of cultivation. The path of immortality is fraught with peril at every turn. Without sufficient strength and backing, merely brandishing tens of thousands of spirit stones would be akin to plunging into the deep sea as a fish, or entering a wolf's den with blood, inevitably attracting covetous gazes and desires. Had it not been for Miss Liuli's intervention, whether he could have safely extricated himself from Qingwu Gathering remains a dubious matter. A sense of heaviness settled in Liuli's heart. With the minor competition approaching, should any misstep occur, he would have to wait another 3 years. He could not afford such a blunder. As for that exquisite fairy, Liuli recalled the girl's expression, her tone, and her decisive actions, which filled his heart with a heightened sense of vigilance. Her assistance had indeed saved him. Yet throughout their encounter, her smile concealed an inscrutable meaning. This was not merely an act of kindness. She seemed to have ulterior motives, yet what those motives were remained elusive to him. He remained silent for a considerable time, lost in thought, until the distant mountains materialized, the imposing gates of the illusory Immortal sect gradually becoming discernible through the mist. In that moment, Liuli finally exhaled a breath of relief. Ultimately, he had returned. The courtyard of returning clouds lay quietly, its doors slightly ajar, and the fallen leaves whispered softly. Liuli stepped into the courtyard, his feet stirring up no dust. Yet he moved with utmost lightness. He casually stowed away his flying vessel, casting a sweeping glance around to ensure there were no anomalies before slowly releasing a sigh. This journey, merely 3 days, yet it had proven far more perilous than anticipated. Pushing open the door, he approached the water tank and splashed some cool water on his face. The icy liquid cascaded down his cheeks, alleviating some of the fatigue that had settled in his mind. What exactly were Liuli's intentions? They remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, had she exhibited even a hint of murderous intent today, it is likely he would have found himself buried far from home. He remained silent for a few moments, unchanging in his attire, before seating himself at the table, methodically laying out the spoils from this excursion to Qingwu Gathering. 2 worn jade slips, a damaged flying sword, all arranged neatly upon the desk. There was also the newfound knowledge of the Yellow Springs vital nurturing technique in the latter section of the tying condensation technique swirling in his mind. The Yellow Springs vital nurturing technique, he murmured, a chill flickering in his gaze as he recalled the image of that colossal celestial giant akin to a continent, clashing against countless immortals. Whether this technique truly constituted an opportunity remained questionable. Luli harbored a vague sense that should he genuinely pursue this method, it might entangle him in some terrifying karmic retribution. In the short term, this technique should not be trifled with. As for the latter section of the tying condensation technique, the cold moon flying sword, he examined each item in turn, finally allowing his gaze to settle upon the jade slip inscribed with the words Great Restoration Technique, the enhancement of one's consciousness. Perhaps this was a means that could be readily cultivated in a short span of time. He straightened his posture, exhaling deeply, and softly declared, "Then, let us begin with you." As his voice faded, he flicked his fingertip, causing the jade slip to levitate, quivering slightly and emanating a ripple of spiritual light. Luli gradually closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into its depths, and the small room fell into utter silence, with only the faint sound of wind lingering, while outside the leaves fell soundlessly. It was not until the sun had risen high that Luli opened his eyes, the jade slip disintegrating into fine ash at his fingertips, quietly scattering across the table. A flicker of emotion crossed his face, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a trace of uncontainable joy. This technique, as the autumn moon had indicated, was indeed a method for refining one's consciousness. Even with his steady composure, he could not suppress his excitement. While the arts of cultivating spiritual energy and honing the physical body were numerous as the stars, techniques specifically designed to train the consciousness were exceedingly rare. The path of consciousness pertained to perception and control, serving as the foremost advantage in battle. The ability to sense danger in advance, as well as to manipulate treasures, spells, and flying swords with superior skill, was a significant edge over ordinary practitioners. Such arts had long been nearly extinguished. Regrettably, this jade tablet only records the contents of the first 3 layers, evidently a fragment, leaving the subsequent portions uncertain as to whether they still exist or have long been lost to the sands of time. Yet, even as a remnant, it is more than sufficient to be regarded as a treasure of profound knowledge. At that moment, Qiuyu's voice resonated softly in his mind. Luli, is this technique truly a method for refining one's consciousness? Indeed, Luli replied quietly, a lingering joy evident in his expression. After a brief contemplation, Qiuyu continued, "Then I have not erred in my memory. I once encountered a passage in an ancient text that spoke of a legendary figure revered as the great true cultivator. According to legend, his consciousness far surpassed that of his contemporaries. While ordinary cultivators struggle to wield a few flying swords, he could command 100 blades simultaneously, as if he were a deity or a demon." Luli's gaze shifted subtly, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. It is said that he left behind an exceedingly mysterious legacy known as the Supreme Origin Technique. However, that illustrious great true cultivator has long since faded into the annals of history, and this technique has similarly fallen into obscurity, leaving little trace in the world. Most have long concluded that he did not leave a legacy. Qiuyu's voice faltered momentarily, imbued with a touch of poignant reflection. Who would have thought that such a lost art would be discovered by you, young one? Chapter 53. The Rising of the Little Scholar. To my astonishment, this long-lost technique has been discovered by you, young lad. Qiuyu's tone was imbued with a hint of nostalgia, leaving one to ponder whether it was a sentiment of regret or merely the capriciousness of fate. Luli felt a sense of elation. Had it not been for Qiuyu's extensive knowledge, he might have missed the opportunity to acquire this great restoration technique. He was acutely aware of how rare such an enhancement of spiritual awareness was within the realm of cultivation. Obtaining it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, allowing his spirit to plunge into the sea of consciousness, resuming his practice of this technique. This method of cultivation specifically refines the spirit, diverging from the conventional techniques that merely guide the qi back to its origin. It delves directly into the essence of spiritual awareness. Each recitation of the scripture felt akin to an invisible blade carving through his mind, as if his spirit were on the verge of being violently torn apart. Most ordinary cultivators would likely succumb within the span of a single incense stick. But Luli remained expressionless, gritting his teeth and persevering. He had long grown accustomed to suffering, be it physical, mental, or even the whims of destiny. Pain, after all, was an intrinsic part of cultivation. The tying condensation technique continued unabated, its chilling energy circulating throughout his body, resonating in harmony with the exercise of his spirit. Time gradually slipped away amidst the anguish. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Luli gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance emanating from them, as if a glimmer of sharpness had been restrained within. Though his spiritual awareness had not undergone a qualitative transformation during these 7 days, it had undeniably become denser. In the throes of battle, an increase in perception equated to an increase in survival. Moreover, the Taiyin condensation technique had quietly reached the threshold of its 5th level. He rose slowly, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and made a slight adjustment. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Chen Yi. The time to visit the Artifact Refinement Pavilion and retrieve the custom-made spiritual armor awaited him. Luli donned the yellow robe of an outer sect disciple, fastening his collar before stepping out and making his way toward the mountainside. The Artifact Refinement Pavilion was situated on the eastern side of the Guiyun Outer Peak. As he walked, the air was thick with the scent of smoke, tinged with a subtle hint of scorching heat. Upon reaching the pavilion, he inquired of several outer sect disciples tending the furnace before locating Chen Yi. The latter was seated beside a side furnace, his figure slightly hunched, eyes rimmed in red, and his hair disheveled, appearing as though he had not rested in quite some time. The meticulous demeanor he once possessed had vanished, replaced by an expression of exhaustion. Upon seeing Luli, Chen Yi managed a faint smile, uttering little more than a gesture toward the furnace behind him. Beside the furnace lay a piece of dark azure inner armor, its spiritual patterns faintly visible. Though the armor was lightweight, it shimmered with a subtle glow, and upon probing with his spiritual awareness, Luli could sense the intricate protective power it possessed. A lower-grade spiritual artifact, it had been crafted for close wear. And Chen Yi had hardly slept over the course of 10 days. His voice was slightly hoarse, acknowledging that few among the outer disciples could independently forge such armor. He lowered his head, wiping the dust from his face with a hasty motion, his tone remaining nonchalant. Not solely because of you. I was simply itching to work. Luli paused momentarily, then reached out to grasp the spiritual armor. It felt ice-cold to the touch. The surface patterns rippling like gentle waves, with circles of spiritual light dancing across it. This was no ordinary rough-crafted spiritual artifact. It had undergone 3 thorough temperings, reaching the near maximum limits of lower-grade craftsmanship. A flicker of joy glimmered in Luli's eyes as he quietly expressed, "Thank you, Senior Brother Chen. With such skill, you shall undoubtedly become a master of artifact refinement in the future." Though he spoke in praise, his words bore the weight of sincerity. Chen Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his previously weary face suddenly brightened, a smile stretching almost from ear to ear. "You, my boy, truly have an eye for quality. There are few in the sect who understand me as well as you do." He paused briefly, then, feigning nonchalance, added, "However, this armor is indeed the finest I have crafted to date. While the materials may not be extravagant, I have devoted considerable effort to the array. It seals 3 minor formations, gathering chi, dampening shock, and dispelling impact. Try it on, and do not waste it." Luli nodded, having already removed his outer robe, and donned the armor on the spot. As the armor fit against him, the spiritual pattern stirred slightly, and his aura stabilized, imbued with a subtle pulling force, as if the spiritual energy was naturally harmonizing within him. Particularly around the chest and abdomen, he felt a delicate rebound, indicating the effectiveness of the dampening formation. "It is indeed extraordinary," Luli remarked softly. Chen Yi waved his hand, but could not resist asking, "What do you plan to do while wearing this armor? Compete in the outer sect trials?" "Yes," Luli replied, fastening the armor with a calm demeanor. "I must take a chance." Chen Yi frowned, seemingly about to speak, but hesitated for a moment before sighing. "Your level of cultivation. Alas, I have already reached the 6th layer of chi condensation. Yet I still dare not enter this minor competition." He paused, lowering his voice. "Your 5th layer barely meets the minimum requirement. But there are many at the 6th layer participating, and even some 7th layer senior disciples lurking in the shadows." He cast a glance at Luli, his expression devoid of contempt, tinged instead with a sense of helplessness. "I intend to cultivate for another 3 years. By then, I will be 20 and can participate in the final outer sect trials. If I can enter the inner sect, that would be splendid. If not, I shall accept it, dedicating myself to the path of artifact refinement. My future may not be any less promising than theirs in the inner sect." His words were delivered with a calm demeanor, yet they carried an unmistakable stubbornness and clarity. Chen Yi genuinely cared for him and offered further advice. But Luli's expression remained unchanged, clearly resolute in his decision. Thus, Chen Yi refrained from saying more, merely gesturing towards the new armor on Luli's chest, his tone softening. "I hope it, We'll protect your life in the arena. Luli nodded, silently clasping his hands in gratitude, and withdrew from his storage bag the promised pouch of spiritual rice. 50 pounds, securely packed in a gray cloth bag. Chun Yi's eyes immediately brightened as he took the bag, casually tearing open a corner, pinching a few grains to sniff, then pouring some into his palm for closer inspection. His expression shifted. This batch is even superior to the one you gave me 2 years ago. The spiritual energy was rich, and the moisture even, quite impressive. His smile widened, and he playfully lowered his voice. Honestly, little brother, I would be relieved if you truly could not enter the inner sect. Luli raised an eyebrow. Chun Yi grinned. If you do make it in, I genuinely wonder when I might next enjoy such fine spiritual rice. Brother Chun, I am merely testing the waters, Luli replied calmly. As you said, I have only reached the 5th layer. The odds are not in my favor. Perhaps once this wind passes, I shall return to the spiritual fields to cultivate. Chun Yi opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. The two exchanged a silent glance and clasped hands in farewell. Upon exiting the artifact refinement pavilion, the mountain breeze caressed their faces as the sunlight began to wane. Luli descended the stone steps with measured grace, his gaze drifting towards the distant valley entrance, where the mountain mist lingered and voices began to stir. In just a few days, the minor competition would commence. Calculating the time, today must be the first day for registration. However, this inaugural day is often the most congested. Merely standing in line could consume half a day's effort, and whether one could successfully register remains uncertain. It would be wiser to evade the throng and return for registration when the crowd has thinned. Retracting his gaze, he turned to leave. In these few days, if he could further stabilize his cultivation, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Chapter 54. The Minor Competition of the Illusory Immortal Sect, Part 1. 2 days later, Luli made his way to the registration venue alone. Today marked the 3rd day, and the registration was nearing its conclusion. The previous 2 days had been filled with those brimming with self-assuredness regarding their remarkable cultivation. Those who remained on the 3rd day were either hesitant or low-tier disciples with a mindset of merely trying their luck. Although the crowd was far less dense than in the preceding days, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, forming layers upon layers around the central registration platform, creating an impenetrable barrier. Behind the platform, a golden list hovered in the air, its spiritual patterns shimmering. Each time a disciple announced their name and displayed their cultivation level, the list would manifest their name, age, spiritual root attributes, condensation level, and trial number. Over 400 names had already graced the golden list. The first row of names was almost exclusively familiar figures: Shi Huang, Dong Xiang, and the veteran powerhouse Qin Ran, who had boldly declared his intent to purge the newcomers. Additionally, several names on the list bore spiritual body annotations, indicating that they were rare talents in Gaiyun in recent years. Luli stood at the periphery, quietly observing for a moment before stepping forward and softly requesting, "Excuse me, senior brother in front, would you kindly make way?" The disciple ahead, engrossed in conversation, was taken aback by the youthful voice behind him and turned to look. He saw a boy, approximately 14 or 15 years old, slender in build and fair of complexion, clad in a yellow outer sect robe, standing calmly behind him. Initially astonished, the man soon burst into laughter. Where did this little brat come from? This isn't the storage area, it's the registration site for the minor competition. Surely, you've come to the wrong place. Laughter erupted among the surrounding disciples. Hey, you little squirt. Have you even grasped the sensation of qi? Aren't you afraid of being sent in as a live target? Despite the jeers, the boy remained unperturbed, not rushing to explain himself. He simply raised his gaze to the golden list ahead and, with a serious tone, reiterated, "I am here to register." The laughter around him intensified. Someone clapped their thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, the little fellow actually recognizes the characters at the entrance. He knows it's the registration site." A burly man grinned broadly. "Could it be that we've got another little Shi Huang on our hands? Do you realize that the minimum threshold for registration is condensation level 5? As soon as he finished speaking, another chimed in, Zhang Damao, at his age. "It seems you just recently grasped the sensation of qi, right?" Humph. Zhang Damao was not offended. Instead, he puffed out his chest and brandished a wooden plaque inscribed with numbers. "Though I grasped it late, my cultivation has lagged behind. I am already at condensation level 6. Look, number 419, just registered." He waved the plaque and glanced at Luli, clicking his tongue. "Little guy, are you still unclear about what level 5 in the condensation stage entails? Should I enlighten you, lest you stumble into danger?" "No need. Senior brother, Luli replied calmly. The moment his words fell, a flicker of spiritual light emanated from his feet, and the chi from his dantian surged forth like a fountain. A stream of clear yet profound spiritual pressure radiated outward, resembling an invisible ripple that spread a subtle wave around him. Condensation level 5, his aura was stable, his consciousness intact, and there was a gathering force at play. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment. Someone whispered, "Is this real? Did I see that correctly? He truly is at level 5? Moreover, observe the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Do they not resemble the pinnacle of the 5th level?" As the sound rose, the disciples, who had previously laughed the loudest, exchanged glances, their expressions gradually solidifying. Among this new cohort, apart from Shi Huang and Dong Xiang, who else could possibly reach the 5th level zenith? Who, indeed, is this young man? Zhang Demao stood in astonishment, the wooden token in his hand trembling slightly. The mirth vanished from his countenance, replaced by a furrowed brow as he cast a glance at Lu Li, remaining silent thereafter. "Brothers, please make way." Lu Li spoke once more, and this time, no one dared to jest. The crowd silently parted, creating a pathway for him. The young man, his robes billowing, walked with unwavering gaze, striding towards the registration platform. The attending disciple was engrossed in reviewing the jade slips when he raised his head to see Lu Li. Momentarily taken aback, his eyes swept over the youth multiple times, revealing a hint of confusion. This boy appears too young. Most participants, aside from Shi Huang and Dong Xiang, were around 18 or 19 years old. Could this lad, seemingly of their cohort, truly be stepping up to compete? This trial is not merely a contest of spells. Each year, audacious outer sect disciples have met their demise upon the stage, staining the steps with blood. "Brother, I wish to register." Lu Li's voice snapped the disciple back to reality. Furrowing his brow, the disciple seemed poised to dissuade him, yet upon seeing the identity token the boy presented, he accepted it, murmuring incantations as he pressed it into the nearby water mirror array. In an instant, the golden list in midair trembled slightly, and a line of golden characters emerged. 435. Lu Li, 13 years old. Huang Gu, 5th level of Qi condensation. Those characters hung solemnly at the bottom of the golden board. Yet the proximity of 13 years and Huang Gu appeared as though scorched by flames, strikingly vivid to the onlookers. A brief silence ensued. 13 years? Am I mistaken? Not 14, not 15, but 13? Huang Gu, 5th level. How is that possible? At 13, many of us couldn't even sense the Qi. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, no longer filled with laughter and mockery, but rather low, incredulous murmurs, tinged with a complex mix of emotions. Lu Li's current appearance belied his actual age, presenting as if he were around 14 or 15. However, he had only entered at the age of 11. And now at 13, the identity token recorded his bone age accurately. There could be no deception. The revelation of a Huang Gu achieving the 5th level of Qi condensation at such a tender age was nothing short of astonishing. Even Shi Huang, the one with celestial bones, and Dong Xiang, with earthly bones, had already reached the 6th level. Yet they were both 14 this year. If Lu Li were of the same age as them, could he not also attain the 6th level? After completing the registration, the disciple could not help but steal another glance at Lu Li, his brows knitting slightly, as if he wished to engrave the boy's image in his memory. Number 435. He handed the wooden token to Lu Li, his tone indifferent. "If I were you, I would contemplate returning to register after 3 years." Lu Li nodded slightly, accepting the token. "Thank you for the advice, brother." He spoke no further, offering no rebuttal, and turned to depart. The crowd silently parted to create a path. And it was only when his figure vanished at the top of the steps that a subdued voice suddenly broke the silence. "Lu Li? Wait. I believe I've heard that name before." "Ah, yes. The servant of Dong Xiang. He entered the sect alongside the prodigy of the Earthbone. No wonder." A few individuals promptly came to this realization, and derisive laughter erupted. "I initially thought him to be some hidden genius. But it turns out he is merely a fortunate sycophant. It is said that he has claimed the top prize in the spiritual field 5 times. He must have received considerable benefits from Dong Xiang. Spiritual herbs, spiritual rice, techniques. Achieving a 5th level of cultivation is hardly surprising. Yet, he dares to participate in the minor competition with such a mere level? Is he out of his mind? It's nothing but a death wish. Those from small places always yearn for early fame." Chapter 55, The Minor Competition of the Illusory Immortal Gate, Part 2, not far from the registration area. A woman clad in white stood atop a high platform, accompanied by 2 disciples in yellow garb. Her figure was slender, her expression aloof, and her robes were as white as snow, adorned with a silver pendant dangling from her waist, devoid of any sect insignia. Yet, none dared to approach her with idle words. She was none other than Lin Jingyu, an inner disciple of the Heartless Peak. The disciples from the 4 peaks generally pursued their individual training, but with the minor competition approaching, they began to converge in the valley at the center of the 4 peaks. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the distant registration platform, drawing the attention of the crowd. Lin Jingyu remained impassive, merely inquiring, "What is the cause of the disturbance over there?" One of the yellow-clad disciples immediately nodded and hurried off to investigate. After a brief moment, he returned, whispering, reporting to senior sister, "It is said that a boy, merely 13 years of age, has registered to participate in the competition." 13. The brow of another yellow-clad disciple furrowed, clearly taken aback. Though they were attired as outer disciples, their cultivation was commendable. With the weakest among them firmly established at the 6th layer of chi condensation, far removed from the novice of novices. Is there truly someone who has attained the 5th layer of chi condensation at such a tender age? In the outer sect, is there such a prodigy? Aside from Shi Huang and Dong Xiang's cohort, could there be a third genius? The other yellow-clad disciple was astounded. The disciple who had gone to inquire wore a teasing glint in his eyes, feigning mystery as he shook his head. None of those. Which disciple of the Xuangu clan possesses such extraordinary fortune? He continued to shake his head, maintaining an air of suspense until the surrounding yellow-clad disciples and Lin Jingyu displayed expressions of confusion, at which point he lowered his voice and chuckled, "It is Huanggu." At these words, the expression of the yellow-clad disciple shifted slightly. How could that be? This must be a jest. Indeed not, the other affirmed. This individual entered the sect alongside Shi Huang and Dong Xiang. It is a year their junior. During the initial trials, among the 200 of Huanggu, he was the sole one who comprehended the essence of qi, which caused quite a stir. Upon hearing this, the yellow-clad disciple beside Lin Jingyu fell into contemplation. As if recollecting something, Lin Jingyu, originally calm in demeanor and seemingly uninterested in further dialogue, felt a flicker of emotion at the mention of Huanggu's profound insight. Slowly, she turned her head, her voice still cold, yet imbued with a scarcely perceptible chill. "What did you say his name is?" The individual paused, instinctively responding, "Lu Li. Have you heard of him, senior sister?" No sooner had he spoken than another yellow-clad disciple's expression shifted, promptly tugging at his sleeve and whispering, "Do not speak further." The atmosphere in the space instantly thickened. Lin Jingyu lowered her gaze, speaking softly. "What is his current level of cultivation?" Qi condensation at the 5th layer. The disciple felt the palpable chill in the air, his voice noticeably subdued. Lin Jingyu refrained from pressing further. She stood silently, her white robes fluttering gently in the breeze. Yet her gaze had long since fixed upon the direction of the registration platform. Years prior, her cousin Lin Yu had met her demise during the outer sect trials. Though they were not closely bonded and seldom interacted, she was nonetheless a member of the Lin family. On the day of the entrance trials, Lin Yu had been slain on the spot by a boy from Huanggu. That boy's name was Lu Li. In the span of merely 2 years, the youth has ascended to the 5th level of qi condensation, even securing a place on the prestigious list of the tournament. Although Lin Jingyu adheres to the path of detachment, rarely engaging in disputes, she finds no disdain in settling scores over a long-deceased distant relative or an outer sect disciple. Yet, should someone present themselves, she would not turn them away. "Fang Ming," she suddenly spoke, her tone nonchalant. A young man clad in yellow stepped forward, his expression solemn. "Junior brother is here. What is your number?" 365, he replied. Lin Jingyu nodded. "I am acquainted with the steward who arranges the matchups. It would not be difficult to manipulate the first round. I shall ensure you confront him. You are to eliminate him." Her words fell with an air of indifference, akin to issuing a mundane order for a task. The disciple understood, bowing his head and accepting the command with a calm and steady voice. Lin Jingyu said no more. Slowly turning to depart, her garments billowing gracefully. The distinction between the 5th and 6th levels of qi condensation was well understood by all. She need not intervene personally, nor did she wish to cast another glance. The following day, the outer sect tournament officially commenced. The competition venue was set within a vast valley at the confluence of the 4 peaks, spacious and surrounded by barrier formations, with spiritual light ascending. Preparations had been completed days prior, solely for the battles of this day. Typically, the disciples of the 4 peaks reside in their respective corners, seldom interacting. However, today, for this triennial competition, Thousands of disciples gathered in the valley, creating a formidable atmosphere. In addition to the competing outer sect disciples, a considerable number of inner sect disciples came to spectate, with several elders present, discreetly scouting for potential talents. The valley buzzed with voices, with magical artifacts and spiritual birds occasionally soaring above. Disciples from each peak lined the sides of the arena, their competitive spirit already apparent. The rules for the first round of this tournament were straightforward. Contestants would face off according to their registration numbers. With nearly 500 participants, the top 200 victors would advance to the second round. This was a complete elimination battle, and the true contest commenced at this moment. The valley was equipped with numerous platforms, separated by spiritual formations, allowing multiple battles to unfold simultaneously, with spiritual energy surging endlessly. Among the most anticipated matchups were Shi Huang and Dong Xiang. Having not seen each other for 2 years, Shi Huang had grown significantly taller, his features now bearing an aura of coldness. He was the only contestant adorned in a black robe, a distinctive mark of an inner sect disciple of the illusory Immortal sect, an honor unattainable by outer sect disciples. In this tournament, he had taken the stage personally. His opponent was an older disciple at the 6th level of Qi condensation, approximately 19 years of age. For him, if he failed to enter the inner sect this time, his hopes of advancing further in life would be extinguished. Upon learning he would face Shi Huang, his expression shifted, a chill creeping into his heart. Yet, he quickly suppressed his doubts and reassured himself. Though he possesses extraordinary talent, he is merely 14 years old. There may still be a chance to fight. As he ascended the platform, he clasped his hands and smiled. Brother Shi Huang, I apologize for the inconvenience. A light chuckle emanated from the crowd below. Though addressed as a senior brother, it is well understood by all that Shi Huang's status far surpasses that of these outer sect disciples. Shi Huang remained unperturbed, offering no reply. The expression of his opponent shifted slightly. Unable to contain the surge of anger within, he abruptly summoned his flying sword, its spiritual light darting forth, aimed directly at Shi Huang's brow. Yet, before he could close the distance, Shi Huang made his move. A spear materialized in his grasp, its silver radiance flashing forth. The spear danced like a soaring dragon, and before any technique could be discerned, the flying sword was cleaved in twain, its brilliant light bursting forth and scattering to the ground. Before his opponent could retreat, he was struck by the spear, bang. The spear tip pierced through his chest, a mist of blood erupting as he was lifted off the ground, impaled upon the azure stone pillar at the edge of the arena. Shi Huang gave a violent shake of his spear, casting the body from the platform, his expression unchanged as he turned to descend. The arena fell into silence, as if the splatter of blood had never occurred, leaving only the shadow of the spear lingering in the spiritual array. After a long pause, someone murmured softly, "Truly, Shi Huang." Chapter 56, The Small Competition of the Illusory Immortal Sect, Part 3. Luli stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing as Shi Huang sheathed his spear and wordlessly departed from the arena. The battle had concluded with such swiftness that scarcely anyone had discerned his techniques. Only the gaping wound in his opponent's chest and the chilling intent to kill remained. Luli furrowed his brow, a flicker of combat spirit igniting within his eyes. Indeed, Shi Huang was a formidable adversary. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, he sensed something dormant within him being quietly awakened in that moment. Just then, the voice of Qiuyu resonated deep within his consciousness, carrying an unusual weight of gravity. "Luli, this Shi Huang is far more than simply a figure of celestial bones. Should you encounter him one day, do not underestimate him." Luli imperceptibly nodded. "I understand," though his steps did not falter. He cast a glance at the rankings and, following the indicated direction, gradually made his way to his designated arena. The match was set, 365, Ming against 435, Luli. Arena number 11. At that moment, the platform was teeming with spectators. Unlike the tranquility of other arenas, this one was enveloped in a palpable buzz from early on, as a striking piece of information had surfaced on the golden list: 13 years old, celestial bones, and Qi condensation at the 5th level. Such a combination of age and cultivation was a rarity, not only within the Guiyun Valley, but throughout the annals of the illusory Immortal Sect's outer disciples. Is it him? That must be Luli. He appears somewhat subdued, but 13 years old. Can anyone believe it? Yet, belief mattered little. For his opponent was Feng Ming, a notorious figure even among those of the 6th level of Qi condensation. Whispers circulated through the crowd, filled with astonishment. Yet no one held any hope for him. Some shook their heads in resignation, lamenting, faced with Feng Ming, he might not even last 3 breaths. Alas, At such a tender age, it was hard to fathom where he found his audacity. Perhaps he merely wished to take a chance, believing that dying on the stage would not bring him shame. Luli remained unperturbed by the surrounding murmurs, his expression unchanged as his robe flowed gently in the breeze. He ignored the myriad gazes and steadily ascended the platform. At that moment, the crowd hushed, instinctively directing their attention towards the youthful yet composed figure. Fong Ming stood at the center of the stage, arms crossed, his gaze sharp as a blade. He scrutinized Luli, akin to a young beast being led to the slaughter, silent, frail, and oblivious to its fate. Without uttering a word, his eyes methodically traversed Luli's form, inch by inch, as though assessing a future corpse. In his mind, the outcome of this contest was already predetermined. Luli must perish, for Lin Jingyu desired his death. Lin Jingyu of the Heartless Peak held a prestigious position among the inner disciples, and Fong Ming had finally managed to establish a connection with her. Now, all he needed was to swiftly eliminate Luli on the platform, thus securing genuine resources and protection. This was a test and an opportunity for the turning point of his destiny. Luli, too, was observing Fong Ming. He did not speak, yet from that piercing gaze, he discerned an overwhelming intent to kill. This malice was not born of the heat of battle, but rather a calculated coldness that had long predetermined the outcome before the fight had even commenced. A subtle heaviness settled in Luli's heart. He could not recall when he had become enemies with this person, nor could he comprehend why the other harbored such murderous intent towards him. Despite this being their first encounter, the animosity exhibited was strikingly intense. Though doubts lingered in his heart, his expression remained unperturbed. If someone wishes to kill me, they must also be prepared to face death. He exhaled slowly, his feet firmly planted, and raised his fingertips gently. In the next instant, the resounding drum that signaled the commencement of the match echoed through the valley, and a radiant barrier of spiritual light surged up at the edge of the arena, isolating the two combatants within a realm of their own. Fong Ming's figure trembled, and in an instant, a crimson flying sword materialized in his grasp, emanating a fierce aura of lethality, clearly a spiritual weapon forged for slaughter. Without moving his body, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, propelling the sword through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at Luli's brow. This strike was unyielding and vicious. Devoid of any probing, it was a lethal opening move. Yet, Luli did not flinch or evade. Employing the Tai Chi condensing technique, which primarily focused on refining energy, he had quietly tempered his bones and flesh during his meditations, rendering his body as resilient as iron. Now, confronted with an onslaught of ferocity, he refrained from invoking spells or summoning artifacts. Instead, he slowly clenched his fist, his form sinking slightly as he met the oncoming swordlight with a sudden, forceful punch. The clash resounded with a deafening ring, akin to metal striking stone, as a spark flared from the impact, creating visible ripples of spiritual power in the air. The spectators around the arena erupted in astonishment. He actually withstood the flying sword? Had he lost his senses? This was Fong Ming's lethal weapon. Luli landed without retreating a single step, glancing down at his knuckles, where a thin line of blood had yet to surface, sealed by spiritual energy. His expression remained unchanged, though his gaze was as cold and reflective as a mirror. This was his first encounter against someone at the 6th level of Qi condensation. Initially, he had not exerted his full strength, merely seeking to gauge the true disparity between their levels. The outcome was not surprising. The opponent was somewhat stronger than he had anticipated, yet still within his capacity to bear. Meanwhile, Fong Ming's demeanor shifted dramatically, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I wonder what body forging technique you have mastered that allowed you to withstand my sword. How many more can you endure? He channeled his spiritual formula, and the flying sword circled back up, its whirring sound sharpening abruptly. As multiple sword shadows shot forth simultaneously, their speed increased by a third. The pressure mounting, Luli remained steadfast. His fists thundered forth, the wind from his strikes howling like a bell tolling through stone. Confronting the flying swords without yielding an inch, sparks flew once more as the sword met his fists. One sword, two swords, three swords with each collision. The sound echoed like thunder. On the stage, a silver fist shadow clashed fiercely with three flying sword apparitions, one still, one in motion, and in mere moments. They had exchanged blows thrice. Fong Ming's expression finally shifted. That young man, astonishingly, did not retreat from a single strike. After several exchanges, Luli had still not budged an inch, instead becoming increasingly composed, his punches steady as a mountain. At this moment, Luli had discerned the weight of the 6th level of Qi condensation. Although his opponent was a seasoned powerhouse, solid in presence and ferocious in attack, He still paled in comparison to true prodigies like Shi Huang. Having tested the waters thus far, Lu Li had lost interest in continuing the battle. As the next flying sword hurtled towards him, he suddenly reached out, firmly grasping the sword's body, his palm brimming with spiritual energy, resolutely restraining it. Alarmed, Fong Ming's complexion shifted dramatically. He fervently channeled his spiritual power in an attempt to retract the sword, but it was as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to budge it no matter his efforts. The flying sword emitted a piercing wail, and cracks began to quietly manifest along its blade. In the next moment, Lu Li's figure flickered, sweeping before him like a wraith. Fong Ming scarcely had time to utter a sound. A chill pierced through his heart. Glancing down, he discovered that Lu Li had, at some point, produced a spiritual dagger, its cold gleam menacingly aimed at his heart, mere inches away. You. Fong Ming's voice was parched, paralyzed with fear. Lu Li gazed at him, her eyes calm as still water. Why do you harbor intentions of murder towards me? Fong Ming gritted his teeth, rendered speechless, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, feeling as though he were nailed to the spot. In the next instant, Lu Li's gaze turned frigid, her hand slicing down. Thud. Fong Ming let out a wretched cry as his left arm fell away, blood splattering in a 3-foot arc speak. Lu Li's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it pierced like a blade. At last, Fong Ming crumbled, trembling as he uttered 3 words. Senior Sister Lin. Upon hearing those words, Lu Li's expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of understanding crossing her eyes. So it was she. As the last syllable escaped his lips, the dagger plunged into Fong Ming's heart, the blade barely breaching an inch before severing his lifeline, extinguishing his vitality. Fong Ming's pupils constricted, the light within them dissipating like wisps of smoke, his form slowly collapsing. The 11th arena, stained with blood, lay silent and still. Chapter 57. The Minor Competition of the Illusory Immortal Sect, Part 4. Lu Li did not relent. Fong Ming was of the Xian bone lineage, and the spiritual resonance within him far surpassed that of the Huang bone. With his left hand still gripping the dagger, he deftly turned it, his knuckles pressing against the hilt, as a silent force of absorption surged forth, penetrating Fong Ming's heart meridian. The power of the eerie bone absorption was utterly soundless. In the final moments before his demise, Fong Ming's spiritual bone emitted a faint glow, which quickly dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind, leaving no trace of its brilliance. Lu Li took a deep breath. The golden patterns on his Huang bone flickered momentarily, their intricacies seemingly deepening. He sensed it. Unlike the Huang bone, the spiritual essence contained within the Xian bone was more concentrated and pure. Even a mere fragment surpassed the combined essence of several Huang bones. The corpse must remain concealed. Lu Li's gaze was tranquil as he raised a hand to remove Fong Ming's storage pouch, swiftly concealing it within his sleeve. He then lifted his palm slightly, fingers splayed, invoking the Ming Yin technique. Within it lay a trace of the soul-devouring flame, designed to incinerate flesh and spirit. The flames flared momentarily, extinguished by the wind, yet in that fleeting instant, they consumed Fong Ming's body entirely. In an instant, not even a remnant remained. Beneath the arena, silence reigned. Even amidst a life-and-death battle where many had fallen, the precision with which Lu Li struck, leaving no corpse, erasing all traces, was indeed rare. Most significantly, he was only 13 years old. Everyone fell into a hushed stillness. Laughter ceased, and no further commentary was made. Lu Li stepped down from the platform, his robes billowing, untouched by blood, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him. A gaze, cold and piercing, emanated from a distant elevated seat, sharp as a blade against his throat. He slowly raised his gaze. Clad in white like snow, with an expression as frigid as ice, the figure seated above appeared composed. Yet their eyes were like swords, piercing through the very soul. It was none other than Lin Jingyu of the Heartless Peak. In that moment, their eyes met. Lu Li's gaze narrowed slightly, unflinching. He did not speak, nor was there any need to. The murderous intent from Lin Jingyu was already apparent to him. She had refrained from striking when he was still vulnerable. Now, attempting to deal with Lu Li would not be so straightforward. In this battle, he had unequivocally showcased his strength and potential. Slaying Fong Ming was not merely an act of vengeance, but a statement, a message directed at her. If Lin Jingyu possessed any wisdom, she would recognize the futility of pursuing a vendetta over a distant clan sister. Should she choose not to relent, Lu Li felt no fear. He averted his gaze, turning to blend into the crowd, maintaining an air of normalcy. Finding a secluded corner, Lu Li sat quietly, awaiting the commencement of the second round of competition. On the elevated platform, Lin Jingyu let out a soft, cold scoff, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, though lacking any semblance of mirth. Is she beginning to retaliate? Lin Shiji, why does your expression appear so grim? Inquired Zhao Chongyan of the Six Paths Peak. His demeanor relaxed, yet his words were laced with barbs. I was just praising that young lad. At such a tender age, he displays remarkable prowess. Such a physique. If he does not come to our Six Paths Peak to practice the body refinement technique, it would be a great loss. He squinted towards the 11th arena, marveling. I was initially puzzled as to how a mere 5th-level Qi condensation youth would encounter a seasoned warrior like Fong Ming in the first round. Truly remarkable. However, he paused, his tone shifting, yet this tactic may have backfired, inadvertently etching Lu Li's name into memory. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Jingyu's eyes as her fingertips lightly brushed the hilt of her sword. Zhao Chongyun, undaunted, broke into a grin. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Abandon any nefarious intentions. You, from the Heartless Peak, wish to strike against someone from the returning Cloud Peak? Should you succeed, He Xiuyuan is not one to be trifled with. Lin Jingyu's gaze sharpened. In the distance, atop the high platform of returning Cloud Peak, He Xiuyuan, elegantly wielding a white-boned folding fan, appeared effortlessly graceful, as if detached from worldly disputes. Yet she knew he had certainly heard their exchange. Look, the match of Dong Xiang has commenced, they exclaimed. Her opponent is a seasoned disciple of the 6th level, rumored to have roamed the outer sect for 5 years. This will certainly be a spectacle. Today we shall witness the true strength of the Earthbones. A wave of commotion surged into Lu Li's ears, stirring him from his meditation. He opened his eyes, brow furrowed. He had no intention of spectating, as ordinary 6th-level duels held little significance for him. However, upon hearing the name Dong Xiang, his heart quivered slightly. His emotions were not swayed by romantic sentiments. Rather, it was the soul-blood contract that compelled him to rise. Her demise would spell his own. Such a fateful entanglement allowed for no negligence whatsoever. Lu Li gathered his thoughts and slowly stood, making his way toward the source of the loudest clamor. As he approached, he beheld a throng surrounding the arena, disciples clustered tightly, forming an impenetrable mass. Some perched precariously on stone steps, half standing, half squatting, while others had climbed branches and cliffs, their eyes fervently fixed on the figure of the girl in white on the stage. She stood amidst the wind, exuding a frigid elegance, her countenance resembling frost and snow, her garments billowing as her spiritual aura radiated outward. The might of the Earthbones was self-evident. Indeed, it was Dong Xiang. It had been 2 years since they last met, and her demeanor had grown increasingly aloof. Have you heard? She has not appeared in any gatherings for the past 2 years, remaining sequestered for cultivation. Today marks her first appearance in battle. Just observe her aura. She is no ordinary 6th-level cultivator. I suspect she is on the cusp of the 7th level. Quite formidable. Lu Li lingered at the periphery of the crowd for a moment, refraining from hastily pushing his way in, instead surveying the scene quietly. As his gaze swept over the throng, a few returned his look, frowning in scrutiny. Who is this unfamiliar youth? They wondered. He appears no older than 13 or 14. What business does he have here? Yet Lu Li spoke calmly, his voice steady. Senior brother, might you step aside? This request, amidst such a cacophony, went unnoticed and unremarked. The individuals ahead barely turned their heads, mocking instead, oh, where did this little brat come from? This isn't the outer sect's servant area. Hurry back and drink your milk. What are you doing watching a match? Laughter erupted among them, their derision unabashed. Yet, before the laughter had fully dissipated, one individual's expression suddenly transformed. He forcefully tugged at the sleeve of the one who had spoken, urgently whispering, Have you lost your mind? Do you not recognize him? Just now, on the 11th arena, the one who slaughtered as if mowing grass, turning people to ash in an instant. It is he. What? This? Child. Hush. Do not speak. Watch as he approaches. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. The crowd, which had been tightly packed, began to retreat slowly under the pressure of some invisible force. Some instinctively turned aside, while others bowed their heads repeatedly, none daring to speak out and impede his passage. Lu Li uttered not a word, his steps measured and unhurried, his countenance serene as he navigated through the throng, akin to a concealed blade gliding through a valley teeming with sheep. Wherever he went, no one dared to obstruct him. The spectators displayed a myriad of expressions. The elder's eyes were tinged with trepidation, while the youth were stirred with tumultuous emotions. Some recalled the image of Fong Ming being pierced through the heart by a dagger, instantly consumed by flames, and could not help but swallow hard. This lad is truly ruthless. Is he the infamous Huang Gu, merely 13 years of age? At such a tender age, how can he be so cold and fierce? If he were to reach the inner sanctum, who could possibly restrain him? Hush, speak softly. Do you wish for him to hear you and jeopardize your life? As Lu Li drew near, he finally discerned Dong Xiang on the arena. She stood there quietly, facing the imposing figure of the sixth-tier cultivator, her demeanor aloof and devoid of any sign of panic. The bone patterns on her skin flickered in the light, while the spiritual pressure of the sixth tier was firmly suppressed around her, as if that power did not belong to her, but surged forth from the depths of her very essence. Lu Li remained at the edge of the crowd, refraining from advancing closer, his expression impassive as he gazed at Dong Xiang on the stage, yet a subtle shadow of unease flickered in his eyes. Should she perish, so too would he. Should she grow stronger, his entanglement would deepen. This bond was neither rooted in good nor evil, nor in grievances, but was a chain of causality. He fixed his gaze upon the stage, watching as her first strike was poised to descend. Chapter 58, The Small Competition of the Illusory Immortal Sect, Part 5. Dong Xiang's long hair was bound with spiritual threads, her back straight as an arrow. Her gaze cold yet clear. Standing at the center of the arena, she casually flipped her hand, revealing a flying sword in her grasp, its entire body a deep azure, with faint lightning patterns dancing along the blade, emanating a chilling radiance. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was no ordinary item, an exquisite flying sword. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and he could not help but frown. Such a high-grade sword had cost him all his wealth just to acquire a flawed version at auction. Yet Dong Xiang effortlessly drew forth a genuine top-tier spiritual weapon. The resources bestowed upon her by Guyun Peak were truly boundless. On the stage, her opponent also possessed a cultivation level of the sixth stage. Appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, clearly a seasoned outer sect disciple making a final desperate attempt as the inner sect deadline approached. The opponent unleashed a fire-based technique, summoning a fiery serpent that soared into the air, ferociously lunging towards Dong Xiang. However, Dong Xiang remained unfazed. With a mere flick of her form and a billow of her sleeves, her flying sword, shimmering with a cold light, pierced through the center of the fire serpent. Spiritual energy flowed like threads into the blaze, causing it to erupt violently. Without even employing a technique, she shattered the fiery force solely with the momentum of her sword and her spiritual power. Then, with a swift step forward, the sword's tip pointed directly at her opponent's throat. The adversary, in a state of panic, attempted to evade but was ultimately a moment too late, receiving a blow that struck his left arm, blood splattering as he fell heavily from the arena. In the span of just 10 breaths, the outcome was unequivocally determined. A murmur of astonishment and gasps filled the crowd, even drawing the attention of some inner sect disciples who had previously been indifferent. Although a top-tier spiritual weapon was formidable, her sword energy, it was evident that she had recently entered the sixth stage and had already stabilized her sea of qi. Such talent was a testament to her profound foundation. As these discussions swirled around him, Lu Li found himself unable to absorb any more. She had relied solely on her spiritual power, without resorting to any techniques. He pondered silently, understanding that he could not measure Dong Xiang by ordinary standards. After all, she was born with earth spirit bones, a rarity within the sect. With a gentle exhale, he suppressed his emotions, turning to blend into the crowd of spectators. His expression returning to tranquility. He found a shadowy corner to sit, leaning against a rock, lightly rubbing a wooden token in his hand. The first round of the competition merely served to filter out those lacking even the will to fight. He was acutely aware that most participants were still concealing their true abilities in this round, relying solely on their cultivation to dominate. None would reveal their genuine techniques or hidden cards easily. The warm-up was over. The coming second round would mark the commencement of true combat. Gradually, the crowd quieted. Many cultivators either seated or standing, secretly regulating their breathing to restore their spiritual power, while some defeated disciples left in dejection. Lu Li raised his gaze towards the arena leaderboard. The golden characters shimmering above subtly shifted, revealing the next opponent on the list. Number 256, Zhao Ming. Of the Six Paths Peak, sixth stage of qi condensation, a body cultivator. His eyes flickered slightly. A body cultivator, a type of opponent he had yet to truly face in battle. The sixth stage of qi condensation was not unfamiliar. However, the Six Paths Peak was notorious within the illusory Immortal sect for its combat madness. Their techniques were not ornamental, but their foundation was exceptionally solid. Their fists and feet like iron, often risking their lives in battle, emphasizing brute strength to overcome techniques. Lu Li gently rubbed the surface of with his fingers. and in an instant, a few potential confrontation scenarios unfolded in his mind. His opponent, a physical cultivator from the Six Paths Peak, would undoubtedly not rely on magical techniques for victory. Instead, he would close in, exert pressure, and seal off any avenues for retreat, employing the most direct and ferocious methods to overwhelm. The efficiency of the flesh, bones, and the flow of true energy would directly determine the outcome. However, this was not a weakness for Luli. Though he did not specialize in physical arts, he had diligently practiced the ta'in condensation technique for many years, refining his bones and marrow day and night with, ensuring that his true energy flowed unceasingly, while secretly honing his sinews and bones. This technique, originally inclined towards a cold and restrained nature, did not excel in explosive force, yet it naturally cultivated a physique that was both soft and strong, with an iron core hidden within it. In particular, during his previous confrontation with Fong Ming, he had demonstrated his prowess by barehandedly clashing against a flying sword, enduring the sword's glare without retreat, relying solely on his physical strength. This was not an empty display, but rather a testament to his true foundation. He glanced down at his knuckles, flexing slightly, as the sound of his bones rubbing together emitted a faint noise, reminiscent of a beast gnashing its teeth or the soft hum before a bowstring is drawn. Perhaps he could use this battle to test the true limits of his physical body. He wondered if the body forged by the ta'in condensation technique could indeed contend with these strength-driven lunatics of the Six Paths without employing magical techniques or divine weapons. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Luli's lips, almost imperceptible, yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. As the second round was about to commence, the crowd thickened. Nearby, several disciples gathered around a board, examining the rankings, their voices buzzing with excitement. A young boy, glancing inadvertently at Li, paused momentarily, seemingly noticing the wooden he was toying with, and leaned in closer. He squinted at the string of numbers, 435. 435? Moments later, he quickly rifled through the golden board, his gaze suddenly halting, and a twitch of his mouth revealed an unnatural smile. Alas, little brother, you are rather unfortunate, he began, his tone tinged with sympathy. Facing the lunatics of the Six Paths? These are ruthless individuals dedicated to physical cultivation. It is said that in the previous round, one of them tore apart 2 inferior magical artifacts with his bare hands, and even knocked down 3 opponents of the same rank. As he spoke, he scrutinized Li once more, particularly noting his slender physique, and couldn't help but click his tongue. With your slight build, you might not last 3 breaths. Immediately, laughter erupted from the crowd. Not just 3 breaths. With one punch, your ribs might very well break. The group chuckled, their mirth devoid of malice yet lacking any concealment. Clearly, to them, Luli's exterior posed little threat. However, a few others suddenly paled, recognizing him as the one who had ruthlessly slain Fong Ming in the first round. Their expressions turned serious, yet they refrained from warning him, quietly pulling their companions away, their pace quickening, expressions somber. Li did not respond, merely raising an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the boy who had spoken. The young man appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, with clear and bright features, exuding a calm demeanor that set him apart from the typical outer disciples. It seemed he could have easily waited another year or 2 before entering the competition. Yet his early registration suggested he possessed an abundance of confidence and remarkable talent. Glancing at his wooden plaque number, Li remained composed while silently noting the youth, pondering that they might cross paths again in the future. A subtle smile graced his lips, devoid of anger or arrogance, as he casually tucked the plaque away and remarked, I merely wish to know if you can endure until the 4th breath. Upon his utterance, the laughter around them abruptly diminished. The young man paused, revealing a playful expression, and replied, in that case, I hope you can last until the 5th breath. Surviving might just bring you fame. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the arena. Though spoken in an ordinary tone, it resonated like thunder, reverberating through the crowd's eardrums. Who is Li? Where's Li? Why hasn't he come to the stage to take a beating yet? The voice boomed from the arena, brimming with unabashed agitation and provocation. The crowd erupted in a stir, and those who had been jesting about Li instinctively turned to look, finding a towering figure on the stage, an imposing man. Easily 8 feet tall, bare-chested, with sinewy muscles and a faint, swirling blue pattern on his chest. This was the unique fissured rock of Six Paths Peak, cultivated specifically for rigorous physical training, rendering his body comparable to that of a spiritual weapon.